Chapter 1 The Day Before the End. July 2nd, 20XX, Jinlin City. The city of Jinlin was exceptionally hot this year, with temperatures remaining extremely high for several days in a row, making it very uncomfortable for people working outdoors. Eton is a college student who has graduated for 3 years. When he was in college, he was full of dreams about the future. He imagined himself entering the workplace, becoming a CEO, and marrying a beautiful, wealthy woman. However, ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. When Eton entered the society, he found that this society was so cruel. He is an orphan. His parents passed away when he was very young, so he had to grow up with his grandparents. Unfortunately, his grandparents passed away one after another the year he was admitted to university. From then on, Eton no longer had any relatives in this world. During his college years, he could only work part-time and do odd jobs to make a living. I thought I would be able to find a good job after graduation and life would be better. However, the cruel reality told him that he was overthinking. It is basically impossible for an ordinary college student like Eton who has no connections to find a good job. With no other options left, Eton had no choice but to put on the blue jersey of Bao My Takeaway and become a takeaway rider. Since putting on the blue battle jersey, Eton rides his electric bike through the streets and alleys of Jinling City every day, delivering takeout diligently. Therefore, over the past 3 years, Eton has saved some money with his hard work. Oh. I'm really fed up with the days of delivering takeouts. I'll work hard for a few more years, save some money, and then go back to my hometown in this small county and lie down and do nothing. Eton sighed. As a small county town, Eton's hometown is naturally far less prosperous than Jinlin City, but the cost of living in a small county town is low and life is not so tiring. By then, he will be able to use his savings as a support and find a relatively easy security job in a small county town with a monthly salary of 1,500 yuan, and he should have no problem supporting himself. As for marriage, for someone like Eton, who is at the bottom of society, he dares not even think about getting married. Can he afford the 388,000 yuan dowry? Which one does he have, car, house, or money? For Eton, who has nothing, getting married is too much of a luxury. Just as Eton was thinking about the future, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The system detects that the end of the world is coming, and the end of the world sign and system is binding. Am I hallucinating because of exhaustion? Eton thought subconsciously. However, in the next moment, the voice rang out again. The Doomsday sign-in system has been successfully bound, and a novice gift pack is now being distributed on limited warehouse. Just after this voice fell, Eton suddenly felt that there was some more information in his mind. After digesting this information, Eton was stunned. I have a mobile warehouse that can be opened or closed at any time, and the space of this mobile warehouse is infinite? In order to verify the truth of this matter, Eton immediately rode the electric bike to a corner where no one cared. With a thought, the infinite warehouse opened and took the entire electric bike in. Immediately afterwards, Eton thought again, and the electric car that had just been put away came out again. This is actually true. I really have a mobile warehouse with infinite space. Eton said happily. Just as he was delighted, a red countdown number suddenly appeared in front of him. The countdown to the apocalypse begins: 24 hours, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. Hiss. It looks like the end of the world is coming in less than a day. In order to deal with this doomsday, I have to prepare in advance and stockpile supplies. Besides this, the system should be my reliance for survival in the doomsday. I have to figure out its function. Eton decided. Afterwards, Eton immediately started communicating with the system. System, tell me about your function. This system is a doomsday sign-in system. After the doomsday comes, the host can sign in every day. Each sign-in will get a reward. If you sign in 100 times, you can get a special prize. After hearing the system's response, Eton's mouth corners couldn't help but curl up slightly, revealing a smile. The functions of this system are really simple. All I have to do is survive in the doomsday and sign in every day. Eton said happily. Just then, Eton's cell phone suddenly rang. Ding. You have a new order, please accept it. Looking at the takeaway order information on his mobile phone, Eton couldn't help but smile contemptuously. It's the end of the fucking world, why are you still delivering takeout? The most urgent task now is to purchase supplies. No matter whether the next apocalypse is scorching heat or severe cold, acid rain or zombies, supplies are necessities. After thinking about this, Eton immediately got on his electric bike and rushed to a nearby large supermarket as quickly as possible. Soon, Eton arrived at the supermarket and went straight to the food area. After the doomsday, the most scarce things are water and food. I must buy as much as possible this time, Eton decided. Immediately afterwards, Eton began to buy all kinds of food in the supermarket. In addition, large barrels of mineral water are also essential. Eton worked hard as a delivery boy and lived frugally for the past 3 years and managed to save up $200,000. He spent a total of 160,000 yuan that day to buy water and food and hire workers to transport supplies. Soon the staff transported the supplies to the unfinished building designated by Eton. After the staff left, Eton put all the supplies into his own infinite warehouse. At this point, his water and food were ready. In addition to water and food, we also need to prepare some self-defense items in the apocalypse, as well as some medicines and clothes. You can't let yourself get too bored in the apocalypse, so you might as well buy yourself a set of gaming equipment. After thinking about this, Eton immediately went to hardware stores, pharmacies, clothing stores, computer malls and other places, and spent another 25,000 yuan to buy everything he needed and put them into the infinite warehouse. After doing all this, Eton looked at the countdown on the system panel. There are only 4 hours left until the end of the world. When the end of the world really comes, I'm afraid the door of the shabby little house I'm renting now won't be able to keep out people with ulterior motives. So, to be on the safe side, I will use my last 15,000 yuan to rent a better house, and make sure it is sturdy enough, Eton decided. Afterwards, Eton went to the real estate agency as quickly as possible. After bribing the intermediary with 1,000 yuan, the intermediary immediately helped Eton find a house with a monthly rent of 14,000 yuan and quickly helped him complete the formalities. 2 hours later, Eton got the key to the house, walked into a relatively high-end residential area called Jolon Lake Community and joined the community owners group. Chapter 2, The End of the World. As soon as he entered the community, Eton walked in a hurry and soon bumped into a woman who was playing with her mobile phone with her head down. Eton was stunned when he saw the woman's face. Charming face, exquisite figure, fair skin, seductive clothes. This is definitely a top-notch vixen. When Foxy saw Eton's deliveryman's uniform, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, then turned and left. How dare that stinky delivery guy bump into me? Has he never seen a beautiful woman? She cursed as she left, and did not hesitate to let Eton hear it. Therefore, Eton couldn't help but frown and clenched his fists. Humph. When the end of the world comes, a beautiful woman like you may not even be worth a bottle of water. When the time comes, I will. Eton thought viciously. Afterwards, Eton continued to walk into the community and successfully arrived at building number 8 to wait for the elevator. Soon the elevator arrived, and the moment the elevator door opened, Eton couldn't help but widen his eyes. Inside the elevator was an intellectual beauty with a tall figure, curvy figure, and extremely delicate face, wearing a professional white shirt and a black silk hip skirt. This intellectual beauty didn't say much after seeing Eton, who was wearing a deliveryman's uniform and was stunned. She just sneered disdainfully and then passed by Eton. It's worthy of being a high-end residential area. I've already met 2 stunning beauties after just walking such a short distance. It really makes me look forward to life after the end of the world more and more. Eton thought evilly in his heart. Afterwards, Eton walked into the elevator and arrived at the 6th floor where he rented a house. And at the moment the elevator door on the 6th floor opened, Eton's eyes couldn't help but be startled, and he exclaimed in his heart, "Wow!" What caught Eton's eyes at this moment was a beautiful woman who looked to be about 30 years old and had a very plump figure. This beautiful woman did not show obvious disdain towards Eton like the previous 2 women, but nodded politely towards Eton. Eton immediately returned the greeting, and then the 2 passed each other. Another great beauty. Is this the level of beauty in high-end residential areas? Eton exclaimed. Immediately afterwards, Eton took the key, opened the door, and walked into room 602. After entering the room, Eton looked at the system panel again. At this time, there was less than an hour left before the doomsday. He took a shower here, changed his clothes, made himself in a more comfortable state, and quietly waited for the end of the world to come. After dozens of minutes, the countdown to the end of the world completely returned to 0. The apocalyptic natural disaster, poisonous ice and snow, has arrived. The moment the system finished speaking, the originally hot weather began to change dramatically and the temperature dropped sharply. Soon, lavender hail and snow began to fall from the sky. The hailstones are as big as fists, and they can kill a lot of people just by hitting them, not to mention that they are poisonous. Besides, the temperature dropped too fast. I was shivering even when I was indoors, let alone outside. Eton said. At this moment, those who are already outdoors are feeling it most deeply. Fuck. Why is the hail so big? It hurts so much. Something's wrong, very wrong. Why are the hail and snow lavender? I felt dizzy after getting a little bit of it on me. It's cold, so cold. The temperature has probably dropped to minus 20 degrees Celsius, and it's still going down. At this moment, not only Jinlin City, but the entire Dragon Country and even the whole world were experiencing this terrifying purple hail and snow, and the temperature dropped sharply. Countless curious people searched the internet for information about this extreme weather. Almost all national meteorological departments around the world are also paying attention to this matter at this time. Jolong Lake Community, Building 8, Room 602. Being killed by hail and being frozen to death are both obvious ways of death, but I don't know how strong the poison in these purple hail and snow is. Eton thought to himself. Then, Eton took out a telescope and began to observe the poisoned people through the window. Those who were poisoned looked drowsy and could not even stand steadily. Soon, many of the poisoned people began to bleed from all their orifices, and the blood was red and purple in color. What a strange poison. It seems those poisoned people are beyond help. Eton sighed. Then Eton pulled the curtains, silently stepped back a few steps, and stopped observing those poisoned people. The temperature is so low now, I'll turn on the air conditioner to heat it up. Eton picked up the remote control, turned on the air conditioner and switched to the heating mode. About half an hour later, the whole room finally warmed up. The world is so cold right now that if you don't have heating or don't turn on the air conditioner to heat, you could freeze to death even if you stay indoors. I hope the power outage won't happen so quickly. Eton thought to himself. Afterwards, Eton lay down on the bed in the air-conditioned room, ready to have a good sleep. Before the end of the world, he was busy delivering food every day and was really overworked. However, just as he was about to close his eyes, he suddenly thought of something else. Now that the apocalypse has officially arrived, it's the first day of the apocalypse. I should be able to sign in using the sign-in system. System, sign in. Eton said. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving the reward Superman Man of Steel Development Progress 1%. As the system finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly emerged in Eton's body. This powerful force greatly strengthened every aspect of Eton's body, and his strength skyrocketed. Wow! Awesome! I gained 1% of Superman's strength on the first day of signing in, which perfectly makes up for my lack of strength in the Doomsday. Eton said excitedly. Even though Eton's current Superman steel body is only 1% of what it used to be, he is still Superman. Even with 1% of Superman's strength, he can still kill all ordinary people. Of course, that is if he doesn't encounter kryptonite. The amount of supplies I have stockpiled is enough for me to use for a long time in the apocalypse, which means I can sign in many times and get a lot of good things. I wonder what the system will reward me when I sign in tomorrow. It's really exciting. Eton said excitedly. Because Eton obtained 1% of Superman's steel body, his original fatigue was swept away and he was full of energy. Afterwards, Eton opened the TikTok app on his phone, and the first video he saw was a video of people being crushed to death, frozen to death, or poisoned outdoors. He looked through the comments section, which already had more than 100,000 comments. Chapter 3 Scarce Supplies. Shun Xian. This is terrible, brothers. Don't go out. If you get a little bit of hail or snow on you, you'll be poisoned. What is going on? My family is still out there. Should I go look for them? Don't go out. Don't go out. Don't go out. I have to say this 3 times because it's important. This hail and snow are obviously poisonous. Everyone must not leave the house. It is very dangerous outside now. Eton looked at the comments under this Douyin video and sighed slightly. A doomsday disaster of this magnitude will inevitably kill many people, and now everything is just the beginning. If this situation continues for a few more days, the most terrifying thing will probably not be natural disasters but human nature. Then, Eton continued to scroll down, and almost every video was talking about this natural disaster. It wasn't until he came across an official video announcement that he stopped and started watching it carefully. Please don't panic, and don't go out for now. The authorities will find a solution as soon as possible and will not let the situation get worse. There are already millions of comments in the comments section under this video, with different opinions. Some people choose to completely trust the authorities, believing that they will eventually resolve this natural disaster. Some people think that this natural disaster cannot be prevented at all, and instead of trusting the authorities, they should think about how to save themselves. It seems that the official announcement has not calmed everyone down, and panic is still spreading. The order of this world is on the verge of collapse. Maybe in a few days I can show my skills, Eton said with a smile. Afterwards, Eton closed Douyin, took out a bottle of ice cola from the infinite warehouse, and started playing games while drinking it. For Eton, who knew in advance that the Doomsday was coming and stockpiled a large amount of supplies and also obtained 1% of Superman's Steelman, the days at this Doomsday were much better than before the Doomsday. The first day of the apocalypse was relatively peaceful for those who stayed indoors. After all, no matter how little supplies there are at home, they will not be unable to hold out for a day. However, on the second day of the apocalypse, the natural disaster of poisonous ice and snow still showed no signs of abating, which made many people who were short of supplies at home anxious. In a room in Building 8 of Jolon Lake Community, an extremely charming woman seemed a little irritated at this moment. This damn weather has me stuck at home, it's so boring. Besides, I usually order takeout for food and drinks, and the little food and water left at home won't last long. I have to find a way to get water and food when the time comes. It's so annoying. If Eton was present, he would have discovered that the charming woman who was complaining was the same vixen who had previously called him a stinky loser. This woman's name is Shin Xian. She is a very famous supermodel in Jinling City. She has a hot body and a charming face, and she has many admirers. After complaining for a while, Shin Xian forced herself to calm down. After all, there was no use complaining in this situation. There are so many people chasing me usually, it should be no problem to ask them to send me some supplies now, Shin Xian thought. Afterwards, Shin Xian took out her cell phone and contacted her followers, asking them to deliver the supplies to her door. In response to Shin Xian's request, some lickers declined her request out of fear of losing their lives, while some lickers chose to lick her to the end and immediately rushed to Shin Xian's residence with supplies. Once those stinky men deliver the supplies, I can rest easy, Shin Xian thought happily. Immediately afterwards, Shin Xian walked happily to the dressing table. For her, she had to stay beautiful even in a natural disaster. However, what Shin Xian didn't know was that most of those bootlickers who promised to send her supplies backed off after seeing the power of the poisonous ice and snow. Only a small number of warrior-type lickers chose to charge for love, but in the end they all died under the poisonous ice and snow. In other words, the supplies that Shin Xian expected would never be delivered to her. On the other side, Eton slept until he woke up naturally. After he stretched, he immediately said, "System, sign me in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained the firearm Desert Eagle Unlimited Bullets. The development level of Superman's Man of Steel has increased by 0.1%. After the system finished speaking, a very cool pistol appeared in Eton's infinite warehouse. At the same time, Eton's own strength also increased slightly. Desert Eagle with unlimited bullets? What a good thing! It gives me another means of attack. When Superman's Man of Steel was not well developed, this thing was extremely useful, Eton said excitedly. Afterwards, Eton took out the Desert Eagle from the infinite warehouse and played with it carefully. After playing with the Desert Eagle, Eton took out a self-heating hot pot from the infinite warehouse and tasted it carefully. Then he took out his mobile phone and opened WeChat. At this time, the messages in Eton's 2 WeChat groups were both 99+. One of them was a writer group with many writers, and they were all discussing the natural disaster. The other is the owner group of Jolon Lake Community. When Eton rented this house, he specifically asked the landlord to add him to this group chat, because he felt that the community owners in the Doomsday would definitely be quite interesting. My family is running out of food and water. Is there anyone who can sell me some? The price is negotiable. Are there any neighbors who can help us? We have just run out of food. Can I borrow some from you? I happen to have some extra supplies on hand, so I can help you out a little. If you need anything, come meet me in the basement garage. I have a lot of supplies stored here, but I can't give them to you for free. If you want them, you have to pay enough money to buy them. Looking at the messages sent by the owners in the owner group, Eton couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. If you sell your supplies to others or even give them away now, you will definitely regret it in a few days. Eton sneered. Afterwards, Eton continued to scroll down the information in the owners group, and one message caught his attention. A property manager named Wang Tiankai sent a message in the group, saying that he would call everyone to a meeting in the underground garage at 7 o'clock tonight. Interesting, the property manager is going to call a meeting of the owners on the second day after the apocalypse. I'll go and join in the fun, so I don't get bored staying in the house all the time. Eton said playfully. After that, Eton stopped checking WeChat and took out a bottle of iced Sprite from his infinite warehouse. He drank it while playing games happily. Chapter 4, Teaching the Arrogant Beauty a Lesson. At 6:30 in the evening of the second day after Doomsday, Eton finished his dinner and walked leisurely towards the underground garage. Just when he was halfway there, he suddenly met a beautiful young woman with a plump figure. She was the one Eton met when he first came here. The beautiful young woman nodded politely and said, "Hello," after seeing Eton. "Hello." Eton also said politely. After saying hello, Eton passed by the beautiful young woman and prepared to continue heading to the underground garage. However, at this moment, the beautiful young woman suddenly called him. "Brother, can you wait a moment? I have something I want to discuss with you." Eton was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look at the beautiful young woman. "Do you have something you want to discuss with me? Tell me what it is." Eton said calmly. "Do you have any extra food and water that you can give me? My family ran out of supplies a few days ago, and I wanted to go out and replenish them yesterday, but..." After the beautiful young woman finished speaking, Eton couldn't help but reveal an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. He carefully looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, and then said playfully, "I have a lot of supplies stored, enough to last for a long time, but why should I help you? I can buy it with money, and we can negotiate the price," the beautiful young woman said immediately. "Ha ha ha. Bye. If the natural disasters outside continue, the entire social order will collapse, and money will be nothing but a pile of waste paper." Eton said coldly. "No. Impossible. This natural disaster cannot possibly continue forever. After the disaster is over, money will definitely still be able to circulate. Ha, if you don't believe me, forget it. Just wait for the disaster to end. Goodbye." After saying that, Eton no longer paid any attention to the beautiful young woman and walked towards the underground garage on his own. When the beautiful young woman saw Eton leaving without looking back, a trace of sadness appeared on her face. "Oh. I hope this natural disaster will end soon," sighed the beautiful young woman. Afterwards, the beautiful young woman also rushed towards the underground garage. Soon, Eton arrived at the underground garage. At this time, the underground garage was already full of people and the meeting was about to begin. Soon, a greasy middle-aged man with glasses walked in front of everyone. This man was Wang Tiankai, the property manager of the community. "Everyone. I believe you all understand what situation we are facing now. What we should do next is to try to save ourselves. As we all know, people cannot live without water and food. Without water and food, they will die of thirst or starvation. So I propose that everyone unite and pool all the supplies together, and then distribute them according to the situation, so as to avoid wasting food and water. As long as we hold on long enough, I believe we will be rescued one day." As Wang Tiankai finished speaking, many people in the crowd expressed their agreement, thinking that what Wang Tiankai said made sense. They feel that in times of crisis like this, everyone should unite and try to keep as many people alive as possible. Of course, there are also some people who completely disagree with what Wang Tiankai said. The reason for those who disagree is very simple, that is the so-called reasonable distribution based on the number of people really reasonable? What is the specific distribution method? Who is responsible for the distribution? Who can guarantee that those who distribute the materials will be absolutely fair and just? There are also some people who neither expressed approval nor opposition, but chose to remain silent. But Eton guessed that those who remain silent might be the ones most opposed to this proposal. I guess those who remain silent have enough food and water at home, so they won't agree to hand over the supplies and share them with others. Eton thought to himself. Just then, a middle-aged man who looked like a big business owner stepped out from the crowd and asked a question. Manager Wang, you said that we should distribute materials reasonably according to the situation. Then let me ask you, how should we distribute them specifically? Where should we store the concentrated materials? After listening to the middle-aged man, Wang Tiankai smiled and said, "It turns out to be boss son. The question you just asked is very simple. We can store the food in the warehouse in the underground garage. In this way, everyone can collect supplies in the underground garage in the future without having to move the supplies around. As for the issue of reasonable distribution of supplies, we can let each building elect a representative, and let these elected representatives distribute the supplies together with our property people." Boss son, what do you think? After Wang Tiankai finished speaking, he immediately turned his gaze to Boss Sun. Boss Sun thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "This is fair. Each building sends a representative to manage the distribution of materials, and it is not easy for people to embezzle materials. If that is the case, then I agree with this suggestion." After Boss Sun expressed his agreement with Wang Tiansai's proposal, many people in the crowd stood up and agreed with him, all expressing their agreement with this plan. Eton, who had been watching the show on the side, felt something was wrong when he saw the scene in front of him. Why do Manager Wang and Boss Sun feel like they are playing a double act? Did they contact each other beforehand and then put on a show tonight? And those few people who jumped out to agree with Boss Sun as soon as he finished speaking were most likely their hired accomplices. I guess those who agreed to hand over the supplies will be badly cheated. Yi Tian thought to himself. But no matter what he thought, Yi Tian had no intention of caring about this matter at all. Yi Tian has always followed a principle, that is to let go of the desire to help others and respect the fate of others. None of the people here have anything to do with Yi Tian. What does their life and death have to do with Yi Tian? Moreover, it is the end of the world now. Being a saint in the end of the world? Is it because you think you are not dying fast enough? In the short period of time that followed, those people used various tricks again, and more people were fooled by them and agreed to hand over their supplies. Soon, someone found Yi Tian. "This sir looks unfamiliar. Are you also from our community?" asked a man holding a notebook. Before Yi Tian had time to speak, a harsh voice came over. "He's just a stinky loser who delivers takeout. He's not the owner of this place. We don't need to pay attention to him." This voice made Yi Tian frown and he immediately looked in the direction of the voice. "Isn't this the beautiful girl I bumped into when I first came to the community? At that time, she called me a stinky delivery man, but I endured it. But now it's the end of the world, and this ignorant woman actually dares to call me a loser? It seems I must teach her a lesson." Yi Tian thought viciously. The next moment, Yi Tian pushed away the man holding the notebook in front of him and walked straight to the charming woman. Bang! A loud slap was slapped hard on the charming woman's face. Chapter 5. What? Are you not convinced? The loud slap startled everyone present, and they all turned their eyes to Yi Tian. You actually hit me? You hit a woman, you, woo-woo." After being beaten, Shin Shiyan cried so hard that her eyes were red and I felt sorry for her when I looked at her. Shin Shiyan's appearance made some of the men around her who seemed to be righteous people but were actually bootlickers unable to hold back. Soon, a man wearing glasses and looking gentle walked up to Yi Tian and shouted at him loudly. "As a grown man, you are so ungraceful that you slap a woman in public. Aren't you ashamed?" After the man with glasses finished speaking, the group of bootlickers around him also echoed him. "That's right. How could there be such a disgusting person in our neighborhood? He must be taught a lesson. Bah! Our neighborhood is a high-end neighborhood. He's just a delivery man who rented a house in our neighborhood. How could he be from our neighborhood? It turns out he's just a stinky delivery guy. No wonder his character is so low. For such a low-quality person, we should give him a good beating and teach him a lesson." Soon, 10 indignant lickers walked up to Yi Tian, glared at him, and were ready to attack at any time. At the same time, people around him also began to complain about Yi Tian. "I just pointed out his identity as a food delivery man, and he ended up hitting me. Men like this will live their lives like this, destined to be at the bottom of society forever. It's just what you deserve." Faced with threats and complaints, Yi Tian couldn't help but sneer and looked at them with contempt. "You said I hit a woman? I did, so what? Are you not convinced?" As he said that, Yi Tian took out a desert eagle from his pocket and pointed it at the man with glasses who stepped forward first. After seeing the desert eagle in Yi Tian's hand, the dogs were stunned and then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Who are you trying to fool with a toy gun? You're just a stinky delivery boy. Do you think you have a real gun? This is hilarious. You're trying to scare us with a broken toy gun? Do you really think we're fools? This guy is getting more and more despicable the more I look at him. You should teach him a lesson right away. I don't want to see him again. Listening to the voices mocking Eton, the man with glasses who stood up first felt extremely proud. He felt that what he did was absolutely right. Maybe after this time, the goddess Shin would look at him with new eyes and even allow him to have a kiss with her. Eton looked at the person who was mocking him and could only sigh helplessly. You are looking for death, you can't blame me. Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton pulled the trigger in his hand. There was a bang and the bullet shot out from the Desert Eagle and hit the man with glasses right in the middle of his eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, the man with glasses was shot in the head, his brain exploded, and he died completely. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone around was stunned, and then they took a breath of cold air. At this moment, those who had previously laughed at Eton couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. But despite their fear, they still kept their mouths shut. I advise you not to do anything rash. Killing is against the law. You have already killed someone. You can't make the same mistake again. He's murdered. He's murdered. Let's call the police right away, arrest him, and sentence him to death. How dare you commit a crime in this neighborhood? Do you really think there is no law here? Looking at the group of people in front of him who were still trying to explain the law to him, Eton sneered in his heart again. It is the end of the world now. Where are the laws? Where are the police? These people still don't understand the situation. But it doesn't matter, Eton will soon make them calm down completely and let them accept the reality. Bang! Another gunshot was heard, and the Desert Eagle bullet once again pierced the forehead of a bootlicker. This shot made the eyes of the people around him widen, and they looked at Eton in disbelief. Does this guy really not care about the law? Ha ha! Anyone who mocked me just now must die. Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton pulled the trigger continuously, and the sound of bang 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 continued to ring out. Bullet after bullet was fired from the Desert Eagle, accurately hitting the remaining tortoise men, causing their brains to burst and they died. Kill them all. He actually killed them all. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. My family has some money, and I am pretty, I can. Woo woo woo. Please spare my life. I promise to serve you comfortably in the future. The fairies' mouths, which had been as hard as dead ducks, finally softened and began to beg for mercy. However, in the face of these little fairies' pleas for mercy, Eton just looked at them coldly, and then continued to pull the trigger. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire rang out again, and a few seconds later, the heads of more than a dozen fairies were shot through by Desert Eagle bullets, and they died. Looking at this scene, everyone around was numb. Some of them wanted to escape at this time, but they were afraid that the first person to escape would be targeted by Eton and be shot. Some people had already forgotten about running away. They were filled with fear and their legs could not help but tremble. Others were deeply shocked by the bloody scene before them. Where had they ever seen more than 20 people being shot to death at once? Therefore, many people have started vomiting. Eton ignored those people who had nothing to do with him. He just slowly pointed the gun at Shin, the extremely beautiful but also extremely arrogant supermodel. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun pointing at her, Shin felt extremely frightened. The delivery guy in front of me really kills without blinking an eye. There are more than 20 corpses lying around. Who wouldn't be scared? Therefore, after Eton pointed the gun at Shin fell to her knees in fear. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that to you. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Woo woo woo. As long as you are willing to spare my life, then I will. I will. Looking at Shin, who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Eton's mouth. This beautiful supermodel who was so arrogant just now finally knelt down. Bang! Another gunshot was heard, and the bullet from the Desert Eagle passed by Shin. If you want to live, follow me. Eton said coldly. After saying that, Eton turned and left, ready to go back to his room. Shin, who didn't want to be shot, followed without any hesitation. Chapter 6 Kidnappers. After Eton left, everyone in the underground garage breathed a sigh of relief. Manager Wang and Boss Sun wiped the cold sweat from their heads and said, "Continue to count the people who are willing to hand in the supplies for unified distribution. After the count, everyone can go home. Just hand in the supplies to the underground garage at noon tomorrow." After saying that, Manager Wang and Boss Sun's men took a deep breath and continued with their statistical work. As time went on, with the help of Manager Wang and Boss Sun's agents, more and more people agreed to hand over supplies for unified distribution. Seeing so many people on the statistical list, Boss Sun and Manager Wang couldn't help but reveal a smile of success on their faces. As long as the supplies are gathered in their hands, wouldn't they have the final say on how they are distributed? As for electing a representative from each building to distribute supplies fairly, there is a lot of room for maneuver in this matter and there is no need to worry at all. Those who are willing to hand over supplies and agree to unified distribution are naturally not all fools. On the contrary, many of them are very smart. A large number of these people don't have much supplies at home, and even if they do, they are just some miscellaneous snacks that can't last for long. In this situation, if you hand over the supplies that can barely sustain your survival and wait for others to distribute them, you will not only not lose money, but you can even get some extra supplies for free. The people who were truly cheated were those who had sufficient supplies at home but were fooled into believing what Boss Sun and Manager Wang said. However, neither the deceiving Boss Sun and Manager Wang, nor those who were prepared to get the supplies for free, nor the people who were actually deceived, noticed that there were several pairs of malicious eyes staring at them at this moment. "Brother Huang Hao, it seems that there will be a lot of supplies gathered in the underground garage by noon tomorrow. Let's take action then," a scarred man said coldly. The man called Brother Huang Hao is a man who wears glasses and a suit and looks very gentle, but is actually a social scum. After listening to Scarface's advice, Huang Hao couldn't help but sneer. "Tell the brothers to bring their weapons and seize all the gathered supplies tomorrow at noon. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed," Huang Hao said coldly. "Yes, Brother Huang." As he spoke, Huang Hao pushed up his glasses and looked at the 7 burly men behind him. The 7 burly men also looked at Huang Hao, and the 8 of them laughed out loud together. These 7 burly men and Huang Hao were lawless criminals before the end of the world, and they made a living by kidnapping and extortion. Just a month ago, these 8 people kidnapped a rich second-generation man, extorted a lot of money from him, and eventually killed him. The reason why they appear in Jolon Lake community now is because it is a high-end community with many wealthy people living here. This allows them, as professional kidnappers, to better select kidnapping targets. What will happen to those who are kidnappers before the end of the world? Of course, it would become even more ferocious and brutal. Therefore, in the next half day, the 8 people prepared their weapons and waited for a good fight at noon tomorrow. In Eton's house, Shen Xian was looking at him with fear on her face. "No, don't kill me. I've followed you here. You can do whatever you want to me," Shen Xian said tremblingly. Looking at Shen Xian's frightened expression, Eton showed what he thought was a warm smile. Then he said, "As long as you are obedient and serve as my maid, not only will I not hurt you, but I will also ensure that you have enough supplies for life in this apocalypse." Upon hearing this, Shen Xian nodded immediately, indicating that she would be obedient and be a good maid. Eton was very satisfied with Shen Xian's submissive attitude. "Go to the bathroom and take a shower first, and then come to me after you're done. As for what I want you to do, I think you should be very clear about it, right?" Eton said. "I understand, Master," Shen Xian said respectfully. "Go ahead." Afterwards, Shen Xian went to the bathroom and started to wash herself. After a while, Shen Xian came to Eton wrapped in a bath towel and looked at him with seductive eyes. Eton looked at Shen Xian with an aggressive gaze, then nodded with satisfaction. She is worthy of being a supermodel. Her face can score more than 9 points, and her figure is even better, full marks of 10. Eton sighed in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Eton stepped forward and hugged Shen Xian. Shen Xian also cooperated and snuggled into Eton's arms. "Master, please favor me." TSK. "Since you said so, I won't be polite." Soon, Eton and Shen Xian held an exchange meeting, during which the two had an in-depth exchange and deepened their understanding of each other. The whole room was filled with a strange and ambiguous atmosphere because of this exchange meeting, and from time to time, pleasant and melodious voices would come out of Shen Xian's mouth. After an unknown amount of time of communication, Shen Xian, who was having such an in-depth communication for the first time, was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Eton, who was still energetic and had an unsatisfied look on his face, had nothing else to do, so he soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Eton woke up first. He looked at the stunning beauty Shin Shiyan lying beside him and couldn't help but laugh evilly. It was only the third day of the apocalypse, and Shin Shiyan, a supermodel who had many flatterers and was arrogant before the apocalypse, had already become his maid. The end of the world is hell for others, but it is heaven for Eton. Then, Eton woke up Shin Shiyan and looked at him with a serious look. The same hashtag, line 4 ban, at mtransfer SV this $4x, file DB5ASH9F, 56YFBDCNXFD8LC7, ISA3 equals 6TXDWEO67RE plus M$28A24 equals EQ4A caret 00B5, 26W5K, QRBC5E5N1AKCI4I at BG3W9 at? As a maid, how dare you wake up later than me, your master? Eton said coldly. Hearing Eton say this, Shin Shiyan shuddered with fear. I'm sorry, master. I know I was wrong, and I will never dare to do it again. Shin Shiyan said pitifully. Eton nodded, but he didn't mean to blame anyone. After all, he didn't expect Shin Shiyan to adapt to the identity of a maid right away. Okay, I won't blame you for what happened today. Just behave yourself in the future. From today on, in addition to serving me, you will also be responsible for the cleaning of this room. Do you understand? Eton said. I understand. I will serve the master well and clean the house well. Shin Shiyan said immediately. Hearing this, Eton nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand and asked Shin Shiyan to go and clean up. After Shin Shiyan left his sight, Eton immediately said, System, sign in. Chapter 7, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development level of Superman's Man of Steel has increased by 1.1%. As the system's voice fell, Eton felt a powerful force surging in his body. This power further strengthened his body. When his body was strengthened, Eton would have the physical fitness equivalent to 2.2% of Superman. After feeling his own physical strength, Eton smiled with satisfaction. With such powerful strength, he has more confidence to enjoy life in the end times. Ha! First check the news, then check the community owners group to see if there is anything interesting. As he spoke, Eton took out his cell phone and started reading the news. Most of the news is about the horror of this natural disaster. At this time, the outdoors has become a complete forbidden zone for life. Most people who stay outdoors are either frozen to death, hit to death by hail, or poisoned by the poison in the ice and snow. So almost all the news is reminding everyone not to go out, as it is extremely dangerous. Eton was not interested in these news, only some special official news caught his attention. How can residents who stay indoors save themselves? Please listen to the experts' opinions. Residents' Self-Rescue Guide for Natural Disasters. Summary of Self-Help Methods. After seeing these official news, Eton couldn't help but sneer. TSK. The authorities have issued a news release asking the people to save themselves. It seems that the order outside is on the verge of collapse under this doomsday disaster. We can't count on the official rescue supplies. What's coming is the most chaotic moment in the end times. We can only rely on ourselves. Eton sighed. Immediately afterwards, Eton looked through the community owners group again. There was a heated discussion among the owners group about this natural disaster, but nothing major happened. Therefore, Eton just glanced through it casually and lost interest. This house was quite clean when I rented it before. There isn't much that needs cleaning. So Shin Shiyan should have finished cleaning by now. It's time to call her over to serve me properly. Eton thought to himself. Afterwards, Eton called Shin Shiyan over. However, this time Eton did not want Shin Shiyan to have an in-depth communication with him, but to ask her to help him massage his shoulders and legs. While Shin Shiyan was giving him a massage, Eton opened Steam and started playing a standalone game. At noon on the third day of the apocalypse, in the underground garage. Manager Wang and Boss Sun were originally very happy to see so many people willing to hand over supplies. However, when these people actually took out the supplies, both of their faces turned green. They thought that those people would hand over very practical supplies such as rice, flour, pork, and mineral water. But what was unexpected was that most people handed in snacks such as spicy strips, potato chips, and biscuits, and the quantity of snacks was not large. Obviously, those people who handed in a small amount of snacks did not have much supplies at home, and they agreed to their proposal to hand in supplies for unified distribution just to get other people's supplies for free. Fortunately, some people who had sufficient supplies at home were successfully fooled by them and handed over a lot of rice, noodles, meat, and water. After seeing a lot of truly useful supplies, Manager Wang and Boss Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief. With so many supplies in my hands, it seems that I can also live a good life in this doomsday. Manager Wang smiled in his heart. In this apocalypse, supplies are the most important thing. Having sufficient supplies not only allows you to live well, but also allows you to control others through supplies. There are quite a few beauties in this community who are usually as proud as phoenixes. When their supplies are exhausted and I still have a lot, I might be able to give them, hee hee. Boss Sun thought evilly. Neither Manager Wang nor Boss Sun had good intentions. As more and more supplies gathered, the smiles on the two men's faces grew wider. Soon, all those who agreed with their proposal handed over their supplies. Thank you for your hard work. We will store these supplies in the warehouse in the underground garage and distribute some of them to you every day. This will ensure that everyone can survive and we can get through this together. Manager Wang said with a smile. That's right. In this time of crisis, we must unite and help each other to overcome the difficulties together. Don't worry, Lao Wang and I guarantee that you can all survive in this doomsday. Boss Sun said confidently. After hearing what Manager Wang and Boss Sun said, those who handed in the supplies nodded, and some of those who were fooled even thanked Manager Wang and Boss Sun on the spot. After that, the two men encouraged the people who handed in the supplies and let everyone go home. After the crowd dispersed, Manager Wang and Boss Sun looked at each other, and smiles of success appeared on their faces. Ha ha ha. These idiots really think that they can survive if they hand over the supplies to us? They are so stupid. Manager Wang said with a smile. That's right. Now that the supplies are in our hands, shouldn't we have the final say on how to distribute them? In the days ahead, we just need to give them a little bit of supplies every day, so that they won't starve to death but won't have the strength to resist. By then, those who handed in the supplies will be under our control. After we have enough supplies, it will not be impossible for us to control the entire community. Boss Sun said insidiously. Immediately afterwards, Manager Wang and Boss Sun ordered their men to quickly move the gathered materials to the warehouse in the underground garage. They are ready to enjoy these supplies. However, at this moment, several cold laughs reached their ears. Ha ha. I didn't expect that your clumsy tricks could deceive quite a few people and allow you to gather a lot of supplies. Unfortunately, these supplies will soon be ours. It's useless to rely on cheating in this situation. If you want to survive better in the apocalypse, you have to be strong enough. Thank you for helping us collect so many supplies, now you can go away. Manager Wang and Boss Sun turned around and saw 8 men holding knives with sinister faces. 7 of these 8 men are big and burly, and look like they are not easy to mess with. The remaining man, who was wearing glasses and a suit, was obviously a scoundrel. You, what do you want to do? Manager Wang asked fearfully. What? Of course, we're going to rob all your supplies. Huang Hao said coldly. Chapter 8, The Expansion of the Gang. Brothers, let's go together and kill them all, then all these supplies will be ours. Huang Hao said. Get started. The next moment, 8 gangsters led by Huang Hao came at Boss Sun and Manager Wang with knives. Hiss. It looks like they are really here to attack people. Everyone from the security team, come on and stop them. Manager Wang shouted. As long as your security team can get rid of these bandits, you can ask for money or supplies at that time. Boss Sun also shouted. Wang Yukai is the property manager of this community, and Boss Sun is a boss who has a good relationship with Wang Yukai. Therefore, the armed forces at their disposal are the security team of this community. After Manager Wang and Boss Sun made the promise, many members of the security team were excited and immediately stepped forward to stop Huang Hao and others. Huang Hao and his men looked at the security guards rushing over, and a cruel smile appeared on their faces. The next moment, with a pop sound, Huang Hao's knife stabbed into the abdomen of the security guard who was rushing in the front. The security guard who was stabbed soon fell to the ground and died. At the same time, Huang Hao's 7 men had already knocked down the first batch of security guards who rushed up, and each of them had a lot of blood on his body. Looking at the 8 gangsters in front of them with knives in their hands and blood on their bodies, the remaining security guards couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. Huang Hao, the leader and think tank of the kidnapping gang, saw the fear of the security guards at a glance and immediately began his psychological warfare tactics. What are you guys doing with 3,000 yuan a month? Besides, it's the end of the world now, money is useless. As for the supplies those two scammers promised to give you, TSK, if they can cheat those owners, can't they cheat you? Instead of following those two scammers, you security guards might as well join our gang and follow us to rob other people's supplies and women. I promise that you will have a good life in the future. Huang Hao said with a smile. After hearing what Huang Hao said, the remaining security guards were instantly shaken. In the Doomsday world, the most important things are nothing more than two things. The first is supplies. Without enough supplies, people will starve to death or die of thirst. The second is military force. If there is no sufficient military support, no matter how much supplies you have, they will eventually be taken away by others. Now Manager Wang and Boss Sun seem to have both supplies and military force. However, the source of force for these two old swindlers is their security team. As long as the security team does not support them, they will have no force at all. If the security team joins Huang Hao's gang now, Manager Wang and Boss Sun will be like meat on the chopping board, and the supplies they have cheated will be within their grasp. After figuring this out, a sturdy security guard stepped forward and said, "I'd like to join your team." With this security guard taking the lead, the remaining security guards also expressed their willingness to join Huang Hao's gang and completely abandon Manager Wang and Boss Sun. Very good. I promise you won't regret your decision. Joining our team will make your life in this apocalypse much better than it is now. But before you officially join our team, you still have to help us do one thing. Huang Hao said with a smile. As they spoke, Huang Hao and others turned their eyes to Manager Wang and Boss Sunday. Their purpose was self-evident. The people in the security team understood immediately, so they quickly picked up sticks and walked towards the two old swindlers. You want to rebel? I am your manager. I am the one who pays you your salary on weekdays. You all have to listen to me. Manager Wang shouted hysterically. Everyone calm down first, let's talk it over nicely. I can give you all the supplies. If you want money, I can also give it to you, as long as you let me go. Boss Sun begged for mercy. However, neither Manager Wang's hysteria nor Boss Sun's begging for mercy was of any use. The security team still came to the two of them and started hitting them with sticks. The sound of bang 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 continued to ring out, and the two old swindlers were beaten by the security team's sticks until they cried for their parents. Soon, the two scammers, Manager Wang and Boss Sun, were beaten to a bloody pulp, and they were breathing more than they were breathing in. Well done, my team welcomes you to join. Huang Hao said with a smile. At this point, all the members of the community security team joined Huang Hao's kidnapping team. The original gang of 8 people suddenly grew to 20 people, and each of them had more than one life on their hands. After killing 2 old scammers and expanding his team, Huang Hao successfully obtained the key to the underground garage warehouse and also got the list of those who handed in the supplies. You should quickly put all the supplies into the warehouse and lock it. We will let those who handed in the supplies starve for a few days. Wait until they are too hungry to have any strength left, then we'll go to their homes one by one, under the guise of delivering supplies to them, kill the useless people, recruit the useful people, and rob the women. Huang Hao said coldly. Yes, brother Huang Hao. Afterwards, Huang Hao's gang took action and loaded all the supplies into the warehouse. On the other side, Eton had no idea what was happening in the underground garage. He is now enjoying Shen Xian's massage while playing games leisurely. After the game was over, Eton naturally had an in-depth conversation with Shen Xian, which exhausted Shen Xian's physical strength. Looking at Shen Xian, who was sleeping soundly, Eton, who was still unsatisfied, couldn't help but frown. With my current strongest physical fitness, one Shen Xian is far from enough. I need more. Eton thought to himself. Afterwards, Eton picked up his mobile phone and sent a message to the owners group. I'm taking in a girl, providing food and lodging. If you're willing, please send me a full body photo without beauty filters. As soon as this news was released, the owners group went into an uproar. So blatant? Are you crazy about women? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Are you taking her in seriously? Bah! You lowly man. You want to get your hands on this fairy with some supplies? Dream on. Eton looked at these messages cursing him, feeling nothing in his heart, and even felt like laughing. Afterwards, he changed his ID in the owner group to the gun-carrying delivery guy in the underground garage and changed his avatar to his own photo. As soon as he changed his ID and avatar, the group immediately became much quieter. The scene of Eton killing more than 20 people in a row with a desert eagle in the underground garage is still vivid in people's minds. Who would be willing to offend such a god of killing at this time? Therefore, the person who had just mocked Eton in the group not only stopped mocking him, but also began to apologize to him. TSK. That's human nature. But it doesn't matter. They can do whatever they want. It doesn't affect me anyway. I just want the beauty to come to my house. Afterwards, Eton set a table of sumptuous food and had a good meal with Shin Xian. While eating, he did not forget to take photos and upload them to the owners group to show off his wealth and leave another message. Take in the girl, provide food and accommodation. If you are willing, please send me a full body photo without beauty filter. Chapter 9: Being targeted by a female killer. Su Qingyue. Many people originally disdainful of Yi Tian's desire to take in the girl. After all, although Yi Tian has a gun in his hand, it does not mean that he has enough supplies. But now, after seeing the photos Yi Tian posted in the group, some people became interested. In a room in Building 8, a beautiful young woman took a deep breath after seeing the photos and messages sent by Yi Tianfa. Alas! I don't know when this natural disaster will end. The food and water at home have run out. If the natural disaster doesn't stop and rescue supplies don't arrive, then I'm afraid I can only devote myself to the delivery boy. This beautiful young woman is named Su Qingyue. She is the wife of the chairman of Hongyuan Group and a typical wealthy wife. She was the beautiful young woman that Yi Tian met when he first came to this community. Yi Tian also met her once during the community meeting yesterday. At that time, Su Qingyue was thinking about using money to buy Yi Tian's supplies, but was decisively rejected by Yi Tian. By now she was almost penniless and hadn't eaten anything for the entire day. She was starving. How long can she continue in this state? Su Qingyue herself didn't know. She only knew that if she was really hungry, she could only try to find Yi Tian. Judging from the photos Yi Tian just sent, Shin Xian, who lives with him, has a rosy complexion and a smile on her lips. It is obvious that she is living a comfortable life. This made Su Qingyue very excited. 2 days. I will hold on for 2 more days. If the situation doesn't improve after 2 days, I will go find the delivery brother. Su Qingyue decided. Almost everyone saw the message Yi Tian sent to the owners group, and Huang Hao and others were no exception. Brother Hao, it seems that this delivery boy has a lot of supplies, and there is such a stunning beauty in his room. Should we? As he said this, the younger brother made a gesture of wiping his neck. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Yi Tian and rob Yi Tian of his supplies and women. Faced with this suggestion from his younger brother, Huang Hao frowned and pondered for a while. After thinking it over, Huang Hao pushed his glasses and said, "This man has a gun, so he might be hard to deal with. Let's ignore him for now." Next, they carried out their plan according to the original plan. They let those who handed in the supplies starve for a few days, and then when they had no strength to resist at all, they entered the houses to kill people, recruit people, and rob women. By then, the size of our team will be further expanded, and the number of people will probably be dozens. With a team of dozens of people, even if the delivery guy has a gun, we can still take care of him. After hearing what Huang Hao said, the younger brothers all nodded. They all felt that the gun in Yi Tian's hand was indeed a very tricky thing. Even with the current size of Huang Hao's team of 20 people, they may not be able to deal with the gun in Yi Tian's hand. But if the team size continues to expand and has more than 50 people, it will be completely different. At that time, 30 or 40 people would rush towards Yi Tian together. Even if Yi Tian had a pistol, he would not be able to kill them in a short time. There will always be someone who can get close to Yi Tian and chop him down. Okay. Let's wait patiently for 2 days. When those people are too hungry to have any strength left, we will carry out our first step of the plan. Huang Hao said. Yes, Brother Hao. Building 6, door 302. There was a knock on the door. The owners of this house were a pair of lustful brothers. After hearing the knock on the door, they immediately looked out through the peephole. Standing at the door was a tall, curvy, beautiful lady with snow-white skin. The beauty now looked panic-stricken. She crossed her arms and looked very cold. Is there anyone? Can you come and save me? I'm cold, thirsty, and hungry now. Could the kind-hearted people inside take me in? I'll do anything for you. Faced with the plea of such a stunning beauty, the two brothers in the room couldn't help but smile at each other. Brother, we must take in a beauty like this. How about we each take turns playing with her for a day? No problem. I'll do as you say. Then, the two brothers opened the door with a click and officially met the beauty. "Beauty, come in, Puff." The moment the two brothers opened the door, the woman who had just looked pitiful suddenly became sharp. She just turned her wrist and a sharp dagger appeared in her hand. Then she swung the dagger as fast as she could and slashed the neck of the older brother. Looking at his brother lying in a pool of blood, the younger brother was filled with fear. "You, who are you? Why did you kill my brother?" Faced with the questioning of the man in front of her, the beautiful woman laughed disdainfully and had no intention of replying. The next moment, the beauty drew her knife again and stabbed at the man with lightning speed. The knife was so fast that the man couldn't dodge it at all. With a swish sound, the knife successfully pierced the man's heart, killing him. Asaba. This damn natural disaster has trapped me in this community. It's not important whether the mission is completed or not. The most important thing now is to keep myself alive. I hope there are more supplies in this room. As she said this, she put on her winter clothes and went into the room to search. After a while she found some of the thickest food in the room and slowly began to eat it. Her name is Park Yunying. She is not a Chinese, but a killer from South Korea. Park Yunying is fluent in 6 languages and is good at fighting skills and assassination. She came to Jinling City this time because she accepted a murder mission. The target was a wealthy male businessman. It is said that the rich businessman's business rival wanted to get rid of him, so he found Park Yunying. However, after Park Yunying accepted the mission and had just rented a house in this community, and had not yet started, the apocalyptic disaster struck. Under the natural disaster, the mission she accepted was completely meaningless, and now she just wanted to survive. If she wants to survive, the only way Park Yunying can think of is to continue doing her old job, killing people. As long as she kills the person, all the other people's supplies become hers? As the saying goes, if my neighbor stores grain, I store guns. My neighbor is my granary. After finishing the food in the house, Park Yunying picked up the two brothers' mobile phones and read the messages in the owner's group. Soon, she saw the information Eton posted about recruiting beauties and the photos of him eating. A lecherous man with sufficient supplies wants to hunt for beauties in the entire community? Humph. It seems that my next target is him. Park Yunying sneered. Chapter 10 Female Killer? A benefit delivered to your doorstep. Park Yunying. After identifying Eton as the target, Park Yunying did not take action immediately, but continued to look through the information in the owner's group. As a killer, she would collect as much information as possible about the target before each killing and make adequate preparations. After carefully reading the information about Eton in the owner's group, Park Yunying's eyes couldn't help but be startled. This man actually has a gun. This is not going to be easy. Although she is a professional killer, she can't withstand bullets. As the saying goes, a gun is fast 7 steps away, and a gun is both accurate and fast within 7 steps. Those scenes in the movies where people rush to grab guns or dodge bullets are all lies. Unless the person using the gun is so bad that he can only draw the outline, the person without a gun will definitely be no match for the person with a gun. But since this person has a big weakness, namely lust, I don't need to worry too much. At worst, I can just sell him some of my sex appeal to make him careless, and then stab him through the heart. Park Yunying thought. Then she got ready. After completing the preparations, Park Yunying felt a little tired, so she decided to rest for a day before killing Eton. Eton sighed. After he posted the information about hosting the girl and the photos of his meals, he stopped looking at the owner's group. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, he was still enjoying Shin Shiyen's massage and playing games on his own. When he got tired of playing games, he would hug Shin Shiyen and have an in-depth conversation with her. They lived a very comfortable life. In a blink of an eye, the 3rd day of the apocalypse was over. On the morning of the 4th day of the apocalypse, Eton slept until he woke up naturally. At this time, Shin Shiyen had already prepared breakfast for him and was cleaning. Well, not bad. It seems that Shin Shiyen has a strong ability to adapt. She has completely adapted to the identity of a maid so quickly. Eton exclaimed. Afterwards, Eton had breakfast and opened the owner's group again. There are a lot more waves among the owners today than yesterday. First of all, there are those who handed in the supplies. They handed over the supplies to Boss Sun and Manager Wang yesterday, and logically, the supplies should have been distributed today. However, they waited for half a morning and didn't see anything, so they started cursing in the group and tagged Boss Sun and Manager Wang. Manager Wang and Boss Sun had already been killed by Huang Hao's gang at this time, so how could they possibly reply to those people? Therefore, no matter how harshly those who handed in the supplies cursed in the owner's group, it was useless. After all, the dead could not reply to them. Secondly, there are the families of boss Sun and manager Wang. They are also confused now. They were fine when I went out yesterday, and many owners in the owner group also said that the handed-in supplies were in their hands. So where are they now? Even their families don't know. Finally, because Eton sent out a message yesterday about taking in the girl and providing her with food and lodging, he received a lot of private messages this morning. Alas! There are quite a few women who chat with me privately, but there is not a single real beauty. Either they are ugly and don't realize it, or they are beautified to the point of distorting space. It's really disappointing. Yi Tian sighed. Neither the messages in the owner's group nor the private messages sent to him by others could arouse Yi Tian's interest. Where did manager Wang and boss Sun, those two old liars, go? What did it have to do with Yi Tian whether they were dead or alive? He just doesn't care. As for those ugly women, Yi Tian felt that looking at them for one more second would pollute his eyes. So after reading this information, Yi Tian put down his mobile phone, opened Steam and prepared to play games. Of course, before playing the game, Yi Tian did not forget another important thing. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. 1.1 billion cubic meters of pure water were obtained. The development level of Superman's Man of Steel increased by 0.1%. As the system finished speaking, a lot of floating water appeared in Yi Tian's infinite warehouse. At the same time, Yi Tian's physical fitness also improved slightly. Fuck. Today's sign-in reward is awesome. Even if the tap water is cut off in the future, I will never lack water. Yi Tian said happily. What does 1.1 billion cubic meters of water mean? You should know that the water storage capacity of the entire Taihu Lake is only 4.4 billion cubic meters. At this moment, Yi Tian now owns 1/4 of the water in Taihu Lake. This amount of water is definitely enough for Yi Tian to use forever. After being excited for a while, Yi Tiankai managed to calm down and regain his composure. Then, he called Xin Shiyan to massage his shoulders, and opened a stand-alone game on Steam to play. Bang bang bang! Just when Yi Tian was having a great time playing games, there was a sudden knock on the door. Who would come to see me at this time? Xin Shiyan, take a look through the cat's eye. Yi Tian said. Yes, master. After answering, Xin Shiyan immediately ran to the door and saw the situation outside through the peephole. I saw a tall, curvy, beautiful, fair-skinned beauty standing in front of the door. She was wearing thin clothes and shivering, looking very pitiful. What a beautiful woman. A beautiful mistress like this must be a favorite. After taking another look at the beautiful woman outside the door through the peephole, Xin Shiyan immediately reported the matter to Yi Tian. Oh? The one knocking on the door is a beauty? Interesting. Yi Tian said with a smile. After knowing this, Yi Tian stopped playing games and walked towards the door. He looked through the peephole and found that the person standing outside the door was indeed a top beauty. TSK. It looks like there will be another beauty in my house. Yi Tian said evilly. The next moment, Yi Tian decisively opened the door and let the beauty in. Thank you. Thank you for taking me in. The beautiful lady thanked him repeatedly and slowly moved closer to Yi Tian, looking at him with seductive eyes. Yi Tian was indeed completely defenseless at this time. He wanted to eat this beautiful woman who came to his doorstep right away. Therefore, the two of them got closer and closer, and Yi Tian's hand was almost touching the beauty's body. However, when the distance between the two was less than half a meter, the beautiful woman who had just looked pitiful suddenly jumped up. She just turned her wrist and a dagger appeared in her hand and stabbed towards Yi Tian at a very fast speed. This lecherous man is dead. All his belongings will be mine, the beautiful woman thought excitedly. But the next second, the beauty was dumbfounded. Did the dagger stab Yi Tian's left chest? The answer is yes. Did it go in? Of course not. Even the Man of Steel, whose development progress is only 2.3%, cannot be hurt by an ordinary dagger. The beautiful woman's dagger stabbed Yi Tian's body just like stabbing a piece of hard steel. No. Impossible. Why can't you penetrate? Are you wearing a bulletproof vest? That's not right. This is not the feeling of a dagger stabbing a bulletproof vest. What's going on? Who are you? Faced with the question from this beautiful lady, Eton couldn't help but sneer. You ask me who I am? I also want to ask you who you are. But no matter who you are, I can't deny the fact that you are indeed a stunning beauty. And for a beauty like you who wants to kill me, no matter who you are, I have to collect some interest from you first. Yi Tian said evilly. After saying that, Yi Tian grabbed the beauty in front of him and carried her directly to the bed. Immediately afterwards, the female killer's screams rang out in the house. Chapter 11, Taking the Female Killer as a Maid. After a while, Park Yun-young woke up. Get away from me! Park Yun-young shouted angrily. Yi Tian smiled slightly, with no intention of leaving. Instead, he stared at Park Yun-young with an extremely aggressive look. Your skills are far superior to those of ordinary people, and the force of the knife you stabbed at me was also far greater than that of an ordinary person. I just noticed that your muscles are very tight. You definitely can't be a weak woman. So, beauty, who are you? Yi Tian asked indifferently. Park Yun-young was shocked and looked at Yi Tian with horror. I'm a female fighter. It seems like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Fine. I'll see how long you can keep your stubbornness going. The next moment, Yi Tian was ready to punish Park Yun-young severely again to teach her a lesson. Park Yun-young is a rookie, how can she withstand such high-intensity communication from Yi Tian? Therefore, Park Yun-young soon began to beg for mercy. I'll tell you whatever you ask. Please forgive me. Park Yun-young begged. Humph. If you had surrendered earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer like this. However, it's too late for you to beg for mercy now. Wait until this punishment is over. Yi Tian said coldly. Then the punishment continued. All this stopped until Park Yun-young was punished to the point where she gradually lost consciousness. Ha! After this punishment, I believe she is completely convinced? Yi Tian said with a smile. After that, Yi Tian looked at Park Yun-young again, left the room and went to rest on his own. The morning of the 5th day of Doomsday. When Yi Tian woke up, Shin Shiyan had already prepared breakfast for him and cleaned the house. As for Park Yun-young, she is still in a coma. Yi Tian didn't want to pay attention to her for the time being, so he just let her be. Ha! It's already the 5th day of the apocalypse. I wonder what reward the system will give me today. System, sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained a large power storage cabinet 2000 kWh. The development level of Superman's Man of Steel has increased by 0.1%. As the system finished speaking, a large power storage cabinet appeared in Yi Tian's infinite space, and his physical strength also increased slightly. Not bad. With this large power storage cabinet, we won't have to worry about power issues for a long time to come. Next, even if the Doomsday develops to the point where there is no water or electricity, I don't need to be afraid. Yi Tian thought excitedly. I signed in yesterday and received a large amount of purified water. I signed in today and received a large power storage cabinet. With both water and electricity, Yi Tian has more confidence in surviving the Doomsday. At this moment, there was a click sound, and a door was opened. Park Yun-young walked out of the room slowly and weakly. When Yi Tian saw Park Yun-young looking so weak, he couldn't help but look at her with a smile. Beauty, can you tell me the truth now? Who are you? What do you want to do? Yi Tian asked coldly. I am a professional killer from the Republic of Korea. My name is Park Yun-young, and I came to this community because I accepted a mission to kill someone. But just as I was about to take action, a natural disaster struck and the mission became meaningless. After that, I just wanted to collect as much supplies as possible to survive. Park Yun-young said weakly. After listening to what Park Yun-young said, Yi Tian's mind suddenly became clear. It turns out she is a beautiful killer from South Korea. TSK. Interesting, I never thought there would be someone like you in this neighborhood. From now on, you will follow me and be my maid. I promise that you won't have to worry about daily necessities in this Doomsday. Yi Tian said confidently. Upon hearing this, Park Yun-young looked at Yi Tian deeply, then nodded. Although this man in front of her was a new acquaintance, his strength was truly powerful, so powerful that it was beyond Park Yun-young's understanding. And through the information collected previously, Park Yun-young knew that he had a large amount of material reserves and would have no worries about food and clothing in the end times. In addition, Yi Tian himself is also quite good looking. Finally, Park Yun-young is a woman who is very aware of the times and does not have any strong sense of pride. Under the combination of these four factors, Park Yun-young simply chose to surrender. Isn't it just being a maid? It's really not a big deal. Master, from now on I will be your little maid, and will always be ready to take your orders. Park Yun-young said respectfully. Looking at Park Yun-young's humble appearance, Eton couldn't help but let out an evil laugh. From then on, this beautiful Korean killer officially became one of his maids. Of course, Eton knew very well in his heart that neither Shin Shi-yen nor Park Yun-young had any feelings for him. They just wanted to survive in this doomsday, so they were willing to be Eton's maids. Eton didn't care about it at all, and he had never thought about having a relationship in this doomsday. It was difficult to talk about feelings before the end of the world, let alone after the end of the world. What Eton has always wanted is just a beautiful woman's body, not her heart. Yun-young, although your assassination mission has become meaningless after the natural disaster, I am still curious, who is your target? Eton asked puzzledly. My target is named Chen Tianlong. He is the chairman of Hongda Real Estate and a giant in the real estate industry in this city. As for the identity of the person who hired me, I don't know. Park Yun-young said truthfully. Hearing this, Eton nodded. Chen Tianlong, the chairman of Hongda Real Estate, had heard of him even though Eton was just a delivery man. This person is the boss of a real estate company and has the power to influence the housing prices in a city. Before the end of the world, when Eton was still working as a delivery man, there was a period of time when housing prices skyrocketed, causing rents to rise, which greatly increased Eton's cost of living. There are many reasons for the skyrocketing housing prices, but Chen Tianlong's operations are certainly one of the factors that cannot be ignored. After satisfying his curiosity, Eton no longer thought about it. After all, Chen Tianlong has nothing to do with Eton, and under this natural disaster, Park Yun-young's mission is meaningless. You are my maid now, and I will not treat you too harshly. Go eat something and have a good rest. After you recover, I will arrange the work for you as a maid. Eton said lightly. Park Yun-young nodded after hearing this, and then went to eat and rest. After Park Yun-young left, Eton took out his mobile phone and prepared to check the owners group to see if anything interesting had happened. However, the moment he turned on his phone, a call came from an unfamiliar phone number. After Eton answered the phone, a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Excuse me, are you Mr. Eton? Yes, I am Eton. Hello, let me introduce myself first. My name is Chen Tianlong. Chapter 12 Chairman's Fiancé. Yu Xiaotong. Eton was stunned for a moment. He just found out that Park Yun-young's assassination target was Chen Tianlong, and then this Chen Tianlong called him? Are there really such coincidences in this world? However, although Eton had some doubts in his heart, he still planned to continue chatting with Chen Tianlong to relieve his boredom. Anyway, Eton has the Desert Eagle with unlimited bullets, and the development level of Superman's Man of Steel has reached 2.4%. He has strong military power and doesn't have to worry about any conspiracies or tricks from others. After all, in the face of absolutely invincible military force, no amount of conspiracies or tricks are of any use. Hello, Mr. Yi, are you still listening? Chen Tianlong couldn't help asking when he saw no sound on the other end of the phone. Eton smiled and said, I'm listening, Mr. Chen, please speak. Mr. Yi, I'm afraid you don't know my specific identity yet, so I'd better introduce myself first. I am the chairman of Hongda Real Estate. Chen Tianlong said. Okay, I see, so what exactly do you want to say? Mr. Yi, I'm glad you understand. I have a suggestion. If you can hand over half of the supplies you have, then when the disaster is over, I, Chen, am willing to give you half of my shares. Hearing Chen Tianlong's proposal, Eton couldn't help but sneer. This Chen Tianlong is quite courageous. The half of the shares he holds are of extremely high value, and it is definitely a wealth that Eton could not even imagine before the end of the world. It's a pity that money is completely useless in this frozen apocalypse. Boss Chen, your half of the shares were indeed worth a fortune before the end of the world, but now, I'm afraid it's not as valuable as a pack of instant noodles. So you'd better stop making promises to me. I can't eat them. Eton said lightly. In fact, the current situation is already very clear. The authorities are constantly issuing news asking people to save themselves, which shows that this natural disaster is simply beyond human control. Even the authorities don't know when this natural disaster will end, let alone others. Therefore, it is meaningless to talk about what will happen after the natural disaster ends. What's more, Eton, who has the Doomsday Check-In System, knows very well that this natural disaster will definitely not be stopped in a short time. Talking about money with him in this situation? What is the use of money? Chen Tianlong was somewhat speechless after hearing what Eton said. He thought for a while before saying, in that case, let us not talk about money. I heard that you like beautiful women very much. I happen to have one here. See if you like her. Soon, Eton received several photos. The photo shows a beautiful woman in her early 20s with a pure look, tall figure, curvy figure, and fair skin. She has long hair and a pair of watery eyes, which are very attractive. Her breasts and hips are not particularly big, but they are in perfect proportion, which can be called top-notch. TSK. She is actually a pure beauty. Interesting. Eton thought to himself. Shin Shiyan is a charming beauty, while Park Yunying is a capable type. They are both very beautiful, but they are definitely not pure. So this pure beauty in the photo really made Eton's heart beat. If I give this woman to you, how much supplies can you give me? Chen Tianlong asked. Boss Chen, aren't you in real estate? How come you have become a human trafficker now? Eton asked playfully. When Chen Tianlong heard what Eton said, his brows furrowed tightly, and his anger exploded. If it was before the end of the world, Eton, a stinky delivery man, wouldn't even be qualified to talk to him, so how could he have the chance to scold him on the phone? However, considering the limited supplies he had left, Chen Tianlong forced himself to suppress his anger and continue to negotiate with Eton. Mr. Yi, you probably don't know the identity of the woman in the photo yet, right? Let me tell you, her name is Yu Qiutong, she is the campus beauty of Jinlin University, and she is now a sophomore. A few days ago, I used money to persuade her to marry me, but she insisted on waiting until after marriage to do that kind of thing. Mr. Yi, you know what I mean, right? Chen Tianlong said with a smile. After hearing what Chen Tianlong said, Eton's eyes lit up. My goodness, the pure and beautiful girl next to the chairman is actually still a virgin? That's so interesting. Boss Chen, so Yu Qiutong is still your fiancée. Are you going to sell her off? Yi Qing asked playfully. Ha ha. Mr. Yi, we are all smart people, there is no need to explain everything, right? It's true that she is my fiancée, but she is also the woman I got with money, so there is no such thing as love between us. In this natural disaster, practical supplies are more important than my fiancée. Chen Tianlong said. Having said that, Chen Tianlong paused for a moment and then made his final proposal. Mr. Yi, what do you think about exchanging my fiancée for half of your supplies? If you agree, we can go to the underground garage to trade later. Chen Tianlong said. Facing Chen Tianlong's proposal, Eton laughed evilly and said, okay. See you in the underground garage in half an hour. Then see you then, said Chen Tianlong. Then Chen Tianlong hung up the phone. TSK. A pre-apocalyptic real estate company tycoon is using his fiancée to exchange supplies with me? There's no need to even think about it, there's definitely something wrong. But what if there is a problem? As long as that woman named Yu Qiutong appears in front of me, I will have a way to take her down. As for Chen Tianlong's conspiracy and tricks, they are meaningless in the face of my absolutely powerful strength. Eton said confidently. Afterwards, Eton left his house and walked towards the underground garage. On the other side, after Eton agreed to make a deal with Chen Tianlong, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brother Long, has the kid taken the bait? Asked a burly man. Ha ha. Eton is still too young and full of vigor. He can't even walk when he sees a beautiful woman. With Qiutong's beauty, of course she will take the bait. Chen Tianlong said coldly. That's good. We brothers will get ready now. As soon as he comes to the underground garage, we will catch him, said the burly man. Yeah, but you have to be careful, that guy has a gun in his hand, don't let him drag one of you down with him. Don't worry, Brother Long. Can we be defeated by a yellow-haired boy? As he spoke, the three people behind Chen Tianlong each took out a pistol, loaded it with bullets, turned on the safety, and were ready to shoot at any time. Soon, Eton appeared in the underground garage and looked at them with amusement. Boss Chen, why can't I see your fiancée? Eton asked with a smile. Chapter 13, Conspiracy? Break it with one force. The moment Eton asked this question, three pistols under Chen Tianlong's command were pointed at Eton's forehead. Ha ha ha. Eton, you are too naive after all. Do you really think I would trade my fiancé with you? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? A stinky delivery man actually dares to touch my fiancé? Are you worthy? Chen Tianlong laughed wantonly. The three younger brothers of Chen Tianlong who were pointing guns at Yi Tian also started laughing. At this moment, 3 guns were pointed at Yi Tian's head at the same time, and Chen Tianlong and others felt that they had a sure win. Next, all you need to do is hold Yi Tian hostage, find Yi Tian's supplies and snatch them away, and finally kill Yi Tian. Looking at the 4 people in front of him who thought they had the overall situation in control, Yi Tian couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The gun is indeed fast and accurate within 7 steps, but that is only for ordinary people. But for Yi Tian, a Superman, just 3 pistols can't do anything to him. Therefore, Yi Tian did not show the slightest panic, but instead seemed extremely calm. Boss Chen, I just want to ask you one thing. Is the woman named Yu Qiutong in the photo really your fiancée? Is she still living with you now? Facing Yi Tian's question, Chen Tianlong smiled. In Chen Tianlong's opinion, Yi Tian has already realized that he is doomed, and now he probably wants to see Yu Qiutong before he dies to satisfy his last curiosity. Boy, you are already a dying man, so I will satisfy your last curiosity. Qiutong, come out. Chen Tianlong said. After Chen Tianlong finished speaking, a beautiful woman who was even more beautiful than in the photo, with a more graceful figure and a purer temperament slowly walked out from a dark corner of the garage. It seems this is Yu Qiutong. She is indeed a pure and innocent beauty. From the perspective of beauty and temperament, she is not inferior to Xin Xian and Park Yunying at all, it's just that the style is different. Yi Tian secretly admired in his heart. Just as Yi Tian was admiring in his heart, Yu Qiutong glanced at him with disdain, her eyes full of contempt and disgust. Is it this stinky delivery guy who wants to covet me? Yu Qiutong said contemptuously. That's right. This guy is drooling over you. I sent him your photo to lure him in, but he ended up running to the underground garage to commit suicide. Chen Tianlong said coldly. Humph. You stinky loser. After cursing, Yu Qiutong was ready to turn around and leave. She knew that the next scene might be quite bloody, so she wanted to avoid it. However, Yi Tian has already taken a fancy to her, so can he let her run away? That is definitely impossible. The next moment, the corners of Yi Tian's mouth slightly raised, revealing an evil smile. It's good that Yu Qiutong really exists in this community. Since you have summoned her out, she is no longer of any use to you. Yi Tian said coldly. Boy, are you mentally ill? Are you still thinking about touching my fiancé? I advise you to give up your fantasies and accept reality. Take us to where you store supplies. We can make you suffer less before you die, said Chen Tianlong. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian glanced at him with disdain. Ha ha. Just 3 pistols. They are more than enough to deal with ordinary people, but they are far from enough to deal with me. The next moment, Yi Tian moved. His speed was as fast as lightning, so fast that even within 7 steps, the 3 burly men with guns couldn't aim at him. In an instant, there was a loud bang and a burly man was knocked away by Yi Tian, and crashed into another burly man, knocking him out like a gourd. The 2 men's ribs were broken by Yi Tian's attack and they died on the spot. The last burly man was easily circled behind by Yi Tian, who took out his Desert Eagle and shot him in the back of the head. Bang! After the gunshot, the last burly man's brain burst and he fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian pointed the black muzzle of the Desert Eagle at Chen Tianlong and looked at him with amusement. Boss Chen, do you have any last words? Yi Tian asked with a smile. Thump! Chen Tianlong fell to his knees, his eyes full of fear and confusion. He didn't understand how Yi Tian did it. With 3 guns pointed at his head at the same time, he was able to turn the tide? Yi Tian's strength was so powerful that it was beyond Chen Tianlong's imagination, which made Chen Tianlong panic and extremely confused. The Desert Eagle in Yi Tian's hand pointing at him made Chen Tianlong feel endless fear in his heart. He doesn't want to die yet. Mr. Yi, oh no. Brother Yi, I was wrong. Brother Yi, I really know I was wrong, please spare my life. As long as you are willing to spare my life, I can give you my fiancé without asking for any reward. Chen Tianlong begged for mercy. Facing Chen Tianlong's plea for mercy, Yi Tian sneered and looked at him with extremely contemptuous eyes. You don't know you're wrong, you know you're going to die. As for your fiancé Yu Qiutong, even if I kill you, she will still be mine. Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton pulled the trigger of the Desert Eagle. With a loud bang, the bullet from the Desert Eagle pierced through Chen Tianlong's forehead, causing his brain to burst and he died on the spot. After dealing with Chen Tianlong, Eton turned his gaze to Yu Qiutong, who was shivering in the distance. Then, Eton raised the Desert Eagle again and aimed the black muzzle at Yu Qiutong's head. Thump! Yu Qiutong immediately knelt down when she saw Eton pointing the Desert Eagle at her. No, don't kill me. I'm still young, I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. As long as you can spare my life, I will do anything. Although I am his fiancé, I have not let him touch me so far. Bang! Before Yu Qiutong could finish speaking, Eton pulled the trigger of the Desert Eagle again. A bullet missed Yu Qiutong's head, and she was so scared that she started crying on the spot. Woo woo! At this time, Yu Qiutong was so frightened that she cried and looked pitiful. Okay. Stop crying first. I can give you a way out. Come with me. Eton said coldly. After saying that, Eton confiscated the 3 guns from Chen Tianlong's men and turned away. Yu Qiutong, who wanted to survive, immediately stopped crying and followed him. Before you catch up, remember to find the key to the front door of Chen Tianlong's villa and take it with you. Eton said. Yes, I'll go find the key to the villa right away. Afterwards, Yu Qiutong searched Chen Tianlong's body, successfully found the key to the villa, and followed Eton. TSK. This time in the underground garage, I not only got a pure beauty, but also a villa. After occupying Chen Tianlong's villa, I can not only improve the living environment, but also accommodate more beauties. Eton thought happily. Chapter 14, on someone else's wedding bed. Soon, Eton took Yu Qiutong back to his residence. When Qin Shiyan and Pu Yunying saw that Eton brought back another beauty, they could only sigh helplessly. Both of them were clear about their identities. They were just Eton's maids, not the mistresses here. Therefore, when Eton brought back other beauties, Qin Shiyan and Park Yunying had no choice but to accept it. Let me introduce her to you too. Her name is Yu Qiutong, and she is my new maid. The 3 of you can chat and get to know each other first. Wait a moment, we will leave here together and live in a more spacious villa. Eton said calmly. As soon as Eton finished speaking, Yu Qiutong walked forward and greeted the other 2 beauties in the room. The 3 of them soon started chatting and got to know each other a little. While they were chatting, Eton put all his gaming equipment into the infinite warehouse. After waiting for a while, Eton left the house with the 3 stunning beauties. Soon, they arrived at the underground garage and prepared to go to Chen Tianlong's villa via the underground garage. However, at this moment, a kidnapper gang led by Huang Hao came towards them. The people in this gang stared at Qin Shiyan, Pu Yunying, and Yu Qiutong behind Eton with their eyes wide open, wishing they could rush forward and snatch these 3 top beauties away from them. The way these men looked at us was like wild animals seeing their prey. They obviously had bad intentions towards us, said Park Yunying. As a professional killer, Park Yunying naturally saw the abnormality of Huang Hao's kidnapping gang at a glance and immediately warned them. With the 3 of you beauties standing here, which man wouldn't be moved? It's normal for them to have thoughts about you. But having ideas is one thing, but if they really dare to put them into action, I don't mind sending them to see the king of hell right now. Eton said coldly. Yu Qiutong and Park Yunying both nodded when they heard this. Everyone thought that Eton's strength came from the Desert Eagle pistol, but Yu Qiutong and Park Yunying were women who had witnessed Eton's true strength. They knew very well how terrifying the real Eton was, so they were not worried at all that Huang Hao and others would pose any threat to them. On the other side, the people from Huang Hao's gang who were about to meet Eton could no longer suppress the urge to take action. However, Huang Hao, the gang leader and think tank, immediately stopped them. How many times have I told you? Everything should be done according to the plan. Now is not the time to deal with Eton. The gun in his hand is a great threat to us. You guys just have to be patient. After a few days, our team will become stronger, and then we will be able to deal with Eton with ease. Huang Hao said in a low voice. The boss Huang Hao has a high prestige in the gang, so after he spoke, the others temporarily gave up the idea of taking action. Soon, Eton met Huang Hao and others at close range. As a beast in human clothing with deep scheming, Huang Hao greeted Eton with a gentle smile on his face when he saw him. Hello, brother Eton. Huang Hao said enthusiastically. Well, hello. Eton responded indifferently. Afterwards, Eton no longer paid attention to Huang Hao, and took his three maids through the underground garage and walked towards Chen Tianlong's villa. Huang Hao's face darkened when he saw that Eton was unwilling to pay attention to him. Humph! Let this ignorant brat be arrogant for a few more days. Once my team is strong enough, he will be killed. When that happens, I will kill his three women in front of him, Huang Hao said coldly. Seeing Huang Hao's gloomy face, the younger brother at the side immediately asked, "Brother Hao, Eton is too arrogant. I think we should not tolerate it anymore. Let's rush up and kill him now." After hearing what this younger brother said, Huang Hao frowned into the shape of a character and looked at him coldly. "I'll say it one last time, everything will go according to plan. If anyone wants me to repeat it, don't blame me for being ruthless," Huang Hao said seriously. After Huang Hao finished speaking, the younger brothers around him immediately fell silent and dared not say anything more. Afterwards, Huang Hao took his brothers out of the underground garage and headed for their base camp. "Brothers, those who handed in the supplies a few days ago must be starving now, but we are all full of energy. So, it's time for us to take action against them. Let's take action early tomorrow morning," Huang Hao said. "Yes, Brother Hao." In Chen Tianlong's villa. At this time, Eton had officially moved in with three top beauties and became the new owner of the villa. "Xin Shiyan, Park Yunying, the two of you clean up this villa roughly, and then take some supplies to prepare dinner," Eton said. The two beauties nodded after hearing this, and then went to complete the task assigned to them by Eton. After these two beauties left, Eton turned his attention to the newly acquired maid Xiutong. "Xiutong, since you have become my maid, shouldn't we get down to business next?" Eton said with a smile. After Eton finished speaking, Xiutong's pretty face turned red, and she suddenly became extremely shy. Although she was Chen Tianlong's fiancée, she was killed by Eton before Chen Tianlong could touch her. Therefore, Xiutong is still a rookie now. After being shy for a while, Xiutong finally nodded and said yes. Immediately afterwards, Xiutong brought Eton into a room. This room was originally her and Chen Tianlong's wedding room, but now, TSK. "Xiutong, I think we shouldn't wait any longer. I'm very satisfied with this room. How about we hold a unique exchange meeting here?" Eton said with a smile. Xiutong blushed and nodded shyly. Immediately afterwards, a climax-filled exchange meeting officially began. The voices at the exchange were loud, but also pleasant to the ears. These pleasant sounds soon became an indispensable part of the exchange meetings. After the exchange meeting was over, Xiutong fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. As a rookie, she has really tried her best to hold on until now. However, Eton was still energetic, with a look of unsatisfied feeling on his face. "Ha! I can't communicate with Xiutong for the time being. Let's call Xin Shiyan and Park Yunying over next," Eton decided. However, just as Eton was about to call the other two beauties, he suddenly received a message that interested him greatly. He. It seems like she can't hold on any longer. Tianxie laughed. Chapter 15 Another Wedding Bed. "Brother Eton, can you give me some supplies? I'm willing to pay a high price for them. Please." Looking at the message on his phone and then looking at the ID of the person who sent it, Eton couldn't help but smirk. The person who sent the message to Eton was the beautiful young woman he met when he first arrived in this community. Previously, when the two scammers, Manager Wang and Boss Sun, said they were going to hold an owners' meeting in the underground garage, Eton had a chance encounter with this beautiful young woman halfway through. At that time, she expressed her intention to use the money to purchase supplies, but Eton decisively refused. At this moment, this beautiful young woman came to Eton again and still asked for money to buy supplies. Eton guessed that this beautiful young woman must have been penniless. She is just making her last struggle now, hoping for a miracle to happen. "Sister, I think you are not stupid, right? In the current situation, what is the use of money? You might as well ask others if you can buy supplies from them with money," Eton replied. After reading Eton's reply, the beautiful young woman Su Qingyue smiled bitterly. She knew very well that she might not be able to save her body. "For all these years, no other man has ever touched my body except my husband, but today, in order to survive, I have to woo." Su Qingyue started crying very sadly. But after crying, she still has to face reality. So in the end, Su Qingyue still sent a message of goodwill to Eton. "Sister, I understand. Then I can go to your place and provide food and lodging, okay? Brother, you won't despise my frail appearance, right? After receiving this message from Su Qingyue, Eton couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. He knew that this beautiful young woman was about to take the bait. Sister, if you want to come here and provide food and accommodation, I will naturally welcome you. But I believe you know what price you have to pay, right? Yi Tian replied. After getting Yi Tian's affirmative answer, Su Qingyue felt relieved. Then she made up her mind and sent the next message. Good brother, I know what it will cost to stay at your place with food and lodging. I'm mentally prepared. But sister, I haven't eaten well in the past 2 days. I'm so hungry that I have no strength left. I'm afraid I can't go to you by myself. Can you come and pick me up? Seeing the message on his mobile phone, Eton breathed a sigh of relief and was filled with joy. He is determined to get this beautiful young woman. Sister, please wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Yi Tian replied. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian said hello to Shin Shiyan in Park Yunying and temporarily left the villa. He ran through the underground garage as fast as he could, came to Su Qingyue's home, and knocked on her door. Su Qingyue saw Yi Tian outside the door through the peephole, and then opened the door decisively. Soon, Yi Tian saw an extremely erotic scene. Su Qingyue was wearing very cool clothes. Except for those private parts, the rest of her fair skin caught Yi Tian's eyes and was extremely tempting. Su Qingyue could definitely be called a top beauty. She was not tall, but her breasts and hips were extremely plump, her waist was extremely slender, and her figure was first-rate. Her face is a standard oval face, and just looking at her features, she has the charm of a classical beauty. As for temperament, needless to say, that strong charm of a young woman will surely make many chow thieves salivate. However, although Su Qingyue was beautiful at the moment, she looked extremely weak at first glance, and she even walked unsteadily. Sister, it seems you have been hungry these days. I brought some food here to nourish you first. Yi Tian said. As he spoke, Yi Tian took out a pile of food and placed it on the table, letting Su Qingyue enjoy it. After seeing so much food, Su Qingyue's eyes couldn't help but light up. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Once I have replenished my strength, you can ask me to do anything. Su Qingyue said excitedly. After saying that, Su Qingyue kissed Yi Tian on the face, and then began to eat voraciously to replenish her energy. Yi Tian waited patiently for Su Qingyue to finish her meal. He still had some patience. After a while, Su Qingyue, who had swept away everything in her, burped and felt as if she had been reborn. Sister, are you full? Yi Tian asked. Well, I'm full and I feel better. Su Qingyue said. Now that my sister's condition has improved, is it time for me to hug her next? Sister, you must not be ungrateful, otherwise I will do something that I can't predict. Yi Tian said with a smile. After Yi Tian finished speaking, Su Qingyue's pretty face couldn't help but blush. She had received such a great favor from Yi Tian today, so she really had to repay him. Brother, what are you talking about? I am certainly not an ungrateful person. I will do whatever you say next time, brother, and I will never disobey you. Su Qingyue said shyly. After getting Su Qingyue's affirmative answer, Yi Tian couldn't help but reveal a smile of success. Sister, go wash up first. I can wait for you patiently in the living room for a while. After you finish washing up, we will get down to business together. Yi Tian said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Qingyue nodded shyly. Then she went to wash herself. After Su Qingyue finished washing up, she took Yi Tian to the wedding room that originally belonged to her and her husband. Good sister, let's start. Yi Tian said with a smile. Su Qingyue nodded gently and then closed her eyes. A climax-filled exchange meeting took place in this room, and the voices in the meeting were very pleasant to hear. After the exchange meeting ended, Su Qingyue was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. But Yi Tian was still full of energy, with a satisfied smile on his lips. Wow! The feeling of this exchange meeting is indeed different from the previous ones. It has its own flavor. Yi Tian exclaimed. After sighing, Yi Tian picked up the sleeping Su Qingyue and took her out of the room. Afterwards, Yi Tian carried Su Qingyue quickly through the underground garage and returned to his villa. Shin Shiyan and Park Yunying in the villa could only shake their heads helplessly when they saw Yi Tian bringing back another beauty. I'm used to it, I'm really used to it. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian put Su Qingyue on the bed in the villa and let her have a good rest. After settling Su Qingyue, Eton immediately lay down on the sofa in the villa, turned on his gaming device, and started playing a standalone game. At the same time, he also asked Shen Xian and Park Yunying, two top beauties, to massage his shoulders and legs, and his life was extremely comfortable. Soon, the 5th day of the apocalypse passed. On the morning of the 6th day of Doomsday, Eton woke up and said directly, "System, sign in." Chapter 16: The Runaway Kidnappers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining 1.1% of the development progress of Superman's Man of Steel. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical fitness improved significantly again, and he possessed a full 3.5% of Superman's strength. Wow! Awesome! My strength has increased a lot, and I have more confidence to survive in this doomsday. Eton exclaimed. After expressing his feelings, Eton came to the living room of the villa. At this time, his maids had prepared breakfast and placed it neatly on the table. Today's breakfast is so delicious? It seems that some of you are good at cooking. Eton said. It's all thanks to Sister Su Qingyue. Her cooking skills are outstanding and cannot be compared to the three of us. Shen Xian said. Upon hearing this, Eton turned his gaze to Su Qingyue. Master, I have been a housewife all these years. Cooking is a piece of cake for me. Su Qingyue said confidently. That's right. The food cooked by Sister Su Qingyue is delicious as master, please try it. Park Yunying said. Yu Chotom on the side also nodded, expressing her approval of Su Qingyue's cooking skills. Okay. Then I'll try it. After saying that, Eton began to taste the breakfast made by Su Qingyue. I have to say, this breakfast tastes really good, much more delicious than the ready-to-eat food that Eton had eaten a few days ago. Soon, Eton finished his breakfast. Only after their master Eton finished his meal did the four top-notch maids dare to pick up their chopsticks and swept away the remaining food. When the four maids finished their meal, Eton looked at them with an evil and aggressive look. After you clean up here, come to my room together. I'm going to take you to have a big time today. Eton said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the four maids couldn't help but blush. They want the four of them to enter Eton's room together and want to make a big move? Eton's intention couldn't be more obvious. However, even though the four maids blushed, they secretly cursed Eton for being ridiculous. But they did not dare to disobey the orders of their master Eton, so they quickly nodded and responded with yes. Then I will wait for you in the room. Don't keep me waiting too long. Eton said playfully. After saying that, Eton turned around and went back to his room. Soon, four top-notch maids cleaned up the breakfast table and entered Eton's room together. Looking at the four maids in front of him, each with different styles but each of them being a top beauty, Eton couldn't help but salivate and revealed an extremely evil smile. Very good. Next, let's hold the largest exchange meeting since the apocalypse. Immediately afterwards, a grand exchange meeting officially kicked off in Eton's room. In this exchange meeting, everyone's voices were loud and clear, and the whole meeting was full of climaxes, making everyone immersed in it. Just as Eton was having a communication meeting with his four maids, the kidnapper gang led by Huang Hao also began to act. Brothers, let's form groups of two, take our weapons and some supplies, and knock on the doors of those who handed over the supplies. If they open the door readily, then you go in immediately, kill the useless people, recruit those who can join us, and snatch the women who are not bad-looking. If they hesitate and are not quick to open the door, then show them the supplies in your hands through the peephole. Then they will definitely open the door when they are short of supplies. Huang Hao said coldly. After hearing what Huang Hao, the leader of the kidnapper gang, said, the younger brothers in the gang were all very excited. Their plan to expand their power is finally put into practice. When this wave of expansion is over, who in the entire community can compete with them? They will become the real overlords of the entire community. Get started. Yes, Brother Hao. Following Huang Hao's order, the 20 bandits divided into 10 groups and rushed towards those who had handed over the supplies before. Building 7, Room 202. Bang bang bang. The loud knock on the door woke up a starving couple. They had previously believed the lies of manager Wang and boss Sun and handed over their own supplies. However, when it was time to distribute the supplies, the two old swindlers, manager Wang and boss Sun, were nowhere to be seen. When we couldn't get the supplies at first, some people said that the two old scammers had fled with the supplies to somewhere unknown, while others said that the two old scammers had been killed. But in any case, those who handed in supplies never received any more supplies after handing in their supplies. Those who handed over the supplies had not thought about causing trouble for those two old swindlers and trying to get their supplies back. But when they arrived at the underground garage, they were dumbfounded because they saw the bodies of the two old swindlers and confirmed that they were dead. The death of the two old swindlers would have been a minor issue, but the key to their underground garage warehouse was also missing. The warehouse in the underground garage is extremely sturdy. Without the key, the owners who handed in the materials could not open it no matter how hard they tried. Ultimately, they were unable to get back the supplies they had handed in, resulting in a shortage of supplies and their bodies becoming extremely weak from hunger. Who would be knocking on our door at this time? Could they be here to distribute supplies to us, said the husband. This is hard to say. I think we should be cautious and look through the peephole first, said the wife. The husband nodded, and then the couple walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. Outside the door, two bandits had already hidden their knives in their baggy clothes and were carrying 2 bags of supplies. We are here to deliver supplies to you. We have managed to open the door of the underground garage warehouse. The distribution of supplies will return to normal from today, said a gangster. Another bandit quickly agreed, saying that they were there to deliver supplies. The couple, who were already dizzy with hunger, were instantly excited when they saw the 2 bags of supplies in the bandits' hands. That's great, the distribution of supplies is finally back to normal. I'll open the door now, said the wife. Then the couple opened the door and let the 2 gangsters in. As soon as the 2 bandits entered the house, they looked at the husband as if he were a dead person, and looked at the wife as if she were prey. This man is so skinny, a pure thin dog, he doesn't deserve to join our team. But this woman is pretty and worth playing with, said the gangster coldly. As they spoke, the 2 gangsters pulled out machetes from their clothes and slashed at the husband. What do you want to do? You, Puff. A few seconds later, the husband fell in a pool of blood and died. Aha! You are not here to distribute supplies, you are here to kill people, the wife screamed. Hee. You guessed it right, we are going to kill your husband and then give you, hee, the bandit said with a smile. Soon, the room was filled with the miserable screams of a woman and the wild laughter of the 2 gangsters. Chapter 17, Panic in the Community. The 6th day of the apocalypse was destined to become a nightmare for the vast majority of those who handed in supplies. The gang of gangsters headed by Huang Hao held tightly in their hands the list of people who had handed over the supplies. They sent people door to door one by one, tricking the owners into opening the doors under the guise of distributing supplies. When the owner opens the door, 2 bandits armed with sharp blades will rush in instantly and kill the old, weak, sick, and disabled men and the ugly women. As for the remaining men who look stronger, Huang Hao's gang will try their best to recruit them into the gang. Those who are unwilling to join the gang will be killed directly, and those who are willing to join the gang will be asked to show their loyalty, such as killing 2 people with a knife. As for those women who were relatively good-looking, none of them escaped humiliation. By the night of the 6th day after the apocalypse, the gang had tricked most of the owners who had handed in their belongings into opening their doors, killing many innocent people. Of course, they also successfully recruited many new bandits and captured many women with decent looks. Brother Hao, you are so smart. Your plan is absolutely brilliant. Just today, our team has added 30 new members, and we have also collected a batch of supplies that those people had not handed in. In addition, we have captured 10 women who are pretty good looking. We brothers can indulge ourselves with them now. A younger brother reported to Huang Hao. Listening to the report from his subordinates, Huang Hao pushed his glasses and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. By the night of the 6th day of the apocalypse, the gang of gangsters headed by Huang Hao had expanded to a total of 50 people, and each of them was a strong man. With so many strong subordinates, Huang Hao instantly became extremely confident. His ambition began to gradually expand. Very good. Now you bring those 10 women out so that the brothers can enjoy them to their heart's content and indulge themselves. Tomorrow morning, we will continue to knock on the doors of other owners in the community and trick as many of them into opening our doors as possible. After tricking the door into opening, we will continue to follow the same old routine, killing people, recruiting, robbing women, and collecting more supplies. Huang Hao said coldly. Yes, Brother Hao. After the gangsters cheered for a while, they immediately brought the 10 women who were pretty good looking in front of all the gangsters. The 10 women looked at the 50 bandits, each of them trembling with fear and begging for mercy. However, how could these criminals let them go? That's absolutely impossible. Brothers, let's enjoy ourselves tonight. Huang Hao said loudly. As Huang Hao finished speaking, his 49 younger brothers pounced towards the 10 women. Soon, the place was filled with women's screams and the gangsters' laughter. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, Eton spent the entire day doing ridiculous things with his 4 top-notch maids. This really made him enjoy it to the fullest. Therefore, on the 7th day of Doomsday, Eton decided to cease fighting for one day and not torment them anymore. After breakfast, Eton arranged for 2 maids to clean the house, while the other 2 maids massaged his shoulders and legs. He turned on his computer and played stand-alone games, living a very comfortable life. Of course, he also did not forget another extremely important thing. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 1%. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength increased dramatically again, making him breathe a sigh of relief. Having 4.5% of Superman's strength, how cool! Eton thought excitedly. The enhancement of military strength is the most valuable thing for Eton at this stage. After all, in this doomsday, having supplies but no military force is like fish on a chopping board. It seems rather boring to keep playing this game. Let's try another one. But before that, I will go and take a look at the community owners group to see if there is anything interesting happening there. Eton decided. Afterwards, Eton stopped the game temporarily, took out his mobile phone and started checking the messages in the owners group. At first, the news in the group was normal. At most some people were begging for supplies. However, as Eton continued to scroll down, he saw information about Huang Hao's gang. A murder gang has appeared in the community. Everyone must be careful and do not be tricked by them into opening the door. That's right. They will trick you into opening the door under the guise of distributing supplies to you, and then they will enter the house and kill people once you open the door. Especially if there are women at home, you must not open the door, otherwise the women at home will either be killed or captured and humiliated by them. Looking at the messages reminding everyone not to open the door, Eton sneered. From this information, it can be judged that a large gang has been formed in the community and is killing people, recruiting people, robbing women, and stealing supplies. Therefore, the whole community was in panic at this moment. Everyone had no way to deal with Huang Hao's gang and could only close their doors and hope not to be targeted by Huang Hao's gang. However, the gangster group headed by Huang Hao is a nightmare for other people in the community, but to Eton, who possesses 4.5% of Superman's strength, they are nothing but a group of rabble. TSK. If this gang didn't come to cause me trouble, I wouldn't bother with them. Perhaps under their threat, the remaining top beauties in the community will come to me for shelter and free food and shelter out of fear of them. So if they don't come to provoke me, then their actions will be beneficial to me. But if they are so foolish as to provoke me, I don't mind sending them all to see the King of Hell. Eton thought to himself. Thinking of this, Eton no longer paid attention to the owners group. He changed the game and continued playing. As for how Huang Hao's gang was wreaking havoc outside and how many people would be killed and humiliated by them, Eton was too lazy to care at all. He doesn't care about the life or death of other people in this community. In such an upscale community, before Doomsday, who would look at Eton, a delivery man, in the eye? Since Eton was treated indifferently by the whole world before Doomsday, he naturally chose to face the end of the world with utmost indifference after Doomsday. On the other hand, the gang led by Huang Hao only tricked a handful of owners into opening their doors on the morning of the 7th day of the apocalypse, and gained very little. Therefore, Huang Hao, as the team leader, decided to change his strategy. Many people in the owners group have exposed what we did yesterday. It seems that it is not so easy to trick those owners into opening their doors, said a younger brother. Huang Hao nodded after hearing this, and then said, "Next, let's take out all the tools that we have robbed before that can be used to break the door. Since we can't trick them into opening the door, we'll just break in and continue our expansion. When we have collected enough supplies and weapons and our team has expanded to more than 70 people, we will go find trouble with Eton." Following Huang Hao's order, his younger brothers placed various tools on the ground. It's true, there are quite a few tools here that can be used to break down doors. For example, a sledgehammer, an impact drill, a cutting machine. Seeing these tools, Huang Hao couldn't help but smile. Very good. Let's take a day off today and get familiar with how to use these tools. We will break down the doors of those owners early tomorrow morning and continue to implement our plan. Huang Hao said coldly. Yes, Brother Hao. Chapter 18. The gang of gangsters went on a killing spree. The morning of the 8th day of the apocalypse. Eton was playing games leisurely while Shin Shiyan and Park Yunying massaged his shoulders and legs. He was living a very comfortable life. At the same time, Yu Chiotong and Su Qingyue were responsible for cleaning and keeping the villa clean. Of course, during this extremely nourishing time, Eton did not forget another very important thing. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development level of Superman's Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%, unlocking the Superman ability Superflight. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength increased again. He also felt that his body had a vague sense of floating, and as long as he thought about it, he could fly immediately. Wow! Awesome! My strength has been further enhanced, and I also have the ability to fly. This gives me more confidence to turn the end of the world into a paradise. Eton thought excitedly. After being excited for a while, Eton stopped playing games. Then, he began to look at Shin Shiyan and Park Yunying with aggressive eyes. Shiyan, Yunying, let the two of you accompany me to the exchange meeting today. Let's go into the house. Eton said. Yes, master. Soon, Eton, Shin Shiyan and Park Yunying entered the house, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became strange. On the other side, in the base camp of Huang Hao's gang. Brother Hao, everything is ready. After we become familiar with the use of these tools, we should be able to break into the doors of most of the owners in the community. Even if some people's doors are sturdy, we can try to break down the walls of their houses and get in, said a younger brother. Yes, Brother Hao. Let's get started. The brothers can't wait any longer. Brother Hao, as long as you give the order, we will go through fire and water for you. We are definitely going to have a big spree today and make everyone in the community crawl at our feet. Listening to the excited words of his younger brothers, Huang Hao couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile. Then he looked at his younger brothers with a grim expression. Since the brothers are so impatient, I can't say much. Next, we will divide into 10 teams, with 5 people in each team, and take tools to break down doors and to chop and tie up people, and go to the doors of the remaining owners one by one. Remember, after breaking in, you still have to follow the old rules. Who should be killed and who should be kept alive? I don't need to say more, right? Everyone, take action. Huang Hao said coldly. After Huang Hao finished speaking, the younger brothers in the kidnapper gang couldn't help but cheer. Then, they quickly divided into 10 teams, with 5 people in each team, and started to cause trouble for the owners of the community with enough tools. If the 6th day of the apocalypse is the nightmare of those owners who handed in their supplies, then the 8th day of the apocalypse is the nightmare of almost all owners. Building 1, at the door of room 202. Open the door, the community is delivering warmth and supplies, said the gangster outside the door. A pair of average-looking sisters inside the door trembled with fear after hearing the voice. They had already learned in the group yesterday that the community's distribution of supplies was fake, and it was a trick used by the murder gang to trick the owners into opening the door. Therefore, after looking at each other, the two sisters made up their minds that this door must not be opened. After waiting for a while, the gangsters outside found no response from inside the door, so they lost their patience. Brothers, grab your weapons and break the door, a gangster said coldly. Then, the 5 gangsters took out various tools and began to destroy the door of the room. Hearing the sound of the door being gradually destroyed, the sisters were so scared that they burst into tears. Sister, what should we do? If we let them break in, then we will. I don't know what to do. Can someone come and save us? Whoa! The little sister cried miserably, but it was of no use. Human nature in this end times is so cruel. After a while, with a bang, the door of the room was completely destroyed and 5 gangsters entered the room. Wow! I didn't expect there are 2 beautiful women in this room. It seems like brothers are blessed tonight. Hee hee. Although these 2 women are only of average looks, you can tell at a glance that they are very young. They are so tender. I can't help it, I can't help it. Let's get started and let the brothers have a taste first. In the following period of time, the 5 gangsters easily subdued the 2 sisters. Soon, the miserable cries of the little sisters and the excited laughter of the bandits were heard from the room. Building 3, room 401. Open the door, the community is providing warmth, said the gangster outside the door. Hearing the voices of the bandits outside the door, the 2 strong brothers in the room couldn't help but sigh. Although they are strong and healthy, they can survive much better than weak women in this doomsday. But this doesn't mean that their situation is any better. They still suffer from hunger as much as they deserve. Brother, why don't we two brothers just join that gang? No. Absolutely not. We are human beings, not beasts. How can we join that gang and do beastly things? Brother. This is the end of the world. Where is the humanity in the end of the world? Those with humanity are starving, while those without humanity are getting rich. After his younger brother finished speaking, the elder brother fell silent. He found that his brother was right. Among the people who are living the most comfortable life in this community, who has the true, good, and beautiful qualities? Whether it was Eton, the man with a gun, or Huang Hao's gang, they all killed people without exception. Why do those who kill people like crazy live a comfortable life while those who stick to their humanity suffer from hunger? After struggling internally, the older brother took a deep breath and nodded. Brother, you are right, this is the end of the world. What humanity is there in the end of the world? Let's open the door, join the gang, abandon humanity, eat delicious food and drink spicy food together. Okay. We'll open the door right away and ask to join them. Then, before the people outside started to break the door with tools, the two brothers opened the door themselves. We two brothers want to join your gang. What strong brothers? Not bad, you are qualified to join our team. But before you officially join our team, you two brothers still have to show your loyalty. Come with us and kill a few people, right? The two brothers nodded, and then followed the 5 bandits to the door of the next owner's house. After breaking down the door of the next owner's house, the two brothers took the lead, hacked to death the people in the house, surrendered to the kidnapping gang, and officially joined them. Chapter 19. The female president asks for free food and accommodation. Yi Bingmeng. As Huang Hao's gang went on the rampage, the news of them breaking into homes and killing people soon spread widely among the homeowners in the community. That murder gang is getting more and more crazy. Many homeowners' doors have been broken down by them, and their deaths were extremely tragic. Those who were hacked to death by them were actually lucky. After all, death would put an end to everything. The really miserable ones were the women they captured. Their miserable state. Alas! What's even more terrifying is that quite a few strong male owners have joined the murder gang. If this continues, the number of people in the murder gang will probably swell several times. By then, I'm afraid we will all be killed by them. What can we do? We can't just sit there and wait for death. Let's think of a solution together. The only way we can protect ourselves is to fight back against that murderous gang. Looking at the information in the owners group, Eton couldn't help but sneer. Then he put down his phone nonchalantly and continued to enjoy the massage from the two maids while playing games happily. What does the life and death of other property owners in the community have to do with him? Whether they were waiting to be killed by the bandits or united to fight against the bandits, Eton didn't care at all. They love it to death. As for Huang Hao's murder gang, no matter how big they become, in Eton's eyes they are nothing more than a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. Therefore, Eton was not panicked at all. He just stayed in the villa and continued to enjoy an extremely comfortable life. In another detached villa in the community, an intellectual beauty was trembling with fear. If Eton were here, he would find that this intellectual beauty was exactly the beauty who sneered at him with disdain when he first arrived in the community. However, now the beauty no longer has the pride she had before the end of the world on her face, and all that remains is panic. How could this happen? How could this happen? If those murderous gangs broke into my house, wouldn't I be? The intellectual beauty named Yi Bingmeng shuddered at the thought of the scene of herself being caught by the bandits who broke into her house. Judging from the information in the group, there were at least 50 gangsters. If she was really caught in that group of bandits, then there would be only one outcome for Yi Bingmeng. The bandit leader will transform into Yuan Qingdu, and the others will line up behind him. I have enough supplies, but my personal safety is... What should I do? What should I do? What should I do to ensure my own safety? Yi Bingmeng shouted. She began to think about ways to break the impasse and save herself. But in this doomsday that has completely fallen into the law of the jungle, what can she, a weak woman with no physical strength, do? After much thought, the only way out is to find a strong man to rely on. Apart from that gang of criminals, the only powerful man in this neighborhood seems to be the delivery man with a gun? Thinking of this, Yi Bingmeng couldn't help but frown. If she surrendered herself to Eton, the result would indeed be better than being caught by those bandits. After all, Eton's place provides food and accommodation, so Yi Bingmeng only needs to serve Eton. But if she were caught by the bandits, it would be hard to say how many people Yi Bingmeng would have to serve. Am I really going to go find that stinky delivery man? Giving myself to a delivery man, woo-woo. Yi Bingmeng started crying sadly. She is unwilling to accept this. Before the end of the world, Yi Bingmeng was the CEO of Weiguan Technology Company, Limited, a typical domineering female president. She is highly educated, tall, and beautiful, and has never lacked various excellent suitors around her. However, the proud Yi Bingmeng has always been dismissive of these suitors. She has very high requirements for men. Therefore, even though Yi Bingmeng had realized that going to Yi Tian's place with free food and lodging was the best option at the moment, she still couldn't bear to do it. No, I can't be so depraved. There must be another way. Yi Bingmeng said unwillingly. Afterwards, Yi Bingmeng's brain began to think frantically, constantly thinking about how to break the deadlock. Just as the domineering and beautiful president was thinking, someone knocked on the door of the villa. Open the door, the community is providing warmth, the gangster outside the door shouted. The moment she heard the voice of the gangster outside the door, Yi Bingmeng shuddered with fear and her whole body began to tremble. The door of my villa is very strong. It's not easy to break it open. I must come up with a way to break it open within this period of time. I must. The next moment, Yi Bingmeng forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and began to think about ways to save himself. After waiting for a while, the gangsters outside the door gradually lost their patience. Brothers, take action. Soon, the 5 gangsters began to use various tools to destroy the door of the villa. Hearing the sound of the door being broken that was transmitted back to the villa, Yi Bingmeng's forehead was covered in cold sweat and his heart was in his throat. She had been thinking about it for some time, but no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't come up with any effective way to save herself. After a while, hearing the increasingly loud sound of the door breaking, Yi Bingmeng felt that her spirit was about to collapse. She couldn't stop the criminals from breaking into the house, nor could she think of a way to save herself. In desperation, the image of Yi Tian, the delivery man, appeared in Yi Bingmeng's mind again. Things have come to this point, and I have no choice but to go find the delivery man with the gun. Forget it, the delivery man is just a delivery man. At least in this apocalypse, the delivery man is an absolute strong man. As for my identity before the end of the world, I'd better not think about it anymore. Yi Bingmeng said with determination. At this moment, Yi Bingmeng completed his psychological transformation. Then, she picked up her cell phone and privately sent Yi Tian a few full-body photos of herself without beauty filters. On the other side, Yi Tian, who was leisurely playing games in the villa, did not notice Yi Bingmeng's private message at first. It was not until the boss of this stage of the game was defeated that he lazily picked up his phone and took a look. Oh wow! Isn't this the intellectual queen-like beauty who sneered at me when I first came to the community? She actually sent me a full-body photo without beauty filters, and even wanted to come to my place with free food and lodging. Ha ha ha! Okay. Then I will accept this intellectual and beautiful lady without hesitation. Yi Tian said excitedly. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian temporarily stopped playing games. After saying hello to his maids, he left his villa and headed towards Yi Bingmeng's villa. Chapter 20: The domineering beauty CEO becomes a maid. After leaving his villa, Yi Tian used his super flying ability. This time he did not go through the underground garage. Instead, he relied on his superior physical fitness to withstand the poisonous hail outside and flew at low altitude continuously. Soon, he approached Yi Bingmeng's villa. On the other side, Yi Bingmeng was stamping her feet in anxiety. She was so nervous that her whole body was sweating, and the sweat had soaked her shirt. If someone could see her now, they would probably call her a wet temptation. What's going on? Why didn't the delivery man get back to me? Did he not see my message? Or was he also afraid of that murderous gang so he didn't dare to come? Yi Bingmeng thought anxiously. She was really scared now. She was crying, shaking, and sweating. The gangsters outside had already completed more than half of the work of breaking into the door. Yi Bingmeng could even see the hole in the door caused by the cutting machine in the villa. It was obvious that the door of the villa could no longer bear the weight. In just a few moments, the criminals would be able to break in, capture her, and then... Thinking of the terrible consequences of being caught by those bandits breaking into the house, Yi Bingmeng couldn't help but burst into tears again. Wow! Delivery man, why haven't you come yet? I beg you to come quickly. As long as you come to save me, I will serve you well and have no second thoughts. Oh my God! I hope the delivery man is not afraid of these bandits and has not seen the news, but is already on his way. Yi Bingming prayed. After a while, the crack in the villa's door became bigger and bigger, and was finally cut completely in half by the cutting machine outside the door. Immediately afterwards, 5 bandits with ferocious looks on their faces broke into the villa. Soon, they saw Yi Bingmeng sitting on the ground shivering. The beauty and temperament of this domineering and beautiful female president before the end of the world made the 5 gangsters' eyes light up. Ha ha ha. As expected, the stuff in the villa is better than the stuff in ordinary residential buildings. Today, we were able to find such a beautiful beauty. It was really worth the trip. Oh my! The moment I saw this beauty, I had the urge to conquer her. I couldn't help it. I wanted to. My beautiful lady, please don't resist too hard. Let us enjoy it, otherwise. Looking at the ferocious faces of the 5 gangsters and listening to the dirty words coming out of their mouths, Yi Bingming's heart was filled with despair. She wanted to escape, but she was so scared now that her legs were weak and she couldn't run at all. It's over, it's all over. It looks like I can't escape this disaster today. I'd rather die than be humiliated by so many men. After thinking about this, Yi Bingming's eyes couldn't help but become sharp. She stood up and wanted to bang her head hard against the wall of the villa to end her life. However, the 5 bandits had finally found such a beautiful woman, so how could they let her commit suicide so easily? One of the gangsters was quick-witted and grabbed Yi Bingmeng, preventing her from committing suicide by banging her head against the wall. Unable to even commit suicide, Yi Bingmeng could only close his eyes in despair, his face ashen. Ha ha ha. I'll enjoy this beauty first, you guys line up behind me, a gangster laughed wantonly. Immediately afterwards, the bandit was ready to attack Yi Bingmeng. However, at this critical moment, there was a loud bang, and the gangster's head was directly pierced by a bullet, and he died. Bullets, bullets. Could it be that the delivery man with the gun is here? A gangster said fearfully. It should be him, everyone be careful, said another gangster. At this moment, the remaining 4 bandits had no intention of paying attention to the beautiful Yi Bingmeng. They all looked around vigilantly, fearing that they would be shot accidentally. Yi Bingmeng, who had been extremely desperate just now, opened her eyes with hope in her eyes. He's here, the delivery man is finally here. I'm saved, and I don't have to worry about being taken advantage of by so many men. Yi Bingmeng thought happily. The next moment, another bang was heard, and the bullet once again pierced through the forehead of a gangster, killing him. Looking at the corpses of their companions, the remaining 3 bandits were really scared, and the fear of death filled their hearts. That guy has a gun and we can't defeat him, so our only chance to survive is to run, and run away in different directions, said a gangster. After the gangster finished speaking, the 3 of them started to flee in 3 different directions. They really don't want to be shot by Eton. Ha ha. Will it be useful if we escape separately? Can you run faster than a bullet? Eton said disdainfully. The next moment, 3 bangs were heard, and 3 Desert Eagle bullets instantly pierced through the heads of the last 3 gangsters, causing their brains to burst and die. After killing these bandits easily, Eton turned his gaze to the domineering and beautiful president sitting on the ground. Yi Bingmeng. Well, not bad. Another top beauty who is no less beautiful than the 4 maids in my room. Eton exclaimed. Afterwards, Eton wanted to talk to Yi Bingmeng about the free food and accommodation in his villa. However, before Eton could speak, Yi Bingmeng rushed up and threw herself into his arms. Woo woo woo. You're finally here. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? I was so scared just now. I was really scared. Please take me away. I don't want to worry anymore. I will serve you well in the future. Yi Bingmeng said, crying. Eton hugged Yi Bingmeng, feeling the silkiness of her skin and smelling her body fragrance, feeling relaxed and happy. Yi Bingmeng is top-notch in terms of appearance, figure and temperament, which makes Eton very satisfied. As for the emotions she was expressing by crying in his arms, Eton didn't care at all. As I said before, in this cruel doomsday, Eton only cares about women's bodies, not their hearts. So Eton didn't care whether what Yi Bingmeng said was true or false, or whether the emotions she expressed came from the heart. He only wanted to bring Yi Bingmeng back to his villa and let this domineering and beautiful president before the end of the world completely transform into his maid. Okay, you are safe now. Follow me back to my villa. You don't have to worry anymore. But I also want to remind you that once you come to my place, you will be my maid, and just a maid, not the mistress, okay? Yi Tian said lightly. Yeah, I understand. At this time, Yi Bingmeng had completely accepted her fate. Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction, then took Yi Bingmeng back to his villa and handed her over to Shen Xian. Xian, take her to take a bath first, and teach her how to be a maid. Yi Tian said with a smile. Yes, master. Chapter 21 Community Owners Taking Action. At noon on the 8th day of the apocalypse, Yi Tian was enjoying the massage from two maids while playing games leisurely. Soon, Yi Bingmeng, the domineering and beautiful CEO before the end of the world, was cleansed and brought to Yi Tian by Shen Xian. Sister President, are you ready? Yi Tian asked playfully. Well, I've already prepared myself mentally. Come on. Yi Bingmeng said. In that case, I won't be polite. The next moment, Yi Tian and Yi Bingmeng walked into a spacious room together. They held a special communication meeting together in the room. This exchange meeting was full of climaxes, and from time to time, pleasant and melodious sounds came out of Yi Bingmeng's mouth. In the end, Yi Bingmeng, who was participating in this kind of exchange meeting for the first time, was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Tian was still in high spirits, with a look of wanting more. Afterwards, Yi Tian called Yu Qiutong and Su Qingyue in and the discussion continued. While Yi Tian was busy holding a communication meeting with the maids, Huang Hao's gang outside had gone crazy killing people. In just one morning, they killed countless people and captured more than a dozen women of decent looks. Moreover, their team also experienced a wave of expansion. The original team of over 50 people expanded to 65 people, and their strength increased again. Brother Hao, our entire team already has 65 people. I think this number is enough. It's time to find trouble with that delivery man, said a younger brother. Yeah, Brother Hao. The supplies and women from that delivery man are the most enviable things, especially those women. They are so much more beautiful than the ones we caught. A younger brother also suggested. Brother Hao, as long as you give the order, we will immediately go find trouble with the delivery man. We will definitely be able to capture him and take away his woman and supplies. Listening to the suggestions of his younger brothers, Huang Hao couldn't help but frown and fell into deep thought. In his opinion, the current team size of 65 people is indeed very hopeful of defeating Yi Tian. But if they drive 65 people to cause trouble for Yi Tian now, even if they capture Yi Tian's team, the losses will probably not be small. If the remaining owners unite to deal with them after the team suffers a heavy loss, they may really be in trouble. Therefore, to be on the safe side, it is better to first deal with those owners who do not have much military power and further expand the size of your own team. After thinking about this, Huang Hao looked coldly at the younger brothers who had given him advice. Are you teaching me how to do things? Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Huang Hao said coldly. No. Brother Hao, you misunderstood. How dare we teach you how to do things? Since you don't want to teach me how to do anything, then don't make such stupid suggestions. Let's continue according to the plan. Huang Hao said seriously. Yes, we will all listen to Brother Hao and continue to act according to the plan. After Huang Hao gave these younger brothers a beating, they temporarily gave up the idea of dealing with Yi Tian immediately. Their next plan was to rest for a while and then continue to rob other property owners in the community. Wait until all the owners in the community have been swept away and the team has expanded to its maximum size, then go and cause trouble for Yi Tian. Therefore, Huang Hao then gave the order, brothers, you have been busy for several hours. Now take a break. If you are hungry, take the food. If you want women, go over there and have some fun. As Huang Hao finished speaking, the younger brothers in the gang couldn't help but look at the women they had captured. Then, the bandits with green eyes pounced towards the women. Soon, the screams of the women and the laughter of the gangsters rang out at the same time, making this place like hell. Humph. You stinky delivery man, just wait for me. You won't have a good life for many days. After I finish sweeping the other property owners in the community, the entire team will probably expand to hundreds of people. What use is it even if you have a gun at that time? Even with a gun it is impossible to stop the charge of hundreds of people in one breath. Huang Hao said coldly. The afternoon of the 8th day of the apocalypse. Because the gang of criminals was resting, the remaining owners in the community temporarily escaped. But they all knew that they had to unite now. If they don't unite, they will just have to hide in the room and wait for death. Lao Lu, your son is strong and healthy, why don't you let him organize the rest of us owners to unite? Yes, Lao Lu, we the remaining owners must unite now, and your son should take the lead. Lao Lu's son was in the army for a few years before, and his fighting ability is much stronger than that of ordinary young people. It is perfect for him to unite us. Looking at the information in the community owners group, the middle-aged man who was usually called Lao Lu turned his gaze to his son. After feeling his father's gaze, the son took a deep breath and then said, "It seems that everyone thinks highly of me. In this case, I will organize a counterattack against those murderers." Immediately afterwards, Lao Lu's son asked the remaining owners in the owner group to gather in the underground garage closest to Building 3. After everyone arrived, he gave a passionate speech, which boosted everyone's morale. Afterwards, he picked out some relatively strong men from the remaining owners and took them to do some simple military training. Such a short period of military training cannot improve the combat effectiveness of these men, but it can make them familiar with some weapon use skills and team combat methods. Under the arrangement of Lao Lu's son, many people dismantled the tabletops in their homes and used them as shields. Some people even tied blades to sticks and used them as spears. In this way, this group of people who gathered temporarily had shields and spears, which gave Lao Lu's son much more room to operate. Taking advantage of the afternoon when the gang of bandits was resting, the gang, under the command of Lao Lu's son, practiced the coordination of shields and spears. By the time night fell, this team had really been trained properly. "Everyone, that murderous gang will never let us go. Instead of waiting to be killed by them, why don't we take the initiative to attack and kill them? So we will take the initiative to attack them tomorrow. Remember the skills you learned this afternoon. As long as we don't make any big mistakes tomorrow, we will be able to wipe them out." Lao Lu's son shouted. Clear. Chapter 22, Community Owners vs Gangs of Gangsters. The morning of the 9th day of the apocalypse. When Eton woke up, his maids had already prepared breakfast and were waiting for him to enjoy it. Only after Eton finished eating did the maids dare to touch the remaining food. Phew. These days in the end times are like heaven to me. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You will receive a 5-star hotel meal and the development progress of Superman's Man of Steel will increase by 0.1%. After the system finished speaking, Eton's physical fitness became a little stronger, and there was an extra meal in the infinite warehouse. This feast has a variety of dishes, which are delicious and tasty. It can accommodate at least 10 people to have a good meal together. TSK. Not bad, not bad. When I accept a maid, I will take out this feast and celebrate properly. Eton said with a smile. Afterwards, Tianzhou lay comfortably on the sofa, turned on the gaming device, and started playing games happily. Soon 2 maids came to massage his shoulders and legs, making Eton enjoy it even more. On the other hand, Lao Lu's son once again gathered all the combative owners together. Under his arrangement, the owners holding wooden shields stood at the front of the team. The owners holding spears made of blades and sticks stood behind the owners holding shields. The entire formation is that the strongest owner uses a shield to block attacks, while the owners behind him use spears to stab people during gaps. Looking at the arranged formation, Lao Lu's son nodded with satisfaction. Very good. We will maintain this formation and head all the way to the lair of that murderous gang. Don't be afraid, and don't feel guilty about killing them. They are just a bunch of murderers. They don't deserve to die. Without further delay, let's go. Following an order from Lao Lu's son, the owners, armed with shields and spears, rushed towards the gang of gangsters in a mighty force. On the way, the veteran kept giving commands and adjusting the formation to keep the team in order. In the base camp of Huang Hao's gang. Brothers, the time has come. It's time for us to send the remaining owners to heaven. Bring your weapons with you. Divide into 10 groups when you go out and continue to break into the houses and kill the owners. Huang Hao said coldly. Yes, Brother Hao. Afterwards, the 65 bandits left the base camp one after another and came out to prepare to form groups. However, at this moment, the community owners organized by Lao Lu's son arrived. Those murderers just went out and haven't yet established their foothold. Let's kill them now. Quickly. Old Lu's son hurriedly gave the order. Kill. The next moment, the owners, armed with shields and spears, rushed towards the bandits at the fastest speed. As the bandits looked at the property owners who were rushing towards them, they couldn't help but sneer with disdain. Humph. A bunch of owners who have never even killed a chicken want to fight with us who have killed people? This is ridiculous. Brothers, let's go together. Kill all these ignorant owners. We were originally going to divide into groups and look for you one by one, but you actually came to our door on your own accord. This really saved us a lot of effort." Soon, the gangsters reacted and picked up their weapons and rushed towards the owners. Soon, the two sides started fighting, making loud banging sounds. Not long after the fight, the gangsters who had been so arrogant just now were dumbfounded. Because they found that the fighting power of these organized owners was a little unexpected. The owners standing at the front used shields to block the first wave of attacks from the gangsters. At the same time, the owners holding rifles in the back took advantage of this gap to stab several gangsters to death. During this period, Lao Lu's son was constantly giving instructions to keep the owners' formation in order. If this situation really continues, then these community owners who have formed a formation will really be able to kill all the bandits. However, the gang leader Huang Hao was no pushover. After realizing that the situation was not in his favor, he immediately changed his tactics. "Scarface and Tattooed Brother, each of you take an electric saw and cut the wooden boards in the hands of the owners at the outermost edge," Huang Hao ordered. "Yes, Brother Hao." The next moment, two muscular men each picked up an electric saw and chopped at the wooden boards that were used as shields. These two muscular men are old brothers who have been doing the kidnapping business with Huang Hao long before the end of the world, and they are very skilled. So soon, the two of them used an electric saw to cut the wooden board, and killed the person holding the board, breaking the owner's shield defense formation. "Ha ha ha. Those owners' planks are useless now. Follow me, brothers. We will be able to easily take them down next. Humph. How dare you resist us? Die. Kill." The morale of the gang was greatly boosted, and they all picked up their weapons and hacked at the remaining owners, killing many people in one fell swoop. Upon seeing this, Lao Lu's son immediately ordered the owners to change their formation. "Everyone, if the shields are gone, just use the pure spear formation. Let's fight them." As he spoke, he picked up his weapon and went into battle to kill the enemy himself. Seeing this, the owners' morale was boosted a little. After some people died, they set up a spear formation and launched a counterattack against the bandit gang, killing many of them. "Fuck. I finally figured it out. This must be the work of the guy who just gave orders to the owner. That guy should be the leader of these owners. He is the morale of this team of owners. As long as we kill him, the battle will be over," said Huang Hao. Afterwards, Huang Hao sent out a few tough brothers who had followed him before the end of the world, and asked them to do their best to kill Lao Lu's son. These gangsters who had been engaged in the kidnapping business before the apocalypse were extremely powerful and extremely ruthless. One of the violent bandits did not fall down immediately after being stabbed by a spear. Instead, he used his body to chase the spear and rushed to the front of the owners. "Die." The violent gangster used up his last bit of strength to throw the flying knife in his hand. This unexpected scene made Lao Lu's son stunned. Just as he was distracted for a few seconds, the gangster's flying knife pierced his temple. At this point, the leader of the owner's team, Lao Lu's son, died. After the death of the team's backbone, the morale of the remaining owners plummeted and they were quickly slaughtered by the bandits. Suddenly, dozens of bodies appeared on the field. "Don't kill me. I surrender, I'm willing to join you. I'm willing to join you too. I don't want to die yet. Then you can spare my life and let me do anything." These owners who were temporarily organized were ultimately a mob and had no fighting spirit at all. Soon he began to kneel down and beg for mercy. Huang Hao had no intention of killing them, but chose to recruit them all. These are all precious fighting forces in the Doomsday. After the incorporation was completed, Huang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. "How many people are there in our team now?" Huang Hao asked. "Including the ones we just recruited, there are probably around 70 people." A younger brother replied. "Well, that's great. We will go and teach the remaining owners a lesson this afternoon, and then go and cause trouble for the delivery man early tomorrow morning," Huang Hao said coldly. "Yes, Brother Hao." Chapter 23: The Female Star in the Basement. Su Yaoxiu. On the afternoon of the 9th day of the apocalypse, the gang of gangsters led by Huang Hao went completely berserk. They were divided into 10 teams, each with 7 people, and continued to sweep the remaining property owners in the community. The remaining property owners in the community were either the elderly, the weak, the sick, or women, and they were simply unable to resist these bandits. Soon, many property owners had their homes broken into by gangs of bandits, and people were killed and their belongings were stolen. The entire community's homeowners group was in an uproar again. Those murderous gangs have started breaking into houses and killing people again. It looks like the people who went to deal with them have failed. It's over. It's all over now. Even our last hope is gone. Are we really going to become meat on the chopping block? Woo woo woo. If a weak woman like me is caught by them, the consequences will be. At this moment, the community owners were filled with despair, and the remaining owners shuddered at the thought of the killing scenes of Huang Hao's gang. In order to survive, someone thought of Eton who had a gun. The delivery man who had a gun and killed more than 20 people on the first day of the apocalypse might be able to deal with those gangsters. Right. Let's tag that delivery man and let him deal with those criminals. At the gun-wielding takeaway guy in the underground garage, Big Brother, please come out and save us. If you don't help, we may not survive today. Immediately afterwards, many people began to tag Eton, wanting him to take action against the bandits. As Eton looked at these messages tagged with himself, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ha ha. Before the apocalypse, they all looked down on me. At the beginning of the apocalypse, they accused me of beating women and being a bitch. Now that the knife is hanging over their heads, they know to come to me for help? I saved your mother. It's none of my business whether these people live or die. Eton said coldly. Then he posted an old message in the group. I'm taking in a girl, providing food and lodging. If you're willing, please send me a full body photo without beauty filters. After seeing the message sent by Eton, all the owners in the owner group were stunned. It's already this time and you're still thinking about women? Is this delivery man crazy about women? The gangsters outside are killing people crazily, and you are still thinking about women? You don't think you will have a good life after we are killed, do you? You stinky delivery man, hurry up and take them to deal with those bandits. If you think about women every day, your woman will be caught by those gangsters and driven away by them sooner or later. You have a gun in your hand, and you have the ability to save more people, but you do nothing. Are you still a human being? Looking at the messages in the group that were cursing him, Eton sneered with disdain and then stopped looking at his phone. They can curse as much as they want, they will have to meet the king of hell soon anyway. There is no need for Eton to get angry with a bunch of dead people. Afterwards, Eton continued to play games leisurely. Of course, the massage from the beautiful woman was also indispensable. Just as the owners in the owner group were cursing Eton for being irresponsible and the gang of gangsters were going berserk and killing people, a very beautiful woman was hiding in her basement and shivering. The food ran out yesterday, and there's almost no purified water left. I'm so hungry and thirsty. This damn apocalypse. When will it end? Lamented the beautiful woman. This woman's name is Su Yaoshu. She is a popular star in the entertainment industry and owns many properties. This villa in Jolon Lake community is also one of her properties, and there is a very hidden basement under the villa. A gang of gangsters had broken into her villa before, but she hid in the basement and was not found, so she escaped. However, although they escaped the capture of the bandits, they could not escape the predicament of shortage of supplies. Since yesterday, Su Yaoshu has not eaten any food and only drank a bottle of mineral water. So now she is hungry and thirsty, and in a very bad condition. If I had stayed in this basement, I might not have been found by the criminals, but I would have definitely died of hunger and thirst. If I walk out of the basement or even out of the villa to look for food and water, I will definitely be caught by those gangsters. Then, Su Yaoshu shuddered at the thought of herself dying of starvation or thirst. And when she thought about the consequences of being caught by the gang, her inner fear became even stronger. Just when she was in a dilemma and didn't know how to save herself, she suddenly saw a message in the owners group. Take in a girl, provide food and shelter? The delivery man with a gun posted this message a few days ago, and he posted it again today. At this time when the gang of bandits is rampaging, he actually dares to send such news. Is he really fearless? Su Yaoshu thought to himself. After thinking about this, she decided to contact Eton first to see if the delivery man was really not afraid of those bandits. Soon, Su Yaoshu privately sent Eton several full body photos without beauty filters. When Eton saw Su Yaoshu's photo, he was stunned. Isn't this the popular female star Su Yaoshu? I didn't expect she also lives in this community. Eton said excitedly. When Yi Bingmeng heard Su Yaoshu's name, she immediately shook Eton's hand. Master, I know this Su Yaoshu. She is much prettier in person than in the photos and movies. She is definitely qualified to be your maid, Yi Bingmeng said. After hearing what Yi Bingmeng said, Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction, with a wicked smile on his face. It was indeed a pleasant surprise that a popular female star sent him a photo and asked for food and accommodation. Afterwards, Yi Tian prepared to ask for Su Yaoshu's address and then pick her up to be a maid. However, at this moment, Su Yaoshu sent a message that made Yi Tian laugh and cry. "Delivery man, are you really not afraid of those gangsters? Let me tell you, those gangsters are very cruel, they kill people without blinking an eye. If I am willing to go to your place, can you really take me there safely?" Looking at the message sent by Su Yaoshu, Yi Tian smiled and shook his head. He never took that gang of gangsters seriously. Those bandits are just a bunch of scum in my eyes. As long as you want to come, I can pick you up anytime, Yi Tian replied. After receiving Yi Tian's affirmative response, Su Yaoshu's eyes lit up. As long as this delivery man with a gun is really not afraid of those bandits, then Su Yaoshu can accept becoming Yi Tian's woman in this doomsday. She was in the entertainment industry before the end of the world. That circle is very dirty. How could she be innocent and proud? Immediately afterwards, Su Yaoshu sent another message saying, "Then come pick me up now, I am willing to be your woman. But let me make it clear in advance, I will definitely be your legal wife, and everyone else can only be a mistress. I am the mistress of your place." Chapter 24. This woman doesn't understand the situation. Looking at the message Su Yaoshu sent him, Yi Tian couldn't help but sneer. This Su Yaoshu hasn't figured out the current situation yet, Yi Tian said disdainfully. Upon hearing this, several maids nearby couldn't help but become curious. "Master, did Su Yaoshu say something that made you unhappy?" Shin Xian asked. Could it be that Su Yaoshu wants to negotiate terms with the master? She doesn't have the qualifications to do so now, Yi Bingmeng said. The female star before the doomsday is just a beautiful woman in the doomsday. If she doesn't follow her master, she can only wait to be killed by those bandits, Park Yunying said disdainfully. Yu Qiutong and Su Qingyue also looked at Yi Tian with curiosity. They were also very curious about why Su Yaoshu was confused about the situation. Looking at the five maids who were like curious babies, Yi Tian said with a smile, "This Su Yaoshu wants to be my real wife and the hostess here." Upon hearing this, the five maids couldn't help but widen their eyes, and then scolded Su Yaoshu for being ungrateful. "It's already this late and you still dare to propose such conditions to the master? Su Yaoshu is really outrageous. She still thinks she is a big star?" Yi Bingmeng said disdainfully. Before the end of the world, Yi Bingmeng was a typical domineering and beautiful CEO, and her social status was much higher than Su Yaoshu. Although Su Yaoshu is a popular star, she is essentially just an actor. But Yi Bingmeng is different. She is the president of a listed group and a typical big capitalist. Now even the big capitalists have become Yi Tian's maids. How can Su Yaoshu, a mere actress, become Yi Tian's legal wife? That's right. Is Su Yaoshu qualified to be the master's legal wife? The master is giving her a maid. If she doesn't know what's good for her, then she'll be caught by those bandits and beaten to a pulp, Park Yunying said coldly. As a professional beauty killer in South Korea, countless political and business celebrities and entertainment stars have died at the hands of Park Yun-young. Even before the end of the world, it would be easy for Park Yun-young to kill a star of Su Yaoshu's level. This woman, who was like an ant in Park Yunying's size, now wanted to climb over her head and become her mistress. Is this possible? Of course not. Su Qingyue on the side also nodded immediately. Before the end of the world, she was also the legal wife of a big capitalist, a standard wealthy lady, and her social status was no less than Su Yaoshu. Therefore, it is impossible for Su Qingyue to accept Su Yaoshu becoming her mistress. Alright. Don't worry, I can't possibly have a legitimate wife in this apocalypse. The only people who come to my place with free food and shelter are maids. So you don't have to worry about a woman suddenly climbing over your head one day. You will always have only one master, and that is me, Yi Tian said firmly. After hearing Yi Tian's words, Yi Bingmeng and others felt relieved. It would be fine to recognize a powerful man like Yi Tian as your master in the end times. After all, Yi Tian is indeed powerful and can indeed represent a better life for them. But if a hostess suddenly appeared out of nowhere, they would find it difficult to accept it. Afterwards, Yi Tian replied to Su Yaoshu's message. Any woman who comes to my place can only be my maid. Don't even think about being my mistress. It's absolutely impossible. You actually want me to be your maid? Are you kidding me? I absolutely won't accept that. If you don't accept it, then don't accept it. Do whatever you want. When you can accept it, come back to me. After saying that, Eton put down his phone and stopped replying to Suyashu's message. Afterwards, Eton had a great time playing games. There were 5 stunning maids around him who massaged his shoulders, legs, and handed him fruits. His life was extremely comfortable. As for Suyashu, the popular female star before the end of the world? She can come or not. If she comes, Eton will be able to have one more stunning maid. It doesn't matter if she doesn't come. Eton is not tired of playing with the 5 maids he has now. On the other side, Suyashu, who was hiding in the basement, saw that Eton no longer replied to her messages, and she was so angry that she threw her phone to the ground. Damn it! I'm a famous star and I want to be his delivery man's wife, and I can even tolerate his mistresses, but he actually refuses? This stinky delivery guy is so greedy that he actually wants me to be his maid? Impossible, there is absolutely no way I will be his maid. I can't accept it. Suyashu said angrily. After scolding Eton, Suyashu calmed down a lot. Then she had to face reality. But the reality is that her supplies have been exhausted, and she is not far from dying of thirst or starvation. The chapped lips and the rumbling stomach made Suyashu feel extremely uncomfortable. What made her even more desperate was that she heard the voices of the gangsters. Brother, didn't we search this villa last time? There are no useful supplies in it. Yes, big brother. We looted the villa last time, what are we doing here this time? The 2 gangsters both expressed doubts. The gangster leader smiled faintly and said, I just remembered something. The day before the apocalypse, when I was patrolling the community, I saw with my own eyes that the popular star Suyashu moved into this villa. The 2 younger brothers' eyes lit up when they heard this. They all know the popular star Suyashu. Her looks, figure, and temperament are all top-notch. The big brother they recognize now was a member of the community security team before the end of the world. Therefore, since the eldest brother said that he saw Suyashu checking into this villa while on patrol, then this is most likely true. TSK. So, this villa is Suyashu's villa. Suyashu is probably still in this villa? But that doesn't make sense. We searched very carefully the last time we came here, and we didn't see any women. Facing the doubts of the 2 younger brothers, the eldest brother immediately said, as far as I know, some villas in this community have basements. Is it possible that we didn't find Suyashu when we searched this place last time because she was hiding in the basement? Upon hearing this, the 2 younger brothers couldn't help but show excitement. It's possible, very likely. Then let's start looking for the basement now. After we find it, maybe we can pull Suyashu out, and then, Well, this is why I brought you here this time. Let's search carefully, especially the floor of the first floor of the villa to see if there is a basement. After saying that, the 3 gangsters began to search the villa more carefully. At this time, Suyashu, who was hiding in the basement, heard the bandits' words and suddenly turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 25, The popular female star becomes a maid. What should I do? What should I do now? If I fall into the hands of those 3 gangsters, the consequences will be. Suyashu thought in horror. The terrifying extent of the gang outside had already spread like wildfire among the owners. Any woman who falls into their hands, as long as she is reasonably pretty, will inevitably be kicked out. Suyashu is a top beauty, and she also has the halo of being a popular female star. Therefore, once Suyashu fell into the hands of the bandits, her fate would probably be worse than those women of average looks. At that time, Huan Hao will definitely transform into Yuan Chengdu and let his younger brothers line up behind him. Thinking of this, Suyashu cried out in fear and trembled all over. Wow! Who can come and save me? I really don't want to be caught by the bandits. I'd rather die than be caught by those gangsters and drive a train. If you really don't want to die, then you can only. Suyashu thought of Eton and remembered Eton's request for her to be a maid. It was very difficult for Suyashu to accept the fact that a popular female star was going to work as a maid for a delivery man. But there is nothing we can do, the situation is stronger than us. Suyashu now has only 3 choices. First, he was captured by bandits, and the bandit leader transformed himself into Yuan Chengdu, and eventually he was tortured to death. Second, commit suicide now and rather die than surrender. Third, contact Eton now and agree to be Eton's maid. No matter which one she chooses, Su Yaoshu will find it hard to accept it psychologically. But now the situation forced her to choose the option that made her relatively less averse. Afterwards, Su Yaoshu took out her cell phone, sent Eton all her full body photos and expressed her agreement to be Eton's maid. At this time, Eton was having so much fun playing games that he didn't read the message sent by Su Yaoshu immediately. It was not until he defeated the final boss of this level that he opened his phone and saw Su Yaoshu's request to be a maid. Hee. This popular female star finally couldn't hold on any longer. I thought she could hold on for a few more days. Since she has agreed to be my maid, it's time for me to take her back and let me have a taste of what it's like to be a female star. Yi Tian said evilly. Afterwards, Yi Tian stopped playing games. After saying hello to his maids, Yi Tian left his villa and flew to Su Yaoshu's villa. On the other side, Su Yaoshu was filled with despair when she saw that Yi Tian still hadn't responded. Why didn't he reply to me? Is it because my previous request to be the hostess irritated him? Why is this happening? Alas. I should have faced the reality earlier and agreed to be his maid earlier, right? Su Yaoshu said in annoyance. Just when Su Yaoshu was feeling frustrated, the three gangsters in the villa had already found the entrance to the basement. Brother, it seems that this villa really has a basement. We can lift up the floor here, break open the basement door and enter the basement. If Su Yaoshu is really in the basement, then we can have some fun. Stop talking nonsense. Lift up the floor quickly and let us take a good look in the basement. Then, the three gangsters started to lift the floor. Once the floor is lifted up, the door to the basement will be completely exposed to them. At that time, they only need to use the method of breaking the villa door to break open the basement door, and then they can smoothly enter the basement to find Su Yaoshu. At this time, Su Yaoshu, who was hiding in the basement, was full of despair. She racked her brains but could not think of a way to save herself. I could only sit on the bed in the basement, hugging my knees with my hands, trembling all over and crying out of fear. Wow! Delivery man, please come quickly. If you don't come, your little maid will be taken away by the bandits. Su Yaoshu said, crying. After a while, the three gangsters outside successfully lifted up part of the floor and saw the entrance door to the basement. After seeing the door to the basement, the gangsters' eyes lit up. Ha. Brothers, we can get in after we break open the door of this basement. I have a feeling that the popular female star Su Yaoshu is in the basement. When the time comes, we brothers will catch her and have a good time. Brother, we must break this door as soon as possible. After saying that, the three gangsters began to do their best to destroy the door of the basement. The sound of breaking the door was so loud that Su Yaoshu turned pale and her face was full of misery. It looks like the delivery man won't be coming. The only ones coming in will be the three gangsters. Rather than falling into the hands of those three gangsters, I might as well commit suicide. Su Yaoshu decided. The next moment, there was a bang, and the door of the basement was completely destroyed by the three gangsters. Then the three gangsters officially entered the basement and saw the top beauty Su Yaoshu. Oh wow! Su Yaoshu is actually here. It seems like we brothers are blessed today. Don't just stand there, hurry up and catch Su Yaoshu for me, we'll have fun together later. Immediately afterwards, the three gangsters rushed towards Su Yaoshu with laughter. Su Yaoshu, who had already prepared herself mentally for suicide, banged her forehead against the wall of the basement without saying a word, attempting to commit suicide. However, the eldest of the three gangsters was quick-witted and grabbed her immediately, making it impossible for her to die. Let me go. Let me go now. You beasts, I will never let you succeed even if I die. Su Yaoshu shouted. Ha. Shout. The louder you shout, the more excited we will be. That's right. If you don't say anything when we are having fun with you, then we will lose some fun. Brothers, without further ado, let's drag this woman to the bed and have some fun. After that, the three gangsters subdued Su Yaoshu and threw her onto the bed. Su Yaoshu closed her eyes in despair, feeling extremely miserable. She regretted it so much at this moment. Wouldn't it have been less troublesome if you had agreed to be Yi Tian's maid earlier? Being a maid for Yi Tian alone is better than being driven by a large number of bandits. Just when Su Yaoshu's heart was filled with regret, despair, and misery, a gunshot suddenly rang out. After 3 loud bangs, the 3 gangsters' brains burst and they died. Then, Su Yaoshu opened her eyes and what she saw was Yi Tian's face. Su Yaoshu, you are safe. Come back with me to be a maid. Eton said with a smile. Hearing this, Suyaoshu nodded, then threw herself into Eton's arms and burst into tears. Psychologically, Suyaoshu has completely accepted the idea of being Eton's maid. Not long after, Eton brought Suyaoshu back to the villa. Shiyin, go take this big star over to wash her, and then teach her how to be a good maid. Eton said with a smile. Yes, master. Chapter 26, A Brutal Gang of Criminals? Rotten Fish and Shrimp. During the entire 9th day of the apocalypse, except for Suyaoshu who was rescued by Eton, the other owners felt like they were in hell. They were brutally slaughtered by the gang of gangsters led by Huang Hao and had no power to resist. Finally, when night fell on the 9th day of the apocalypse, the gang of gangsters had killed most of the property owners in the community. They robbed a large amount of supplies by killing people and further expanded the number of people in the team. They also captured dozens of women who were relatively good looking for their own enjoyment. Brother Hao, there are still 69 people left in our team, which should be enough to deal with the delivery man. Yes, Brother Hao. We have killed and robbed all the other owners in the community. Now the only one missing is the delivery man who has the most supplies. The beauties around the delivery man are all very beautiful. The brothers have been drooling over them for a long time. Brother Hao, our plan should remain unchanged, right? Tomorrow is the time to take action against the delivery man, right? Listening to his men's words, Huang Hao couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. His plan had proceeded to this point, and except for the resistance from some owners and the loss of some insignificant manpower, the other steps had been smooth sailing. At this point, his team has become large enough and has accumulated enough strength, and it is indeed time to take action against Eton. Therefore, the next moment, Huang Hao said coldly, "Brothers, let's have fun with these women tonight. Everyone, take a good rest tomorrow morning, and tomorrow afternoon, we will go together to deal with the delivery man who has plenty of supplies and is surrounded by beautiful women. After we kill the delivery man, I will share the top beauties around him with everyone." When the younger brothers heard this, they all cheered. Then, these dozens of little brothers rushed towards the women they had captured with green eyes. Soon, the screams of women and the laughter of gangsters were heard, and the whole scene was like hell. Huang Hao watched all this coldly, feeling extremely happy. Before the apocalypse, if you kidnapped someone, you would have to hide everywhere. But now, I have killed so many people and raped so many women, but nothing happened to me. Not only is everything fine, but I also gained so many more subordinates. This end of the world is really good for me. Huang Hao said excitedly. MXAMB line PB forbidden, DJ transfer this T-text ORA file FY 6.FM Psi 9 KF8 U8 $7 A plus AUB 306 W6 DL6 IEU 282 A 4E4K 4X80 G2W5 Z8C652 QDL by UITAC and 4 CJNB hashtag 3TH9. In Eton's villa. Suyaoshu had already been cleansed and taught the maid's rules by Shinshiyan, and officially became one of Eton's maids. To celebrate this, Eton took out a 5-star hotel meal from the Infinite Warehouse. After everyone had a hearty meal together, the other maids began to clean up the kitchen waste. Only the new maid Suyaoshu was brought by Eton to a spacious house. "Big Star, are you ready?" "I'm coming," Eton said evilly. Upon hearing this, Suyaoshu's pretty face immediately turned red and she nodded shyly. "In that case, I won't be polite." The next moment, a lively exchange meeting began in this spacious room. During this exchange meeting, Eton and Suyaoshu had a heated discussion, and from time to time pleasant and melodious voices came out of Suyaoshu's mouth. By the time the exchange meeting was over, Suyaoshu was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Eton was still in high spirits, with a look of wanting more. Immediately afterwards, Eton called Shinshiyan, Park Yunying, Yuchioton, Su Qingyue and Yi Bingmeng to allow the exchange meeting to continue. After a night of absurdity, the apocalypse officially entered the 10th day. Eton slept until noon before getting up. As soon as he got up, Eton said directly, "System, sign in." Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You will receive a 5-star hotel meal and the development progress of Superman's Man of Steel will increase by 0.1%. Ding. The system detects that the host has signed in 10 times in a row, refreshing the one-time sign in location Jinlin City Police Headquarters. Please go and sign in as soon as possible. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical fitness became a little stronger, and there was one more top-notch meal in the Infinite Warehouse. Of course, these did not arouse Eton's interest, because the reward was exactly the same as yesterday, nothing big. What really interested Eton was the one-time sign-in location that had just been refreshed, Jinlin City Police Department headquarters. System, does a one-time sign-in location mean that I can get the reward as long as I go to that place and sign in? And you can only sign in once at that place? Eton asked. Ding. That's right. After receiving a positive response from the system, Eton couldn't help but reveal a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems like it's time for me to find some time to go to the police station headquarters in this city. I have to get the system's sign-in reward. I just wonder what the police station headquarters will look like in this doomsday. It's really curious. Eton said playfully. Of course, before going to the police station headquarters to sign in, Eton had to eliminate the hidden dangers in the community first. He didn't want his mates to suffer when he was gone, that would be a loss. Therefore, Eton decided to kill all the gangsters headed by Huang Hao before leaving. Just when Eton was about to take action, Park Yunying suddenly found him. Master, that group of gangsters are heading towards our villa. Do you want to take action? Park Yunying asked. Oh. I was just thinking about going to their house and killing them all, but they actually came to my door? Very good. Then I will take all their lives. Eton said coldly. Then Eton walked out of the room. As soon as he left the room, he heard the sound of the gangsters breaking down the door of the villa. Except for Park Yunying, everyone else should hide in the room. The next scene may be bloody, and I'm afraid you can't bear it. Eton said with a smile. Upon hearing this, all the maids except Park Yunying, the professional killer, hid in the room. Park Yunying, who was standing next to Eton, felt that Eton might need her help. So she said, Master, you seized 3 guns from Chen Tianlong and his gang before. Give me one, I can help you. Eton smiled and shook his head, rejecting Park Yunying's proposal. To deal with those scumbag bandits, he doesn't need help from others, nor does he need to use a gun. Immediately afterwards, Eton opened the door and faced the bandits. When the bandits saw Eton open the door himself, they were all stunned, and then a cruel smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Ha ha ha. The door is open, brothers, let's go and kill him. All the supplies and women in the villa are ours. You stinky delivery guy, you're dead today. Soon, the first group of gangsters rushed to Eton and slashed at him with knives. Eton looked at them with great contempt, then threw a punch. There was a loud bang, and the bandit closest to him flew backwards, hit another bandit, and was hit like a string of candied haws. With just this one punch, at least 10 gangsters died on the spot. Afterwards, Eton rushed into the group of bandits as if he was in an empty space, and madly harvested their lives. None of their weapons can hurt Eton at all. Facing Eton, there is no other possibility except death. In just less than a minute, the entire gang of gangsters was killed by Eton, leaving only Huang Hao. No. Impossible. I have been planning for so long and recruited so many people, and this is the outcome? Why are you so strong? How is it possible for a human to possess such powerful strength? Huang Hao asked in despair. Huang Hao always believed that Eton's source of power came from the Desert Eagle, and he had no idea that Eton also had Superman's steel body. Therefore, the scene before him was completely beyond Huang Hao's cognition. When you go to hell, go ask the king of hell. Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton swung a punch, directly smashing Huang Hao's body into pieces, making him deader than dead. At this point, the gang of bandits that was rampant in the community was easily wiped out by Eton. Ha! After dealing with this group of people, I will leave some self-defense methods for those maids, and then go to the police station headquarters to sign in. Eton decided. Then Eton walked back to the villa and took out several guns from the infinite space. Chapter 27 Mutated Cat. Pao Yunying, Xin Shiyan, Yu Chiutong, I have 3 guns here. Each of you 3 can take one for self-defense. I'm going to go out for something later. You guys stay in the villa and wait for me. Eton said. As he spoke, Eton handed over the 3 guns and bullets that he had seized from Chen Tianlong's gang to the 3 maids who followed him first. After taking the gun, Park Yunying, a professional killer, showed an excited smile. She is very familiar with guns. Xin Shiyan and Yu Chiutong looked confused, as they didn't know how to use guns at all. Park Yunying, while I'm away, can you teach them how to use guns? I won't say more. Just protect yourselves. I'm leaving now. Eton said. Well, don't worry, we will be fine with me here. Park Yun said confidently while holding a gun. Eton nodded, and then he left the villa. The development progress of Superman's Man of Steel has reached 5.2%, so Eton can directly withstand the poisonous ice and snow outside. He used his superhuman flying ability to fly to the Jinlin City Police Department headquarters at the fastest speed. At the entrance of the police station, Eton knocked the door over with one punch and then walked in. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Jinlin City Police Department headquarters. The development progress of Superman's Man of Steel has increased by 5%, unlocking the Superman ability Heat Vision. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength almost doubled, and his strength increased again. At the same time, he felt a strong heat gathering in his eyes. As long as he thought about it, the heat would turn into heat rays and erupt. TSK. The rewards for signing in at this location are really good. Not only did the development progress of Superman's Man of Steel increase significantly, but I also gained the ability to shoot lasers from my eyes. This gives me more confidence to turn Doomsday into heaven. Eton thought excitedly. Then he began to search room by room. The office, the reception room, were all empty. Suddenly, Eton saw a corpse, a very tragic human corpse. There was a large area of flesh missing from the corpse's face, making it impossible to see its appearance clearly. There was also a lot less meat on other parts of the body, especially the internal organs, which were almost all hollowed out. The corpse died in such a tragic way, could it be cannibalism? Eton thought with a frown. But Eton quickly rejected this idea. After all, if people eat each other, there is no reason for them to leave the thighs and calves alone and eat the face and internal organs. Also, the wounds on the body were messy, not as smooth as if they had been cut by a sharp blade. The internal organs were hollowed out, the wounds were in a mess, and the limbs had almost no flesh missing. Could it be that this was done by some kind of ferocious beast? Eton guessed. But then Eton changed his mind and thought, what kind of ferocious beast could there be in the police station headquarters? It can't be that a wild animal escaped from the zoo and ran into the police station, right? You know, this city's zoo is far away from the police station headquarters. Moreover, under such an extreme natural disaster, even ferocious beasts like the Siberian tiger and the polar bear would probably not be able to withstand it, right? This is really weird. What on earth is going on? Forget it, never mind. We'll find out if we go in and take a look. Anyway, I'm strong enough, so there's no need to panic. Eton decided. Eton now has a very strong physique, can fly, and his eyes can emit lasers. Therefore, no matter what is inside the police station, he is not afraid. Afterwards, Eton leisurely went deeper into the police station. After searching a few more rooms, he again saw several corpses with extremely tragic deaths. Judging from the clothes worn by several of the bodies, they were obviously police officers in this bureau. Their deaths were the same as the corpse seen before, with their internal organs hollowed out, but the flesh on their faces was intact. Interesting, I really want to know more and more what on earth is doing this crime. Eton said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Eton, who was skilled and courageous, continued to search the police station. Suddenly, a huge body appeared behind him, opened its bloody mouth, and bit him hard. However, what the behemoth did not expect was that the body of the human in front of it was very hard and it was impossible to bite it at all. With a crisp sound, the teeth of this giant creature shattered. This thing is a ragdoll cat? Eton said in surprise. At this moment, the one grinning at Eton in front of him was a ragdoll cat that was magnified many times. This kind of cat is a very typical pet cat, and many little girls like to keep it as a pet. Theoretically, ragdoll cats are very docile as pet cats. However, this enlarged version of the ragdoll cat now has a ferocious face and a lot of blood at the corners of its mouth. It doesn't look like a pet cat, but more like a tiger vanguard. After studying this ferocious ragdoll cat for a few seconds, Eton had a bold guess in his mind. Before the end of the world, there would be absolutely no ragdoll cat of this size. It seems that this cat has mutated. Since animals can mutate, then humans can too. Eton thought with some shock. Just as Eton was thinking this, the mutant ragdoll cat roared again and rushed towards Eton. It showed its extremely sharp claws and scratched Eton's face fiercely. How dare this damn cat attack me? Well, I will use you to test the power of my new moves today. Heat Vision. In an instant, two extremely hot lasers burst out from Eton's eyes. The two lasers pierced through the mutant ragdoll cat's body easily like a steel knife cutting tofu. And the huge amount of heat exploded in the mutant cat's stomach, blasting its entire body into a pile of minced meat, leaving only its head. It was deader than dead. After easily killing the mutant ragdoll cat, Eton had a clear understanding of the situation in the police station. It seems that those corpses were killed by this mutant cat. There should be quite a few people in the police station who have died at the hands of the mutant cat. I just don't know how many are still alive, or if anyone is still alive. With the idea of finding someone alive, Eton continued to go deeper into the police station, searching every room. Soon, he arrived at the door of an armory. The door of the armory is specially made and very sturdy. Therefore, in order to open the door, Eton decisively used thermal vision to destroy the door lock. Then he pushed gently and the specially made door opened. Chapter 28. Another beautiful woman. The door was opened? It's over, it's all over now. Those two ferocious beasts are about to rush in. Damn it! Even the specially made door can't protect against those two ferocious beasts? As soon as Eton opened the door, he heard a voice from inside. This made him stunned. He didn't expect that there was someone hiding in this armory? Soon, three people with extremely frightened expressions came out. Eton glanced at them. There was one man and two women. They were all wearing very thick military coats and had guns in their hands. Why did you open this door? Do you want to kill us? A man with a gun said viciously. As he said that, he pointed the gun at Eton, looking like he was ready to shoot and kill someone at any time. Eton looked at the gun pointed at him and sneered. With his current physical strength, ordinary pistols cannot hurt him. The ferocious beast you mentioned before is the mutant ragdoll cat? Eton asked. A woman nodded and then said, it's not just the mutated ragdoll cat, there's also an Akita dog that has turned into a spirit. The two cats and dogs, which were originally pets, became bigger than polar bears and killed people in the neighborhood around the police station and in the police station. We finally managed to escape to the armory and used a special door to block the two beasts, but you. The woman didn't finish her words, but Eton knew what she meant. They simply thought that once Eton opened the door, they would be bitten to death by the mutated cats and dogs. At this moment, the man who pointed the gun at Eton became more and more angry, and his anger level skyrocketed. Damn it! You want to kill us? I'm going to kill you first. After saying that, the man decisively pulled the trigger in his hand, and a bullet shot towards Eton at a high speed. Eton slightly turned sideways and easily dodged the bullet, then his face became gloomy. You want to kill me? Then you can't blame me for being so cruel. Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton came to the man at an extremely fast speed, grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Then Eton wanted to break his neck directly, and he became a corpse. However, at this moment, a woman of average appearance next to her screamed. Ah! You want to kill someone? This is a police station. You actually want to kill someone in a police station? Do you know who he is? Do you know what the consequences of killing someone in a police station are? You. The woman of average looks kept talking incessantly, and the content of her words was nothing more than threats and moral blackmailing Eton, asking Eton not to kill anyone. According to this woman, the man whose neck was strangled by Eton had an unusual identity before the end of the world. This person's name is Li Tianming and he is one of the legitimate sons of the Li family. The Li family has considerable influence in the political and business circles of Jinlin City and even in the entire Chinese country, and can be described as a behemoth. If anyone had offended Li Tianming before the end of the world, the consequences would have been disastrous. Oh? So you are the son of the Li family. No wonder you are so arrogant. Eton said playfully. Humph. It's good that you know it. If you know what's best for you, just let me go and kneel down to apologize. If you kneel down and apologize, I will not only spare your life, but also let you join one of my branches and become a senior executive. Li Tianming said arrogantly. Seeing Li Tianming's reaction, Eton laughed out loud. The identity of this young master of the Li family was indeed very intimidating before the end of the world. But in the end times, this identity is nothing. As a person who wants to kill me and make me kneel down and apologize, it would be better for you to go to hell. Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton exerted a little force with his right hand, and there was a clicking sound. Li Tianming's neck was broken and he died. You actually killed him? You knew he was the son of the Lee family, yet you still dared to kill him? I'm telling you, you're done. The power of the Lee family in the political and business circles is beyond your imagination. You're dead. When the time comes, I will definitely tell the Lee family as top brass about you killing the young master of the Lee family, and then. The average-looking woman began to chatter again. In this woman's eyes, Eton, who had offended the Lee family, was already a dead man. When Eton listened to the woman's words, he felt like a fly was buzzing in his ear, making him very annoyed. You are such a talkative woman, you should just go and accompany that young master from the Lee family. The next moment, Eton slapped the woman hard on the face. The woman was slapped away by Eton, and soon she was breathing out more than she was breathing in. Damn! Finally, there are no flies bothering me, Eton said impatiently. Then, Eton turned his gaze to the remaining woman, and his eyes lit up. Because the woman was wearing a very thick military coat, it was hard to tell whether she had a good figure. But judging from the face that was exposed, her beauty was quite high, not inferior to the beauties in Eton's villa. At this moment, the eyes of this beautiful woman were full of fear. Eton thought that the beauty was afraid of the fact that he had just killed 2 people. However, what he didn't know was that what this beauty was really afraid of was the huge monster that appeared behind Eton. Little, be careful. There's a spirit dog behind you, the beauty shouted. The next moment, with a howl, an Akita dog bigger than a polar bear came towards Eton and bit him. Looking at the ferocious Akita dog, the beauty closed her eyes in despair. It was this dog and the ragdoll cat killed by Eton that killed most of the people in the police station. The 2 mutated beasts are fast, have strong destructive power and high defense. It would be difficult for ordinary people to break the defense of these 2 ferocious beasts even with guns, let alone cold weapons. Therefore, in the eyes of this beauty, both Eton and herself are dead now, and cannot escape the fate of being eaten by this ferocious beast. The conflict between Eton and Lee Tianming just now is nothing compared to the threat posed by this ferocious beast. However, just when the beauty was feeling extremely desperate, Eton sneered disdainfully. It's just a broken dog. So what if it mutates? Heat vision. Just when the mutated Akita dog was about to bite Eton, extremely hot lasers burst out from Eton's eyes. The 2 lasers easily pierced through the body of the demon dog, and then a large amount of energy exploded inside its body. With a loud bang, the entire body of the mutant Akita dog was blown into a pile of minced meat, leaving only a head lying quietly on the ground. Open your eyes, beautiful lady. The ferocious beast you are talking about is dead, Eton said lightly. Hearing this, the beautiful woman slowly opened her eyes and then took a breath. The demon dog that even bullets couldn't penetrate was actually killed by this man? How strong is this man? Chapter 29, The Flower of the Police Force. Jiang Manlin. Thank you for avenging half of our police force. But we still have to be careful next time, as there is a ferocious beast nearby, said the beautiful woman. After hearing the words of the beautiful woman in front of him, Eton sneered disdainfully. Another ferocious beast? Isn't that the mutant ragdoll cat that he killed before? Beauty, the other ferocious beast you mentioned has been killed by me. If you don't believe me, I will take you to see it, Eton said with a smile. Hearing this, the beauty was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Immediately afterwards, Eton took the beauty to the head of the mutant ragdoll cat. Looking at the mutated beast with only a head left, the beauty couldn't help but gasp. Her evaluation of Eton became much higher. This man is really too strong. Now that the 2 beasts are dead, you don't have to worry about your personal safety for the time being. Then let's have a good chat now, beautiful lady, tell me your name. Have these 2 beasts caused harm to other places besides your police station? Eton said. The beautiful woman nodded, and then told the whole story. My name is Jiang Manlin, and I'm a police officer at this police station. 10 days ago, after the natural disaster, we were all trapped in the police station. Just 6 days ago, we received a report from nearby residents that 2 ferocious beasts appeared and were crazily slaughtering residents in the community. We really wanted to help the residents in the community, but because we were trapped by the natural disaster and couldn't get out, the matter had to be left unresolved. Unexpectedly, just 3 days ago, the 2 ferocious beasts came to the police station and slaughtered everyone in it. The final result is just as you can see. Only 3 people, including me, managed to escape to the armory and survive until now, Jiang Manlin said. Eton nodded when he heard this and understood. The mutant ragdoll cat and Akita dog are obviously the pets of the owners of a nearby community. After the apocalypse, the two pets unexpectedly mutated. After slaughtering the entire community, they came to the Huohuo police station again. After figuring out the whole story, Eton thought of another thing. When I saw the mutant ragdoll cat before, I thought that if animals can mutate, then humans should be able to mutate too, right? If some people can mutate, doesn't that mean there should be some people with superpowers in this world? Eton thought to himself. After thinking about this, Eton immediately took out his mobile phone and went to various major forums. Now is the 10th day of Doomsday. Water, electricity and internet have not been completely cut off, so you can still see a lot of news on the forum. After searching through all the major forums and video sites, Eton discovered that there were indeed a very small number of people who had awakened their superpowers and were showing off online. There are also some people with special powers who have dominated a large area with their special powers. They eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day and are surrounded by beautiful women. TSK. I was either playing games or hanging out with the maids before, and I really didn't notice the existence of a very small number of people with special abilities on the internet. But it's good to have people with superpowers, they make this end of the world more and more interesting. Eton thought to himself. Eton has a superhuman body of steel. In his eyes, people with special powers are just like that, just bigger ants than ordinary people. Therefore, after learning about the existence of people with superpowers, Eton just found it interesting and did not feel that they posed a threat to himself. Then, Eton turned his gaze to Jiang Manlin again. The two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while and further deepened their understanding of each other. According to Jiang Manlin, her status in the police force is quite special. She is a recognized police beauty in the entire Jinlin City police community, and she has relatives protecting her, so no one dares to touch her. It is no exaggeration to say that Jiang Manlin is definitely the most beautiful woman in the police force. Officer Jiang, you've been trapped in the armory for so many days, you must be starving. Let's eat something first. Eton said with a smile. Then, Eton waved his hand, and a table of steaming food appeared in front of Jiang Manlin. Jiang Manlin's eyes widened when she saw these foods. Then the two of them had a good meal, which made Jiang Manlin feel much better. After finishing his meal, Eton couldn't help but reveal an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Officer Jiang, everyone in your bureau is dead, and there are no supplies left. So what are you going to do next? Eton asked playfully. Faced with this question, Jiang Manlin took a deep breath. Of course she knew that if she continued to stay in the police station, she would starve to death or die of thirst sooner or later. But if she wanted to leave, where could she go? Thinking of this, Jiang Manlin turned his gaze to Eton. She had witnessed firsthand how powerful the man in front of her was. The two ferocious beasts that slaughtered the entire police station were killed instantly in front of Eton. Moreover, Eton could create many delicious foods with just a wave of his hand, and the supply seemed to be sufficient. With both powerful military force and sufficient supplies, this kind of person is absolutely a strong man in the end times. Therefore, Jiang Manlin felt that if she wanted to survive in this doomsday, the only person she could rely on was probably the man in front of her. I will marry you, and you take me away. Jiang Manlin said courageously. Hearing this, Eton couldn't suppress a smile on his face. He knew that the beautiful policewoman Jiang Manlin had taken the bait. Officer Jiang, I can take you away, and I can also save you from having to worry about supplies in the future. But I also want to remind you that it is impossible for you to marry me. If you want to enjoy a safe environment and sufficient supplies, then you can only be my maid. Besides, I have more than one maid, and you will just be one of many maids when you go there. Eton said lightly. After hearing Eton's words, Jiang Manlin couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of disbelief. The man in front of her actually wanted her, the most beautiful girl in the police force, to be a maid? And she's one of the maids? This was really hard for Jiang Manlin to accept. To be honest, after living in the apocalypse for 10 days, Jiang Manlin's mentality has changed a lot. She has realized that her status and position before the end of the world no longer has any meaning at this moment. In the end times, only two things are the most important. The first is supplies, the second is force. Therefore, after seeing Eton's supplies and military force, Jiang Manlin was tempted. She wants to be Eton's woman. But she doesn't want to be a maid, but wants to be Eton's formal wife and the mistress of where Eton lives. Your request is really too much, I can't agree to it. I can only be your legal wife, not your maid. Jiang Manlin said firmly. After saying that, Jiang Manlin turned and left, no longer paying attention to Eton. Eton smiled indifferently. He understood that this was another woman who was confused about the situation, just like the previous popular star Su Yaoshu. Legal wife? Mistress? What a joke! What does Eton want that thing for? As I said, in this doomsday, all Eton wants is a woman's body, not her heart. TSK. Then I'd like to see how long this policewoman can last. Anyway, I had already added her contact information when I was chatting with her just now. When she can't hold on any longer, I believe she will contact me naturally. Eton said playfully. After saying that, Eton no longer hesitated and decisively turned around and left the police station. Chapter 30, The Stubborn Flower of Jailing. After leaving the police station, Eton did not rush back to his villa immediately. The day before the end of the world, Eton stockpiled hundreds of thousands of supplies, so his supplies are relatively sufficient now. But after all, these are only tens of thousands of supplies, not billions. If you keep eating up the mountain, they will all be eaten up one day. Therefore, Eton decided to search for supplies in Jinlin City. There is a large Walmart warehouse in the east and north of the city. There is the largest supermarket in the city in the south, and a super large wholesale market in the west. These 4 places should be the places with the most supplies in the whole city. Next, I will go there to buy some for free. Eton decided. Afterwards, Eton flew to one of Walmart's super large warehouses at the fastest speed. At this time, the door of the warehouse was closed and ordinary people could not enter at all. However, the warehouse door, which was very sturdy for ordinary people, was as thin as paper for Eton. He directly used his thermal vision, violently opened the warehouse door, and collected all the materials in the warehouse into his own infinite warehouse. Afterwards, Eton did the same. He flew to other places and looted all the supplies in 3 places, another Walmart warehouse, the largest supermarket, and a super large wholesale market. After doing all this, Eton Kai flew back to his villa. Master, you are finally back, Shin Shiyan said excitedly. The other maids also had smiles on their faces, and they were all very happy about Eton's safe return. After all, Eton is their reliance for survival in this doomsday. If something happens to Eton, they will have to wait in line to be fucked. I collected a lot of supplies this time, and we won't have to worry about supplies anymore. Su Qingyue, take all these things to the kitchen and ask others to cooperate with you to make a sumptuous meal, Eton said with a smile. As he spoke, Eton took out a large pile of meat, vegetables, rice, flour, oil, salt and various seasonings. I understand, master, Su Qingyue said. Afterwards, the maids went to cook under the leadership of Su Qingyue. Eton lay leisurely on the sofa, playing his game comfortably. After the maids finished cooking, Eton had a good meal with them. And while eating, Eton did not forget to take pictures of the sumptuous dishes and the rosy-cheeked maids. What to do with the photos you took? Of course it was sent to Jiang Manlin, the proud flower of the police force. Soon, Jiang Manlin received a series of photos sent by Eton. The photo shows a table full of delicious food and 6 maids who are in very good condition. After seeing these photos, Jiang Manlin was immediately furious. Damn it! This damn Eton actually tried to seduce me in this way? No, I absolutely cannot let him succeed. I can't be his maid, Jiang Manlin said angrily. At this time, it had only been a few hours since Jiang Manlin finished her last meal, so she was not too hungry. Therefore, her attitude now is very tough, and she looks like she is determined to fight Eton to the end. Not long after, Jiang Manlin called Eton. I still say the same thing, I only accept being your legal wife and the mistress of your place. You want me to be a maid? Absolutely impossible, Jiang Manlin said on the other end of the phone. Hearing this, Eton laughed out loud. Ha ha. I didn't force you to be my maid. If you don't want to, then don't do it, Eton said playfully. Then Eton hung up the phone. He knew there was no point in arguing with Jiang Manlin verbally. When Jiang Manlin has reached her wit's end, she will naturally accept reality. Master, it seems like this is another woman who is just as confused as Su Yaoshu before. You're still dreaming of being the hostess here? How ridiculous, Shin Shiyan said disdainfully. Humph. I guess she is another woman who can't let go of her status and position before the apocalypse, and still thinks of herself as an unattainable goddess, Yi Bingmeng said with the same disdain. Su Yaoshu on the side nodded. She knew this feeling too well. Before, Su Yaoshu was almost raped by those bandits because she didn't understand her situation and hadn't fully adapted psychologically. If Eton hadn't arrived in time, Su Yaoshu didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Now Su Yaoshu has completely accepted her identity as a maid and serves Eton wholeheartedly. As long as Eton can be served comfortably, then Su Yaoshu will naturally live comfortably too. If you want to enjoy everything Eton provides, all you need is a psychological change. Okay, let's ignore her for now and just continue to live our own lives. After a few days, I believe she won't be able to hold it anymore. Eton said calmly. Afterwards, Eton happily lay down on the sofa and continued playing games. 4 of the 6 maids went to pick up the garbage after dinner and clean the villa. As for the other 2 maids, they helped Eton massage his shoulders and legs, allowing Eton to play the game more comfortably. The morning of the 11th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained a reinforced explosion-proof car. The development progress of Superman's Man of Steel has increased by 0.1%. After the system finished speaking, Eton's physical fitness improved slightly. At the same time, a spacious, handsome and sturdy car appeared in his infinite warehouse. Not bad, not bad. With this enhanced explosion-proof vehicle, I can bring the new maid to this villa more easily. Eton said with a smile. The temperature in the outside world is low, there is poisonous ice and snow, and you may encounter ferocious beasts and people with special powers. These are naturally nothing to Eton, but the maids cannot withstand so many negative factors. So if Eton wants to bring the maid outside back, he will have to put in some effort. But now with the enhanced explosion-proof vehicle, things are completely different. Fly to the maid outside, release the explosion-proof car and then drive the maid back. Simple, easy and convenient. Ha! I will send a series of pictures to Jiang Manlin while we have breakfast to further destroy her will. He. Eton said evilly. Soon, the maids prepared breakfast and everyone had a hearty meal. Soon, Eton sent all the photos of their meal to Jiang Manlin. Looking at the sumptuous breakfast in the photo, Jiang Manlin's stomach couldn't help but growl. If I became one of Eton's maids, I would also be able to enjoy such a sumptuous breakfast. So, being Eton's maid doesn't seem to be impossible? Jiang Manlin hesitated. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Manlin shook his head. Her mentality still can't change. No, I can't humiliate myself like this. I can't be his 7th maid. Jiang Manlin shouted. Afterwards, Jiang Manlin continued to starve in an empty room. Eton continued to play games happily while the 2 maids massaged his shoulders and legs. It was not until noon that day that Eton's maids discovered something big. The poisonous ice and snow outside has stopped. Chapter 31 News from the Shelter. Master, the poisonous ice and snow outside has stopped. Eton said loudly. Hearing this, Eton was stunned. The poisonous ice and snow has stopped? Then he immediately put down the game controller in his hand and looked out the window. The hail and snow have stopped falling, but the cold wind has become even more biting, and it's obvious that the temperature is getting lower. Eton said. The cessation of the poisonous ice and snow and the further drop in temperature will definitely have a significant impact on the entire Doomsday. Previously, due to the snow and hail on the ground, most cars could not be driven. Now that the ice and snow have stopped and the temperature has dropped further, it won't be long before the original ice and snow will be frozen. At that time, as long as you drive a car that is both resistant to cold and non-slip, even ordinary people will be able to move around in this Doomsday. This situation is even better for the very few people with special abilities. When the poisonous ice and snow were falling before, the psychics had to withstand the low temperature, poison and hail at the same time in order to go out. After the ice and snow stop, the psychics only need to withstand the low temperature to walk outside. This is a huge surprise for those people with abilities of ice, fire, and physical strength. In the next period of time, more and more people will leave the indoors and go outdoors, which is not necessarily a good thing for me. Although I am not afraid of anyone else with my strength, if the 6 maids I have now are found by the psychics when I am out looking for new maids, then the consequences will be. Eton thought with a frown. The villa where Eton and others live now is just an ordinary luxury villa. Without Eton, it would be impossible for it to withstand the attack of the psychics. Therefore, in order to ensure that his house is not robbed, Eton cannot leave the villa at will in the future. Forget it, after Jiang Manlin's will is destroyed and she becomes my 7th maid, I will not look for a new maid for the time being. To prevent my house from being robbed while I'm out. Eton decided. Afterwards, Eton didn't think anymore and continued to play games under the massage of the two maids. At noon and evening of that day, Eton took a bunch of photos of sumptuous dishes and sent them to Jiang Manlin to continue to torture her will. After receiving the photos, Jiang Manlin could only sigh helplessly. Gurgle gurgle. Jiang Manlin's stomach rumbled, obviously she was very hungry. Alas! This damn Eton, why does he insist on having me be his maid? Am I not qualified to be his legal wife? Now there is no water or food, and I don't know how long I can hold on, Jiang Manlin said helplessly. Afterwards, Jiang Manlin put aside all distracting thoughts, closed her eyes and went to sleep. She tried to use sleep to make herself forget about hunger. The 11th day of the end of the world passed quickly. During this day, many people with special abilities walked out of the room just as Eton had expected. The psychics were very vigilant at first, but after they were sure that the low temperature outside could not do anything to them, they went berserk. Grab resources, grab women. These two things drove them into madness. The scope of various violent incidents throughout the world has further expanded and is no longer confined to closed indoor environments. Early morning of the 12th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained a cracking chip. The development progress of Superman's Man of Steel has increased by 0.1%. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength increased a little bit again. At the same time, a chip full of technology appeared in his wireless warehouse. System, what is the use of this chip? Eton asked. The cracking chip can easily crack all electronic locks, firewalls and other defense facilities, invade and control the control systems of all places. After listening to the system's explanation, Eton's eyes lit up. It can crack all electronic locks, firewalls and other facilities, and can also invade the control system to seize control. Doesn't this mean that if Eton can find a Doomsday safe house, he can easily seize it without using violence? After taking over the Doomsday safe house, with the function of cracking the chip, all the equipment inside can be easily controlled by Eton. TSK. If I could really find a Doomsday safe house with a high safety factor, it would solve my urgent problem. When the time comes, I can put the maids in the Doomsday safe house, and then I can go out and find new maids without any worries. Eton thought excitedly. Afterwards, Eton began to think about how to find a suitable Doomsday safe house. There are many Doomsday enthusiasts in this world who have built safe houses without knowing when the Doomsday will come. Among so many Doomsday safe houses, as long as Eton finds one with a high enough defense coefficient, he will have fewer worries. Just as Eton was thinking about it, suddenly an owner in the community owner group who was lucky enough not to die at the hands of Huang Hao and his gang sent him a private message and asked him for his phone number. The very few lucky people still alive in the community? Interesting. Eton said playfully. Afterwards, Eton, who was in a playful mood, gave this person his phone number. And the stranger called soon after. Hello Mr. Yi, my name is Ling Yue, and I know a piece of news about the shelter that might interest you. Hearing this, Eton couldn't help but look stern. Shelter? This really aroused Eton's interest. Mr. Lin, I am indeed interested in the matter regarding the shelter. Can you tell me about it in detail? Eton said. Lin Yue on the other end of the phone took a deep breath. He knew his plan was working. Mr. Yi, I can tell you the details of this shelter, but I have been hungry for several days. Do you think you can? Lin Yue said. Lin Yue didn't finish his words, but Eton knew what he wanted to say. So Eton then said, Mr. Lin, don't worry, come to the underground garage in the community, I will give you a good meal. Okay. Then let's meet in the basement garage. Lin Yue said. After that, Eton hung up the phone and quickly went to the underground garage to meet Lin Yue. After the two met, Eton took out 4 servings of hot pot and let Lin Yue have a good meal. After the meal, Lin Yue took a deep breath and said, Mr. Yi, to be honest with you, a few months before the end of the world, I participated in a project to build a shelter. That shelter was built to deal with the possibility of World War III, and it has a very high safety factor. Hearing this, Eton couldn't help but be shocked. A shelter built to cope with the S3 season? This is much better than the Doomsday safe houses built by those Doomsday enthusiasts. If he could occupy a shelter of this level, Eton would have no worries at all. After thinking about this, Eton took out another bottle of Coke and handed it to Lin Yue. Mr. Lin, please continue. I also want to know more information about the shelter, such as where exactly is this shelter? Is there anyone in the shelter now? Eton asked. Chapter 32, Cracking the Chip Shows Your Power. After taking the Coke that Eton gave him, Lin Yue took a big gulp and became a lot more energetic. Then he continued, this shelter was just completed about 3 days before the end of the world, and no one has yet moved in. The shelter is fully equipped with various entertainment and production facilities, including swimming pools, party centers, plantations, etc. Moreover, this shelter was designed to accommodate 3,000 people. It is very large and contains a large amount of supplies and energy. If Mr. Yi can get this shelter, he will definitely be able to survive better in this apocalypse. After listening to Lin Yue's words, Eton couldn't help but take a deep breath. If what Lin Yue said was all true, then Eton must take over this shelter. This is perfect for him and his maids. Mr. Lin, since you participated in the construction of that shelter, you must know the location of the shelter, right? If you are willing to tell me the location of the shelter, I can give you a huge amount of supplies, enough for you to use for at least 10 years. Eton said with a smile. Faced with the price offered by Eton, Lin Yue's heart moved and he subconsciously wanted to agree. However, he immediately changed his mind and realized that the initiative now seemed to be in Lin Yue's hands. After having the illusion that he was in control of the initiative, Lin Yue's ambition began to expand unconsciously. He wants more. Mr. Yi, I not only know the location of the shelter, but also the password to enter the shelter. If you want me to tell you the location and password of the shelter, then you have to promise me one thing. Lin Yue said. Oh? Then Mr. Lin, please tell me what you want me to promise you? Eton asked. I want you to take me to the shelter, arrange safe accommodation for me, and give me at least 1/3 of the supplies. In addition, Mr. Yi, Xin Xian and Yi Bingmeng in your villa are the dream lovers of many community owners. If Mr. Yi is willing to bear the pain and let them stay with me for a while, I will tell them everything about the shelter. At that time, Mr. Yi will not only be able to enter the shelter easily, but also gain the highest authority in the shelter. Lin Yue said. After listening to Lin Yue's words, Eton's expression did not change at all, and the corners of his mouth were still filled with smiles. But the murderous intent in his eyes flashed away. In Eton's opinion, Lin Yue was already a dead man. I had originally thought that after I got the location of the shelter, I would give him some supplies so that he could survive better. But now this guy actually dares to covet my woman? Then I can only wait until he is no longer useful and then kill him. Eton thought coldly. Afterwards, Eton pretended to be indifferent and looked at Lin Yue. Mr. Lin's request is not excessive, the women in my villa are just playthings. If 2 of these women can be exchanged for a shelter, then this deal is worth it. Eton said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Mr. Yi is indeed a hero. This is how it should be in the end times. Women are just playthings. How can they be as valuable as the information about the shelter? Lin Yue said excitedly. At this moment, Lin Yue had already begun to imagine the scene of Xin Xian and Yi Bingmeng being pressed under him. Eton looked at Lin Yue's stupid look and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Once the location of the shelter is determined, Lin Yue will no longer be of any use. That will be the day of his death. Mr. Lin, I can agree to all your conditions, but I don't know whether what you said is true or false. How about this, you tell me the location of the shelter first, and I will fulfill my promise after I confirm that the shelter really exists. Eton said. Lin Yue nodded immediately after hearing this. In his opinion, it was no big deal to tell Eton the location of the shelter to dispel Eton's doubts. Anyway, Eton didn't know the password to enter the shelter, so what would happen even if he found the shelter? If he finds the shelter but cannot get in, won't Eton have to obediently offer supplies and women in exchange for the password to the shelter? Therefore, Lin Yue immediately said, no problem. I will tell Mr. Yi the location of the shelter. It is at. After Lin Yue told Eton the location of the shelter, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. As long as he knew the location of the shelter, Eton would not be afraid of not being able to get in or not being able to control the place. He has the magical artifact cracking chip in his hand. Thank you for letting me know, Mr. Lin. I will go and verify it later and then fulfill my promise after the verification. Eton said with a smile. Lin Yue nodded. Afterwards, Eton left the underground garage and returned to his villa. To be on the safe side, Eton also gave his Desert Eagle with unlimited bullets to part.Reward so that they could use it for self-defense. Immediately afterwards, Eton left the community and flew towards the suburbs of Jinlin City. After searching for several hours, he successfully found the entrance to the shelter according to the location information given to him by Lin Yue. TSK. Now it's up to you to crack the chip. Having said that, Eton activated the cracking chip given by the system. This high-tech chip quickly emitted a special frequency band, and it cracked all the electronic locks at the entrance of the shelter in less than 10 seconds. Click, click. The door of the shelter, which was thicker than a city wall, slowly opened, revealing the tip of the iceberg. Afterwards, Eton officially entered the shelter. Swimming pools, playgrounds, plantations, farms, villas, ordinary residential buildings, it really has everything. Eton exclaimed. This place is much more luxurious than the villa he lives in now. It would be so cool if I could bring my girlfriend to stay there. Let us not talk about anything else, just talk about this swimming pool. When the time comes, I will be swimming in this swimming pool with my maids. Just thinking about that scene is, TSK. Immediately afterwards, Eton found the control center of the entire shelter and activated the cracking chip again. With the emission of the chip's special band, all control rights in the control center were completely taken over by Eton. Master, welcome. The mature female version of the artificial intelligence voice sounded. After hearing the voice of artificial intelligence, Eton realized that this place belonged to him. Great. Next I just need to pick up all my maids. As for Lin Yue, he is no longer useful and it is time for him to die. Eton said coldly. After saying that, Eton left the shelter and flew towards his villa. Chapter 33, Encountering a Superpower. Jiulong Lake Community, in the underground garage. Mr. Lin, I just went to the place you told me to look for it, and I actually found a very good shelter. Yi Bian said with a smile. Ha. I'm glad that Mr. Yi has found it. As long as Mr. Yi keeps his promise, I will hand over the password to the shelter. Then we will go into the shelter together, eat the best food, and play with the most beautiful beauties. Lin Yue said excitedly. Seeing Lin Yue looking so happy that he was about to fly, Eton couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This idiot still thinks he has the initiative? Little did he know that in Eton's eyes he was already a dead man. Mr. Lin, since I have found the shelter, you are of no use to me. Eton said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Yue was stunned and looked at Eton with horror. Mr. Yi, do you know what you are talking about? What do you mean I am of no use to you? Even if you find the shelter, what can you do? Without the password, you can't get in. So I still advise you to keep your promise quickly, otherwise you will just be helpless in the face of such a good shelter. Lin Yue said anxiously. After Lin Yue finished speaking, Eton sneered disdainfully and looked at him with extremely contemptuous eyes. I don't want to waste any more time talking to a person who is of no use to me. You will die in agony next. You should never covet my woman. Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton directly reached out and pulled off Lin Yue's left arm. Ahak! Blood spurted out immediately and Lin Yue screamed in pain. However, this was not the end. Eton attacked again and pulled off Lin Yue's right arm, left leg, and right leg. At this point, Lin Yue has completely become a human stick. Just wait for death in this underground garage. Eton said coldly. After saying that, Eton no longer paid attention to Lin Yue and turned around and left. No matter how Lin Yue cried and begged for mercy, Eton remained indifferent. In Eton's villa. Get ready, I'm going to take you to a place that's safer and more comfortable than here. Eton said with a smile. The 6 maids nodded when they heard this. Although they didn't know where Eton was going to take them, they were very curious. But as maids, they also knew not to ask questions that they shouldn't ask. Therefore, after Eton said this, the maids quickly made preparations. Immediately afterwards, Eton came to the outside of the villa and released the reinforced explosion-proof vehicle. Hiss. You can tell at a glance that this car is worth a lot of money. Its explosion-proof, cold-proof, and anti-slip performance should be quite good. Part.Reward exclaimed. As a professional killer, she had some knowledge about explosion-proof vehicles and could tell at a glance that this car was extraordinary. After hearing what part.Reward said, the other 5 maids nodded and couldn't help whispering to each other. When it comes to the level of knowledge about some weird things, Park Yun-young is indeed the best among many maids. Okay, don't waste time. Get in the car quickly, it won't be long before you arrive at a very, very familiar place. Eton said. Upon hearing this, the 6 maids got into the car and rushed towards the shelter with Eton. I thought that since this was only the 12th day of the apocalypse, even if there were some Esperons wandering around outside, there shouldn't be too many of them. Therefore, the probability of Eton encountering a person with superpowers will be very low. However, as luck would have it, 3 people with special abilities had just robbed a neighborhood and obtained a lot of supplies and some pretty good-looking women. When they were crossing the road with the looted supplies and women, one of the psychics noticed Eton's car. Fuck! What a beautiful woman! Compared with the women in that car, the women we caught can only be considered ugly, said Gao Tianhai. The supernatural power of this psychic named Gao Tianhai is Sky Eye. This supernatural power is manifested in 2 aspects, one is clairvoyance and the other is laser eye. In other words, Gao Tianhai's eyes can not only see things very far away, but also emit laser attacks. Therefore, when Eton's car was still some distance away from them, Gao Tianhai saw the unparalleled beauty of Eton's 6 maids. Xiao Gao, do you mean that your heavenly eye saw a very beautiful woman in a car? Huang Tianliang asked. Huang Tianliang is a person with special abilities who can control fire and has extremely high resistance to low temperatures. Therefore, he can move around easily outside wearing short sleeves, and he can also use his fire ability to protect his teammates from being affected by low temperatures. That's right. There is a car coming towards us with 6 very beautiful women in it. There is only one man in this car. Even if he is a superpower, we should be able to deal with him. Gao Tianhai said excitedly. Hearing this, the eyes of the other 2 psychics lit up. 6 beauties plus a man, there is no doubt that this man is most likely a psychic with decent strength. But what if that man is a mutant? We have 3 people with special abilities on our side. Moreover, the abilities of each psychic are not weak, so the advantage is mine. This is really great news. We will ambush them on the roadside later, kill the man, take the woman away and have fun, said Sun Jijie. Sun Jijie's special ability is physical enhancement, which, as the name suggests, greatly increases the physical strength of the person with this ability. Therefore, Sun Jijie is a pure physical ability user with strong physical fitness and can withstand low temperatures without any problem. The car is coming soon, let's get ready, said Gao Tianhai. Hearing this, Huang Tianliang and Sun Jijie both nodded. Immediately afterwards, they ambushed on the side of the road, ready to take action at any time, quietly waiting for Eton's arrival. On the other side, Eton didn't know that there were 3 psychics ambushing him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He was driving leisurely on the road with 6 beauties. Soon, Eton's car arrived at the ambush site of the 3 psychics. The car is coming, get moving. The next moment, Sun Jijie, who had extremely strong physical fitness, appeared on the road and forced Eton's reinforced explosion-proof car to stop with one kick. Immediately afterwards, Gao Tianhai and Huang Tianliang also came behind Sun Jijie. Gao Tianhai's severe laser has been gathered and can be fired at any time. The fireball in Huang Tianliang's hand was already prepared and could be thrown out to cause an explosion at any time. Boy, get out of the car quickly and let us take those 6 women away, otherwise, humph. Sun Jijie said arrogantly. Chapter 34, Dragon King Society, Shelter. Boy, if you are willing to surrender and give up your woman, then we can consider introducing you to our Dragon King Club. But if you still want to resist, then you can't blame us for being ruthless. Gao Tianhai said coldly. Quickly surrender, boy. I know it's hard for you to give up 6 beauties, but this is how the world ends. In the end times, the strong prey on the weak. We are stronger than you, so you have to hand over everything that belongs to you. Huang Tianliang said. Looking at Sun Jijie, Gao Tianhai, and Huang Tianliang, who were extremely arrogant in their explosion-proof car models, Eton couldn't help but sneer, his eyes full of contempt. Theoretically speaking, when 3 people with special abilities fight against 1 person with special abilities, I have the advantage. But Eton is different, he is not just an ordinary psychic. Soon, Eton got out of the car and looked at the 3 psychics with interest. I'm very curious, what could the Dragon King you just mentioned be? Judging from the tone of your words just now, it seems that it is a great honor to join the Dragon King Club. Eton asked with a smile. For the 3 psychics in front of him, Eton would find it as easy to crush them to death as to crush an ant. But the Dragon King mentioned by Gao Tianhai just now aroused some interest in Eton. So Eton did not kill them immediately, but wanted to get some information about the organization from them. Humph. You don't deserve to know more information about our Dragon King. You just need to know that this is an existence you can't afford to offend. Gao Tianhai said coldly. Okay, Xiao Gao. Why are you talking so much to a dead man? Let's kill him quickly and then have a good time with those 6 beauties. Sun Jijie said impatiently. That's right. Xiao Gao, why are you wasting your time talking to this kid? Let's just kill him and be done with it. Don't even think about letting him join the Dragon King Society. Huang Tianliang said impatiently. After saying that, Gao Tianhai nodded. Then, the 3 of them attacked Eton together. Gao Tianhai's laser and Huang Tianliang's fireball hit Eton almost at the same time, raising clouds of smoke and dust. Sun Jijie picked up a big stone and threw it at Eton, hitting Eton successfully. This kid is dead. Let's go and snatch those women away. Gao Tianhai said with a smile. He. Beauties, here we come. Sun Jijie said with a lewd smile. Later, I will be the first to get on top of that woman with the temperament of a CEO. I like to pin this kind of woman who was originally high and mighty under me. Huang Tianliang said while licking his tongue. As they spoke, they slowly approached Eton's car, already imagining the scene of pressing the beauties under them. But soon they were confused. Because when the smoke and dust cleared, Eton was standing there intact, without a single hair lost. Ha ha. With the strength of the 3 of you, you want to steal my woman? Why don't you just take a piss and take a look? Are you worthy? Eton said disdainfully. Looking at Eton who was intact in front of them, Gao Tianhai and others couldn't help but gasp. He was able to use his physical body to withstand the attacks of 3 psychics without any damage. How strong is this guy's physical fitness? This person is definitely an extremely powerful psychic with enhanced physical abilities. We cannot contend with him. Let's retreat quickly, said Sun Jijie. As he spoke, Sun Jijie began to oil the soles of his shoes. Gao Tianhai and Huang Tianliang on the side also reacted quickly and ran away immediately. Looking at the 3 people who were so scared that they ran away, Eton couldn't help but reveal a scornful smile. Ha ha. Want to run away? If I let you run away, wouldn't I be very embarrassed? Heat vision. The next moment, 2 extremely hot lasers shot out from Eton's eyes. In just a blink of an eye, Gao Tianhai and Huang Tianliang's bodies were pierced by the heat rays and exploded, and they were deader than dead. Immediately afterwards, Eton quickly flew to Sun Jijie's side and crippled his legs with a light kick. Now you can tell me clearly, right? Tell me what the Dragon King Society is? Eton asked coldly. You actually dared to kill someone from our Dragon King Society. The president will never let you go. Just now when I was running away, I secretly took a picture of you and sent it back to you. Next, you will face the endless pursuit of the Dragon King, and you are dead. Sun Jijie said arrogantly. When Eton saw that Sun Jijie not only did not answer his question but even dared to threaten him, his brows immediately frowned into a shape. It seems that I have to use some extreme means to pry some information out of your mouth. Eton said indifferently. Afterwards, Eton began to torture Sun Jijie. Sun Jijie is a person with enhanced physical abilities and strong vitality. Torture can only make him feel pain but cannot kill him. Therefore, Sun Jijie was in trouble next. Eton directly used the 10 most cruel tortures of the Qing dynasty on Sun Jijie, completely destroying his will. I'll tell you everything. Please don't torture me anymore. Sun Jijie begged for mercy. Seeing Sun Jijie begging for mercy, Eton nodded with satisfaction. Then he asked, tell me all the news about your Dragon King Society. The more detailed the better. Upon hearing this, Sun Jijie immediately began to tell what he knew about the Dragon King Society. The headquarters of our Dragon King Association is in the original Photon Group building. The supernatural beings in the Dragon King Society are in an absolutely high position. The president of the Dragon King Society. After a while, Sun Jijie told everything he knew. Eton nodded slightly, and then gave Sun Jijie a quick death. The Dragon King Society is an organization with many people with special abilities, and now this organization has set its sights on me because of the matter involving these 3 people with special abilities. But it doesn't matter, just keep targeting me, I can just find a time to kill them. Yi Tian said disdainfully. Afterwards, Yi Tian no longer paid attention to this matter. He returned to his car and continued driving to the shelter with his 6 maids. The rest of the journey was smooth sailing, and they soon arrived at the door of the shelter. Yi Tian, who had full authority over the shelter, easily opened the door of the shelter and brought all 6 maids in. After the maids completely entered the shelter, they were all shocked by the scene before them. Swimming pool, playground, plantation, there is everything here. Living here is definitely more comfortable than living in a villa. Shin Shiyan said excitedly. Master, thank you so much. You can actually bring us to this place that is like heaven. Park Yunying said excitedly. The master is truly powerful. Su Qingyue exclaimed. The other maids also sighed repeatedly, and became more dependent on Yi Tian. He. To celebrate coming to such a great place, how about we have a big party now? Yi Tian said with an evil smile. Upon hearing this, the 6 maids all looked at Yi Tian with curiosity in their eyes. How does Yi Tian want to play this time? Next, I will wander in the swimming pool with you and have a good exchange meeting. Yi Tian said evilly. The maids blushed when they heard this, but they didn't mean to refuse. Soon, Yi Tian and his maids jumped into the swimming pool, and a climax-filled exchange meeting officially began in the swimming pool. Chapter 35, The Flower of Jailing finally can't hold back. Because the night of the 12th day of the apocalypse was too absurd, Yi Tian slept until noon on the 13th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.2%. As the system finished speaking, Yi Tian felt that his physical strength had increased a little bit. Let's go have some lunch first, and then go and have a good fight with Jiang Manlin, the most popular girl in the police force. Maybe I can take her down today, Yi Tian thought evilly. Afterwards, Yi Tian had a sumptuous lunch with his 6 maids. While having lunch, he did not forget to take some videos and photos and send them to Jiang Manlin. After the meal, the same old routine was followed. 4 maids dealt with the leftover food, while 2 maids helped Yi Tian massage his shoulders and legs. As for Yi Tian himself, he was lying on the soft big sofa, playing games comfortably, and his life was extremely comfortable. On the other hand, Jiang Manlin, who was still trapped in the police station, was in a worsening condition. There was no food or water in the police station, so Jiang Manlin was hungry and thirsty at this time. Not only that, the poisonous ice and snow stopped a few days ago and the temperature dropped further, which also had a great impact on Jiang Manlin. Because whether there is poisonous ice and snow or not, Jiang Manlin can't get out. Jiang Manlin has been hiding indoors, and apart from food and water, the only thing that can affect her is temperature. The further drop in temperature means that Jiang Manlin will have to endure even more severe cold. So Jiang Manlin's condition at the moment can be said to be extremely bad. Hunger, thirst, and cold, these 3 negative factors are constantly destroying her will. I'm so cold, hungry, and thirsty. If this continues, I'm really going to die. Jiang Manlin said weakly. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. When she opened her phone, she saw the photos and videos of meals that Yi Tian had sent her. In these photos and videos, Yi Tian lived with the maids in a very warm place and ate steaming delicious meals. Everyone looked in very good condition, with rosy and shiny complexions and smiles on their lips. Looking at the delicious food in the photo, Jiang Manlin swallowed hard and her stomach growled even louder. Maid, am I really going to be his maid? I never thought that I would have this day, woo-woo. Jiang Manlin cried, and cried very sadly, which made people feel pity for her. However, after she finished crying, she still had to face the cruel reality. The reality is that she will either starve to death, die of thirst, or freeze to death, or become Yi Tian's maid. It's so confusing, this choice is really too confusing. Just as Jiang Manlin was struggling, she faintly heard some roaring sounds. She was very familiar with this roar. The roars of the 2 mutated ragdoll cats and Akita dog were similar to this. The sound of a ferocious beast. Could it be that another ferocious beast has arrived near the police station? If the beast finds me in the police station, the consequences will be. Thinking of this, Jiang Manlin shuddered. Being eaten by ferocious beasts and turned into their food and feces, this way of dying is really fucking miserable. In the following period of time, the roar of the ferocious beast became clearer and clearer, and Jiang Manlin became more and more frightened. Finally, under the ravages of the 4 negative factors of hunger, thirst, cold, and ferocious beasts, Jiang Manlin's will collapsed. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Yi Tian. I am willing to be your maid, take me away. After seeing this news, Eton couldn't help but reveal a very evil expression on his face, and a triumphant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. TSK TSK. The most beautiful girl in the police force is finally going to surrender. I have been waiting for her for too long. Eton said evilly. Afterwards, Eton replied to Jiang Manlin. I'll pick you up right away, wait for me. Immediately afterwards, Eton said goodbye to his other maids and left the shelter. Eton can fly, and he flies very fast. Therefore, not long after, he flew to the Jinlin City Police Department headquarters and met Jiang Manlin, who was now haggard. Officer Jiang, long time no see. Since you have agreed to be my maid, I can't treat you too badly. You can eat these first. Eton said with a smile. As he spoke, Eton took out several hot and delicious dishes and some water and drinks. Looking at the food and water that Eton took out, Jiang Manlin could no longer hold back. She immediately began to eat and drink. After she had eaten and drunk her fill, her complexion and condition were noticeably better. Officer Jiang, it's time to fulfill your promise. Eton said evilly. Hearing this, Jiang Manlin nodded shyly. She has mentally prepared herself to give herself to Eton. Come on. I'm ready. Jiang Manlin said with his eyes closed. Looking at Jiang Manlin, who looked ready to die, Eton couldn't help but smile and shook his head. In this end times, water resources are extremely scarce. Therefore, it goes without saying that Jiang Manlin must not have taken a shower for several days, and the smell on her body must not be good. So it is absolutely impossible for Eton to get rid of her now. Officer Jiang, I'm not an impatient person. Let's wait until I bring you back to my base. Eton said lightly. Afterwards, Eton released the reinforced explosion-proof vehicle from his infinite warehouse and let Jiang Manlin sit on it. Just rest in the car for a while, and you will be taken to my base soon. When you are clean, come and serve me. Eton said evilly. Wait, you said wash? Can you take a shower there? Jiang Manlin asked in surprise. Of course I can take a shower there. Water resources are extremely precious to others, but they are just that to me. Eton said confidently. Immediately afterwards, Eton started the reinforced explosion-proof vehicle and started driving towards the shelter. Jiang Manlin, who was sitting in the car, felt nervous but also a little expectant. Taking a bath is too tempting for her. What Eton didn't know was that shortly after he took Jiang Manlin away, several uninvited guests came to the police station. Master Li Tianming should have been trapped in this police station at the end of the world. Let's go look for him. If he's alive, we need to find him. If he's dead, we need to find his body, said a man with a chill all over his body. Yes, boss. Afterwards, the group searched the entire police station and its surroundings, and actually found Li Tianming's body. After finding Li Tianming's body, the man, who was shivering all over, roughly examined the body. He discovered that Li Tianming died because his neck was broken, not because he was frozen to death or bitten by a ferocious beast. In other words, it was people, not the environment or the beast, who killed Li Tianming. Bring up all the surveillance cameras in the police station. I want to see who is so bold as to kill young Master Li Tianming. Clear. After a while, the man, who was shivering all over, saw from the surveillance video the scene of Eton breaking Li Tianming's neck. At this point, the group has completely identified the murderer. Download this surveillance video, and then we'll go back and report. I believe it won't be long before the family sends out experts to hunt down the murderer, said the man, who was emitting cold air all over his body. Yes, boss. Chapter 36, Jailing Flower becomes a maid, university teacher sister. In Eton's shelter. As soon as Jiang Manlin entered here, she felt a warm breeze coming. It's such a warm place, and it seems like there's everything here. Not to mention the basic infrastructure, there are also recreational facilities such as swimming pools and playgrounds. Eton is really powerful, he can actually live in such a comfortable place in the end times. Jiang Manlin sighed in his heart. After getting a general feel for the environment here, Jiang Manlin felt that he could not leave here. There is really a world of difference between here and the outside world. Living here might be better than before the end of the world. Maybe it's a good choice to spend the rest of my life here comfortably, be Eton's maid, and serve him well. Jiang Manlin thought to herself. Then she took off her heavy coat, revealing her perfect figure. She is 1.72 meters tall, has a slender and graceful figure, and her looks are at least 95 points. The charm of this most popular figure in the police force was fully displayed in front of Eton at this moment. TSK. Another top-notch beauty with a nearly perfect appearance and figure. Looks like I'm blessed today. He. Eton said evilly. Afterwards, Eton called Xian. Xian, her name is Jiang Manlin, she is my new maid. Take her downstairs and give her a good wash. By the way, teach her the maid rules here. Eton said. Hearing this, Xian nodded. Yes, master. After responding, Xian took Jiang Manlin downstairs to take a bath and brainwash her. After Xian and Jiang Manlin left, Eton lay comfortably on the sofa. He called Yu Qiutong and Su Qingyue to help him massage his shoulders and legs, while he himself was happily playing games. After a few hours, Xian washed Jiang Manlin clean. And also instilled in her the maid code. Soon, Jiang Manlin, wearing black stockings, high heels, a hip skirt and a white shirt, came in front of Eton. Master, I. Although Jiang Manlin had been instilled with the maid code by Xian, she still seemed very shy when she actually faced Eton. At this time, Jiang Manlin looked at Eton with a blushing face, stammering and unable to speak. Okay. If you don't know how to talk, then don't talk. You just have to answer me one question. Are you ready? Eton asked. I'm ready. Jiang Manlin said courageously. Hearing this, Eton nodded with satisfaction. Since you are ready, I won't be polite. Eton said evilly. The next moment, a unique and exciting exchange meeting was held here. During this exchange meeting, Eton and Jiang Manlin had a very intense discussion, which filled the entire meeting with a strange atmosphere. When the exchange meeting entered the middle and late stages, Jiang Manlin began to make pleasant and melodious sounds, gradually pushing the atmosphere of the exchange meeting to its climax. After an unknown amount of time, the exchange meeting ended. Jiang Manlin was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Eton was still in high spirits, with a look of wanting more. Afterwards, Eton found Yi Bingmeng and Su Yaoshu and held another exchange meeting with many climaxes. Eton lived a very absurd life in the second half of the 13th day of the apocalypse. Jiang Manlin's beauty intoxicated Eton for most of the day. Therefore, during this half day, Jiang Manlin was really tortured. After a good bit of nonsense, time came to the early morning of the 14th day of the apocalypse. After Eton got up, he looked at Jiang Manlin who was sleeping beside him and felt refreshed. Ha! I finally got this beautiful girl from jailing. So cool! Eton exclaimed. After sighing for a while, Eton said, System, sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, obtaining 1 billion cubic meters of pure water, and the development progress of Superman's Man of Steel increased by 0.1%. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength increased a little bit. At the same time, there was a lot more water resources in his infinite warehouse. When I signed in once before, the system also gave me a lot of water resources. Adding the water resources given for this sign-in, the water resources I have are almost equivalent to half of Taihu Lake. TSK. With so much water resources, I can use it with my maid until the end of time. Eton exclaimed. Then, Eton stretched and fell into thought. Although Eton has everything he needs now, it doesn't mean he has nothing to do. His infinite warehouse contains supplies equivalent to 4 super large warehouses. Add to that the supplies already stored in this shelter, so he really doesn't have to worry about supplies. However, if you want to maintain the operation of the entire underground shelter, energy sources such as electricity, oil, and natural gas are also essential. Therefore, Eton must pay attention to collecting these energy sources. Otherwise, when the energy in the shelter runs out one day, Eton and his maid will no longer live such a comfortable life. In addition to collecting more energy, the Dragon King Society, which has many people with special abilities, must also be eliminated as soon as possible. It's not a good thing to be watched by such an organization all the time. I will feel at ease if I can get rid of them quickly. Eton thought to himself. After thinking about this, Eton made up his mind. Eradicating the Dragon King Society and collecting energy are not contradictory and can be done at the same time. On the way to the Dragon King Society, he can collect some oil resources. After the Dragon King is completely eradicated, the energy in their hands will naturally fall into Eton's hands. And after the Dragon King is destroyed, Eton can also sweep the entire city as oil resources on his way back. That's it, let's go. Having said that, Eton prepared to leave the shelter and find trouble with the Dragon King society. However, at this moment, Jiang Manlin, who had been tormented for most of the day yesterday, woke up slowly. The first thing this beautiful girl did after waking up was to call Eton. Master, can I ask you for a favor? Jiang Manlin asked cautiously. Eton felt a little curious when he heard this. What can Jiang Manlin, the new maid, ask of me? Tell me what it is first. Eton replied indifferently. Master, I have a sister named Jiang Yufei. She teaches at Jinlin University and is very beautiful. And she has never had a boyfriend and is still a virgin. Jiang Manlin said. As she spoke, Jiang Manlin took out her cell phone and showed Eton a photo of her sister Jiang Yufei. After seeing the photo, Eton's eyes lit up. With long legs, big breasts and a perky but slender waist, fair skin and delicate face, she is indeed a rare beauty. Chapter 37, The Superpowers in Jinlin University. Jiang Yufei. Are you sure this is your sister's real appearance and not a fake photo? Eton asked seriously. I'm sure. My sister looks like this. Jiang Manlin said firmly. Hearing this, an extremely evil smile appeared at the corner of Eton's mouth. Since this is true, then of course Eton has to accept such a beauty. I contacted my sister the day before yesterday, and she is safe at Jinlin University for now. However, the future situation is not optimistic, and there are more and more things that cross the bottom line in universities. It's just that it hasn't affected her yet. Jiang Manlin said worriedly. After Jiang Manlin finished speaking, Eton nodded silently. Students on university campuses are still in a relatively naive stage, and their moral decline is relatively slow. That's why Jiang Manlin's sister Jiang Yufei, as an extremely beautiful teacher, has been able to get by without getting into trouble until now. However, as long as the apocalyptic natural disasters continue and the original order cannot be restored, it is only a matter of time before more and more people cross the bottom line, and universities will be no exception. When most people in the university have crossed the bottom line, Jiang Yufei will probably. Thinking of this, Eton felt that this matter could not wait. Hurry up and get up. I'll take you to Jinlin University to pick up your sister. Eton said. Well, I'll get up right away. After saying that, Jiang Manlin got up as quickly as possible and put on her clothes. Immediately afterwards, Eton took Jiang Manlin out of the shelter, got on a reinforced explosion-proof vehicle, and drove all the way to Jinlin University. There were no accidents along the way, at least no one encountered any supernatural beings. After all, people with superpowers only account for a very small part of the population, and it is not easy to meet one. Not long after, Eton drove an explosion-proof vehicle and officially entered the Jinlin University campus. Has your sister told you where he has been on campus these days? Eton asked. North Canteen. My sister said he has been staying in the North Canteen. Jiang Manlin said. Hearing this, Eton nodded. No wonder Jiang Yufei survived more than 10 days in the apocalypse without any harm. It turned out that she was hiding in the cafeteria, a place with relatively abundant food. Afterwards, Eton drove to the North Canteen of Jinlin University. After getting off the bus, Jiang Manlin took Eton's hand and walked towards the cafeteria entrance. As soon as the two entered the cafeteria, a group of young people who looked like students discovered them. Are you from the outside world? Asked a student. Yes, we are indeed from the outside world. Eton responded. You actually came from the outside world. Were you sent by our superiors to distribute relief supplies? Asked another student. Distributing relief supplies? At this time, you are still dreaming about this? To tell you the truth, we are just here to look for someone, and it has nothing to do with rescue supplies. Eton said indifferently. After hearing Eton's words, the faces of the students around him all darkened. Is it true that there will be no relief supplies coming to me? There really is no end to this apocalypse. Jiang Manlin asked, where is teacher Jiang Yufei? We are here to look for her. Hearing this, the students looked at each other, not knowing whether they should say it or not. Jiang Manlin looked at the students' expressions and immediately became anxious. Tell me. Where is teacher Jiang Yufei? She told me the day before yesterday that she was hiding in the North Canteen, so where is she now? Jiang Manlin asked anxiously. Faced with Jiang Manlin's questions, most of the students were still afraid to speak. Finally, a very beautiful girl bravely stood up and said, "Just now, Teacher Jiang was taken to the kitchen by Song Tianqi." "What did you say? My sister was taken away? Who is that Song Tianqi? Why did he dare to do such a thing in school?" Jiang Manlin asked angrily. Song Tianqi was originally a gentle boy wearing glasses, but he awakened his supernatural powers yesterday. After gaining superpowers, Song Tianqi has completely changed and become lawless. Yesterday he pretended to pursue Teacher Jiang, but was ruthlessly rejected by Teacher Jiang, and today he said the beautiful and brave girl. After hearing what the girl said, Jiang Manlin's eyes widened and his anger exploded. She now wished she could tear Song Tianqi to pieces alive. "Master, let's go to the kitchen quickly. If we go any later, my sister might be defiled by that Song Tianqi," Jiang Manlin pleaded. Eton nodded slightly, then he carried Jiang Manlin and walked quickly towards the kitchen. Jiang Yufei is the woman that Eton likes, how can he tolerate another man defiling her? As for Song Tianqi, the psychic, he is no different from rotten fish and shrimp in Eton's eyes. Soon, Eton brought Jiang Manlin to the cafeteria kitchen. "As soon as I arrived here, I heard a woman's cry for help." "You beast! I'm your teacher, and you actually want to do something improper to me?" Jiang Yufei said angrily. "Hey! What's wrong with the teacher? Doing something indecent to a beautiful teacher will only make me more excited. Teacher Jiang, I have admired you since the first time I saw you after entering university. It's just that I never had the chance to have sex with her before, but now, I have become a superpower and possess powerful military strength. In this end times, possessing force is equivalent to possessing everything. Teacher Jiang, just obey me." "Ha ha ha," Song Tianqi said with a sly smile. Seeing Song Tianqi's stubborn attitude, Jiang Yufei was so angry that she wanted to kill him immediately. But Jiang Yufei is just a weak woman. Even if Song Tianqi doesn't have superpowers, he can force her to. What's more, at this time Song Tianqi has become a psychic with enhanced physique. Therefore, all of Jiang Yufei's struggles were in vain in front of Song Tianqi. "Aha! Get away! You!" Jiang Yufei struggled and screamed, trying not to be defiled by Song Tianqi. However, facing Jiang Yufei's struggle and screams, Song Tianqi couldn't help but reveal a very evil smile at the corner of his mouth. "Teacher Jiang, just scream and struggle. The more you scream and struggle, the more excited I will be." "Ha ha ha," Song Tianqi said with a sly grin. As he spoke, Song Tianqi began to strip off Jiang Yufei's clothes, officially preparing to defile this extremely beautiful teacher. However, at this moment, a delicate cry was heard. "Stop! Song Tianqi, you beast, how can you attack your own teacher?" Jiang Manlin said angrily. After Jiang Manlin finished speaking, Jiang Yufei and Song Tianqi both looked at her. "Sister? Why are you here? Run, run! Sister, it's okay for me to be humiliated, but you must not be caught by the beast Song Tianqi," Jiang Yufei shouted. On the other side, Song Tianqi just licked his lips and revealed a very evil expression when he looked at Jiang Manlin, who was as beautiful as Jiang Yufei. He. I didn't expect that you, Teacher Jiang, have such a beautiful sister. This is really great. Today I will give you two sisters together, ha ha. Song Tianqi said with a sly smile. As he said that, Song Tianqi was ready to use his special abilities to capture Jiang Manlin as well. At this moment, Eton, who was standing next to Jiang Manlin, sneered. Chapter 38: An Unexpected Surprise. Humph. Just a piece of trash who just awakened his superpowers. He can only be so arrogant in an environment where there are no other people with superpowers. Yi Tian said disdainfully. After Yi Tian finished speaking, Song Tianqi couldn't help but frown and became furious. Ever since he awakened his superpowers, other people's attitude towards him has been either admiration or fear. No one has ever dared to speak to him in such a disdainful tone. I don't care who you are dead today. Wait for me to kill you first, throw your body out, and then taste this pair of sisters. Song Tianqi said coldly. The next moment, Song Tianqi took action. As a psychic with physical enhancement, Song Tianqi was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he came to Yi Tian and kicked him. The kick was so powerful that if an ordinary person was hit by it, he would definitely die. Even if an ordinary psychic was kicked, he would be seriously injured and on the verge of death. It's a pity that Song Tianqi met Yi Tian. With a bang, Song Tianqi kicked Eton hard in the chest. However, after kicking Eton, the scene that Song Tianqi imagined, where Eton's chest was kicked and his whole body flew backwards, did not happen. Instead, Song Tianqi himself felt like he had kicked a towering mountain. I can't kick it. I really can't kick it. You don't even have the strength to kick anyone, yet you dare to be so arrogant? Next, I will show you how to kick someone. Eton said with a smile. The next moment, Eton kicked Song Tianqi hard in the chest. With a loud bang, Song Tianqi's ribs were all broken by Eton's kick, and his whole body flew backwards. No. Impossible. Put. After looking at Eton in disbelief and spitting out blood, Song Tianqi rolled his eyes and died. Hiss. After seeing Eton kill Song Tianqi with one kick, Zhang Yufei couldn't help but gasp. How strong is this man my sister brought? You have to know that Song Tianqi is a person with superpowers, and a person with superpowers that can enhance his physical fitness. Someone who can kill a person with enhanced physical abilities with one kick is simply terrifying. Looking at Zhang Yufei's shocked expression, Zhang Manlin couldn't help but laugh out loud. She had a similar reaction when she saw Eton's strength before. The strength displayed by this man Eton is indeed enough to surprise everyone. Sister, Song Tianqi is dead, you are safe. Zhang Manlin said with a smile. Well, I know that it was the gentleman next to you who saved me. Should you introduce him to me? Zhang Yufei asked. Hearing this, Zhang Manlin nodded. Afterwards, Zhang Manlin began to introduce Eton to her sister Zhang Yufei. After Zhang Manlin's introduction, Zhang Yufei had a deeper understanding of Eton. This person is not only extremely powerful, but also has a shelter and a lot of supplies. Not only that, his sister Zhang Manlin is actually his maid. This was far beyond Zhang Yufei's expectations. Zhang Manlin is such a proud person, so if someone said that she was Eton's wife, Zhang Yufei would think it made sense. But the maid? This is too exaggerated. Sister. Don't underestimate my status as a maid. Being a maid to my master is good except for having to endure his fickleness. I tell you, the master's shelter is very warm. Zhang Manlin told Zhang Yufei a lot of benefits of being Eton's maid. Zhang Yufei was a little moved by what she said. In this doomsday, although Zhang Yufei did not starve, everything else was a mess. Let us not talk about anything else, just talk about taking a bath. Zhang Yufei hasn't taken a bath for more than 10 days and feels very uncomfortable. As for the warm environment, delicious dishes, and all-inclusive basic and entertainment facilities, these are not available in the school cafeteria. Sister, if it is true as you said, then living in your master's shelter is indeed a very good choice. But asking me to become his maid, this is too. After Zhang Manlin's persuasion, Zhang Yufei was somewhat tempted. But it's really not that easy to overcome the psychological barrier. Her thoughts at this moment were similar to Zhang Manlin's previous thoughts. If she were Eton's legal wife, it would be completely acceptable, but being a maid would be difficult for Zhang Yufei to accept for a while. It doesn't matter if you can't accept it now. I can take you to the shelter first and let you experience the comfortable environment there. You can enjoy yourself there for 2 days first, and then decide whether to be my maid after 2 days. But let me be frank with you. If you still don't want to leave after 2 days, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave the shelter. Eton said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Yufei thought for a while and then nodded. It would be nice to go to Eton's place to experience it. If nothing else, at least I can take a bath first. Zhang Yufei misses clean bath water so much now. Sister, let's follow the master now without further delay. I believe that after you experience the shelter for 2 days, you will definitely not want to leave. Zhang Manlin said confidently. Eton standing aside also showed a triumphant smile on his face. He knew only too well how attractive his shelter was to people in the doomsday. As long as Zhang Yufei goes there, she will never think of leaving. At that time, Eton will be able to naturally win over Zhang Yufei, the extremely beautiful teacher. Afterwards, Eton started walking back with the pair of sisters. However, just as they passed the north canteen, a girl suddenly jumped out and blocked Eton's way. Eton looked carefully and found that this was the girl who had told them Zhang Yufei's location before. Are you going to take teacher Zhang Yufei away? The girl asked. That's right, I just want to take her away. Eton responded indifferently. Then can you take me away too? I don't want to stay here anymore, the girl pleaded. As she spoke, The girl poured the remaining 1/3 of the bottle of mineral water into her handkerchief and wiped her face with it. Then she took off her heavy coat, revealing her figure. After the girl fully revealed her face and figure, Eton, Jiang Manlin and Zhang Yufei were all stunned. She has long legs, big breasts and a perky butt, fair skin, a pure and sunny face, and a slender waist. Looks good. It's really beautiful. This is definitely a beauty of school beauty level. TSK. I didn't expect to encounter such a pleasant surprise when passing by the cafeteria. A beauty of this level is willing to follow me, so of course I can't let her go. Yi Tian thought evilly. Chapter 39. This school beauty is very open-minded. Golden Moon. You are Jin Xinyue? You are such a proud person, but actually, Zhang Yufei said in shock. The school beauty who stopped Yi Tian and others was Jin Xinyue, one of Zhang Yufei's students. In Zhang Yufei's impression, Jin Xinyue is a very, very cold school beauty. Before the end of the world, many first-generation rich people, second-generation rich people, and second-generation officials pursued Jin Xinyue madly, but they were all ruthlessly rejected by her. Therefore, in the eyes of those who know the school beauty Jin Xinyue, she is a cold goddess with great pride. Zhang Yufei didn't expect that such a proud student would take the initiative to jump out and ask Yi Tian to take her away. Teacher, the end of the world has come for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, I have fought a lot. The world should be unable to return to its original order, so the identity, status, and glory before the end of the world are meaningless at this moment. In the end times, all I have is beauty, so I must make full use of my beauty and use it to gain the greatest benefit. Jin Xinyue said firmly. After listening to Jin Xinyue's words, Zhang Yufei could only sigh helplessly. What this school beauty student said is very true. This is the reality of the end of the world. Jin Xinyue's approach of letting go of all her pride is actually the most sensible approach. Using your beauty to gain the greatest benefit, well said. But how do you know that I can bring you the greatest benefit? Yi Tian asked with a smile. Hearing this, Jin Xinyue took a deep breath and stated the basis for her judgment. Song Tianqi awakened his superpowers yesterday, and I know how strong he is. And when Song Tianqi took teacher Jiang to the kitchen to defile her, you came. You went to the kitchen and brought teacher Jiang out safe and sound. What does this mean? This means that you are a more powerful psychic than Song Tianqi. I decided the day before yesterday to use my beauty to attach myself to a powerful enough superpower. Jin Xinyue said. After hearing Jin Xinyue's words, Zhang Yufei and Jiang Manlin couldn't help but sigh that this school beauty was so rational. Yi Tian also nodded with satisfaction. For those beauties that he cannot conquer in a short time, Yi Tian can slowly enjoy the process of conquering them. Yi Tian was also happy to accept a beauty like Jin Xinyue who came to his door. Skipping the process of building a strategy and letting me get started directly, this feeling is really pretty good. Yi Tian thought evilly. Afterwards, Yi Tian took the three beauties into his reinforced explosion-proof car and left Jinlin University. The journey back to the shelter was smooth sailing, and it wasn't long before they all entered the shelter. As soon as they entered the shelter, Zhang Yufei and Jin Xinyue felt the warm air and saw all kinds of facilities. It's such a warm and comfortable place, and it has all the necessary infrastructure, including swimming pools and casinos. Sister, you really didn't lie to me. Zhang Yufei said happily. It would be wonderful if I could spend the rest of my life in this place. The choice I made this time was indeed the right one. Jin Xinyue exclaimed. Seeing that Zhang Yufei and Jin Xinyue, the master and disciple, were immersed in this comfortable environment, Yi Tian couldn't help but reveal a smile of success at the corner of his mouth. There is no need to say much about Jin Xinyue who jumped out on her own initiative. If Yi Tian wants to eat her, he can do so at any time. As for Zhang Yufei, who has not yet agreed to be Yi Tian's maid, Yi Tian is not afraid that she will run away. After experiencing such a comfortable environment, Yi Tian didn't believe that Zhang Yufei still had the courage to face the cruel doomsday outside. Xin Xian, come here. Yi Tian said. Come on, master. Take these two beauties downstairs to wash them, and teach them the rules here. Yes, master. After saying that, Xin Xian took Zhang Yufei and Jin Xinyue away. As for what to do after taking it away? Of course it's both a bath and a brainwash. Wash the bodies of the new beauties and instill in them the maid code of conduct. This is the job that Yi Tian assigned to Xin Xian. Ha! I got two more stunning beauties, but I'm not in a hurry to eat them. If you want to taste the most delicious rice with gravy, how can you leave out the elder sister among the sisters, or the master among the apprentices? So I'd better wait until Jiang Yufei completely surrenders before I taste this extremely delicious rice. Yi Tian thought evilly. After thinking about this, Yi Tian decided to wait patiently for 2 days before taking action against Jiang Yufei and Jin Xinyue. Then, he called the 3 maids, Park Yunying, Su Qinyue and Yi Bingmang, and held a climax-filled exchange meeting with them. Soon the atmosphere here gradually became strange. Just when Yi Tian and his 3 maids were happily holding a communication meeting, a man in the North Canteen of Jinlin University was furious. As far as I know, teacher Jiang Yufei and Jin Xinyue should be here. Where are they now? The man asked coldly. The man's name is Chen Zhu. He is a student at Jinlin University and also a person with special abilities. His purpose of coming to the North Canteen this time was very simple, which was to kill Song Tianqi and then occupy Jiang Yufei and Jin Xinyue. But when he actually came here, he was dumbfounded. Song Tianqi, whom he regarded as his number 1 competitor, was actually dead, while Jiang Yufei and Jin Xinyue were nowhere to be found. Thinking that the 2 beauties who were supposed to be under him were missing, Chen Zhu couldn't help but get furious. I'm asking you a question. Where did Jiang Yufei and Jin Xinyue go? Chen Zhu asked impatiently. As he said that, Chen Zhu used his special ability. I saw a bone spur shot out from his hand and instantly pierced through a boy's head. After the boy's death, everyone else felt horrified and told what they had seen and heard. Originally, Song Tianqi wanted to take teacher Jiang to the kitchen to defile her, but then a man and a woman came. They killed Song Tianqi and took teacher Jiang away. A boy said tremblingly. Not only that, when the man was about to leave, Jin Xinyue took the initiative to jump out and asked to be taken away. The man readily agreed, so Jin Xinyue left with teacher Jiang, said another boy. After listening to what the 2 boys said, Chen Zhu took a deep breath, and the anger in his heart surged to the extreme. The cooked duck flew away. How could he not be angry? The next moment, the extremely angry Chen Zhu used his supernatural powers again. Dozens of bone spurs flew out, killing all the students in the North Cafeteria. Damn it! I didn't expect Jiang Yufei and Jin Xinyue to be taken away by someone outside. It seems I have to change my target. Chen Zhu said coldly. Then, the image of another school beauty emerged in Chen Zhu's mind. The other school beauty has a completely different style from Jin Xinyue, but her charm is no less than Jin Xinyue. And that school beauty has a unique exotic charm, which is very attractive. In that case, I will go and conquer Stella tomorrow. Chen Zhu decided. Chapter 40 Jinlin University Sign-In, Top Foreign Horse. Stella. During the rest of the 14th day of the apocalypse, Eton was either fooling around with his maids or lying on the sofa playing games. These days are so fulfilling. Soon, the 14th day of the apocalypse passed. Early morning of the 15th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.3%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in for 15 consecutive days. The one-time sign-in location Jinlin University has been refreshed. Please go there to sign in as soon as possible. After the system finished speaking, Eton felt that his physical fitness had become a little stronger. But this is not the key point. The key point is the check-in location Jinlin University refreshed by the system. The reward I received when I signed in at the police headquarters last time was quite good. I guess the reward I get from signing in at Jinlin University this time shouldn't be too bad. Yi Tian said excitedly. The last time he signed in at the police station, Yi Tian's Superman Steel Man development progress directly increased by 5%, and he also gained the superhuman ability of heat vision. It can be seen from this that the rewards obtained from a one-time location check-in far outweigh the normal check-in rewards. Therefore, Yi Tian is now impatient to go to Jinlin University. Ha! Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to take down Jiang Yufei and Jin Xinyue. Why not go to Jinlin University and have some fun? Yi Tian decided. Afterwards, Yi Tian said goodbye to his maids and left the shelter. If Yi Tian goes out without the maid, he doesn't have to drive. He endured the cold and flew to Jinlin University in minutes. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully at Jinlin University. The development progress of Superman's Man of Steel has increased by 5%, unlocking the superhuman abilities Supervision and Superhearing. After the system finished speaking, Eton instantly felt that his physical fitness had increased dramatically again. The development level of his Superman steel body has reached 16%, and his strength is extremely powerful. At the same time, Eton's vision and hearing both experienced a qualitative leap. After unlocking these two abilities of Superman, he can easily see anything far away, and can also easily hear the whispers of a large group of people around him. TSK. With super hearing and supervision, my observation and sensing abilities have been greatly improved. Basically, I don't have to worry about being tricked by others. Although there should be no one in this world who can trick me, it is always good to have an extra layer of insurance. Eton said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Eton used these two abilities. Soon, Eton knew the words and deeds of almost everyone in Jinlin University. Most of the people and things on campus could not arouse Eton's interest, except there seems to be something interesting going on over at the international students' dormitory. I have to go and take a closer look. Eton said with a smile. Then, in the blink of an eye, he flew over the international students' dormitory and began to watch the show. Jinlin University International Student Dormitory, in front of room 202. A handsome foreign man was tied to a chair. Next to this foreign man stood a man with an evil smile on his face. The man with an evil smile on his face is none other than Shenju, one of the supernatural beings in Jinlin University. However, Shenju's attention was not on the foreign man at this time. Instead, he just smiled and looked at the dormitory door. Stella, if you don't come out, I'm going to chop off your boyfriend Peter's legs. Shenju said with a smile. As he spoke, a bone knife appeared in Shenju's hand and he placed it on the joint between Peter's thigh and calf. When the tied-up Peter saw the bone knife in Shenju's hand, he was so scared that he wet his pants. Stella, come out quickly, Stella. Save me. Peter screamed. Peter's screaming had no effect for the time being. Therefore, Shenju looked at him with a cruel look. It seems that you, as a boyfriend, are not important enough in Stella's eyes. In that case, I'd better cut off your legs first. Shenju said playfully. As he spoke, Shenju swung the bone knife in his hand and chopped it hard on Peter's joints. With a pop sound, Peter's left calf and thigh separated. It hurts. It hurts so much. Stella, I beg you. Please come out quickly. Otherwise I will die. Peter screamed. Just as Peter screamed, Shenju raised the bone knife in his hand again and pointed it at Peter's right hand. Obviously, if Peter's girlfriend Stella didn't come out, Peter's right hand would be chopped off by Shenju. That's enough. Stop it, I'm coming out. Then the dormitory door opened. A foreign woman about 1.75 meters tall, with fair skin, a hot body, and a face full of European classical style walked out. At this time, the big mare was dressed very simply, and it could be seen that she hadn't taken a bath for a long time. But even so, her beauty cannot be concealed. Eton, who was flying in the air watching the show, couldn't help but be dazzled after seeing the full appearance of this big foreign horse. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. Even the Hollywood superstars seemed inferior to the foreign girl in front of her. This is definitely the most beautiful foreign horse Eton has ever seen. After Stella walked out of the dormitory, the smile on Shenju's mouth became even more evil. Stella, you are such a rare beauty. Shenju exclaimed. Then, Shenju looked at Peter and asked playfully, Does Stella know how many easy girls you have hooked up with in Jinlin University? Hearing this, Peter's heart trembled. Stella's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Ever since Peter came here to study, he has hooked up with many simple girls with his foreign looks. He had been hiding this matter from Stella, but was accidentally discovered by Shenju. No such thing. How could I hook up with another woman behind Stella's back? Stella, don't believe him, I have never betrayed you. Peter said loudly. Hearing this, Stella breathed a sigh of relief. Shenju smiled evilly, then took out his cell phone and handed it to Stella. Watch this video, you will know after watching it. Shenju said with a smile. Stella opened the video on Shenju's phone and soon saw the scene of Peter taking the simple girl to a hotel to get a room. And there is more than one such scene, there are as many as 4 in Shenju's video alone. Peter, you. Stella was so angry that she didn't know what to say. Shenju looked at Peter again and pointed the bone knife in his hand at his right hand. If you want to save your right hand, then tell the truth. How many simple girls have you hooked up with? Chen Zhu asked with a smile. 10, 18. After hearing this number, Chen Zhu laughed, but Stella looked ashen. Chapter 41. Follow me, Big Horse. 1818. Peter, I thought we were childhood sweethearts and our friendship was stronger than gold, but now it seems I was wrong, very wrong. The real you disappoints me in both character and ability. Stella yelled. This isn't my fault. It was those simple girls who seduced me. I just couldn't control myself. Peter wanted to defend himself, but Stella interrupted him. That's enough. I was just thinking about sacrificing myself to save your life, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. It's useless for you to say anything now, I have seen through your lowly nature. Stella said angrily. After Stella finished speaking, Peter was silent. He knew that nothing he said now would calm Stella's anger. At this moment, Chen Zhu on the side said with a smile, Stella, why don't you follow me in the future, I will love you well. Hearing this, Stella's brows furrowed into a Sichuan shape. Although she was very disappointed with Peter, it did not mean that she could accept Chen Zhu. I won't follow you, so don't dream about it. Stella said coldly. As Stella finished her words, Chen Zhu laughed, and his laugh was very evil. He is now a superpower, and his strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. Moreover, it is the end of the world now, and the order of the past is long gone. Therefore, even though Stella rejected him sternly, there was no sign of displeasure on Chen Zhu's face. Stella, I think you haven't figured out the situation yet. It's not up to you whether you follow me or not. Chen Zhu said coldly. After saying that, Chen Zhu walked forward and easily subdued Stella. Stella struggled and screamed, but it was useless. She couldn't compete with Chen Zhu by herself, and no classmates around her dared to stand up and stop Chen Zhu, the psychic. After subduing Stella, Chen Zhu looked at Peter with interest again. Peter, I want to have some fun with Stella now. Do you agree? Chen Zhu said with a smile. Hearing this, Peter was stunned. Chen Zhu actually asked him in front of him whether he agreed with his girlfriend being fucked? Shouldn't he be roasted on the grill? No reply? It seems you don't agree. In that case, then your right hand. Having said that, Chen Zhu put the bone knife on Peter's right hand again. Peter was so frightened that he immediately said, I agree. I totally agree. After Peter finished speaking, Chen Zhu laughed, and Stella's face became even worse. TSK. Look, your boyfriend has agreed. So don't struggle anymore, there's no point in struggling, you can't escape from my grasp anyway. Chen Zhu said with a sly smile. Then, Chen Zhu looked at Peter again and said something shocking again. Peter, you have to keep your eyes open from now on, and watch how I play with Stella. Otherwise, not only your right hand will be in trouble, but all your limbs and your third leg will be cut off. Chen Zhu said coldly. Peter was horrified when he heard this. For him to watch Stella being toyed with by others is the greatest humiliation of all. But does he dare to disagree? Peter was filled with fear as he imagined his 4 limbs and third leg being chopped off. In order not to be tortured too badly by Chen Zhu, Peter had no choice but to nod. Okay. I will watch the whole process and promise not to blink. Peter said with his last bit of strength. Ha ha ha. That's right. Then Peter, just enjoy the following scene. Stella, I'm coming over here. Chen Zhu said wickedly. Afterwards, Chen Zhu wanted to officially take action against Stella. Peter, who was on the side, had no choice but to stare with wide eyes, watching Stella about to be. Stella herself closed her eyes in despair, and 2 lines of tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. And at this critical moment, Eton took action. Eton flew to Chen Zhu's side in an instant, pointed his finger, and sent Chen Zhu's entire body flying backwards. Sorry, I've taken a fancy to this big foreign horse, so there's no chance for you. Eton said with a smile. Chen Zhu stood up immediately and glared at Eton. Are you also a psychic? And a psychic with enhanced physique? Chen Zhu asked. Ha ha. It's up to you to think whatever you want. I just came here to tell you that you can't touch this woman today. Eton said coldly. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhu's anger level instantly soared to the extreme. Facing a powerful psychic, under normal circumstances, Chen Zhu would definitely try to estimate his opponent's strength first. Then decide whether to take action and how to take action. But at this moment, Chen Zhu's rationality has been completely devoured by anger. Jiang Yufei and Jin Xingyue were robbed, and now someone is trying to snatch Stella. How could Shinju bear this? 3 cooked ducks flew away in a row. Is this something that anyone can tolerate? Therefore, the next moment, Shinju took decisive action. Fuck. If you dare to steal my woman, I will kill you. In an instant, hundreds of bone spurs rushed towards Eton at an extremely fast speed. The power of each bone spur is greater than that of an ordinary bullet. If an ordinary person or a less powerful psychic faced so many bone spurs, they would most likely die on the spot. It's a pity that the person Shinju met this time was Eton. The next second, more than 100 bone spurs hit Eton. Seeing this, Shinju smiled. But soon, his smile came to an abrupt end. No. Impossible. You actually withstood the attack of 100 bone spurs with your body. What level of physical enhancement type mutant are you? Who are you? Shinju said with a look of disbelief on his face. Who am I? You don't deserve to know. You only need to know one thing, that is, you are about to die. Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton flew to Shinju and threw a punch. There was a loud bang, and Shinju's body flew backwards, with all his ribs broken, and he died. Hiss. Seeing such a powerful psychic like Shinju being killed instantly by Eton in one move, the people around him couldn't help but gasp. Too scary, so scary. Who on earth is this person? Even people with special abilities can't withstand a single blow from him. Judging from what he just said, this person should also be here for Stella. Alas! It seems that no matter whether Shinju dies or not, Stella can't escape the fate of being toyed with by others. Eton ignored the discussions of the people around him. He slowly walked to Stella and said, Shinju is dead, and I don't need to say more about who your boyfriend is, right? I think you should just follow me from now on. Hearing this, Stella snorted coldly with a deathly pale face. After all, don't you still want my body? What's the difference between you and that Shinju? Stella said. No, you are wrong. I will not force myself on women. I will only make deals with women. Eton said with a smile. After saying that, Eton took out a big meal from the infinite warehouse and placed it in front of Stella. Looking at the delicious dishes in front of her, Stella couldn't help swallowing, and her stomach began to protest. Chapter 42, Except the Big Horse, the Lee family attacks. Gurgle gurgle. Stella's stomach rumbled. She hadn't seen such a steaming, delicious dish for a long time. Since the world entered the apocalypse, most of the food Stella eats is the kind that can be opened and eaten immediately. The taste was far from comparable to the feast that Eton prepared. What delicious food! How satisfying it would be if I could eat all of it. As long as I follow the man in front of me, it should be possible, Stella thought to herself. At this moment, she hesitated, her heart was struggling with inner thoughts. Should I give myself to the man in front of me in exchange for this table of delicious dishes? Stella was very conflicted and couldn't make a decision for a while. Eton looked at Stella's conflicted look and decided to add some spice to her. If you agree to go with me, I can supply you unlimited water, whether for drinking or bathing. Eton said with a smile. As he spoke, Eton waved his hand, and several large buckets of pure water appeared in front of Stella. Looking at these buckets of water, Stella's heart was even more shaken. She hadn't taken a bath for many days and felt very uncomfortable. Therefore, taking a bath is no less tempting to Stella than delicious food. Still can't make a decision? If you don't make a decision, then I will assume that you refuse. In that case, then, goodbye. Eton said. After saying that, Eton stood up, put away the dishes and water, and prepared to leave. Looking at the disappearing dishes and water, and Eton turning around to leave, Stella could no longer sit still. Wait. I'll go with you and I'll be your woman from now on. Stella said courageously. Hearing this, Eton laughed. His laugh was very happy and very evil. This exotic and top-notch foreign horse was finally conquered by him. Congratulations on making a wise move. I'll give you something to eat and drink first. Eton said with a smile. Then, Eton waved his hand again, and delicious food and water appeared in front of Stella again. This time Stella didn't hesitate at all and started eating and drinking. After a while, Stella burped and felt much better. I'm full, take me away. Stella said decisively. Eton nodded, then looked at Peter, who was still tied there. This man must die. Should you do it or should I? Eton asked. As he said that, Eton handed a pistol to Stella. If you want to do it, just shoot him. But if you still hesitate about killing someone, then I will do it. Eton said calmly. Hearing this, Stella took a deep breath, and then looked at Peter resolutely. People like you deserve death. Stella pulled the trigger. There was a bang and the bullet went through Peter's forehead, killing him. After killing Peter, Stella felt as if a huge stone had fallen from her heart, and she seemed a lot more relaxed. Then, Eton took back the pistol and said, "Come with me, I will take you to a very comfortable place. From now on, you just need to serve me well, and you won't have too many troubles." Stella nodded. Soon, the two of them arrived at Eton's reinforced explosion-proof vehicle. Eton drove the explosion-proof vehicle all the way to the shelter. When I first drove to the shelter, I was blocked by 3 psychics. If it weren't for my strong personal ability, I would have failed. So to be on the safe side, I'd better turn on my supervision and superhearing to observe and sense the situation on the road. Eton thought to himself. Afterwards, Eton activated his 2 newly acquired superhuman abilities and continued to observe the situation along the way. When the car was halfway through the journey, he actually realized that something was wrong. "Brother Chen, I found the target." "Goal? What goal?" "That's the man who killed young Master Li Tianming. If you can kill him or capture him alive, you will be rewarded handsomely when you return." Hearing this, the man called Brother Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he became ecstatic. This person's name is Su Chen. He is a person with dual abilities, namely, physical fitness enhancement and earth element control. He is extremely powerful. He was also a guest of honor in the Li family, and enjoyed wealth and splendor that ordinary people could hardly imagine, both before and after the Doomsday. The person who reminded Su Chen was named Chen Qingyi. He was a person with dual abilities, namely, clairvoyance and ice element control, and his strength was also extremely powerful. However, Chen Qingyi's clairvoyance ability does not allow him to shoot lasers from his eyes, so it can only be used for detailed observation. Therefore, Chen Qingyi's strength is still somewhat inferior to Su Chen's. "Brother Chen, should we ambush him on the road? If we kill him or capture him alive, we will have made a great contribution," Chen Qingyi said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately shook his head. "It wouldn't be in our best interest to ambush him on the road, we had to follow him in the car. The best strategy is to follow him all the way to his base camp and then kill him. Then we can not only make meritorious service, but also rob all his supplies and women," Su Chen said with a smile. "Brother Chen, that's a great idea. Let's do it," Chen Qingyi said. Afterwards, Chen Qingyi started his own car and carried Su Chen to follow Eton's car from a distance. Because Chen Qingyi has the ability of clairvoyance, he will not lose sight of the 2 cars even if they are far apart. And because they were far enough away, they were not worried that Eton would discover them. However, what they didn't know was that Eton not only discovered them, but even the content of their discussion had been heard by Eton with his superhearing. "Oh? I didn't expect that the Li family already knew that I was the one who killed Li Tianming. And it seems that the Li family has quite a few people with superpowers. I met 2 of them at once. So, there are 2 superpower forces targeting me now, the Dragon King Society and the Li family. Interesting," Eton thought to himself. Eton was not at all panicked about being targeted by 2 major supernatural forces, he just thought it was fun. His hard power is very strong, even if all the superpowers of these 2 forces gather together, he is not afraid. Those 2 supernatural beings sent by the Li family want to follow me to my base camp? Ridiculous. If they succeed in following me, I will write my name Eton backwards, Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton stopped the car. "Stella, please stay quietly in the car for a while. I'm going to take care of something trivial and will be back in 30 seconds, Eton said. Hearing this, Stella nodded. Then, Eton got out of the car and locked the door. With a disdainful smile on his face, he flew towards the 2 psychics of the Li family at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 43: The Situation of the Li family and other supernatural forces. "Brother Chen, there's something wrong with that person." "What's wrong?" "He's flying towards us." Wait, you said he was flying?" "That's right." "Fuck." While Chen Qingyi and Su Chen were still discussing, Eton had already arrived in front of their car. There was a loud bang, and Eton stepped hard on the car, destroying it. Immediately afterwards, Eton took Chen Xingyi and Su Chen out of the car without saying a word. He then flew the two men back to his car and dumped them on the ground. If you two don't want to die, then quickly tell me about the Li family's situation. Otherwise I will let you know what cruelty is. Yi Tian said coldly. After hearing Yi Tian's cold words, Chen Xingyi and Su Chen realized that they had been captured. Just now, it took Yi Tian less than 5 seconds from stepping on the junked car to bringing the two of them here and throwing them on the ground. It all happened so fast that both of them couldn't wrap their brains around it. It was not until Yi Tian started asking questions that they realized that something was wrong. The strength of the person who killed young Master Li Tianming is beyond imagination. What? Are you deaf? Or do you not want to answer my question? If you don't speak up, I will use extreme measures against you. Yi Tian said. Hearing this, Chen Xingyi and Su Chen were both frightened. Both of them lived a life of luxury before and after the end of the world and were very sophisticated egoists. Therefore, neither of them can be said to be loyal to the Li family. If we tell you about the Li family's situation, will you really let us go? Su Chen asked tremblingly. If you are willing to swear that you will let us go as long as we tell us the truth about your family's situation, then we will tell you the information you want to know now. Chen Xingyi said. After listening to what these two people said, Yi Tian couldn't help but sneer in his heart, but he showed a warm smile on the surface. Don't worry, I'm not a bloodthirsty person, and I'm a very honest person. If I say I'll let you go, then I will let you go. As for you wanting me to swear, that's fine too. I swear, as long as you tell me the truth about the Li family, I will let you go immediately, otherwise I will be struck by lightning. Yi Tian said decisively. After Yi Tian finished his oath, Su Chen and Chen Xingyi both breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that they believe in oaths, but there is nothing they can do now. The strength of the man in front of him is so strong that all the initiative is in his hands. Whether Su Chen and Chen Xingyi can survive depends entirely on Yi Tian's thoughts. So the two of them could only hope that Yi Tian would keep his illusory oath. There was no other way. Okay. Just ask, we will tell you everything we know. Su Chen said. Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction and then formally began his questioning. Where is the Li family's headquarters? How many people with special abilities do they have? How much power do they control? Yi Tian asked. The headquarters of the entire Li family is located in the imperial capital, and their headquarters in Jinlin City is located in the Drum Tower building. As for the psychics under the Li family, we only know that there are about 18 of them in Jinlin City, and we have no idea how many are in the imperial capital headquarters. In terms of power, theoretically speaking, the Li family's influence is spread throughout China. But in fact, the Li family is only powerful in those new and old first-tier cities, and the influence of the Li family in small cities can be ignored. Su Chen said. Hearing this, Yi Tian nodded. He understood what was going on. Who is the strongest person in the Li family? How high is Li Tianming's status in the Li family? Yi Tian continued to ask. The strongest person is the old man of the Li family, Li Daoxian. Before the end of the world, this old man had already entered his twilight years and was not far from death. But what no one expected was that after the end of the world, he awakened 4 supernatural powers one after another. This made him full of vitality again. As for Li Tianming, he is the second son of the Li family and the most beloved descendant of old Master Li. Chen Xingyi said. After Chen Xingyi finished speaking, Yi Tian took a deep breath. He finally understood why the Li family still had such a huge influence even in the end times. It turns out that the ancestor of the family was extremely lucky and awakened 4 superpowers one after another. However, even though he knew that the ancestor of the Li family had 4 superpowers, Yi Tian was still not panicked at all. He just didn't believe that 4 superpowers could defeat his Superman body of steel. Well, let me ask you again, besides the Li family. In the following period of time, Yi Tian asked them both many questions. After all these questions were answered, Yi Tian had a general understanding of the power of supernatural beings in Jinlin City, the entire China, and even the entire world. Most of the supernatural forces can now be found on the internet. But what you find online is just the tip of the iceberg of their power, not enough to get a glimpse of the full picture. If you want to know more, you can only ask powerful psychics like Su Chen and Chen Xingyi. Ha! I've finished asking questions. You guys really let me know a lot of information about the power of superpowers that ordinary people would never know. Yi Tian said with satisfaction. Then, can you let us go? Su Chen asked. Yes. I have told you everything we know. It's time for you to fulfill your oath, right? Chen Xingyi said. Hearing this, Yi Tian's expression gradually became ferocious. Let them go? How is that possible? How can it make sense to release the psychic back to increase the enemy's strength? Moreover, these two people really wanted to kill Yi Tian and then rob Yi Tian of his supplies and women. How could Yi Tian let go of two people who had such ideas? As for the oath I just made, it's of no use. If breaking one's oath would lead to being struck by lightning, then there wouldn't be so many liars in this world. You two are no longer of any use to me. It's time to go to hell. Yi Tian said coldly. The next moment, Yi Tian took decisive action. How did you, poof? Before Chen Xingyi and Su Chen had the chance to scold Yi Tian, all of their ribs were broken by Yi Tian and they died. After the two men died, Yi Tian returned to the car and continued driving Stella towards the shelter. Although the probability of a person with superpowers appearing is very low, there are so many people in the world after all. Even if the proportion of people with superpowers is low, the total number is definitely not small. Moreover, people with special abilities have a much higher ability to survive in this doomsday than ordinary people, and can obtain much more resources than ordinary people. Thinking about it this way, it makes sense that there are various powers. Yi Tian thought to himself. Chapter 44 2 Ridiculous Days. In the shelter. So warm and comfortable. Swimming pool, playground, everything is there. This is simply heaven. Stella said excitedly. Just now, Yi Tian brought Stella to the shelter. After feeling the comfortable environment in the shelter, the ocean horse immediately started dancing with joy. The choice I made before was so wise. Stella sighed in her heart. Yi Tian, who was standing aside, looked at Stella's happy expression and couldn't help but smile. Today he can eat this top-quality big foreign horse. Shun Xian. Come on, master. Take this big foreign horse away to take a bath and brainwash him. Yes, master. After saying that, Shin Xian took Stella away. This top-notch big mare will be indoctrinated with the maid code by Shin Xian while taking a bath, and will eventually become Yi Tian's maid. After Shin Xian and Stella left, Yi Tian found Zhang Yufei and Jin Xingyue again. What do you two think? Are you willing to stay here and be my maids? Yi Tian asked with a smile. Jin Xingyue, the school beauty who had previously begged Yi Tian to take her away, nodded immediately. Her mentality had already changed a long time ago. As long as she could spend the rest of her life in such a great environment, it would be no big deal for her to be Yi Tian's maid. Zhang Yufei couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when she saw that her student Jin Xingyue agreed so readily. Is this girl really eager to be Yi Tian's maid? Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Zhang Yufei said shyly. Hearing this, Yi Tian smiled and shook his head. It's okay, Mr. Jiang, you still have time to think about it. I promise to give you 2 days. But you should also note that by tomorrow noon, the 2-day deadline will have passed. If you still haven't made up your mind by then, I'm afraid I can only ask you to leave. Yi Tian said lightly. Zhang Yufei took a deep breath and then said, I will give you an answer before noon tomorrow. Afterwards, Yi Tian exchanged a few words with the master and disciple Zhang Yufei and Jin Xingyue before leaving. Although Jin Xingyue is very willing to hold an exchange meeting with Yi Tian now, Yi Tian is not in a hurry at all and he is very patient. If you want to taste the most delicious rice with gravy, Zhang Yufei is a must. Afterwards, Yi Tian lay down on the sofa and called 2 maids, Yi Bingmeng and Su Yaoshu, to help him massage his shoulders and legs. He himself was happily playing games and living a very comfortable life. After a while, Shin Xian brought Stella, the big foreign horse, to Yi Tian. At this time, Stella was wearing a deep blue dress and crystal high heels. At first glance, she looks very much like a princess in Western fairy tales, very attractive. Master, I have already washed this foreign girl's body and head for you. If the master wants, he can eat her any time. Shin Xian said proudly. Hearing this, Stella on the side nodded. Master, I'm available anytime, and I promise to serve you comfortably. Stella said confidently. Looking at Stella, who was dressed like a princess but had already entered the state of a maid at heart, Yi Tian smiled with satisfaction. Shin Xian's business ability is getting stronger and stronger. Yi Tian decided to find some time to reward her. However, now is not the time to reward Shin Xian. Yi Tian still has to taste Stella, the Western princess, first. Stella, since you have already said so, I won't be polite. Come with me, Eton said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Eton turned around and walked into a very spacious room. Stella followed closely and entered the same room with Eton. Soon, a unique and exciting exchange meeting began in this spacious room. During this exchange meeting, Eton and Stella had a heated discussion. Eastern and Western cultures continued to blend in this exchange meeting, gradually pushing the atmosphere of the meeting to a climax. One after another, pleasant and melodious sounds continuously came out of Stella's mouth, echoing throughout the entire exchange meeting. By the time the exchange meeting was over, Stella was exhausted from the intense discussion with Eton and fell into a deep sleep. Eton was still in high spirits, with a look of wanting more. Wow! It does feel a little different to have an exchange meeting with the big guys, Eton exclaimed. Afterwards, in order to reward Shin, the maid with strong business skills, Eton called her into the room. Soon, a new exchange meeting began in this house. The discussion at this new exchange meeting was still very intense and full of climaxes. The final result was as expected. Shin was exhausted from the intense discussion and fell into a deep sleep. Well, let's stop here for today and talk about other things tomorrow, Eton decided. Afterwards, Eton fell into a deep sleep. The morning of the 16th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. 18,000 tons of oil were obtained. The development progress of Superman's Man of Steel increased by 0.1%. After the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength increased a little, and there was a lot more oil in the infinite warehouse. Ha! I didn't expect the system to give me so much oil all at once. 18,000 tons is equivalent to the oil storage capacity of 100 large gas stations. It seems that this shelter will not have to worry about energy issues for a long time to come, Eton said excitedly. However, although the system gave him a lot of oil resources, Eton still felt that if he went out alone, he would have to collect oil when he had the chance. After all, no one would complain about having too many materials and energy in their hands. After being excited for a while, Eton found Zhang Yufei. Although it was still the morning of the 16th day of the apocalypse, it was actually not far from noon. It's time for Zhang Yufei, the stunning beauty teacher, to make her choice. Tell me, Teacher Jiang. Will you choose to stay and be my maid? Or will you choose to leave? Eton asked with a smile. After Eton finished speaking, Zhang Yufei took a deep breath and then made a decision. I can't leave here anymore, so I choose to stay and be your maid, Zhang Yufei said courageously. Hearing this, Eton laughed. His laugh was very happy, but also very evil. What does it mean that Zhang Yufei agrees to be a maid? This means that this most delicious rice dish is ready to be eaten. Zhang Yufei, Jin Xinyue, you two come with me, Eton said with a smile. After saying that, Eton turned around and walked into a very spacious room. The master and disciple Zhang Yufei and Jin Xinyue followed closely and entered. Soon, a discussion started in the room. Eton enjoyed a delicious dish called master and disciple rice at this exchange meeting, and his mouth was full of oil. Chapter 45 Heading to the Dragon King Meeting. On the 16th day of the apocalypse, Eton spent it in a ridiculous way with the maids. Soon it was the early morning of the 17th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.4%. After the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength increased a little bit. Ha! The maids that need to be subdued have been subdued. Next, it's time to attack the two forces that are hostile to me, Eton decided. According to what Su Chen and Chen Xingyi said before, the strength of the Dragon King Society and the Li family is actually not much different. They are all large-scale supernatural forces with their headquarters in the imperial capital, but their Jinlin branches are also quite powerful. Therefore, it doesn't matter which one Eton deals with first. There is no such thing as strong first and then weak or weak first and then strong. Eton tossed a coin and finally decided to deal with the Dragon King Society first. The Photon Group building before Doomsday is now the headquarters of the Dragon King Association in Jinlin City. I'll go there first to see what the situation is, Eton thought to himself. Afterwards, Eton said goodbye to his maids and left the shelter. He flew very fast and arrived at his destination in no time. This is a building with the sign still reading Photon Group in large letters, but in fact, it has been occupied by all the psychics of the Dragon King Society. Before entering the Photon building, Eton covered half of his face with a mask. This is what he heard from Su Chen. Most people from outside who go to the superpower forces will do the same. Before the end of the world, the Dragon King Society was just a medium-sized underworld force with the elder brother in the imperial capital and the younger brother in Jinlin City. However, after the end of the world, both the elder brother in the imperial capital and the younger brother in Jinlin City awakened extremely powerful supernatural powers. Not only that, many lucky people among the Dragon King Society's younger brothers have awakened their special powers, further enhancing their strength. Because of his extremely good luck, the Dragon King will rise quickly in this apocalyptic world. Relying on the number and quality advantages of the superpowers, they expanded their power to the point where they could compete with the Li family in a very short period of time. Yi Tian thought to himself. To put it bluntly, compared to a family like the Li family that had enormous power before the end of the world, the Dragon King Society is just a nouveau riche with pure luck. However, this upstart should not be underestimated. After all, he is a gangster and his actions are much more ruthless than ordinary people. Now with the addition of superpowers, it will be even more unstoppable. Let me take a good look at what the Dragon King Association's Jinlin City headquarters looks like. Then, Eton walked to the door of Photon Building. When the guard at the door saw Eton coming with his hands free, he immediately stopped him. Stop. If you want to enter the Photon Building, you either have to bring enough supplies or be a person with special abilities, said the guard. Hearing this, Eton chuckled and then punched a wall. The wall collapsed instantly under Eton's casual punch. What a powerful physique enhancement mutant. I'm so sorry. It was our fault just now. We didn't recognize the real man. The guard apologized immediately. Eton had no intention of making things difficult for the security guard. After the security guard apologized, he ignored them and walked straight into the Photon Building. As soon as I entered here, someone with sharp eyes came to greet me. Everyone here knows that anyone who can enter the Photon Building empty-handed must be a person with special abilities. I saw a short man with a pointed face and monkey chin coming in front of Eton. This sir with special powers looks unfamiliar. It must be his first time here, the short man asked respectfully. Eton nodded and said, "This is indeed my first time here." "Are you the guide here?" "That's right. I am the guide here. I will explain everything here to you. What do you think?" "Well, lead the way." "Yes, Master Psychic." Then, the short man began to take Eton around here. Soon, a wide variety of stalls appeared in front of Eton. This is a free trade zone, no one is allowed to fight here, otherwise they will be sanctioned by the masters of the Dragon King Association. No matter if they are from the outside world or the internal staff of our Dragon King Association, they can set up stalls here to trade any materials. The most popular goods here are naturally real food and water, while snacks and drinks are of slightly lower value. In addition, cigarettes, alcohol, and betel nuts are also valuable here. Even in the end times, there are still many people addicted to these three things. The short man said. Eton nodded. Then the short man led him forward and deeper into the free trade zone. Soon, a lot of contraband items before the end of the world appeared in front of Eton. Things traded in the deepest reaches of the free trade zone are less serious. Cocaine, munitions, and people, these three things that could only be sold secretly before the end of the world, can now be traded openly here, said the short man. Eton glanced around the place and indeed found that it was full of things that could not be sold openly before the end of the world. Needless to say, bag after bag of cocaine attracts drug addicts. Some of the drug addicts are people with special abilities and are financially strong, which leads to good sales of white powder here. As for the weapons, most of them are light weapons, and occasionally you can see a couple of mortars, rocket launchers, etc. The sales of arms here are also good. Some ordinary people will buy them for self-defense, and those with weak abilities will also buy them to increase their strength. Of course, the most popular commodity in this free trade zone is still people. It's mainly women, but there are also a few men mixed in. The commodity people here can be bought or rented. But no matter whether they were bought or rented, they all looked as pale as death. And this is the end of the world. You won't let them set up the stall for free, right? Do you want to charge a stall fee or a transaction fee? Eton asked. We charge both. But the booth fee is very cheap, and the transaction fee only accounts for 5% of the transaction amount. Therefore, both internal and external personnel like to trade here, said the short man. Hearing this, Eton nodded. He now had a fairly in-depth understanding of the Dragon King Association's free trade zone. Immediately afterwards, Eton asked the short man to take him to the next area of the Dragon King Society. Mr. Superpower, this is the sales area of our Dragon King Association. We sell our internal goods. The quality is guaranteed, and there is no handling fee. But on the other hand, the goods here are much more expensive than those in the free trade zone, said the short man. Eton strolled around the sales area and found that the supplies here were indeed complete in variety, large in quantity, and of good quality. If you have deep pockets, then buying supplies here is indeed safer than buying them in the free trade zone. Chapter 46: The Female Star Who Became an Auction Item. In addition to the free trade zone and the sales area, what other areas does the Dragon King Club have? Eton asked. There are also auction area and gambling area that outsiders can go to. As for the living area at the end, it is where the internal members of our Dragon King Association live. Outsiders are not allowed to go there, said the short man. I see. Then please take me to the auction area first. Do you have an auction today? Eton continued to ask. Hey! Master Psychic, you have come to the right place today. Not only is there an auction going on here today, but the items being auctioned are also quite good. I'll take you to see it right away, said the short man with a smile. Afterwards, Eton entered the auction area of the Dragon King Club under the guidance of the short man. There are plenty of seats here and it looks like a place originally used for watching movies. Because the goods being auctioned are relatively precious, the security here is much stricter than other places. Eton used his supervision to carefully observe the details of the people here. Not to mention anything else, there are as many as 5 people who are suspected to be people with enhanced physical abilities. It seems that there are quite a few masters in this auction area. I wonder what they are going to auction that is worth such a fuss. Eton thought to himself. Immediately afterwards, Eton and the short man found a seat here and sat down, waiting quietly for the auction to begin. 15 minutes later, as a man in a suit walked onto the stage, today's auction officially began. Everyone, let's not waste any more time talking and get straight to the auction items. As he said this, the man in the suit clapped his hands, and the people below carried out 2 mortars. The first auction item is these 2 mortars, which come with 25 shells. The starting price is? As the host finished speaking, the 2 mortars officially started firing. Finally, a bearded man managed to take down the mortar with food, water, and cigarettes. Next is the second auction item. Again, without further ado, let's get started. Soon, the servants of the Dragon King Society brought up the second auction item. The item for auction is people, and not just one person, but 15 beautiful women in bikinis. After these women came on stage, even Eton, who was very picky about beauties, couldn't help but be surprised. TSK. The Dragon King Society is really powerful. The lowest beauty score among these 15 women is 75 points, and the highest is 85 points. And they all have good figures, and you can tell at a glance that they must know how to manage their figures. Eton thought to himself. After these 15 bikini beauties made their full appearance, the host of the auction began to introduce them. Everyone, don't just look at these 15 women because they are beautiful and have good figures. In fact, their identities before the end of the world were not simple either. I guess everyone has heard of the Tai Hong group before the end of the world? The CEO of this group really enjoys himself. He set up a Tai Hong dance troupe, and these 15 women are all members of the Tai Hong dance troupe, the host said loudly. As the host finished his introduction, the men in the audience couldn't help but reveal an evil smile on their faces. It turns out that he is a member of that dance troupe. No wonder she has such a good appearance and figure. Now that everyone knows their identities and has seen their figures and looks. Well, without further ado, the second item will be auctioned off one by one. Of course, if there is a rich and powerful boss, he can also buy all 15 women. Starting price. After the host announced the start of the auction, people in the audience began to bid for the tickets. Most men want to have a taste of beauty with this kind of looks, figure and status. Only Eton had no interest in these women. Before the apocalypse, he was a member of that dance troupe, and after the apocalypse, he became an auction item. I'm afraid he must have rotted away a long time ago. Eton sighed in his heart. In fact, judging from appearance and figure alone, the leader of Tai Hong song and dance troupe is really good. If this team leader is relatively clean, Eton would consider taking her down. But in this situation, let us just forget it. After a while, all 15 members of the troupe were bought by buyers. However, no one had enough financial resources to buy 15 at once. The richest buyer only bought 3, including the director of the song and dance troupe. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the third item for auction. This item will definitely blow your mind, said the host. The next moment, a woman in a bikini with a dog leash around her neck was carried out by a staff member of the Dragon King Society. And when this woman came on stage, she walked on her stomach, just like a dog. Soon, the woman raised her head so that the buyers in the audience could see her appearance. Isn't this the top female star Zhao Yudi? The Dragon King Society actually brought her here as an auction item? Awesome! What's so great about this? A big star before the apocalypse is nothing in the apocalypse. With the power of the Dragon King Society, it's not easy to capture her. Anyway, Zhao Yudi was a popular star before the end of the world. Her looks and figure were impeccable, and she also had the aura of a star, so she was indeed very valuable. Listening to the discussions in the audience, the host smiled with satisfaction. He was not sure whether Zhao Yudi's star halo would still be useful in the end times, and whether he could sell it at a higher price with the help of the star halo. Now it seems that this star halo is still useful. If I remember correctly, Zhao Yudi's status before the end of the world was about the same as Su Yaoshu's. Now Su Yaoshu is living comfortably with me and all she needs to do is serve me. However, Zhao Yudi became an auction item and was probably rotten away like the previous members of the chorus. It's true that people of the same rank have different fates. Eton sighed in his heart. If the first man Zhao Yudi met in the apocalypse was Eton, then Eton would have thought of taking her in as his maid. However, now this Zhao Yudi is obviously dead, so Eton naturally has no interest in her. The reason is simple: dirty. Now, I declare the third auction item to be officially launched. The starting price is? As the host finished speaking, buyers in the audience began to bid. Soon, Zhao Yudi's price was driven up to a higher level. There are still many men willing to pay for her star halo. As for whether it is dirty or not everyone cares about it. There are also many people who think that as long as they wash it and clean it, they can continue to use it. In the end, Zhao Yudi was bought by a very fat man with a face full of flesh, a bald head, and 2 scars on his face. After seeing the appearance of her final buyer, Zhao Yudi felt completely hopeless. Chapter 47 Casino. Considering Eton's current military strength, the quality of women and the quantity of supplies, he does not look down on anything at the auction. Therefore, Eton just watched this auction for fun. It was basically impossible for him to see something that would excite him. He has no shortage of supplies, and he doesn't need those weapons to improve his strength. As for women? Women who could be auctioned off would have already rotted away. Some men may think that a woman who has been with more than 20 men is actually no big deal and can still be used after washing. But Eton doesn't think so. After all, even his toilet had never been used by more than 20 people. Everyone, today's auction ends here. We will have a new batch of auction items arriving tomorrow, and everyone is welcome to come and bid, said the host. After the host finished speaking, the people in the audience left with the auction items they had purchased. The scarred man with a face full of flesh who bought Zhao Yudi had already started to make advances towards her and wished he could have sex with this female star right there and then. TSK. Looking at that guy's eagerness, he must have been coveting the big star Zhao Yudi for a long time. Even though Zhao Yudi has already died, this guy still wants to play. Eton sighed. But even though he sighed, he had no intention of going up to save Zhao Yudi from the dire straits. He doesn't care about the life or death of a woman he doesn't like. After everyone had dispersed, the short man who had led Eton before appeared in front of him again. Sir Psychic, there is one last gambling area. How about I take you to have a look, the short man said respectfully. Hearing this, Eton nodded and said, lead the way. Immediately afterwards, the short man took Eton all the way to the gambling area of the Dragon King Club. When he first arrived here, Eton looked around and felt that it was similar to the casino before the end of the world. Mr. Psychic, as you can see, this casino is pretty much the same as it was before the end of the world. The only difference is that the things used to exchange for bargaining chips have changed from money to daily necessities, cocaine, weapons, and women. Next, I will take you to the chip exchange area to have a look, said the short man. Eton nodded, and then followed the short man to the chip exchange area. As soon as he arrived here, Eton saw a wretched-looking man exchanging chips for several beauties. Looking back, There were quite a few people exchanging white powder and weapons for chips. As for those who exchange daily necessities for chips, the number is much smaller. After all, if you lose your daily necessities, it could really cost you your life. Of course, the number of people who exchange daily necessities for bargaining chips is a little less, but it does exist. There will never be a shortage of gamblers who like to go all in this world. Master Psychic, if you bring something that can be exchanged for chips next time, you can exchange it for a lot of chips then. Even though you didn't bring anything this time, you can't exchange it for chips. But according to the rules of our Dragon King Association, we will give some chips to the first-time supernatural masters, said the short man. Oh? There is such a thing, interesting. Then I would like to use the chips you gave me to make a bet. Eton said playfully. Then please follow me, Mr. Psychic. The short man said respectfully. After saying that, the short man took Eton to a special chip exchange window. This special exchange window is used to serve people with special abilities. I will talk to the staff at the window right now and ask him to give you the chips. Afterwards, the short man told the staff at the window that Eton was the first psychic to come here. The staff at the window nodded. If Eton was really a psychic who came here for the first time, then he could indeed get some chips for free. But before that, the window staff still needs to confirm it. Sir, please show us your special abilities. We have prepared the target for you. The window staff said respectfully. Hearing this, Eton nodded. Then he walked forward and punched the target lightly, blowing it up. Hiss. After this punch, both the short man and the window staff couldn't help but gasp. You know, this target is made of steel. Can this be blown up with one punch? It seems that this psychic is not an ordinary psychic. He should be one of those extremely powerful psychics with enhanced physical fitness. The window staff whispered. That's right, so we must not offend him, otherwise we will definitely suffer the consequences. Give him some more chips later to make him happy. The short man also said in a low voice. Clear. Then, the window staff took out a large pile of chips and gave them to Eton. After seeing these chips, Eton couldn't help but smile. The whispering between the window staff and the short man was naturally heard by Eton Kwan, who has super hearing. From their words, it can be judged that the strength that Eton has currently demonstrated is just the tip of the iceberg, which is already considered very strong among the psychics. Keep leading the way. I'll go to the dice area to play first. Eton said. Yes, sir. Soon, the short man brought Eton to a dice-sized gambling table. The dealer was shaking the dice, and after shaking the dice, he said, buy big, buy small, and leave it alone. As soon as the dealer finished speaking, many gamblers immediately placed their bets. But Eton was not in a hurry. He decisively used the X-ray eyes ability in his supervision and quickly saw the size and number of the dice. Then he decisively went all in and bought the small one. When the result came out, the number on the dice was indeed small. Eton made a fortune. For a period of time afterwards, Eton kept moving between various gambling tables. He wins all the way with the help of his supervision and superhearing. By the time he gets tired of playing, the chips will be so many that they can be piled up into a mountain. Exchange all my chips for daily necessities or energy. Eton said decisively. Upon hearing this, the staff at the exchange office turned green in the face. Eton has too many chips in his hand. If he were to exchange all these chips for daily necessities or energy, would the people in the Dragon King Society be able to survive? Therefore, a tall man in a suit and sunglasses soon stood in front of Eton. My brother, you won so many chips by cheating. This is unacceptable, isn't it? The tall man said coldly. Oh? You guys are not good at gambling, so you accuse me of cheating? Is there such a thing in this world? If you can't afford to open a casino, don't open it. How can a dealer be afraid of losing after opening one? Eton said disdainfully. Humph. In this doomsday world, what logic can there be? If I tell you you're cheating, then you're cheating. I advise you to return these chips you got by cheating as soon as possible, otherwise. As he spoke, the tall man began to gather his strength, ready to attack at any time. Chapter 48, Meeting a Childhood Friend. You want to fight because you can't afford to lose? Is this the style of your Dragon King Society? Eton sneered. Our Dragon King knows how to do things, that's it, said the tall man. The next moment, the tall man took decisive action. He is one of the best physically enhanced psychics in the Dragon King Society's Jinlin branch, so he is very fast. In just a moment, the tall man came to Eton's side and kicked him. This kick would break a normal person, even if it hit a big rock. Facing this powerful kick, Eton just sneered and dodged it easily. Then, Eton stretched out his left hand and gently slapped the tall man on the chest. With a loud bang, the tall man's body flew backwards and was embedded in the wall. Hiss! Looking at the tall man embedded in the wall, the people around him couldn't help but gasp and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. You have to know that the tall man is one of the top 3 physically enhanced psychics in the Dragon King Society. He was actually defeated in one move by this unknown psychic who came from the outside world? So how powerful is this unknown psychic? The people watching the show around didn't know, and neither did the staff at the exchange office. But one thing they all knew was that Eton could not deny the supplies he wanted to exchange. What are you still standing there for? Quickly exchange all my chips for daily necessities and energy. What? Do you still want to default on your debt? Eton said coldly. No, how dare we refuse your debt? He just acted on his own initiative. It's none of my business, the staff member said tremblingly. After that, the staff exchanged all the chips that Eton won for daily necessities and energy. He also packed up all the things according to Eton's request and put them in a corner where no one cared. Eton opened an infinite warehouse in this corner and put all the things in it. I have seen all that I should see, and played all that I should play. This Dragon King conference is no longer interesting to me. Then the next step is to wipe out the Dragon King Society's branch in Jinlin City. Eton thought grimly. But then he changed his mind and decided that now might not be a good time to take action. After all, he didn't know whether any of the Dragon King Society's supernatural powers had gone out, and how many had gone out. Especially the leader of the Jinlin branch of the Dragon King Society. Is that guy in the Photon building now? If all the psychics of the Dragon King Society are still there, then Eton can just take action and catch them all in one fell swoop. But if there are any that slip through the net, it would be a bit troublesome. Eton wouldn't go looking for those who have escaped the net one by one, right? That's too annoying. He doesn't have that much time. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. I can use my powerful strength to overpower other superpowers. But I can't do that with Long Zhandi, the leader of the Dragon King Society's Jinlin branch. I must kill this man, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Therefore, the time to take action should at least be when Long Zhandi is in the Photon building. Eton thought to himself. After thinking about this, Eton made up his mind. He still needs to collect more information about the Dragon King Society and must pay attention to the real-time developments of the Dragon King Society. Make sure that the leader of Dragon Battlefield can only take action when the Dragon King meets. Forget it, let the Dragon King live a few more days. When I confirm that their leader is in this building, their death will come. Eton thought coldly. Then, Eton shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He walked out of the Photon building in a swagger and leisurely manner. When people on the road saw him, they all took a detour, not daring to offend him because they couldn't afford to offend him. After Eton completely walked out of the Photon building and came to the outside world of ice and snow, he prepared to fly back to his shelter. However, before he took off, a very familiar voice was heard. Brother Tian. Is that you? Brother Tian? Eton turned his head and saw a very familiar figure, which made his eyes startled. Shaolin? Why are you here? Eton asked in surprise. The Shaolin that Eton mentioned is named Lin Wanxiang and is Eton's childhood friend from his hometown. The two have had a very good relationship since childhood, and can be considered as friends who grew up together. When Eton came to Jinlin City to attend university, Lin Wanxiang was working everywhere because he failed to get into university. Unfortunately, just last year, Lin Wanxiang was hit by a dump truck and became a vegetable. Eton was sad for a while at that time, but he was not a miracle doctor and he really could not save his childhood friend. Now, this childhood friend who should have been a vegetable and had a hard time surviving before the apocalypse and should have an even harder time surviving after the apocalypse, actually appeared in front of him? This was far beyond Eton's expectations. Brother Tian, I see you are wearing such cool clothes but you are still standing outside without any injury. It must be either a person with enhanced physical abilities or a person with the ability to control fire or ice, right? Lin Wanxiang asked. Eton nodded and said, yes, I am indeed a person with superpowers. You are standing outside without any injuries. So it seems that you have also awakened superpowers? Well, not long after the apocalypse, I was lucky enough to awaken my supernatural powers. The awakening of my superpowers brought about fundamental changes in my body. Not only was I no longer a vegetable, but I also became incredibly powerful. I am now a very strong physique enhancement type mutant. Lin Wanxiang said proudly. Hearing this, Eton smiled and nodded. Eton was still very pleased that his childhood friend was able to escape from his vegetative state and become a person with special abilities. But he still had a question. Shouldn't you stay in your hometown after becoming a vegetable? Why did you end up in Jinlin City? And I see that you want to enter the Photon building, right? Do you want to join the Dragon King Club? Eton asked. Lin Wanxiang shook his head. He didn't come here to join the Dragon King Society. Brother Tian, my parents didn't give up on me after I became a vegetable. They took me to various places for treatment and just happened to come to Jinlin City a while ago. After the apocalypse, my parents and I were in the hospital. Originally, after I awakened my superpowers, I could bring my parents along to live with me. Unfortunately, before I awakened my superpowers, the hospital had already been looted by powerful superpower users from the Dragon King Society. My parents died at the hands of the Dragon King Society. Lin Wanxiang said angrily. After listening to Lin Wanxiang's words, Eton stepped forward and comforted Lin Wanxiang with a few words, with a barely perceptible smile on his face. It seems that Lin Wanxiang's goal is the same as mine, which is to cause trouble for the Dragon King Society. With his help, perhaps I can collect information about the location of the leader of the Dragon King Society more quickly. The death date of the Dragon King Society may have to be advanced by a few days. Eton thought to himself. Chapter 49, The Plan to Destroy the Dragon King Society. Shaolin, it seems that there is a deep hatred between you and the Dragon King Society. You must want revenge, right? But with your current strength, I'm afraid it's not possible to fight against the Dragon King. Eton said with a smile. After Eton finished speaking, Lin Wanxiang couldn't help but sigh. He has accumulated a lot of strength over the past few days and has also found some psychics who also have grudges against the Dragon King. But even so, their strength is still difficult to compete with the Dragon King Society. This revenge cannot be avenged. Brother Tian, alas. Now all I can do is wait patiently until more people with special abilities who have grudges against the Dragon King gather together. Maybe I can get revenge then. Lin Wanxiang said helplessly. Hearing this, Eton couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shaolin. You don't actually have to wait that long. Just make sure that the leader of the Dragon King Society is in this Photon building. Then I can lead you to destroy the Dragon King Society. Eton said confidently. Brother Tian, are you serious? Lin Wanxiang asked in disbelief. Really? After saying that, Eton showed off his strength a little bit. He just stepped lightly with his left foot, and the ice and concrete under his feet immediately shattered. Immediately afterwards, 2 rays of heat shot out from Eton's eyes, instantly piercing through a building and causing a violent explosion. After the presentation, Eton looked at Lin Wanxiang with a smile again. How is it? Xiaolin, I didn't lie to you, did I? Brother Tian. Brother Tian. You really are my brother. If you lead us, then destroying the Dragon King will definitely not be a problem. Hearing this, Eton smiled and nodded. Afterwards, Eton and Lin Wanxiang discussed the specific plan to deal with the Dragon King Society. If Eton wants to destroy the Dragon King Society, he definitely has enough hard power. What he lacked was intelligence. He needed to find a time when most of the top leaders of the Dragon King Society would gather together. This point in time is the best time for Eton and others to take action. Shaolin, you should first take your psychics to pretend to join the Dragon King Society. The sudden joining of so many psychics will definitely alarm the top leaders of the Dragon King Society. By then, the top leaders of the Dragon King Society and even their leaders are likely to come out to meet you. In this way, they all gather together? Before they gather together, you just need to notify me, and when I arrive, the Dragon King Association Jinlin branch will be destroyed. Eton said. After listening to Eton's words, Lin Wanxiang thought for a few seconds and then nodded immediately. It is indeed a good plan, a plan that can capture all the top leaders of the Dragon King Society. Moreover, this plan cannot be called a conspiracy, it is a completely open conspiracy. After all, Lin Wanxiang and the psychics under Lin Wanxiang have joined the Dragon King Society. It's impossible for the Dragon King Society to not show any reaction at all, right? It is only right that the top leaders or even the leading officials meet with them and give them some words of encouragement, right? Wouldn't that bring them all together? Okay. Let's do as Brother Tian said. We will pretend to join the Dragon King Society later to collect intelligence for you, Brother Tian, and create an opportunity to take action. Lin Wanxiang said excitedly. Well, if you guys work hard, the day when the Dragon King will be destroyed won't be far away. And after the Dragon King Society is destroyed, I will hand over their power in Jinlin City to you. Yi Tian said lightly. Thank you, Brother Tian. Yi Tian exchanged a few more words with Lin Wanxiang and then they went their separate ways. Before they parted, Lin Wanxiang gave Yi Tian a satellite phone as a backup. The end of the world has come to the 17th day, and general networks and communications may be cut off at any time. Therefore, it is necessary to have a satellite phone as a backup. After saying goodbye to Lin Wanxiang and others, Yi Tian returned to his shelter. As soon as he entered the shelter, 9 maids immediately surrounded him. I know you are all very enthusiastic about holding the exchange meeting, but you don't have to surround me as soon as I come back, right? Yi Tian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the 9 maids couldn't help but look at him shyly. Then they got down to business. Master, during the time you were away, someone outside tried to storm the shelter, but they failed. Shen Xian said. That's right. When the system here prompted that someone outside was attacking the shelter, I was shocked. Fortunately, they did not succeed. Yu Qiutong said with lingering fear. The rest of the maids chimed in, saying that someone had attacked the shelter. Hearing this, Yi Tian nodded slightly. This kind of thing was actually within his expectations. After all, it was Lin Yue who told him the news about the shelter. And Lin Yue is just one of the builders of this shelter. Since Lin Yue can tell Yi Tian the news, other shelter builders can also tell others about the news of the shelter. So it is normal that others covet this shelter. However, after Yi Tian cracked this shelter using a cracking chip, all the passwords were changed. Therefore, it is impossible for someone outside to get in with the original password. Turn on the surveillance video and let me see it. I want to know who is coveting this shelter. Yi Tian said. The maids nodded and turned on the surveillance video. In the surveillance footage, 3 psychics first entered the password of the shelter, but it was of no use. Then they started to attack with their own special powers, but it was still useless. In the end, they could only return empty-handed. After carefully observing the appearance and clothes of these 3 psychics, Yi Tian discovered a subtle detail. One of the mutants had a black flag pattern on the back of his neck. According to what Su Chen and Shen Xingyi said before, members of the Black Flag gang would tattoo this pattern on the back of their necks before the end of the world. After the end of the world, although the number of people who awakened superpowers in the Black Flag gang was far less than that in the Dragon King gang, there were still some. Therefore, the Black Flag gang has become a medium-sized supernatural power in the end times, and its strength is not bad. Yi Tian thought to himself. After thinking about this, Yi Tian was basically certain. The force that covets his shelter should be the Black Flag gang. Any forces that have any intentions towards my shelter must be destroyed. But I don't need to be too anxious, things need to be done one by one. I'll destroy the Dragon King Society first, and then it won't be too late to cause trouble for the Black Flag gang. Even after destroying the Dragon King Society, I didn't need to take any action myself. If I tell Lin Wanxiang and the others, they might be able to destroy the Black Flag gang. Yi Tian thought to himself. Afterwards, Yi Tian didn't think about it anymore. He called all his 9 mates to the swimming pool and started a unique and exciting exchange meeting in the swimming pool. During the exchange meeting, pleasant discussions arose one after another, and soon the atmosphere of communication reached its climax. Chapter 50. The time has come. Just when Yi Tian and his 9 mates jumped into the swimming pool, Lin Wanxiang and others had successfully entered the photon building. Before entering the photon building, the 5 people led by Lin Wanxiang had already demonstrated their special abilities to the security guard. When the guard saw 5 psychics coming at once, he immediately informed the senior psychic in the Dragon King Society. Therefore, shortly after Lin Wanxiang and his 4 companions entered the photon building, a tall man in a suit and sunglasses came to greet them. If Yi Tian was at the scene, he would find that the tall man was the psychic who was slapped into the wall by him before. Hello, my name is Wang Huayan, and I am one of the top 3 physical enhancement psychics in the Dragon King Society. I heard that the five of you are all supernatural beings. I wonder why you are here this time? Wang Huaiyan asked. Faced with Wang Huaiyan's question, Lin Wanxiang and others immediately said what they had prepared long ago. We come here this time to join the Dragon King Club and enjoy the best food and drink in the Dragon King Club, said Lin Wanxiang. After hearing what Lin Wanxiang said, Wang Huaiyan was suddenly overjoyed. These are 5 people with special abilities. You should know that the Dragon King Society's Jinlin branch only has 20 people with special abilities in total. What does it mean that 5 of them came at once? This means that the strength of the Dragon King Society's psychics has increased by almost a quarter. How could this not excite him? The stronger the Dragon King Society is, the more stable the position of high-ranking members like Wang Huaiyan will be. As long as the Dragon King Society can continue to prosper for a long time, Wang Huaiyan's current life of having both materials and women can continue. Everyone, please rest assured. You are all superpowered people. After you join our Dragon King Club, you will definitely be able to eat and drink well. Not only that, you can become the best here, and play with stunning beauties that you couldn't even touch before the end of the world. Wang Huaiyan said confidently. After saying that, Wang Huaiyan immediately ordered his men to go to the Dragon King Society's sales area to find 5 beauties. Soon, 5 women who looked a little haggard but indeed beautiful were stuffed into the arms of Lin Wanxiang and others by Wang Huaiyan. Are you satisfied with these 5 women? If you are, you can play with them as you like. If you are not satisfied, I will change it for you until you are satisfied. Wang Huaiyan said generously. Looking at the beauties in their arms, Lin Wanxiang and others nodded with satisfaction. Although these 5 women have certainly been played by many people, they are indeed beautiful. For Lin Wanxiang and others, these women can be used again after washing, and they will be happier using them. Brother Wang, we are very satisfied with these beauties. If there is nothing else, we will go down and play now. To be honest, I can't wait. Lin Wanxiang said with a smile. No problem. You really have nothing to do for the time being, so if you want to play with women, just have fun. But in the evening, I want to invite you to a dinner party, what do you think? Wang Huaiyan asked. Ha ha ha. Of course it would be disrespectful to refuse. We will definitely arrive at the banquet on time in the evening. Lin Wanxiang said. Okay. Then I won't disturb you from playing with women. Wang Huaiyan said with a smile. Afterwards, Wang Huaiyan arranged a private room for Lin Wanxiang and others, allowing them to have a good time with the beauty in his arms. While he was instructing his men to prepare for the dinner, he contacted the leader of the Dragon King Society's Jinling branch. After the call was connected, Wang Huaiyan immediately said excitedly, Boss, good news, great news. What good news makes you so excited? Tell me. Long Zhandi said lightly. Just now, 5 people with special abilities from outside wanted to join the Dragon King Society. I gave each of them a beautiful woman and let them play with women. I am going to hold a banquet to entertain them tonight. Wang Huaiyan said. Hearing this, Long Zhandi's eyes lit up. If the Dragon King Society suddenly had 5 more people with special abilities, its strength would definitely increase greatly. By then, the supernatural forces like the Li family, which can compete with the Dragon King Society in Jinlin City, will not be able to compete with the Dragon King Society. The Dragon King Association will become the real master of the entire Jinlin City. After thinking about this, Long Zhandi couldn't help but get excited. Wang Huaiyan, you did a good job, now you need to entertain them well and let them enjoy themselves. Don't let them leave because they are dissatisfied with the Dragon King Society. Long Zhandi said. Don't worry, boss. I promise to make them live comfortably and they will never want to leave the Dragon King Society. However, most of the senior leaders of the Dragon King Society are out on business and are not in the meeting. It would be unreasonable if you and the senior executives were not present during the welcome party for these 5 superpowers, right? Wang Huaiyan said. Hearing this, Long Zhan thought for a few seconds and then nodded. These 5 people with special abilities came all the way to your Dragon King Society to improve its strength, but the leader and other high-level members of the Dragon King Society were nowhere to be seen. This is really unacceptable. I understand. Tell those 5 psychics that I will be back tomorrow at noon with all the high-level members of the Dragon King Society to personally welcome them, said Long Zhandi. Yes, boss. I'll go talk to them right away. Wang Huaiyan said. Wang Huaiyan discussed other matters with Long Zhandi and then hung up the phone. Then he continued to direct his men to prepare the dinner. After Lin Wanxiang and the others finished playing with the woman and walked out of the private room, Wang Huayan immediately greeted them warmly. "The dinner is ready, everyone please follow me," said Wang Huayan. Lin Wanxiang and others nodded. Then they followed Wang Huayan into a hall. This hall is decorated magnificently, and even before Doomsday it would cost a lot of money to book such a hall. Soon, Wang Huayan started chatting with Lin Wanxiang and others. After a brief greeting, steaming hot delicious dishes were served one after another. "Brothers, I think you haven't eaten freshly cooked hot dishes for a long time. Today, I, Wang Huayan, will take you to enjoy a satisfying meal," Wang Huayan said with a smile. "Thank you very much, Brother Wang." Afterwards, Lin Wanxiang and others began to eat with relish, their mouths full of oil. After they had eaten their fill, Wang Huayan told them what Long Zhan had instructed them to do. "Brother Lin, the leader of our Dragon King Association and a group of senior executives will be back at noon today to welcome you, celebrating your joining the Dragon King Club. The banquet we hold will be even more grand than today's dinner," Wang Huayan said with a smile. After Wang Huayan finished speaking, the eyes of Lin Wanxiang and others could not help but be startled. "The time to take action has come," Lin Wanxiang thought to himself. Chapter 51 Return to the Dragon King meeting. "Ha! All 9 maids fell asleep because of the exchange meeting, so it's time for me to have a good rest," Eton said happily. Just now, Eton and his 9 maids started a climax-filled exchange meeting in the swimming pool. This exchange meeting was also the most ridiculous one Eton had held so far. The discussion at the meeting was extremely intense, with all kinds of unexpected topics discussed. After the exchange meeting was over, the 9 maids of different types fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. Eton himself felt a little tired after the exchange meeting, so he was now ready to have a good rest. However, at this moment, he suddenly received a message from Lin Wanxiang. "Brother Tian, the plan was successful. Tomorrow at noon, the leader of the Dragon King Association will bring a group of senior executives to welcome us." After seeing this news, Eton couldn't help but reveal a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. The leaders and high-level officials of the Dragon King Society are finally getting together. Ha ha. Then tomorrow at noon will be the day when the Jinlin branch of the Dragon King Society will be destroyed, Eton said confidently. Afterwards, Eton set the alarm for himself and went back to his room to rest. The morning of the 18th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical fitness improved a little, and the development progress of Superman's steel body reached 17%. Ha! The time to take action is at noon today. As for the morning, I'd better enjoy myself, Eton said with a smile. Afterwards, Eton called 4 maids, Shin Xian, Park Yunying, Yu Qiutong and Su Yaoshu, to help him massage his shoulders and legs. He himself was lying on the sofa, playing games leisurely, and living a very comfortable life. The morning passed quickly. By noon, Eton received another message from Lin Wanxiang. "Brother Tian, the exact time when the leader of the Dragon King Society and a group of high-ranking officials will gather is 11:30 noon. After seeing this message, Eton couldn't help but smile. There were still 15 minutes left until 11:30 noon. With Eton's flying speed, 15 minutes is more than enough to fly to the Photon building. Get ready, I'll be there soon, Eton replied. Afterwards, Eton said goodbye to his maids and left the shelter. Soon he flew over the Photon building, turned on the perspective function of his supervision, and quietly observed the situation inside. In the largest banquet hall of the Dragon King Society. At this moment, the place is decorated very luxuriously. Even the most ordinary waitresses are very beautiful and dressed very seductively. It is obvious that the Dragon King is preparing to entertain guests here. Brother Lin, the leader and other high-ranking officials will be here soon, please wait patiently for a while. After they come back, we can officially welcome you back. At that time, you can enjoy the wine, food, beauties and white powder to your heart's content, and don't be polite to us, Wang Huayan said with a smile. In order to win over the 5 supernatural beings headed by Lin Wanxiang, the Dragon King Society has spent a huge amount of money. But as long as we succeed in winning them over, the investment will be worth it. It's a pity that Lin Wanxiang and they are enemies. Brother Wang, we still have some patience, said Lin Wanxiang. Afterwards, Lin Wanxiang and others started greeting Wang Huayan. After more than 10 minutes of greetings, a tall and strong man with a beard and a scar on his face appeared in the banquet hall. And behind this man stood a group of men in suits and ties, looking very imposing. After seeing this person, Wang Huaiyan immediately went forward to greet him. "Boss, you're finally here," Wang Huaiyan said happily. "Well, Wang Huaiyan, you did a good job. I will reward you after this is over," Long Zhan said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Long Zhandi and a group of high-level members of the Dragon King Association sat at their seats. They turned their eyes to Lin Wanxiang and the other four. "I guess this must be brother Lin Wanxiang, right? Welcome to join our Dragon King Club. From now on we are a family, and I, Long Zhandi, will definitely take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Live in the most comfortable room and play with the most beautiful woman," Long Zhan said. After Long Zhandi finished speaking, other high-ranking officials of the Dragon King Society began to echo his words. "That's right. After you join the Dragon King Society, we will all be a family. Our Dragon King will always be very kind to families. You will definitely live a very comfortable life in the future. Joining our Dragon King Club is definitely the best choice for you. You will enjoy life in the future." Listening to the words of the leader of the Dragon King Society and a group of senior officials, Lin Wanxiang and others couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. If there was no deep hatred between them, then perhaps Lin Wanxiang would indeed be bought by these sugar-coated bullets. However, whether it was Lin Wanxiang or Lin Wanxiang's four subordinates, their hatred for the Dragon King Society was too deep. The hatred is so deep that it cannot be reconciled. Therefore, after the top leaders of the Dragon King Society finished speaking, the faces of Lin Wanxiang and the other four suddenly turned cold. "Ha ha ha. All of you high-level leaders of the Dragon King Society are finally here. It's time to settle things between us," Lin Wanxiang said loudly. "That's right. You don't really think I'm here to join you, do you? I'm here for revenge. The revenge for my father's murder and the hatred for my wife's seizure. There is no way this can be reconciled. I will destroy the Dragon King Society today." When the people in the Dragon King Society heard this, they were all shocked and their eyes turned cold. Unexpectedly, these 5 people did not come to join, but to seek revenge. How ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. Do you think that just the 5 of you can shake our Dragon King Society? Long Zhandi said disdainfully. The high-level members of the Dragon King Society around also laughed. They laughed at Lin Wanxiang and others for overestimating their own abilities. However, Lin Wanxiang and the others also laughed because Eton was here. There was a loud bang and the door of the banquet hall was kicked open by Eton. Afterwards, Eton walked in swaggeringly and looked at the people from the Dragon King Society with extremely contemptuous eyes. "Of course the 5 of them are no match for the many superpowers in your Dragon King Society. The one who can really kill you is me. The mission of Lin Wanxiang and others is just to gather you all together. If you don't gather together, how can I catch you all in one fell swoop? Shaolin, you all should retreat. I will take care of these 20 superpowered people from the Dragon King Society by myself," Eton said confidently. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Dragon King Society couldn't help but frown. They have seen arrogant people, but they have never seen anyone as arrogant as Eton. One person fighting 20 psychics? This is simply a fantasy. Humph. Don't pay any attention to this ignorant kid. Let's kill him first, and then kill those 5 guys. Long Zhan gave the order. "Yes, boss." The next moment, 20 psychics rushed towards Eton with great momentum. Chapter 52, The Dragon King will be destroyed. "Ha ha. You are a bunch of ignorant superpowers. I will let you know what true power is. Of course, the price of understanding this matter is your life," Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton also took action. I saw several people with physical enhancement abilities approaching Eton, and their fists were about to hit Eton. But this is of no use. Eton easily dodged their attacks and then slapped each of them. Snap, snap, snap. A total of 7 people with enhanced physical abilities were blown away by Eton and embedded in the wall, unable to get out for a while. Soon after, those psychics with the ability to control elements also took action. Fire, ice, lightning, light beams, all these elements attacked Eton all at once. However, this is still useless to Eton. Eton saw a powerful force gathering in his eyes and then bursting out like a laser. Heat vision. The terrifying laser instantly suppressed the elemental attacks. Afterwards, the thermal vision continued to scan those elemental manipulation psychics. Rumbling explosions were heard, and the 8-element controlling psychics were either killed or disabled, and it was impossible for them to fight again in a short period of time. Hiss. Looking at the scene before them, both Lin Wanxiang and others, as well as the remaining psychics of the Dragon King Society, could not help but gasp. How long has it been? Less than 10 seconds, right? 15 complete psychics were defeated just like that? Is this still a human? How can he be so strong? Why don't we surrender? This guy is too strong. We can't defeat him. Yes, surrender, we surrender. Don't kill us. We are willing to serve you, sir. Long Zhandi looked at the remaining 4 Dragon King Society psychics who wanted to surrender, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. He knew that if he wanted to reverse the current situation, he had to defeat Eton Kai himself. As long as he can't defeat Eton, the Jinlin branch of the Dragon King Society will be doomed. This place may be destroyed by Eton, or it may be swallowed up by Eton's forces. But no matter what, it has nothing to do with him. Boy, I admit that you are very strong, even stronger than I imagined. But don't think you're sure to win, my abilities are not as weak as theirs. Long Zhandi said coldly. The next moment, Long Zhandi's body began to change drastically. In less than 3 seconds, he turned into a dinosaur. Dinosaur man to be exact. Your transformed form looks very much like a dinosaur called Triceratops. You can tell at a glance that you will be extremely powerful and have superior defensive capabilities after the transformation. No wonder you can become the leader of the Dragon King Society's Jinlin branch, you really have something. It's a pity that you met me today. Yi Tian said with a smile. Long Zhandi's ability to transform into a Triceratops man was indeed beyond Yi Tian's expectations. This kind of transformation is much stronger than pure physical enhancement. However, the unexpectedness did not affect Yi Tian's beating him. Roar! After the transformation, Long Zhan was full of momentum. He rushed towards Yi Tian at lightning speed. The way it rushed over looked like a heavier version of a truck, very powerful. However, this is of no use. Yi Tian's eyes once again gathered powerful strength and turned into lasers that shot out. Heat vision. The beam of light that shot out from Yi Tian's eyes had extremely strong penetrating power. It easily broke through the defense of the Triceratops man Long Zhandi and pierced through his body. Then, the power of the heat vision caused another explosion in his body. With a loud bang, Long Zhandi's entire body was blown into a pile of minced meat, leaving only a Triceratops-shaped head falling to the ground. At this point, Long Zhandi, the leader of the Dragon King Society's Jinlin branch, died. Plop, plop. The remaining 4 psychics of the Dragon King Society who had not been beaten up by Yi Tian knelt down and kowtowed madly. Sir, spare my life. I am willing to be your subordinate and work like a slave for you. I only ask you to spare my life. Sir, my wife is very beautiful. If you are willing to spare my life, I will give her to you. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Looking at the 4 people kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, Eton couldn't help but sneer. Whether or not they will be spared does not depend on how well they beg for mercy, but on whether they have made enemies with Lin Wanxiang and others. Eton doesn't like to be a boss or anything like that, so after the Jinlin branch of the Dragon King Society is destroyed, Lin Wanxiang will be the one in charge. Since this place is going to be handed over to Lin Wanxiang for management, it is impossible to give him a superpower who has a grudge against him. Based on this idea, Eton quickly gave the 4 men 4 more slaps, knocking them all out. Then, Eton looked at Lin Wanxiang and the others and said, "Go and have a look at those Dragon King Society psychics who are still alive, and see if there are any of your enemies among them. If there are any of your enemies among them, then you can kill them with your own hands, and I will not interfere." Hearing this, Lin Wanxiang and others' eyes turned red. With Eton's help, they can finally take revenge successfully. Moreover, Eton also gave them the opportunity to kill their enemies with their own hands. This great favor is truly unforgettable for them. After expressing their gratitude to Eton, Lin Wanxiang and others started to take action. They killed 12 superpowers who had grudges against them with their own hands and took revenge. A huge stone fell from their hearts and they felt a lot more relaxed. Well, I killed 4 psychics, and they killed 12. This means that there are only 4 surviving psychics in the Dragon King Society. Including Lin Wanxiang and the other 5, there are a total of 9 people with special abilities. Even without my support, the force of 9 psychics is not weak. Yi Tian sighed. Thank you, brother Tian. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. The 5 of us will go through fire and water without hesitation. Lin Wanxiang said. Yi Tian nodded, then patted Lin Wanxiang on the shoulder. All right. The Jinlin branch of the Dragon King Society has been destroyed, and a new chapter in your lives is about to begin. Now you should quickly use your own strength to subdue the remaining forces of the Dragon King Society, and from now on, you, Lin Wanxiang, will be the boss here. Yi Tian said. I understand, brother Tian. Afterwards, Lin Wanxiang and his 4 companions took the 4 remaining psychics of the Dragon King Society to clean up the mess. Yi Tian took a deep breath and decided to wait for a while at the photon building. It won't be too late for him to leave until Lin Wanxiang and others have cleaned up the mess. Yi Tian was just wandering around in the photon building. Then as he walked, he encountered something somewhat unexpected. I saw a group of women carrying a man and a woman into the photon building. This couple is absolutely a perfect match. The man is very handsome and the woman is very beautiful. Moreover, Yi Tian knew this couple. They were the superstar Xia Yingchen who loved to wear ancient costumes both in and out of the play, and her superstar husband Huang Tianxiao. Chapter 53, Bribing Xia Yingchen. Xia Yingchen. This handsome man and beautiful woman were superstars before the end of the world. They should be able to exchange a lot of supplies from your Dragon King Association, right? Said the leading woman. After the woman finished speaking, Xia Yingchen and Huang Tianxiao were so frightened that they turned pale. The end of the world has been here for more than 10 days, and the couple certainly knows what the consequences of being sold are. Handsome guys will be taken over by ugly female psychics, and after being played with, they will be forced to do hard labor until they die or be killed and eaten. It is considered a good ending for a beautiful woman to be possessed by a male supernatural being. In many cases, she will be forced to work as a prostitute or will be transferred many times and played with by different men. When those men get tired of playing with them, they may not be able to escape the fate of being killed and eaten. Just then, Wang Huaiyan, wearing a suit and sunglasses, walked over. Because this guy had done relatively few evil things and had never offended Lin Wanxiang and others before, he became one of the only 4 surviving psychics in the Jinlin branch of the Dragon King Society. They are actually superstars from before the end of the world. If they were in the past, the Dragon King Association could have indeed exchanged for a lot of supplies. But unfortunately, the Jinlin branch of the Dragon King Society was destroyed just now, and I don't know how much the new boss thinks they are worth. I'm not even sure whether the new boss wants them or not. Wang Huaiyan said, shaking his head. After saying that, Wang Huaiyan turned his gaze to Yi Tian. After experiencing the previous battle, Wang Huaiyan deeply realized how powerful Yi Tian was. After the demise of the Jinlin branch of the Dragon King Society, Lin Wanxiang became the apparent leader here, but the one who truly had the final say was still Yi Tian. Looking at Wang Huaiyan's inquiring eyes, Yi Tian nodded slightly. It's the same now as before, these 2 people must still be needed. Yi Tian said lightly. Clear. Afterwards, Wang Huaiyan paid a large amount of supplies to those women without hesitation and won over this pair of pre-apocalyptic superstars. After the goods transaction was completed, the women turned around and left. Looking at the backs of the women leaving, a smile appeared on Yi Tian's lips. He had already guessed which force those women came from. The Temple of the Goddess is a force whose top leaders are all female psychics. According to what Chen Xingyi said before, there are a lot of boxers in the Goddess Palace, and almost all high-level female psychics love boxing. But these boxers don't have real girls helping girls. Ordinary people, both men and women, are slaves in the Goddess Temple. Only female superpowers can be so high and mighty there. Yi Tian thought to himself. Then, Yi Tian shook his head and stopped thinking about the Goddess Temple. This force has nothing to do with him for the time being. How they fight is their business, and Yi Tian Kai is too lazy to care. At this moment, Wang Huaiyan quietly came over and asked, Lord Tian, do you have any special instructions for this couple? If there is any, just tell me and I will do as you say. If not, then I will follow the old rules of the Dragon King Society and make them auction items. Hearing this, Yi Tian thought for a while. Xia Yingchen is indeed a top beauty, and she also has the aura of a superstar. Yi Tian was still quite interested in this woman. Yi Tian had just used his supervision to observe. Although Xia Yingchen was not a virgin, she was still relatively clean, and there were no signs that her body had been used many times. Not only that, Xia Yingchen did not change her habit of wearing ancient costumes even in the Doomsday. Therefore, Xia Yingchen was wearing a very gorgeous ancient costume at this time, which made Eton aroused. Find a few women to clean Xia Yingchen and bring her to me. As for Huang Tianxiao, you can do this after you take him away. Yi Tian said calmly. Hearing this, Wang Huayan couldn't help but reveal an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. If they really did what Yi Tian said, the relationship between the couple would definitely be completely destroyed. Yes, God. Yi Tian nodded, then turned and left back to his room. Wang Huayan found a few men to take Huang Tianxiao away, and found a few women to take Xia Yingchen to take a bath. Ha! Xia Yingchen is a very attractive peach-shaped beauty. Such a beauty is not only a wife but also has the aura of a superstar. She is also very suitable for wearing ancient costumes. It must be very exciting to conquer her. But I won't force her. It would be meaningless if I did. It would be interesting to conquer her both mentally and physically. Yi Tian said evilly. Not long after, Xia Yingchen was washed clean by several women, dressed in ancient costume, and sent to Yi Tian's room. As soon as she came in, this queen-level superstar before the end of the world felt Yi Tian's evil gaze. She was very familiar with this kind of look. Whether before or after the apocalypse, many men had looked at her with this look. It was obvious what this man wanted to do to me, but given the situation, could I resist? I have never given my body to anyone other than my husband, but today I am going to be taken by the man in front of me. Woo-woo. Xia Yingchen thought desperately. She could already imagine the scene of Yi Tian raping herself. Therefore, Xia Yingchen's face was full of sadness at this moment, and he looked like he had lost the desire to live. Yi Tian looked at Xia Yingchen's expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. What? Do you think I will force you? Yi Tian asked with a smile. Hearing this, Xia Yingchen was stunned. Isn't this man going to force himself on her? To tell you the truth, I have collected quite a few extremely beautiful women so far, but most of them were obtained through inducement rather than coercion. So I will treat you the same way. I will not force myself on you, but will use some things to seduce you. Yi Tian said with a smile. As he spoke, Yi Tian set out a large table of delicious food. Without exception, these delicacies were all steaming hot and fragrant dishes, which made Xia Yingchen, who had been eating fast food for more than 10 days, swallow his saliva. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian took out a large amount of clean water, cosmetics, toiletries and other things to show his abundant supplies. After seeing these things, Xia Yingchen couldn't help but take a breath. How come this man in front of me has so many supplies? Seeing Xia Yingchen's shocked expression, Yi Tian continued to smile evilly and said, Big star, just be my woman obediently. If you are willing to be my woman, you can eat such sumptuous dishes every day in the future. In addition, you can also take a shower every day, and you will have enough cosmetics and toiletries. How about it? Would you like to consider it? Hearing this, Xia Yingchen couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling conflicted. The conditions offered by Yi Tian were indeed very tempting, which made Xia Yingchen quite tempted. But Xia Yingchen is a person with a strong sense of morals, so even in the chaotic and dirty entertainment industry, she has never betrayed her husband. But now Yi Tian wanted her to be immoral, which made it difficult for her to accept it for a while. Chapter 54, A Plan to Destroy the Relationship Between Husband and Wife. Looking at Xia Yingchen's conflicted look, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile knowingly. Of course he understood what this superstar was thinking. As a beautiful woman who has been in the entertainment industry for many years, she can remain relatively clean. What does this show? This shows that Xia Yingchen has a relatively strong sense of morality and did not sell her body just to take shortcuts. For someone with such a strong sense of morality, it is really not easy to make her betray her husband all of a sudden. Therefore, Yi Tian didn't think about winning her over today. He had plenty of time to play with Xia Yingchen slowly. Xia Yingchen, are you still worried about your husband? Do you think it's immoral to betray your husband? Yi Tian asked with a smile. Hearing this, Xia Yingchen nodded immediately. She had never thought of doing anything immoral before. My husband and I have always loved each other and have never thought of betrayal. But now you want me to, alas. Xia Yingchen said helplessly. After Xia Yingchen finished speaking, Yi Tian's mouth curled up slightly and he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Love? Never thought of betrayal? This famous star doesn't even know that her husband has already cheated on her. Before, when he was in the Dragon King Hall, Yi Tian also used his supervision to observe Huang Tianxiao and found that this superstar was seriously deficient in energy and blood. A man's wife is relatively clean, but the man himself is seriously deficient in qi and blood. What does this mean? This means that this man definitely has other women outside, and there are quite a few of them. Huang Tianxiao is not loyal to Xia Yingchen at all. This guy has cheated on her countless times. Therefore, Eton only needed to use a little trick to easily destroy the relationship between the couple. It is even possible that Xia Yingchen will develop great hatred towards Huang Tianxiao and do something immoral. Thinking of this, Eton couldn't help but reveal an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Xia Yingchen, please enjoy these delicacies and water first. Consider it a reward from me this time. But if you want to enjoy it next time, it won't be that easy. Yi Tian said with a smile. Hearing this, Xia Yingchen nodded slightly. Then she began to enjoy delicious dishes and pure water. Yi Tian couldn't help but sneer in his heart as he looked at Xia Yingchen eating with relish. In this apocalypse, the temptation of delicious food and pure water is no less than that of cocaine. After she enjoys it once, she will definitely think about enjoying it again next time, and then, he. And that Huang Tianxiao, I wonder how Wang Huayan will react after he does what I said. It shouldn't be beyond my expectations. Yi Tian thought evilly in his heart. Afterwards, Yi Tian used his supervision and superhearing. He saw all the actions and expressions of Wang Huayan and Huang Tianxiao, and Yi Tian also heard their conversation clearly. In a room of the Dragon King Society. Huang Tianxiao, are you satisfied with the 3 girls I found for you? Wang Huayan asked with a smile. Just now, Wang Huayan picked out 3 more beautiful female slaves from the many female slaves of the Dragon King Society. After washing them, they were brought into this room. Huang Tianxiao looked at the 3 beautiful women in front of him, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Something in his body became hard. As a superstar, he has played with countless beauties, and his legal wife Xia Yingchen has already sailed across the Hulunburg grassland. Therefore, if it were before the end of the world, Huang Tianxiao would definitely not look down on these 3 beautiful women. But after the end of the world, it will be a completely different situation. For the past 10 days, Huang Tianxiao and Xia Yingchen have been hiding in their own house. Where can he go to find beautiful women to play with? As for his legal wife Xia Yingchen, although she is a rare beauty, she hasn't taken a bath for many days. No matter how beautiful a woman is, if she doesn't take a shower for a week, she will smell bad. Therefore, after the world entered the end of the world, although Huang Tianxiao was still lustful, he hardly touched Xia Yingchen. There is nothing else to it, just one word, stinky. However, now there were 3 women who were clean and pretty good looking standing in front of him. How could he, a lustful man, not be moved by this? Wang, brother Wang, I think these 3 women are very good. Huang Tianxiao said. Hearing this, Wang Huayan smiled, and he smiled very happily. Yi Tian really didn't lie to him. There is indeed a big problem with Huang Tianxiao. He is definitely not as loving and affectionate with his wife as was advertised in the entertainment industry before the end of the world. That's just the persona he created for himself through public opinion. In fact, Huang Tianxiao has cheated countless times. You think these 3 girls are pretty good, so do you want to play with them? Wang Huayan asked with a smile. After Wang Huayan asked this question, Huang Tianxiao swallowed again, and that place became even harder. This is the woman who was cleansed at the end of the world. He really wants to play with her. Brother Wang, can I really play with them? Huang Tianxiao asked with some disbelief. Huang Tianxiao was well aware of his current situation. He and his wife were indeed big stars before the apocalypse, but after the apocalypse, this identity was no longer of any use. After the couple were captured by the female psychic from the goddess temple and taken to the Dragon King Society, they no longer had any freedom. The Dragon King can do whatever he wants to them, they are completely prisoners. Now Xia Yingchen was taken to another place by the people of the Dragon King Society. Huang Tianxiao knew that there was a high probability that she would be played by the top leaders of the Dragon King Society, or directly sold at a high price. Therefore, Huang Tianxiao had already made up his mind about one thing at this time. That means Xia Yingchen can no longer belong to him. Since Xia Yingchen is definitely someone else's, I can't treat myself badly if I have the chance. You still have to eat what you should eat, and you still have to play with beautiful women you can play with. Huang Tianxiao thought to himself. Wang Huayan saw what Huang Tianxiao was thinking, and also realized that his hesitation was because he was afraid of regretting it, not because he was afraid of betraying his wife. So in response to Huang Tianxiao's question, Wang Huayan immediately said, "These 3 women are prepared for you, you can play with them as you like." But I see that you are very tired today, so you should have a good meal, take a shower and rest. You can have fun tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Huang Tianxiao was overjoyed. He can finally play with the clean beauties in the Doomsday. Thank you, brother Wang. Huang Tianxiao said excitedly. Someone come. Take Huang Tianxiao downstairs to eat and take a bath. Wang Huaiyan said. The next moment, several men came and took Huang Tianxiao away. After Huang Tianxiao left, a playful smile appeared on Wang Huaiyan's lips. It seems that everything is going as God expected. TSK. Next, I will have people install some miniature cameras in this room, and then broadcast the scene live to Tianyi and Xiaoyingshan. Wang Huaiyan said with a smile. Afterwards, Wang Huaiyan began to install miniature cameras and miniature microphones in the room. Eton, who knew about this matter through supervision and superhearing, showed a triumphant smile on his face. It seems that tomorrow I can conquer the big star Xiaoyingshan both physically and mentally. Yi Tian thought evilly. Chapter 55 A Good Show, Xiaoyingshan's Betrayal. Early morning of the 19th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical fitness improved a little. Immediately afterwards, Eton turned his gaze to Xiaoyingshan, who was sleeping soundly. It's time to get up. Next, I'm going to take you to see a good show. Eton said with a smile. As he said that, Eton slapped Xiaoyingshan to wake her up. After waking up, Xiaoyingshan was still in a daze. She vaguely heard Eton say that he would take her to see a good show. Therefore, after waking up a little, Xiaoyingshan immediately asked curiously, "What's the show?" He. Of course it's a good show about your husband. You don't really think he is as loyal to him as you are, right? Eton said playfully. Hearing this, Xiaoyingshan was stunned. What does Eton mean by this? Could it be that there is another side of Huang Tianxiao that she doesn't know about? Come, look at the big screen. After saying that, Eton picked up the remote control and turned on the LCD TV in the room. This LCD TV is connected to the camera and microphone in the room where Huang Tianxiao is. Therefore, images and audio of Huang Tianxiao fighting with the three women soon appeared on the LCD TV. Brother Huang, you really are worthy of being a big star before the end of the world. You are handsome and have such a great figure, a beautiful woman exclaimed. He. I don't just have a good body. I'll let you know how powerful my thing is later. Huang Tianxiao said with a lewd smile. Oh? Then I've been looking forward to it for the whole life, said the beautiful woman. Soon, Huang Tianxiao started fighting with this beautiful woman, and both of them made extremely joyful sounds. The other two beautiful women had also taken off their clothes, looking forward to fighting with Huang Tianxiao. Brother Huang, I see that you were so skilled in this area. Did you learn all this from practicing with your wife? Asked the first beautiful woman. I didn't expect that Brother Huang plays so colorfully with his wife. You have so many ways to play with women. I like it so much, said the third beautiful woman. Huang Tianxiao couldn't help but laugh evilly when he heard this. Ha. This technique was not practiced with my wife. She is very conservative. How could she possibly play so fancy with me? Huang Tianxiao said. Hearing Huang Tianxiao say this, the three beautiful women were stunned. Isn't Huang Tianxiao's character a love-struck man? Although this pre-apocalyptic superstar is now fighting with the three women on his side and has betrayed his wife. But these three women all felt that this was just Huang Tianxiao's indulgence after the end of the world. After all, it's the end of the world, and it would be too naive to think about remaining loyal to your wife. However, based on what Huang Tianxiao said before, it seems that this guy has played with many women before the end of the world? Brother Huang, according to what you said, you have played with many women before the end of the world? Have you already cheated on your wife? Asked a beautiful woman. That's right. Even though Xiaoyingshan is pretty and has a good figure, she is always restrained when playing with me, and always makes me feel like something is missing. So during the marriage, I actually kept looking for other open-minded women behind her back. The skills I have now were honed on those women. Huang Tianxiao said with a smile. Hearing this, the three women couldn't help but reveal a look of sudden enlightenment on their faces. I see. The infatuated persona of this superstar in the entertainment industry is all packaged, but in reality, he has already been a piece of shit. But because he packaged himself so well before the end of the world, everyone thought he was truly infatuated. Now that they know that all this is fake, these three beautiful women. Even happier. Since we are all rubbish, no one should criticize anyone else. Let us have fun together. Anyway, Huang Tianxiao is indeed handsome and has a good figure. It is better to be played with by him than by those ugly men. After that, the three beautiful women had even more fun with Huang Tianxiao. The whole room was filled with the atmosphere of them fighting together and the loud sounds of fighting. Huang Tianxiao was having a great time here, but Xia Yingchen, who had been watching Huang Tianxiao fight, had a grim look on his face. Big star, it seems that your husband is not a loyal person. All his infatuation is just an act. In fact, the Hulenberg grassland has already been planted on your head. Yi Tian said with a smile. Hearing this, Xia Yingchen's expression became worse and worse. She now wished she could tear Huang Tianxiao to pieces alive. She has remained chaste for Huang Tianxiao all these years, and this is the result she got? Xia Yingchen, who has a strong sense of morals, has always felt that it is moral to keep her virginity for her husband. Therefore, before getting married, Xia Yingchen never had any affairs and saved her extremely precious first time for Huang Tianxiao. After getting married, Xia Yingchen also abandoned all temptations in the entertainment industry and remained loyal to Huang Tianxiao. Before, she always thought that Huang Tianxiao was loyal to her and they were a model couple. But now it seems she was wrong. Totally wrong. Huang Tianxiao. Since you are so unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Xia Yingchen said angrily. Then, Xia Yingchen looked at Yi Tian and made up his mind. Isn't it just immoral? What's the big deal? Xia Yingchen will definitely bear the brunt of this kindness today. Yi Tian, I am willing to be your woman, please love me very much. Xia Yingchen said firmly. After Xia Yingchen finished speaking, a smile of triumph appeared on Yi Tian's lips. He knew that he was only one step away from completely conquering Xia Yingchen. Then, Yi Tian shook his head and said, I can pamper you fiercely, or I can give you good living conditions as I said before. But you also need to know that in this doomsday, your status is far inferior to mine. Therefore, it is impossible for you to be my woman, you can only be my maid. Hearing this, Xia Yingchen took a deep breath. At this point, she no longer had any resistance to being Yi Tian's woman. But being a maid, that's something I need to think about carefully. She is feeling very conflicted now. Yi Tian naturally saw Xia Yingchen's hesitation, but it didn't matter, he had plenty of time to wait. Anyway, the initiative is in Yi Tian's hands, so he is not afraid that Xia Yingchen, the cooked duck, will fly away. Big star, while you are hesitating, why not watch and listen more to the battle between your husband and the three women? Yi Tian said playfully. The next moment, Yi Tian turned up the volume of the TV so that Xia Yingchen could hear more clearly the audio of Huang Tianxiao fighting with the three women. Chapter 56, Superstar Becomes Maid. After a while, the fight between Huang Tianxiao and the three women ended. Although Huang Tianxiao's fighting ability is not that strong, his fighting skills are excellent and you can tell at a glance that he is a veteran of many battles. Therefore, although the battle between the four of them was not long, they all gained great satisfaction. At this moment, Huang Tianxiao and the three women were lying on the soft big bed, their eyes full of satisfaction. Xia Yingchen, who watched the entire process on the LCD TV, was so angry that she burst into tears. Wow, wow, wow. How could he do this? He actually wow, wow. Xia Yingchen was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, and her emotions completely broke down. Yi Tian, who was standing aside, looked at Xia Yingchen like this and couldn't help but reveal an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. It's time. Big star, what have you thought about? If you don't give me an answer, I won't bother to care about you anymore. You should go back to Huang Tianxiao then. Yi Tian said with a smile. When Xia Yingchen heard that Yi Tian wanted to send her to Huang Tianxiao, she suddenly became anxious. At this moment, she wished that Huang Tianxiao would be torn into pieces by 5 horses. How could she be willing to return to Huang Tianxiao? Then, Xia Yingchen took a deep breath and made up his mind. I'm willing to be your maid, but I also have a condition. Xia Yingchen said coldly. Conditions? Tell me about them. Yi Tian said lightly. I want Huang Tianxiao to die. And he can't die too comfortably. He must be tortured to death. Xia Yingchen said extremely coldly. Hearing this, Yi Tian smiled, and he smiled very happily. This condition was just a matter of convenience for Yi Tian, so he could naturally agree to it with Xia Yingchen. No problem. I can torture Huang Tianxiao to death, but have you figured out how to torture him? If you can't think of a way to torture him, let me think of it. Yi Tian said with a smile. I've thought about it. Doesn't Huang Tianxiao like to play with women? And he plays with 3 at a time? Okay. Then I'll let him have fun to the end. Find him 3 old, ugly, playful fat women and play him to death. Xia Yingchen said. Pa. Yi Tian applauded. This is a great way to torture people. It is definitely a double torture of body and mind, which makes people feel miserable. Okay. I'll tell my men to take a few old, ugly, playful fat women to play with Huang Tianxiao. By then, Huang Tianxiao will collapse both physically and mentally. Yi Tian said. As he said that, Yi Tian picked up his phone and contacted Wang Huaiyan, asking him to find an ugly woman to have sex with Huang Tianxiao. Wang Huaiyan agreed immediately without saying a word. In his heart, he was also looking forward to the scene before the end of the world where the superstar would be fucked by 3 old, ugly, playful fat women. I have already given the order. Huang Tianxiao will soon be subjected to the torture you described. So is it time for you to pay the price now? Big star. Yi Tian said evilly. Hearing this, Xia Yingchen nodded heavily. Bring it on. Hey. I won't be polite. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian and Xia Yingchen held an extraordinary and climax-filled exchange meeting in this room. During this exchange meeting, Xia Yingchen, wearing ancient costume, had a heated discussion with Yi Tian. And while the discussion was heated, the two also used a variety of strange discussion methods, pushing the atmosphere of the exchange meeting to a climax. By the time the exchange meeting was over, Xia Yingchen was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Although Yi Tian was still a little unsatisfied in his desires, he gained great satisfaction spiritually. This superstar-level star before Doomsday is his. Phew! The new maid has been successfully obtained. Now it's time to think about other things. Calculating the time, it has been more than 10 hours since I destroyed the Jinlin branch of the Dragon King Society. Lin Wanxiang and the others should have integrated everything. I'll go and tell them a few words later, and then take Xia Yingchen back to the shelter. Yi Tian thought to himself. Afterwards, Yi Tian temporarily left the room and found Lin Wanxiang. Brother Tian, what do you want? Shaolin, let me ask you, have you integrated the remaining forces of the Dragon King Society? Brother Tian, everything has been integrated. Everything is as usual. Hearing this, Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. Lin Wanxiang and others are quite efficient. Shaolin, I'm leaving here and taking my new maid back to my own base. Before I leave, I want to tell you 2 things. Let me know when you have finished these 2 things. Yi Tian said calmly. Brother Tian, just tell us what you need. We will definitely go through fire and water for you without any hesitation. Lin Wanxiang said. Well, in the next period of time, you go and help me destroy the Black Flag Gang. This force covets my base and must be destroyed. Also, send some people to infiltrate the Li family and collect intelligence about the Li family. When the top leaders of the Li family gather together, notify me and I will catch them all in one fell swoop. Yi Tian ordered. Don't worry, Brother Tian. Leave these 2 things to me. Lin Wanxiang said. Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. Then he patted Lin Wanxiang on the shoulder, encouraged him a few words and left. After leaving the Dragon King Society, Yi Tian took Xia Yingchen into his reinforced explosion-proof car and drove towards the shelter. Soon, the two arrived at the shelter. The moment he entered the shelter, Xia Yingchen felt a warm current rushing towards him. Afterwards, she saw the complete facilities in the shelter and some beautiful women who were as beautiful as her. All of this made Xia Yingchen amazed. This place is so warm. So cozy. All kinds of infrastructure are available, and there are even many entertainment facilities. And are those women the other maids you took in before? They are all really beautiful women. Xia Yingchen exclaimed. Do you like it? If you like it, you can live here forever. As long as you are my maid and serve me well, you can live here comfortably forever. Yi Tian said. Hearing this, Xia Yingchen nodded heavily, indicating that she would serve Yi Tian well in the future. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian called Xin Shiyan over. As for the purpose of calling her over, it was naturally the same as before, asking her to take Xia Yingchen, the new maid, away to give her a bath and brainwash her. It is obvious that Xia Yingchen is still unable to adapt to the identity of a maid. This can be seen from the fact that she does not call Eton master. Therefore, this superstar before Doomsday must be properly trained by Shin Shiyan. Don't worry, master. I will definitely train her into a congenital made holy body, Shin Shiyan said confidently. Afterwards, Shin Shiyan took Xia Yingchen away. Eton called Yu Qiutong, Stella, Su Qingyue and other maids and held a pool party exchange meeting with them. Chapter 57 Goddess Temple Chen Yao. Shan Yao. On the 19th day of the apocalypse, Eton lived a very absurd life. Soon it was the early morning of the 20th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development level of Superman's Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. Ding. The system has detected that the host has signed in for 20 consecutive days, and has refreshed the one-time sign-in location Nanhu Entertainment City. Please go and sign in as soon as possible. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength increased a little. The development level of Man of Steel has reached 18%, but this is not the key point. The key is that the system gave him another one-time check-in location. And this check-in location is very special. The new one-time sign-in location is actually Nanhu Entertainment City. Isn't that the headquarters of the Goddess Temple? TSK. Quite interesting. I want to see how capable those female psychics who like boxing are. Eton said with a smile. The first time Eton heard about the Temple of the Goddess was from Su Chen and Chen Qingyi. At that time, when Eton heard that there was an organization whose top leaders were all female psychics, he was a little surprised. But Eton didn't think much about it at the time, he just thought it was a little interesting. After he destroyed the Dragon King Society, people from the Goddess Temple appeared and kidnapped Xia Yingchen and Huang Tianxiao to the Dragon King Society. This once again aroused Eton's interest in the Temple of the Goddess. But even so, Eton was just interested and had no intention of finding out more. After all, facing a group of boxers, even if Eton could easily kill them all, he would most likely be disgusted by their words. Because he didn't want to be disgusted by the boxers' words, Eton originally didn't plan to go to the Goddess Temple. However, now that the system has refreshed the one-time sign-in location, Eton has to meet those boxers. Afterwards, Eton said goodbye to his maids and left the shelter, flying all the way towards Nanhu Entertainment City. Eton was flying very fast and soon arrived above Nanhu Entertainment City. He turned on his supervision and began to observe the internal situation here. You don't know until you see it. As soon as Eton saw it, he discovered something very interesting. A man actually showed up at the headquarters of the Goddess Temple. Moreover, the psychics from the Temple of the Goddess beside this man seemed to be extremely respectful to him. TSK. This matter has suddenly become very interesting. I want to see who this man is and why a boxer from the Goddess Temple can be so respectful to him. Then, Eton turned on his superhearing. Supervision and superhearing, these two abilities allow Eton to have a panoramic view of the entire situation in the Goddess Temple, and also hear clearly the conversations of those people in the Goddess Temple. Goddess Temple Meeting Room. Li Tianyi, I wonder what wind brings you, the eldest son of the Li family, here, asked an ugly but gorgeously dressed woman. Fu Sol, I came here this time to reach a cooperation with you, the leader of the Goddess Temple. Li Tianyi said lightly. Hearing this, Fu Sol was stunned. The Li family is much more powerful than the Temple of the Goddess, so why would they come to her for cooperation? This made her a little confused. Li Tianyi, tell me what you want to cooperate on? Fu Sol said lightly. I wonder if you have ever heard of a person named Eton. Li Tianyi asked. After Li Tianyi finished speaking, Fu Sol couldn't help but frown. Of course she had heard of Eton. In the past, Eton had always been a little-known person, and few people knew him. But just 2 days ago, Eton led his team to destroy the Jinlin branch of the Dragon King Society, and also let his men occupy the place. Even Eton's younger brother Lin Wanxiang has now become the official leader of the Dragon King Society. With such a record, it would be hard for Eton not to become famous. Ordinary people and some less powerful psychics would think that it was Lin Wanxiang and others who destroyed the Dragon King Society, and that Lin Wanxiang was the powerful one. However, a leader of a supernatural power like Fu Sol would definitely send his men to gather detailed intelligence. Therefore, she knew clearly that Eton was behind Lin Wanxiang. Li Tianyi, you don't want me to join forces with you to deal with Eton, do you? We don't know whether Eton's strength is as incredible as some people in the Dragon King Society say. But one thing is certain, the Dragon King Society was indeed destroyed by Eton and his team, and his strength is probably more powerful than one can imagine. I don't think we can handle him just by the two of us, Fu's soul said. Hearing this, Li Tianyi couldn't help but sneer. He knew that Fu's soul would definitely refuse at first, but their Li family had made sufficient preparations and was not afraid that Fu's soul would disagree. Fu's soul, as far as I know, there is a great beauty named Chenyao in your goddess temple. This Chenyao studied dancing before the apocalypse and had a very good physique. After the apocalypse, she became a person with physical enhancement abilities who was quite strong. Because she became a superpower, her body is still relatively clean. Yi Tian likes relatively clean beauties. Do you think he will let Chenyao go once I spread the news about her? Li Tianyi said with a smile. After hearing what Li Tianyi said, Fu Shouer's brows couldn't help but frown into a shape. Chenyao is indeed a female psychic with a very beautiful appearance and an exceptionally good figure. At the same time, she is also one of Fu Soul's generals and an important fighting force of the goddess temple. If Yi Tian took Chenyao away, the goddess temple would indeed lose some strength. If Yi Tian knew about Chenyao's existence, given his personality, he would most likely not let Chenyao go. The strength of the goddess temple will indeed be damaged after losing Chenyao. But is it really worth it to offend a person who can lead a team to destroy the Dragon King Society for Chenyao? Fu's soul was tangled in his heart. Losing Chenyao will cause some losses to the goddess temple. But if you offend Yi Tian, it might bring a catastrophic disaster to the goddess temple. You know, the strength of the goddess temple is much weaker than that of the Dragon King. After hesitating for a while, Fu's soul finally shook his head. If Yi Tian really wants to take Chenyao away, then let him take her away. Losing Chenyao is better than destroying the entire goddess temple, Fu's soul said. After Fu Shouer finished speaking, both Li Tianyi next to her and Yi Tian, who was eavesdropping with his super hearing, were stunned. No. Is she planning to sell out her most capable general just like that? Didn't we agree that girls would help girls? So not only do you not help ordinary women, but now you even don't help your own female superpowers? Being a leader is so frustrating. From the information exchanged between Li Tianyi and Fu's soul, this Chenyao must be a real beauty. In this case, I will use my super hearing to continue listening to their conversation, and use my supervision to find the Chenyao they are talking about, Yi Tian decided. The next moment, Yi Tian used his supervision ability to the extreme. Used the triple abilities of X-ray eyes plus clairvoyance plus microscope to carefully observe the entire goddess temple. After a while, Yi Tian really discovered a stunning beauty. She is tall, with big breasts, a perky butt, a delicate face, nice curves, and fair skin. This beauty is also dancing, and her dance moves are very pleasing to the eye. It seems that this is Chenyao. She is indeed a rare and exquisite beauty. Moreover, she studies dance and her dancing is so graceful, so her body flexibility must be quite good. Communicating with such a flexible body, that feeling must be, hee. Yi Tian thought evilly. Chapter 58, a trap set for Yi Tian. Fu Soul, don't you always say girls help girls in the goddess temple? What? You got scared when you heard your opponent was Yi Tian? You won't help your woman anymore? Li Tianyi said sarcastically. Okay, Li Tianyi, don't tell me that even you believe this nonsense. If you want to discuss cooperation, just do it properly, don't do these useless things, Fu's soul said. Okay. Then let's talk about cooperation. I know you are afraid of Yi Tian's powerful strength. If only your goddess temple faces him, I'm afraid you will have to kneel as soon as he comes. But as long as you cooperate with us, we won't be afraid of not being able to deal with Yi Tian, Li Tianyi said confidently. Seeing Li Tianyi speaking so confidently, Fu's soul couldn't help but hesitate. The Li family is indeed very powerful, but their strength in Jinlin City is about the same as that of the previous Dragon King Society. Theoretically speaking, if Yi Tian can lead people to destroy the Dragon King Society, then he can also lead people to destroy the Li family in Jinlin City. But Fu's soul also knew that the Li family was a large family before the end of the world, with influence spread across several first-tier cities and its headquarters in the imperial capital. If the Li family sent some people from the imperial capital and then transferred some people from other first-tier cities, it would be possible to kill Yi Tian. Li Tianyi, are you implying that your Li family has other supernatural beings coming to Jinlin City to support you? Otherwise, where would you get such confidence to deal with Yi Tian? Fu's soul asked. Hearing this, Li Tianyi nodded slightly. That's right. My Li family's old master really likes my useless brother Li Tianming and wants to avenge him. Therefore, under the old man's order, the Li family's forces in the imperial capital and the demonic capital have sent several powerful psychics to Jinlin City. Now all those strong men are in the Li family's villa in Jinlin, and I can summon them at any time. So as long as Eton can be tricked here, when so many superpowers attack together, he will definitely die. Li Tianyi said confidently. After listening to Li Tianyi's words, Fu Sol took a deep breath. If this is the case, then as long as the operation is done well and Eton is successfully tricked over, there is indeed a possibility of killing Eton. Eton is a terrible person. If you offend him, it may lead to the destruction of the goddess temple. But now the Li family's strength has skyrocketed, and I can't refuse the Li family, otherwise the goddess temple may be destroyed by the Li family immediately. Since I can't refuse this cooperation, I can only take a gamble with the Li family. Fu Sol thought to himself. After thinking about this, Fu Shou'er turned his gaze to Li Tianyi. Master Li, I agree to cooperate with you. But how can we trick Eton here and ambush him? Fu Sol asked. Hearing this, Li Tianyi couldn't help but reveal an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Of course, that's using Chen Yao to seduce him. Next, we will frantically promote Chen Yao's beauty and cleanliness. As long as Eton knows about it, he will most likely bring people here. Then we can catch Eton and his men by surprise, and catch them all in one fell swoop while reducing our own losses. Li Tianyi said. Fu Sol nodded. It is indeed a feasible method to seduce Eton and his men by means of seduction and then ambush them. Okay, then what shall we do? However, there are still many details of this plan that are worth discussing, so let us discuss it later. Fu Sol said. Well, the details do need to be further figured out. Li Tianyi said. Immediately afterwards, the two men began to discuss the details of the plan to deal with Eton. On the other side, Eton, who was flying in the air, easily knew all this with his supervision and superhearing. Listening to the details of the plan discussed by Li Tianyi and Fu Shou'er, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You want to use your beauty to plot against me? The plan sounds good, but it's a pity that they have such a big misunderstanding of my strength. Even if the Li family's forces from other places sent reinforcements, what would it matter? In my eyes, they were just a few more rotten fish and shrimps. On the contrary, Li Tianyi's plan to gather all the superpowers to deal with me has saved me a lot of effort. Eton said with a smile. Gather all the supernatural beings from the two forces, set a beauty trap to make Eton fall into it, and finally have the supernatural beings kill Eton. This is Li Tianyi's plan. If a very lustful and powerful psychic was plotted against by Li Tianyi in this way, there would be a great risk of death. But for Eton, it doesn't matter whether there is a trap or not, because it can't hurt him anyway. There are only two things in Li Tianyi's plan that are truly meaningful to Eton. One is to let Eton know about the goddess temple and Chen Yao, such a stunning beauty. The other is that Li Tianyi gathered the psychics of the Li family and the goddess temple together, so that Eton could catch them all in one fell swoop. In other words, Li Tianyi's plan not only failed to deal with Eton, but instead helped Eton. Ha! I'll just sign in here at the goddess temple today and not disturb them from plotting to frame me. When their plan reaches the final moment, I will let them know who is the hunter. Eton said coldly. Afterwards, Eton flew into Nanhu Entertainment City and came to a small empty room. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host Nanhu Entertainment City for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman's Man of Steel has increased by 5%, unlocking the Superman ability Super Breathing. After the system finished speaking, Eton felt that his physical strength had greatly increased. The development progress of his Superman Man of Steel has suddenly reached 23%. At the same time, the method of using the super breathing move was deeply engraved in Eton's mind, and he learned it instantly. Now Eton only needs to use his skills to blow a breath to cause a strong cold wind and freeze all the enemies. TSK. It's time to go back to the shelter. Next, we just need to wait quietly for the goddess temple to spread the news about Chen Yao. When Chen Yao's good name reaches my ears through other means, it means that the Li family and the goddess temple are ready. Then I will take the initiative to jump into their trap and let them know that under the absolute gap in strength, any trap is useless. Eton said coldly. Then, Eton no longer hesitated, turned around and flew back to the shelter. After Li Tianyi discussed the details of the plan with Fu Sol, he immediately notified all the psychics in the Li family and asked them to come to the temple of the goddess and stand by. Chapter 59. Chen Yao is coerced. Early morning of the 20th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system's voice fell, Eton felt that his physical fitness had improved a little bit. Ha! Starting today, the people from the Li family and the Goddess Temple should start spreading news about Chen Yao, right? Next, I will wait patiently until Chen Yao's reputation spreads, and then I will kill her. Yi Tian said confidently. Afterwards, Yi Tian called Xia Yingchen. Master, I wonder what you want to talk to me about. Are you looking for? Xia Yingchen said shyly. After a day of training by Shen Xian, Xia Yingchen had completely adapted to the identity of a maid and began to respectfully call Yi Tian master. Just as you thought, let's start, but before that, you have to put on the ancient costume first. Yi Tian said evilly. Soon, Xia Yingchen changed into ancient costume, and a grand exchange meeting with many climaxes officially began. In this exchange meeting, Yi Tian and Xia Yingchen had a heated discussion, pushing the atmosphere of the meeting to one climax after another. By the time the exchange meeting was over, Xia Yingchen was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Xia Yingchen, who fell asleep in ancient costume, looked like the beautiful queen in a costume drama, which greatly satisfied Yi Tian's desire to conquer her. However, although Yi Tian gained great spiritual satisfaction, he was still unsatisfied in terms of physical desires. Therefore, he quickly called over the four maids, Shen Xian, Park Yuning, Jiang Manlin, and Jiang Yufei, and the communication meeting continued. Nanhu Entertainment City, in the meeting room of the Goddess Temple. What? You want to spread my fame to attract Yi Tian? Even if Yi Tian was not attracted by this news, I would have to go and seduce him myself? Are you sure you are not kidding? Don't we in the Goddess Temple always treat men like dirt? Why do you have to rely on me to seduce men now to accomplish your goals? Chen Yao said angrily. Facing Chen Yao, who was quite angry at this time, Fu Sol sighed helplessly. Chen Yao is her general, with top-notch looks and figure. Generally speaking, Chen Yao would also obey Fu Sol's orders, but the premise of obeying the orders was that they did not violate Chen Yao's moral code. Chen Yao is a person with a strong sense of morality. Before the end of the world, Chen Yao was the beauty of the dance department of Jinlin University and had countless suitors. But she insisted on her dream of dancing and ignored any man's pursuit. After the end of the world, Chen Yao awakened and became a superpower in just a few days. After becoming a superpower, Chen Yao did not persecute ordinary people excessively. Later, Chen Yao joined the Goddess Temple, an organization full of boxers, and was influenced by the boxers to a certain extent. But even so, Chen Yao did not box in a pathological way like other boxers. In short, Chen Yao is a person who can stick to the bottom line and principles. Let such a person carry out the beauty trap? It would be strange if she agreed. Chen Yao, listen to me, there is a high probability that you don't need to go to the Dragon King Club in person to seduce Yi Tian. After Yi Tian hears about your reputation, he will most likely bring people to the Goddess Temple to kill you. At that time, you just need to pretend to be friendly with him for a while, let him take advantage of us, and lead them into our encirclement. Fu Sol said. After hearing what Fu Sol said, Chen Yao frowned even more. To put it bluntly, no matter how smoothly this plan goes, she still has to hook up with Yi Tian and take advantage of Yi Tian. This was hard for Chen Yao, who had always been very self-disciplined, to accept. Don't say anything more. I won't agree to your plan. Seduce Yi Tian and let Yi Tian take advantage of you, whoever you want can do it, but I want to do it. Chen Yao said firmly. After saying that, Chen Yao turned around and left angrily. Only members of the Goddess Temple, led by Fu Sol, were left standing there helplessly and furiously. Seeing the helpless and furious looks of Fu Shouer and the others, Li Tianyi, who had been hiding in the dark, came out. TSK. Fu Sol, it seems that your prestige as the leader of the Goddess Temple is not enough. Chen Yao actually dared to disobey your orders? Do you want to teach her a lesson so that she will agree to the plan and you can establish your authority at the same time? Li Tianyi said with a smile. Hearing this, Fu Sol took a deep breath and then shook his head. Chen Yao is very strong, even as strong as me. I can't establish my authority by beating her up. Fu Shouer said helplessly. Hey! Just because you can't do anything doesn't mean we can't do anything. The Li family's superpowers will be here soon, and Chen Yao will have no choice but to agree to the plan. Li Tianyi said. After Li Tianyi finished speaking, Fu Sol nodded. Chen Yao is a general under her, but he has always been a thorn in her side. She has long wanted to teach Chen Yao a lesson so as to better establish her own prestige. However, Chen Yao's strength is too strong, and Fu Sol may not be able to deal with her alone. And now with the help of the Li family, it would be no problem to deal with Chen Yao. Soon, all the psychics of the Li family gathered in the goddess temple under the call of Li Tianyi. These psychics are of all types, and in great numbers, making the lineup extremely luxurious. Master Li, I didn't expect that your Li family has such a strong foundation of supernatural people. It seems that Eton can't escape this time. Fu Sol said with a smile. He. There is absolutely no way Eton can withstand the siege of so many psychics. But before that, we have to lure Eton into our encirclement. So it's time to teach that disobedient Chen Yao a lesson. Li Tianyi said coldly. Well, this woman Chen Yao really deserves to be punished. Afterwards, Fu Shou and Li Tianyi brought these psychics to find Chen Yao. The purpose is very simple, which is to get Chen Yao to cooperate with them in implementing the plan. Chen Yao, I'm going to ask you one last time, are you worthy of cooperating with us in carrying out the plan? If you cooperate, you will be able to live a good life in the future. But if you don't cooperate, then I don't recommend letting you taste the taste of a man now. Fu Sol said coldly. As soon as Fu Shou finished speaking, Li Tianyi snapped his fingers, and all the psychics of the Li family stepped forward, staring at Chen Yao. Looking at such a luxurious lineup of psychics, Chen Yao couldn't help but take a breath. If so many psychics attack me at the same time, I won't be able to escape. And once they capture you, the consequences. Damn it! This soul has been promoting girls helping girls, and I actually believed her lies before, which led to me being coerced like this today. Forget it, for my own safety, I can only pretend to be nice to them now, and wait until Eton comes. Chen Yao thought to herself. After thinking about this, Chen Yao took a deep breath and then nodded. Okay. If Eton is attracted by my reputation, I will seduce him and get him into our encirclement. If Eton is not attracted by my reputation, then I will go to seduce him. Chen Yao said. After receiving this answer, Fu Shou and Li Tianyi both laughed. That's right, Miss Chen Yao. As long as this plan succeeds, you will be the hero. You will definitely get all the benefits when the time comes. Li Tian said shamelessly. Chapter 60, Actively Jumping into the Trap. The 22nd day of the end of the world. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical fitness improved a little bit. Immediately afterwards, Eton wanted to find a few mates to hold an exchange meeting and have a good discussion at the meeting. And just at this moment, he received a message from Lin Wanxiang. Brother Tian, we have already destroyed the Black Flag gang for you. After seeing this message, Eton nodded with satisfaction. This is the advantage of having your own power, which allows you to avoid having to do a lot of tedious things yourself. Afterwards, Eton also sent a message to Lin Wanxiang. Shaolin, have there been any abnormalities with other superpower forces recently? Lin Wanxiang replied quickly. Recently, some forces have been promoting a woman named Chen Yao. This woman is from the temple of the goddess. Judging from the photos, she is indeed very beautiful, no less than a superstar of the queen level. And it is said that this woman is very clean because she is a supernatural being. After receiving this message from Lin Wanxiang, Eton couldn't help but reveal an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. TSK. It seems that the Li family and the Goddess Palace have already designed a trap to deal with me, and they are just waiting for me to arrive. In that case, I can't let them down. I will take the initiative to jump into this trap and let them see who is the prey and who is the hunter. Eton said with a smile. Afterwards, Eton said hello to his maids, left the shelter, and flew towards the Dragon King Society. He planned to go to the Goddess Temple with a few of his psychic brothers. After he destroys the Goddess Temple, he will let his younger brothers take over the power of the Goddess Temple. On the other side, Nanhu Entertainment City, Goddess Temple Conference Center. Master, Chen Yao is so pretty, has a nice body, and is so clean. She makes me itch. Yes, Master. Why don't you let us play with Chen Yao now? Anyway, no matter if she is clean or not, she can seduce Eton, so why not let us have a taste of it first? Master, a beauty of Chen Yao's level would make any man jealous, right? So I also suggest that we play with her now. Young master, you go first. Many of the male psychics from the Li family at the conference center had obscene expressions on their faces, imagining the scene of Chunyao being pinned down by them. "There's nothing I can do, Chunyao is just too beautiful." After listening to the words of these psychics, Li Tianyi couldn't help but reveal an obscene smile at the corner of his mouth. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved by a beauty of Chunyao's level. If there is a chance, Li Tianyi also wants to play with her. However, Li Tianyi is also a relatively rational person. He knew clearly that the top priority now was to kill Eton. Therefore, now is not the time to touch Chunyao. If you play with Chunyao now, it will definitely cause her to rebel. If she ends up committing suicide, it will be a waste of time. The most important thing for us now is to kill Eton. After Eton dies, we can do whatever we want with Chunyao. Li Tianyi said seriously. After hearing what Li Tianyi said, those psychics who wanted to play tricks on Chunyao showed regret on their faces. "It seems that I can no longer play with this superb beauty. If you want to play, you have to wait until the plan is completed." "Master, we understand, let's wait patiently for a while. After Eton dies, we will have fun with her." He. I can't wait to kill Eton and then have fun with Chunyao. I hope Eton can come soon. I'm so tired of waiting. After Li Tianyi and the Li family's psychics waited for a while, one of Fu Soul's men walked in. "Master Li, Eton is here with 3 superpowers to kill us." At this moment, Chunyao has already set out and is leading Eton here. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect Eton to come so quickly. Is this person really exactly the same as the rumors say, and is he so impatient? But soon, a cruel smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. As expected, Eton has come to kill us. It seems that our plan is not far from success. TSK. It looks like it won't be long before that bitch Chunyao will lead Eton into our encirclement. He's dead today. Let's kill Eton quickly, and then go play with that beautiful woman Chunyao. At this moment, Li Tianyi also felt that victory was just around the corner. Then he immediately said, "Everyone, get ready for battle. In addition to your special abilities, you must also prepare various types of hot weapons for me." "Yes, master." The lobby of the goddess temple headquarters. Eton asked the 3 psychic brothers who came with him to sit on the sofa and rest. He was holding Chunyao's slender waist and taking advantage of her in a dishonest way. This made Chunyao feel very uncomfortable and she got goosebumps all over her body. However, when she thought of the threat posed by so many psychics in the Li family, Chunyao could only force herself to hold back and continue to carry out her plan. "Brother Tian, if you want to take me away, of course I would be happy to do so. But we still have to talk to our leader about this matter. After all, it was the leader who took me in after the apocalypse, and she was indebted to me," Chunyao said. Hearing this, Eton sneered in his heart. Just now, he had used his supervision and superhearing to figure out the plans of Li Tianyi and his gang. They simply wanted Chunyao to lure Eton into a trap, and then the Li family would bombard him with supernatural powers and thermal weapons and kill him in one fell swoop. After Eton is killed, it will be the time for Chunyao to be toyed with by those psychics from the Li family. Ha. You want to kill me with a supernatural heating weapon? Naive. What was a little beyond my expectation was that they wanted to play with Chunyao after killing me. I didn't expect that they had such no bottom line. But it's good this way, their actions may be a great help in my quest to capture Chunyao. Eton thought to himself. After thinking about this, Eton nodded and continued to move forward with Chunyao. After a while, Chunyao brought Eton to a lobby. Eton used his supervision to take a quick look and knew that there were many people lying in ambush around, and all of them were people with special powers. "Brother Tian, just wait here for a moment. I'll go call the leader out," Chunyao said. Eton nodded and let go of Chunyao. Chunyao immediately moved away from Eton and ran to Fu Shou'er. Seeing that Chunyao had reached a safe distance, the psychics lying in ambush in the lobby knew that the time to take action had come. Ha. Eton, you've fallen into the trap. Today is the day you die. Get started. Li Tianyi shouted loudly. Chapter 61, Explosive Killing of the Li Family's Superpowers. In an instant, elemental skills such as lightning, fire, ice, earth, etc. bombarded Eton. At the same time, machine guns, grenades, rockets, mortars and other hot weapons also opened fire on Eton. There was a constant booming sound on the field, which was so loud that it caused clouds of dust. However, Eton, who was at the center of these attacks, seemed relaxed and at ease at this time. These attacks are just like tickling me, it's really boring. In order to make this incident not too boring, I will play with them again. Eton said playfully. Afterwards, Eton took out some meat and bones from his infinite warehouse and had them bombed. He used super flight to leave the hall at a speed so fast that no one could react with the naked eye. After leaving the lobby, Eton used his supervision and super hearing and began to watch the show quietly. After the Lee family's psychics bombarded for a while, they stopped temporarily when they saw that the center of the bombing had no response. When the smoke from the bombing cleared, all that appeared before them was a pile of minced flesh and bones, with no trace of Eton at all. Ha ha ha. It seems that Eton's guy has been blown to pieces. Our plan has been successfully completed. That's right. No one can withstand this level of bombardment. Eton has obviously been blown into pieces of flesh and bones. Since Eton is dead and the plan has been completed, can we just... At this moment, everyone thought that Eton had been blown to death. Therefore, the male psychics of the Lee family looked at the beautiful Chenyao with malicious eyes. After feeling their gazes, Chenyao's body trembled involuntarily and she had a bad feeling in her heart. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, don't mess around. I am the hero who helped you complete your plan this time. Chenyao said fearfully. After Chenyao finished speaking, the psychics of the Lee family couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. We have taken action to eliminate Eton, the great enemy, so we will definitely be rewarded. And our reward is... Miss Chenyao. Miss Chenyao, please accompany us to have fun from now on. Don't worry, we will be gentle and won't play you to death. Master, we will subdue Chenyao next and let you play first. Hearing the foul language coming out of these people's mouths, Chenyao's face suddenly turned pale and cold sweat began to appear on her forehead. She didn't expect these people to be so quick to abandon her. They wanted to give her away right after the plan was completed. In order to save herself, Chenyao immediately looked at Fu Shou'er who was standing beside her. Chief. I am a member of the goddess temple and your right-hand man. Save me, you must save me. I don't want to fall into their hands. Chenyao begged. Facing Chenyao's pleading, Fu Shou'er smiled and shook his head. Chenyao, since you are a member of the goddess temple, it wouldn't be too much to sacrifice for the goddess temple, right? As long as you can sacrifice yourself this time and let the Lee family have fun, then the long-term cooperation between our goddess temple and the Lee family will be officially achieved. By then, the goddess temple can rely on the Lee family to continuously expand its power and rest assured. All you have to sacrifice is your innocence. Fu Shou'er said shamelessly. Hiss. After hearing what Fu Shou'er said, Chenyao couldn't help but take a breath. She never expected this to happen. If she had known this would happen, she should have committed suicide, or reminded Eton and ruined the plans of the Lee family and the goddess temple. Afterwards, Chenyao looked towards the other psychics in the goddess temple for help. However, several other female psychics also agreed with Fu Shou'er. They also advised Chenyao to sacrifice herself to build the temple of the goddess. Ha ha. Is this the girls helping girls in the goddess temple? How ridiculous. You want to sacrifice me for your own success? No way. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Chenyao said resolutely. The next moment, Chenyao wanted to commit suicide. However, the Lee family's psychics had already seen through her suicide attempt. Therefore, one of the people with superpowers who could control the silk threads directly used the silk threads to control Chenyao's body, making it impossible for her to die even if she wanted to. Then, the psychic who controlled the silk threads began to strip off Chenyao's clothes with the silk threads, making Chenyao pose in various seductive postures. Alright. Use the threads to control her and make her take off all her clothes. I can't wait to play with her. Use the silk thread to pull her over here. Let the young master play first. Hey! Beautiful Chenyao, here we come. Looking at these men with lustful faces and feeling her body out of control, Chenyao closed her eyes in despair. If he were given another chance, he would never believe in girls helping girls again. And at this critical moment, a voice like a nightmare came into the ears of these people. Oh! Are you ready to attack your allies now? You are really shameless. Eton said playfully. After Eton finished speaking, the psychics of the Lee family turned their heads and looked. The next moment, their eyes widened, cold sweat began to appear on their foreheads, and they gasped. Eton? Why aren't you dead yet? How is it possible that you are not dead? Impossible. No one can withstand a bombardment of this magnitude. Why is this happening? Why is Eton not only alive, but also standing here intact? Whether it was Litanni or other people with special abilities, they were all extremely terrified at this moment. Just now, Eton had clearly fallen into their trap and endured so many attacks from superpowers and thermal weapons, but he was still intact. What does that mean? It means that Eton's strength is beyond their imagination. Eton is simply not someone they can contend with. Those attacks you just made were just like tickling me, so boring. Now I don't want to play with you anymore, let us end this farce here. Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton took action. He used his super flying ability to fly in the lobby at a speed that was difficult for others to catch. Every time he flew near a psychic, Eton would punch him and take his life directly. Therefore, after just a few seconds, all the psychics of the Lee family were wiped out. Only Litanni was left standing there in a daze. Young Master Lee, do you have any last words? Eton asked with a smile. Hearing this, Litanni sighed. Eton, I admit that our Lee family underestimated you. Your strength is indeed beyond my imagination. But don't be too happy too soon. My Lee family's old grandfather, Li Daoxian, is the most powerful supernatural being in the world. You killed me and my brother, the old man will never let you go. Litanni shouted hysterically. Bang! Eton slapped Litanni so hard that his head was separated from his body and he died. Before you died, you still remembered to bring up that damn old man from your Lee family to threaten me. How noisy! Eton said disdainfully. Afterwards, Eton turned his gaze to the people in the goddess temple again. Chapter 62, All of You Die. Feeling Eton's gaze, everyone in the goddess temple couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Fu Sol forced a smile and said, Master Yi. Lord Eton. Don't you want Chen Yao? She is from my goddess temple, she is here now, we give her to you. How about you spare our lives after you get Chen Yao? After Fu Sol finished speaking, other psychics in the goddess temple also echoed him. Yes, yes, yes. Chen Yao will be yours from now on. Master Eton, please take Chen Yao away immediately. We will never interfere. Listening to the words of these psychics from the goddess temple, Eton couldn't help but sneer. Then, Eton looked at Chen Yao and said, Be my maid, I will help you deal with them, what do you think? Hearing this, Chen Yao took a deep breath and made up her mind. Okay. I'll be your maid and will serve you well in the future. But you have to beat them up and let me torture them myself. Chen Yao said coldly. No problem. After saying that, Eton walked towards the psychics in the goddess temple with a cold smile. When the psychics in the goddess temple saw that Eton was about to attack them, they immediately became anxious. Chen Yao. Do you know what you are talking about? You are a member of the goddess temple, why are you turning your elbow outward now and letting outsiders deal with us? You actually want to torture us yourself? We agreed that women would help each other. Have you forgotten that? Chen Yao, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I really misjudged you before. You actually want to collude with a stinky man to torture us? Listening to these people's words, Chen Yao's brows were furrowed into a shape. Her chest heaved violently and she was filled with anger. Eton felt as if a group of flies were flying around his ears, and he really couldn't stand it. So in the next moment, with a loud bang, Eton knocked out the woman who was screaming the loudest. Immediately afterwards, Eton broke the tendons in her hands and feet, making her a completely disabled person. Seeing this scene, the other people in the goddess temple were really scared and filled with fear. However, they have been so deeply brainwashed by a certain way of thinking that even when they beg for mercy, they can't escape that flavor. Sir, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Besides, aside from the facts, aren't you innocent? If the Lee family didn't want to deal with you, why would they come to us, said a female psychic. After hearing these words, Eton's brows couldn't help but frown into a shape. Good job. Are the words of begging for mercy so harsh? It's indeed a gathering place for that kind of people. Eton's response to this kind of person is to knock him out with a bang, and then break the tendons in his hands and feet. Then, Eton turned his gaze to other female psychics. Your ending will be the same as hers. Eton said coldly. Hearing this, the remaining psychics were terrified beyond words and begged for mercy even harder. Master Eton, please listen to us. This was all done by that bitch Fu Sol. It has nothing to do with us. Yes, Lord Eton, if you want to kill someone, kill Fu Sol. This is all Fu Sol's fault. Fu Sol was so angry that he laughed when he heard his subordinates put all the blame on him. It made as if they had just rescued Chen Yao. When Chen Yao was threatened by the Li family's superpowers, didn't they also tacitly agree to sacrifice Chen Yao? Humph. There is no doubt that Fu Sol is the culprit, but you are also her accomplices and will also be severely tortured. Yi Tian said coldly. After Yi Tian finished speaking, they became even more anxious and started to say those pungent words again. We just agreed to Fu Sol's approach, so what? Yeah. So what? What happened? Because he kept hearing the three words so what, Yi Tian suddenly became furious. He's had enough of these bo gangs. Shut the fuck up. Die. Having said that, Yi Tian went into full swing and broke their tendons in their hands, feet and vocal cords as quickly as possible. At this point, the world suddenly became quiet. Then, Yi Tian said to Chen Yao, they no longer have the strength to resist, you can torture them as much as you want. Thank you, Yi Tian. After I finish dealing with things here, I will definitely serve you well. Chen Yao said firmly. Yi Tian nodded, then left the lobby and walked leisurely towards the hall of the goddess temple. After Yi Tian left, Chen Yao looked at Fu Shou and others, with an extremely cold smile on her lips. Fuck helping each other. Today I'm going to hurt each other. Chen Yao said coldly. The next moment, Chen Yao's torture of them officially began. In the hall of the goddess temple. When Wang Huayan saw Yi Tian coming over, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Oh my god. What's going on in there? Wang Huayan asked. The Li family colluded with the goddess temple and found a large number of superpowers to deal with me. But now they are all dead, and the only surviving female superpower has become my woman. Yi Tian said lightly. Hearing this, Wang Huayan couldn't help but take a deep breath. With the Li family and the goddess temple, the number of people with special abilities is much greater than the original Dragon King society. In this situation, they were easily wiped out by Yi Tian alone? This was far beyond Wang Huayan's expectations. It's not that Wang Huayan thought Yi Tian couldn't beat them, but he didn't expect Yi Tian to be so easy. I'm afraid God's strength is much stronger than I thought. If I follow such a strong man, will I be afraid that I won't be able to eat and drink well in the future? Wang Huayan thought to himself. At this moment, Wang Huayan became more determined to be Yi Tian's loyal lackey. Wang Huayan, there are no more psychics in the goddess temple who can stop you. Next, the three of you should gather the power of the goddess temple and make this place a branch of the Dragon King Association. Yi Tian said. Yes, God. Wang Huayan responded respectfully. Yi Tian nodded, then sat on the sofa, quietly waiting for Chen Yao to come out. As he waited, he thought of another thing. I have wiped out all the Li family's supernatural beings in Jinlin City, so I can also send someone to take over the Li family's power. Yi Tian thought. Afterwards, Yi Tian called Lin Wanxiang and asked him to take over the Li family's power. While Yi Tian had arranged all this, Chen Yao had already tortured the female psychics in the goddess temple to death. Then, the beautiful lady came out. Yi Tian, let's go. I want to go to your place. Chen Yao said. Yi Tian nodded and said, okay. I'll take you back to my base now. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian gave Wang Huayan a few instructions, and took Chen Yao into the reinforced explosion-proof vehicle and drove towards the shelter. Chapter 63, the first maid with superpowers, does she have energy in her daily life? In the shelter. Wow. It's so warm here. And all the basic facilities are complete. Not only that, there are also many recreational facilities such as swimming pools and playgrounds. Chen Yao exclaimed. Looking at Chen Yao's surprised expression, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile. This kind of surprise is an emotion that almost every maid who has just entered the shelter will show. While Chen Yao was exclaiming, Yi Tian called Xin Xian over. Master. Is there a new maid here? I'll take her downstairs to give her a bath and brainwash her. Xin Xian said. Yes, that's right, this new maid is called Chen Yao. You also have to be careful when you take her down to bathe and brainwash her. Don't tease her too much, she is a superpower and she may hurt you if you are not careful. Yi Tian said. After hearing what Yi Tian said, Xin Xian was stunned. Good job. Before, the master only accepted beautiful ordinary people, but now he can even accept beautiful women with special powers. I understand, master, Shen Shiyan said. Afterwards, Shen Shiyan took Chen Yao away to take a bath and brainwash her. However, because Chen Yao is a person with superpowers, Shen Shiyan treats her very well and the communication between the two is quite harmonious. After Shen Shiyan and Chen Yao left, Eton lay on the sofa and played games leisurely. At the same time, he also called 4 maids, Su Qingyue, Yi Bingmeng, Su Yaoshu and Stella, to help him massage his shoulders and legs, and he lived a happy life. By the evening, Shen Shiyan had already cleaned Chen Yao and instilled in her the maid's code of conduct. Therefore, after everyone had a sumptuous dinner, Chen Yao took the initiative to say to Eton, "Master, please love me hard." Hearing this, Eton couldn't help but reveal an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. He can finally take down this beautiful mutant. Since you said so, I won't be polite. Let's go into the house, Eton said evilly. Soon, Eton and Chen Yao entered a spacious room together. They held a lively exchange meeting in this spacious house. In this exchange meeting, the discussion between the two was very intense, which made the atmosphere of the exchange meeting reach a climax again and again. Although Chen Yao is still a rookie, theoretically she shouldn't be able to hold on for long. But she is also a person with physical enhancement abilities, and her physical fitness far exceeds that of other maids. Therefore, even though it was the first time to discuss in such an intense exchange meeting, Chen Yao still persisted for a very long time. However, by the end of the exchange meeting, Chen Yao fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. Capturing a beautiful and powerful woman gave Eton great satisfaction both mentally and physically. Therefore, Eton did not feel much regret this time. After the exchange meeting ended, he fell into a deep sleep. The early morning of the 23rd day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development level of Superman's Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical fitness improved a little. He now possesses almost a quarter of Superman's strength. Phew. Today should be a relaxing and enjoyable day, so I'll just relax. Play games well and communicate more with the maids, Eton said with a smile. Afterwards, Eton wanted to call a few maids over to play with him. He's going to have a pool party this time. However, at this moment, Lin Wanxiang suddenly received a call. Eton frowned, but still answered the call. "Shaolin, what do you want to talk to me about at this time?" Eton asked. "Brother Tian, we have successfully taken over the power of the Goddess Temple and the Li family, and our power has greatly increased. And because of Brother Tian's reputation, several more people with special abilities have joined us, and our military strength has also increased," Lin Wanxiang said. Hearing this, Eton smiled and nodded. All this was within his expectations. In the future, if any villain dares to offend Eton only needs to inform Lin Wanxiang and he can kill the other party. This saved Eton a lot of energy, allowing him to spend more time playing with the maids. "Shaolin, I know everything you said. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up," Eton said. "Brother Tian, there is one more thing I want to tell you. We recently found a place with a lot of oil and natural gas energy. But that place has been occupied by others. Do you think we should take these energy resources through material transactions or robbery?" Lin Wanxiang asked. After hearing what Lin Wanxiang said, Eton's eyes lit up. Oil and gas. Eton really needs these two types of energy. "Shaolin, have you found out who took the oil and natural gas?" Eton asked. After investigation, it was found that they were a group of Japanese from the Magic City, and their leader was called Takayanagi Kunamitsu. It is said that Takayanagi Kunamitsu possesses dual superpowers and is extremely powerful. And his sister, Takayanagi Shizuka, is also a superpower, but her strength is not that strong, Lin Wanxiang said. Hearing this, Eton couldn't help but frown. A force that possesses a lot of oil and natural gas energy is actually a small-time force? How the hell can you tolerate this? Nothing more to say, just fuck him. Shaolin, since the oil and gas are in Shaori's hands, it is impossible for us to exchange energy with them in a fair trade. We have to wipe out the little guys and take back the oil and natural gas, Eton said coldly. After Eton finished speaking, Lin Wanxiang also nodded. In fact, what he wanted in his mind was to get rid of those easy lives and then take back the oil and natural gas. However, Lin Wanxiang is only the apparent leader of the Dragon King Society, but in reality, Eton is still the one in charge. Therefore, if you want to declare war on that group of villains, you must get Eton's consent. Brother Tian, should we just gather our men and attack them directly? No. Doing so is too crude and simplistic. It will increase your losses and you may not be able to catch all the little guys in one fell swoop. You have to pretend to agree to a fair deal with those little people first, and ask that both parties' superpowers be present for the meeting. If they agree, then we can take action directly at the transaction site and wipe out the Shaorizi sect. If they disagree, then we will send someone to infiltrate their forces and investigate the time when all their top leaders will gather together. When all their top leaders gather together, we will take action. Yi Tian said. Hearing this, Lin Wanxiang took a deep breath and then said, I understand, Brother Tian. Then, the two exchanged a few pleasantries and hung up the phone. Lin Wanxiang went to arrange the negotiations with the Shaorizi guys. Yi Tian called all his maids to have a pool party together. Chapter 64 Gao Luguoguang and Long Zhantian. On the 23rd day of the apocalypse, apart from a phone call with Lin Wanxiang, Yi Tian spent the rest of the time being foolish with his maid. Soon it was the early morning of the 24th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical fitness improved a little bit. The development progress of Superman's Man of Steel has reached 25%, and he officially possesses a quarter of Superman's strength. Ha! I wonder how Lin Wanxiang's negotiations with those little guys are going. Yi Tian sighed. Just as Yi Tian was sighing, his cell phone rang. After the call was connected, Lin Wanxiang's voice was heard from the other end of the phone. Brother Tian, there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Lin Wanxiang asked. Hearing this, Yi Tian was stunned. What bad news could there be at this moment? Please tell me the good news first. Yi Tian said. The good news is that those guys agreed to our proposal. We agreed that both sides will send all their psychics to discuss business at noon today. Lin Wanxiang said. Oh? They agreed so easily? That's good news indeed. What about the bad news? Yi Tian asked. The bad news is that the Dragon King Society in the Imperial Capital seems to have sent a lot of experts here to collude with those little guys. So I seriously suspect that this time they agreed to do business with us as a trap. The Imperial Capital Dragon King will collude with the supernatural beings of Shaori, and I am afraid they want to swallow us up. Lin Wanxiang said. After Lin Wanxiang finished speaking, Yi Tian couldn't help but sneer. How bad is this? This is simply great news. The psychics of Shaorizi and the psychics of the Imperial Capital Dragon King Society colluded with each other, which gave Yi Tian the opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Shaolin, is there a possibility that both pieces of news you mentioned are good news? Yi Tian said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Wanxiang thought of Yi Tian's unfathomable strength, and a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. Yes. With Brother Tian here, they won't be afraid even if 10 Dragon Kings from the Imperial Capital collude with Shaozizi. No matter how many people with special abilities come, they will be killed. I understand, Brother Tian. Then we can just meet with them normally this afternoon. Then I'll have to trouble you to take action and wipe them out. Lin Wanxiang said. No problem, tell me the exact time and place. The unfinished building at number 182, Jinlincheng East, at 2:30 this afternoon. After learning the specific time and place of the negotiation, Yi Tian exchanged a few words with Lin Wanxiang and then hung up the phone. Afterwards, Yi Tian called 3 maids, Stella, Xia Yingchen and Shen Yao, and started to act ridiculously. On the other side, in the petrochemical plant in Jinlin City. Lord Long, we have agreed to their request and sent all our superpowers to negotiate with them. At the same time, they will send all their superpowers to negotiate business with us. When the time comes, we will attack together and make sure they have no chance of returning. Gao Luguoguang said. Well, this time I'm personally bringing a large number of elite members of the Imperial Capital Dragon King Society with me. Yi Tian and his gang are doomed. After we kill Yi Tian and his gang together, we will give you all the benefits you deserve. Long Zhantian said. Ha ha ha. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation, Mr. Long. Gao Lukunamitsu said with a smile. Just a few days ago, Long Zhantian learned that his younger brother, Long Zhandi, had died, and that the Dragon King of Jinlin City would be seized by a group of people led by Eton. This made Long Zhantian furious, and he vowed to avenge his brother. Therefore, he took great efforts to mobilize a large number of elite members of the imperial capital Dragon King Society, and personally led the team to Jinlin City. In order to ensure that everything goes well, Long Zhantian even went so far as to collude with Xiaorizi. The purpose is to kill Eton and others. The small-time people headed by Takayanagi Kunimitsu were not satisfied with just occupying a petrochemical plant. They want more territory, more resources, more women. Therefore, the two sides hit it off and reached an agreement to jointly kill Eton and others. After killing Eton, the power controlled by Eton was divided equally between the two sides. It's getting late now, there are less than 2 hours left until 2:30 in the afternoon. Without further ado, let's quickly go to that unfinished building and set up a ceiling-to-floor internet cafe. Gao Lu Guoguang said. Well, let's go, said Long Zhantian. Afterwards, Gao Lu Guoguang and Long Zhantian brought a large number of people to the unfinished building as agreed. They let 8 people with special abilities act as the front people and pretend to discuss cooperation with Lin Wanxiang and others. The remaining 30 or so psychics were lying in ambush nearby, ready to take action at any time. After arranging all this, Long Zhantian and Gao Lu Guoguang looked at each other and a confident smile appeared on their lips. There are still 20 minutes until 2:30 in the afternoon, and they should be here. Long Zhantian said. Well, it's time for them to come, said Takayanagi Kunimitsu. As the saying goes, speak of the devil and he will appear. Just as Long Zhantian and Gao Lu Guoguang were chatting, Lin Wanxiang brought 10 psychics to the unfinished building. At the same time, Eton was flying high in the sky, using his supervision and superhearing to observe the movements in the unfinished building at all times. Mr. Lin, you are finally here. I think we can officially start the negotiations now, right? Said Gao Lu Guoguang. Well, tell me what materials you want, and what price do we want to buy oil and natural gas? Lin Wanxiang asked. Ha ha. Mr. Lin, the supplies we want are very simple, that is, your lives. Gao Lu Guoguang said coldly. The next moment, the 7 psychics around Gao Yanagi Kunimitsu took action. Lin Wanxiang and others were not willing to be outdone, and the two sides soon engaged in a battle. Lord Long, if you don't take action now, when will you take action? Gao Lu Guoguang shouted. Upon hearing this, Long Zhantian immediately ordered his men to take action. Soon, more than 30 psychics from the imperial capital Dragon King Society who had been lying in ambush rushed out from all directions. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Wanxiang immediately shouted, Brother Tian. It's up to you now. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian revealed a cold smile. The next moment, he used his superhuman skill heat vision to sweep a wave of psychics from the imperial capital Dragon King Society. There was a rumbling sound, and under the powerful force of the thermal vision, 20 of the 30 or so psychics of the imperial capital Dragon King Society died at once. Hiss. This made everyone present gasp. This was too exaggerated. Just as they were gasping for breath, Eton descended from the air to the ground and looked at Gao Lu Guoguang and Long Zhantian with extremely contemptuous eyes. Are you two the ones who want to kill us? How ridiculous! Yi Tian said disdainfully. After Yi Tian finished speaking, Gao Lu Guoguang and Long Zhantian were both furious. Especially Long Zhantian, he looked at Yi Tian as if he were an enemy and was extremely jealous. Yi Tian, don't think you are sure to win. The battle between us has just begun. Long Zhantian said coldly. The next moment, Long Zhantian pushed his supernatural powers to the extreme. At the same time, Takayanagi Kunimitsu also used both of his special powers. Chapter 65, Dragon King Transforms? Dual Powers? Rotten Fish and Shrimp. Roar. Long Zhantian let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth, and then his body began to mutate. Hard scales began to grow on his skin and a long tail grew from his butt. The limbs turned into dragon claws, the head also took the shape of a dragon, and huge wings grew behind it. After a few seconds, Long Zhantian successfully transformed. A half-dragon man in the form of a western dragon appeared in front of Yi Tian. At the same time, Takayanagi Kunimitsu was not to be outdone. He picked up a samurai sword and rushed towards Yi Tian at a high speed. Just when Yi Tian was about to slap him to death, Gao Lu Kunimitsu suddenly disappeared. Yi Tian, today is the day you die. I will use this dragon body to devour you completely. Long Zhantian said coldly. Perhaps he had already died under my sword before the Dragon King devoured him, said Gao Lu Kunimitsu. Yi Tian looked at Long Zhantian and Gao Lu Guoguang, who were exerting their full strength, and listened to their arrogant words, and a sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. To be honest, the abilities of both of them are indeed quite interesting. Long Zhantian can transform into a half-dragon form, greatly increasing his speed, strength, and defense. After the transformation, Long Zhantian also has the ability to fly and may even be able to breathe fire. It is no exaggeration to say that if other superpowers except Yi Tian want to fight Long Zhantian head-on, they will most likely be crushed. And Takayanagi Kunimitsu's ability is not bad either. He is not only a very powerful physical enhancement ability user, but also has the ability to become invisible. Invisibility techniques and swordsmanship are indeed a perfect combination. But unfortunately, the person they met today was the Superman Yi Tian. Then let me meet you, Long Zhantian, the half-dragon first. I hope you can let me play with you for a little longer. Yi Tian said with a smile. The next moment, Yi Tian and Long Zhantian flew into the air almost at the same time. Roar! Another roar was heard, and Long Zhantian spewed out hot flames from his mouth, burning towards Yi Tian at a high speed. Yi Tian gathered powerful strength in his eyes, and thermal vision shot out. The next moment, the heat rays and flames collided with each other. As for the result of the collision, the flames collapsed at the first touch. The powerful energy beam directly pierced through the flames and continued to shoot towards Long Zhantian. Not good. I didn't expect this guy's long-range attack ability to be so strong. It seems that I have to fight him in hand-to-hand combat next. Long Zhantian decided. Long Zhantian dodged the hot sight by turning sideways, then rushed towards Yi Tian at an extremely fast speed, wanting to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Yi Tian. The strong body gave Long Zhantian great confidence in close combat. He firmly believed that he would not lose to Yi Tian in close combat. It's a pity that ideals are full of hope, but reality is very skinny. Want to fight me in hand-to-hand combat? Okay. Then I'll help you. Yi Tian said contemptuously. The next moment, Yi Tian flew to Long Zhantian and slapped him. With a pop sound, Long Zhantian's huge dragon body began to fall towards the ground involuntarily. No matter how he flapped his wings, he could not stop falling. Soon, a bang was heard, and Long Zhantian was slapped to the ground by Yi Tian, seriously injured. I didn't expect Yi Tian to be this powerful. Whether in close combat or ranged combat, I am no match for him. But fortunately, I am not fighting alone. Long Zhantian thought to himself. Afterwards, Long Zhantian shouted to the surroundings, Gao Lu Jun. Let's work together to kill him. Okay. This person must die here today. Gao Lu Kunimitsu said seriously. Gao Lu Guoguang also saw the battle between Yi Tian and Long Zhantian in the air just now, which made him realize how powerful Yi Tian is. Therefore, he must do everything he can to kill Yi Tian Kai today, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Immediately afterwards, Gao Lu Guoguang and Long Zhantian joined forces to attack Yi Tian. While turning on the invisible mode, Gao Yanagi Kunimitsu picked up the samurai sword and rushed towards Yi Tian with all his strength, wanting to cut off Yi Tian's neck. Long Zhantian used up his last bit of strength trying to entangle Yi Tian and create an opportunity for Gao Yanagi Kunimitsu to use his samurai sword. Looking at the two people who were trying their best to kill him, Yi Tian's eyes were full of contempt. Ha ha! Long Zhantian's melee ability is simply not enough to hold me back. And your invisibility ability is nothing compared to my supervision. Yi Tian said coldly. The next moment, there was a bang and Yi Tian punched Long Zhantian on the temple. After this punch, Long Zhantian's head exploded, his brain shattered, and he died. Gao Lu Guoguang, who thought he had avoided Yi Tian's detection by relying on his invisibility, was also easily dodged by Yi Tian. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang, and Gao Lu Guoguang was directly pulled away and embedded in the wall. TSK. The strength of you two is still not that good, how boring. Then it's time to end this farce, Gao Lu Guoguang, you can die next. Yi Tian said with a smile. Afterwards, Yi Tian was ready to slap Gao Lu Guoguang again and beat his brains out. However, just as Yi Tian was about to take action, Gao Lu Guoguang forced his way out of the wall. Immediately afterwards, there was a thud, and Gao Lu Guoguang knelt on the ground and began to beg for mercy. Mercy! Please spare my life. If you are willing to spare my life, I will give you my wife. My wife, Shizuka Takayanagi, is very, very beautiful. Any man will be moved when he sees her, said Kunimitsu Takayanagi. As he spoke, Takayanagi Kunimitsu cut out several times, then took out his cell phone and showed Eton a photo of Takayanagi Shizuka. The photo shows a very beautiful woman with a plump figure, fair skin, and extremely beautiful looks, and she is also wearing a kimono. Not only that, this beauty in kimono also has two very attractive qualities, a Yamato Nadeshiko and a mature wife. After seeing this photo, Eton couldn't help but get hard. TSK. It seems that this Takayanagi Shizuka is indeed a rare beauty. And this beauty has a completely different style from the ones I collected in my shelter. Eton thought to himself. Then, Eton looked at Gao Luguodwan with a meaningful smile on his face. Mr. Takayanagi, do you think there is a possibility? Even if I kill you, Takayanagi Shizuka will still be mine? Eton said with a smile. Poof. Before Gao Luguodwan could figure out how to respond, Eton punched him through the heart. After he vomited a mouthful of blood, he died. Ha! The Shaorizi psychic and the psychic of the Imperial Capital Dragon King Association have been dealt with. Xiaolin, next you take your men to deal with the remaining gangsters and traitors at the Jinlin petrochemical plant. From now on, that place will be one of our territories. Eton said. Hearing this, Lin Wanxiang nodded. Immediately afterwards, he wanted to take his men to the petrochemical plant immediately. And at this moment, Eton suddenly called him. Oh, by the way, when you go to raid the petrochemical plant, remember to find Shizuka Takayanagi for me. Eton said. Understood, Brother Tion. Chapter 66, Yamato Nadeshiko, Foreigners are here to cause trouble? Shizuka Takayanagi. In Jinlin petrochemical plant. The screams of the little people and traitors continued to be heard. Lin Wanxiang and his people were extremely cruel to these little scoundrels and traitors, making others think that they had dark minds. Except for Shizuka Takayanagi, who was to be kept as a collection by Eton, everyone else in the petrochemical plant was doomed to die. As for the rest of us, we can divide them into two types. One type is people who are coerced by Shaori and have to do some work to help Shaori. For such people, Eton chose to spare their lives, give them some supplies, and let them continue to work here. The other type is those who regard a simple life as their father. They are accomplices of a simple life, or traitors. When it comes to traitors, Eton has to be more ruthless when he takes action against Lin Wanxiang and others than he did to Shaorizi. After a while, the screams in the petrochemical plant stopped. Lin Wanxiang pushed a cart and walked up to Eton. Tied to the cart was a beautiful woman wearing a kimono, with a gorgeous face, a hot body, fair skin, and a mature charm. After seeing this beautiful lady in kimono, Eton couldn't help but reveal an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Are you Shizuka Takayanagi? Eton asked. That's right. I am Shizuka Takayanagi. You killed my husband and I will kill you. Shizuka Takayanagi shouted. Having said that, Takayanagi Shizuka began to struggle hard. She is one of the weakest people with enhanced physical abilities, and her strength is at the bottom among all people with abilities. But no matter how low he ranks, he is still a mutant and his physical strength is much higher than that of ordinary people. Therefore, despite Shizuka Takayanagi's desperate struggle, the ropes on her body gradually broke and she was about to break free. TSK. So stubborn? Okay. I want to see how stubborn you can be. Eton said coldly. Then, Eton picked up Takayanagi Shizuka and took her to an empty corner regardless of her struggle. After seeing this scene, Lin Wanxiang and others immediately chose to walk away, not daring to disturb Eton's next actions. Soon, Takayanagi Shizuka's screams were heard in this deserted corner. After some time. I ask you, are you willing to completely submit to me? Eton said with a smile. Faced with Eton's question, Takayanagi Shizuka hesitated. Her husband, Takayanagi Kunimitsu, was a very wealthy man before the end of the world, and she was a wealthy wife who lived a pretty good life at that time. After the end of the world, both husband and wife awakened their special powers. Although Takayanagi Shizuka's abilities are not that great, fortunately Takayanagi Kunimitsu is very strong and can protect her. Therefore, compared to most people, Shizuka Takayanagi's life after the apocalypse is not bad and her status is also high. And now, she, a wealthy lady who has lived a good life both before and after the apocalypse and has a high status in all aspects, is asked to completely surrender to Eton? How could she not hesitate? But thinking of what Eton had just done, Takayanagi Shizuka finally softened. I am willing to surrender. As Takayanagi Shizuka finished her words, Eton couldn't help but smile. Very good. Since you agreed, let's end this matter here. Eton said with a smile. Hearing this, Takayanagi Shizuka breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. While Eton was looking at the Yamato Nadeshiko Takayanagi Shizuka lying there, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. TSK. I'll take her to the shelter later, and she'll be the lowest ranking person in the shelter from now on. All the dirty, tiring and housework in the shelter can be left to her, and the other maids can have a good rest. Eton said with a smile. In Eton's heart, a maid and a plaything are different after all. A maid is still a person after all, but a plaything, then she can't be treated as a person at all, she is just a toy to please oneself. Afterwards, Eton threw Takayanagi Shizuka into his car. Next, he opened the infinite warehouse and collected all the refined oil and natural gas in the petrochemical plant. After doing all this, Eton gave a few instructions to Lin Wanxiang and others, then drove Takayanagi Shizuka back to the shelter. In the shelter. Master, you brought back a Japanese woman wearing kimono? Shin Shiyan asked in surprise. That's right. Her name is Shizuka Takayanagi, and she's a very special Japanese woman. From now on, she will be the person with the lowest status in this shelter, and any dirty or tiring work can be assigned to her. If she dares to resist, tell Chen Yao to beat her. Eton said with a smile. After all, Takayanagi Shizuka is a psychic, and the other maids really can't deal with her. It requires a stronger psychic, Shen Yao, to take action. Hearing this, Shin Shiyan nodded. I understand, Master. Next I will take her to take a bath and brainwash her, and the direction of the brainwashing will be changed accordingly this time. Shin Shiyan said. Well, go ahead. Afterwards, Shin Shiyan took Gao Lu Shizuka away. The 25th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. Ding. The host has signed in for 25 consecutive days, and the one-time sign-in location British-style residential area has been refreshed. After the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength increased a little bit. But this is not the key point. The key point is the newly refreshed check-in location. British-style residential area? Isn't that where foreigners gather? I didn't expect the system to refresh such a place for me, it's quite interesting. Eton said with interest. There is a very beautiful foreign girl named Stella in the shelter. This foreign girl is very nice. Eton always has a different feeling when communicating or discussing with her. Now Eton has to sign in at a place full of foreigners. There must be quite a few foreign girls there. After thinking about this, Eton couldn't help but reveal an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. He. When I go there to sign in, I'll see if I can pick up another foreign girl. Eton thought to himself. Afterwards, Eton said goodbye to his maids and prepared to leave the shelter and go to the British-style residential area. However, at this moment, Lin Wanxiang suddenly received a call. Brother Tian, the foreign superpowers in the British residential area are causing trouble for us. Do you want to take action? Hearing this, Eton was stunned. He was just about to go there to sign in, and the supernatural forces there came to cause trouble? Then Eton would definitely get rid of them. I understand. I will take care of this matter myself. Eton replied indifferently. Chapter 67, A Foreign Girl in a British-style Neighborhood Hathaway. In the meeting room of the Dragon King Society. Shaolin, tell me, what exactly caused the conflict between you and the people in the British-style community? Eton asked. Brother Tian, the dragon we killed earlier had a deal with the supernatural being in the British-style community. Before Long Zhandi died, the goods from the British-style community had already been delivered here. Logically, the Dragon King Association should also send the corresponding things to them. However, Long Zhandi stole the goods that the British-style community needed and sold them to others, hoping to get the British-style community supplies for free. Now the people in the British-style community have found out about this and are causing trouble for us. Lin Wanxiang said. After listening to Lin Wanxiang's words, Eton nodded lightly. He finally understood the matter thoroughly. It turned out to be a pit left by that guy from Long Zhandi. However, Long Zhandi got things from the British-style community for free, so what does it have to do with Eton? Are the people in the British-style community still expecting Eton to provide supplies to the dead dragon battlefield? Pure wishful thinking. Shaolin, have the people in the British-style community ever told you what they would do if we don't provide them with supplies? Eton asked. The leader of the British-style community, Hathaway, said that if we don't hand over the supplies, they will destroy our Dragon King society. Lin Wanxiang said. When Eton heard this, his eyes couldn't help but become stern. Good, good, good. It was good enough that Eton didn't cause trouble for others, but there were actually people who dared to take the initiative to cause trouble for him? This is just like an old man hanging himself because he thinks his life is too long. Hathaway, right? It sounds like a foreign woman's name. Xiaolin, do you have detailed information about Hathaway? Eton asked. Brother Tian, I don't have very detailed information, but I do have some general information. Please take a look. Lin Wanxiang said. As he spoke, Lin Wanxiang handed a tablet to Eton. The tablet displayed Hathaway's general information, along with several photos and videos. Hathaway looks very, very, very beautiful in the photos and videos. She has snow-white skin, blue eyes, golden hair, a dreamy face and a devilish figure. After putting on a classical Western dress, Hathaway looks like a princess in a fairy tale. After putting on the clothes of a modern urban beauty, Hathaway exudes a cross between the temperament of a domineering president and a sexy girl, which is very attractive. This is not over yet. There is even a video of Hathaway wearing hanfu. The hanfu paired with her Western classical beauty looks really has a unique flavor. TSK. I didn't expect that Hathaway, the leader of this British-style community, would be such a stunning beauty. Very good, very good. It seems that this time when I go to deal with the British-style community, in addition to severely striking a blow to this force and letting them understand the power of the new Dragon King society, I must also accept this extremely beautiful foreign girl Hathaway. Eton said evilly. In terms of appearance alone, Hathaway is actually on par with Stella in the shelter. But Hathaway's temperament is not comparable to Stella. After all, Stella is just a student, still at an innocent age, and it is impossible for her to reveal the temperament of a classical aristocratic princess. It is even more impossible to reveal the temperament of a domineering president. Shaolin, go and organize the people now. I can't wait to attack the British-style community. Eton gave the order. Yes, Brother Tian. I will go and gather people right away. Lin Wanxiang said. After saying that, Lin Wanxiang went down to summon the supernatural beings of the new Dragon King society. Su Chen was lying leisurely on the recliner, with an evil smile appearing on the corner of his mouth from time to time. The American version of the domineering beauty President Hathaway. After conquering this woman, I will put her together with Stella. Two foreign girls get together and hold a meeting to discuss something. That scene, TSK. Of course, Hathaway and Yi Bingmeng can also be put together. One is the domineering and beautiful president of the beautiful country, and the other is the domineering and beautiful president of the dragon country. Bringing these two people together for a discussion will surely produce quite good results. Eton thought evilly. Just as Eton was thinking this, Lin Wanxiang had already gathered his men and walked in front of him. Brother Tian, I have gathered the men and we are ready to set out for the British-style community at any time at your command, said Lin Wanxiang. After Lin Wanxiang finished speaking, his subordinates began to echo him. Yes, God. Let's go now. I can't wait to grab two foreign girls to play with. Oh my God, it's time for us to let those ignorant foreigners in the British-style community know how powerful we are. When we get to the British-style neighborhood, I'm going to take the lead. I'm going to let those foreign girls see how powerful I am. Looking at these extremely excited subordinates, Eton couldn't help but smile knowingly. It seems that there are a lot of people who want to play with foreign girls. Okay. Since that's the case, let's not wait any longer and set off. Eton said. After saying that, Eton used his super flight skills and flew to the British-style community first. He planned to go there to sign in first, and then wait in the sky for Lin Wanxiang and others to arrive. If Lin Wanxiang and his men could take over the British-style community with their own strength, then Eton would not take action. But if they can't do it, it won't be too late for Eton to take action then. Everyone has seen it, Brother Tian has already arrived at the British-style community before us, and we have to catch up as soon as possible. When we get to the British-style community, we don't have to be polite to those foreigners, because we have Brother Tian to back us up. Lin Wanxiang said. Yes, boss. Afterwards, Lin Wanxian led a group of his men and rushed to the British-style residential area at the fastest speed. In an abandoned warehouse in a British-style community. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully in the British-style community. The development progress of Superman's Man of Steel has increased by 5%, unlocking the Superman ability Super Strength. As the system finished speaking, Eton clearly felt that his physical strength had increased a lot. Not only that, because of the unlocking of the Super Strength ability, Su Chen's physical attack ability has been greatly improved. Super Strength. Superman in the movie can use this ability to move the planet. You can imagine how strong this power is. With this trick, those superpowers are even more worthless in my eyes. Yi Tian said with a smile. Afterwards, Yi Tian used his supervision and superhearing to begin observing the every move of the people in the British-style community. Soon, he saw the foreign girl Hathaway in the photo. Chapter 68 Lin Wanxiang and others vs foreign superpowers. In a meeting room in a British-style community. Chief, the Dragon King Society is not planning to trade supplies with us as agreed. They should have stolen the supplies, said a foreign man in a suit. Hearing this, Hathaway, who was sitting in the boss chair, frowned into a shape. I understand, Danny. Go down and gather some people. It's time for us to teach the Dragon King Society a profound lesson. Hathaway said domineeringly. Yes, Chief. Afterwards, the man in a suit named Danny left the meeting room and went to the community to gather people. After Danny left, Hathaway let out a breath and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Dragon King Society, I want to see how they get the courage to steal my supplies. Hathaway said coldly. Hathaway is quite confident in her own abilities. Shortly after the apocalypse, Hathaway unlocked extremely powerful physical enhancement abilities. Because Hathaway is so beautiful and has an outstanding temperament, many men in the Doomsday have set their sights on Hathaway. But those men were all easily defeated by Hathaway without exception, even those with superpowers were no exception. Hathaway's physical enhancement ability was very strong when it first awakened. As the apocalypse continued, Hathaway's physical enhancement abilities did not improve any further, but she awakened new abilities. Her second awakened power was flying power. This skill allows her to fly high, low, or even close to the ground, further increasing Hathaway's speed and further increasing Hathaway's strength. And just a few days ago, Hathaway awakened her third superpower, Frost Control. This ability gave Hathaway the ability to control ice and snow. In this extremely cold apocalypse, the ability to control ice and snow is quite terrifying, and it complements the extremely cold weather. With these three superpowers, Hathaway, who already has the temperament of a domineering boss, has an even more invincible aura. If Yi Tian observed Hathaway closely, he would find that she was more than just a domineering and beautiful president. With this appearance and temperament, she is just like an empress. After a while, Danny gathered all the supernatural people in the British-style community and brought them to Hathaway. Looking at these people with special abilities, Hathaway nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Let's set off now. Our destination is the Dragon King Society. It's time to let those ignorant people in the Dragon King Club have a taste of our power. Hathaway said coldly. Yes, Chief. Afterwards, under the leadership of Hathaway, this group of foreign psychics left the meeting room and walked out of the community. Each of them had a confident smile on their face, and they had absolute confidence in their own and their leader's strength. Hee. I heard that there are many beautiful women from the Dragon Kingdom and the Dragon King Association. As long as we kill the Dragon King Association, then we can. You old pervert. With the leader here, I'm afraid we can't blatantly snatch women. What does that matter? It's certainly not easy to snatch women when the leader is watching us, but the leader can't stay in the Dragon King Club forever, right? After the leader leaves, can't we give the snatched Dragon Country beauties to, hee. You kid, okay. Then we can call a few more brothers to stay in the Dragon King Club and enjoy those beauties from the Dragon Kingdom. Ha. Soon, the conspiracy between the two men reached the ears of many foreign psychics. Naturally, the men among the foreign superpowers like this idea very much, and they also want to try more beauties from the Dragon Country. It's settled. After we take down the Dragon King Association, we'll divide the beauties from the Dragon Country like this. Soon, they even discussed how to distribute the beauties. However, just as they were fantasizing about the scene after taking down the Dragon King Society, Lin Wanxian and others appeared in front of them. These foreigners should be the supernatural people in the British-style community, right? Their number is okay, but I don't know how strong they are. Lin Wanxiang said coldly. Boss, we are obviously hostile to them, so there's no need to use diplomacy first and then force, right? Let's just go straight in, said a younger brother. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's not waste any more time, brothers, follow me. Kill these foreigners. And then completely take over the British-style community. Lin Wanxiang said. Yes, boss. After saying that, the psychics of the Dragon King Society immediately rushed towards those foreign psychics. Looking at Lin Wanxiang and others who were rushing over, Hathaway and the others were stunned. Good job. Are you too lazy to even talk about negotiations and just want to start fighting? These damn dragon people, do they really think we are easy to bully? Kill them. Chief, you don't need to fight in this battle, just leave it to us. Yes, Chief. We can do it, no need to bother you. Hearing this, Hathaway nodded slightly. Although Hathaway didn't know the specific strength of Lin Wanxiang and others, she was sure that they were definitely not as good as herself. Therefore, these people can be left to her own men to deal with. If her own men can't hold on, it won't be too late for Hathaway to take action herself then. If Hathaway has to do everything herself, what's the point of having these subordinates? After getting Hathaway's consent, those foreign psychics rushed forward. Soon, these foreign psychics engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Wanxiang and others. In terms of hard power alone, both sides are actually about the same. Theoretically, it should be a 50-50 split. However, many of Lin Wanxiang and others were gang leaders and thugs before the end of the world. They were ruthless characters with an indescribable hostility. Therefore, they were extremely ruthless when fighting, aiming for the vital points without hesitation. Before the apocalypse, most of those foreigners were company executives who were sent from abroad to Longwei to do business. If you are a literary person, these people are really cruel. They are the type who will sell you out and even let you help them count the money. But if you want to play with violence, then this group of people is really no match. You want business elites and company executives to fight with gangsters and gang leaders? The result is predictable. Soon, these foreigners were beaten by Lin Wanxiang and his men until they cried for their parents. Chief, save me. We can't hold on any longer. We really can't hold on any longer. Chief, please take action. Chief, you can't just watch us get killed by these dragon people, right? Woo. These dragon people are too brutal. Only you, the leader, can suppress them. Looking at her subordinates who were beaten and crying for their parents, Hathaway sighed helplessly. This situation really requires her to take action personally. Chapter 69, The Foreigner Who Admires Strength and Fears Power. Just as Lin Wanxiang and others were beating up the foreign psychic, Eton was also watching from the air. Seeing this scene, Eton showed a satisfied smile. Lin Wanxiang and the others were able to defeat those foreign superpowers, which saved me some effort. Then I just need to keep an eye on Hathaway, and when she makes a move, I have to make a move too. Eton said with a smile. Afterwards, Eton used his supervision and superhearing to stare at Hathaway, observing her every move. When those foreign superpowers were almost unable to hold on after being beaten by Lin Wanxiang, Hathaway moved. She just raised her right hand slightly and released a very powerful supernatural power. In an instant, the temperature around here dropped a lot, ice and snow fell, and the cold wind howled. A large amount of cold air rushed towards Lin Wanxiang and others, as if it was going to turn them all into ice sculptures. This Hathaway just stood in the air, which means she has the ability to fly. And now he can control ice and snow, which clearly shows that he has ice and snow related abilities. The information Lin Wanxiang gave me before showed that Hathaway also had the ability to enhance her physical fitness. So, doesn't this woman Hathaway have these 3 superpowers? And each of these 3 superpowers is very powerful, no wonder she can become the leader of a big force. Eton exclaimed. After learning that Hathaway possessed 3 superpowers, Eton was still not panicked at all, and was even more excited. Before the end of the world, she was a domineering and beautiful CEO of the United States, with beautiful appearance and outstanding temperament. At the end of the world, he possessed 3 superpowers and became the leader of the superpower force. His momentum was invincible. This kind of woman can no longer be described as a domineering president, it is more appropriate to call her an empress. TSK. Originally I wanted to conquer a domineering and beautiful CEO of a beautiful country today, but I didn't expect that this domineering and beautiful CEO evolved into an empress. Good. Very good. It's really great. It must be very fulfilling to conquer such a woman. Eton said evilly. The next moment, Eton took action. Eton instantly flew to Hathaway's ice and snow power and blew gently. Super breath. After this breath was blown out, a cold wind stronger than the ice and snow power whistled towards Hathaway. The cold wind instantly overwhelmed Hathaway's ice and snow abilities, making Hathaway feel very uneasy. Oh no! Could this be a person with ice and snow abilities that are stronger than mine? I guess I have to be careful next time. Hathaway thought to herself. Although Eton's super breath overwhelmed Hathaway's ice and snow abilities, it failed to hit Hathaway. The woman's flying speed was quite fast and she soon flew out of the attack range of super breathing. What's going on? What happened? Why didn't the leader's ice and snow ability freeze those dragon people? Just now I saw another gust of cold wind overwhelm the leader's ice and snow ability. Could it be that Eton, the real ruler of the Dragon King Society, took action? Humph. So what if Eton took action? He just killed some useless people. He can never be the leader's opponent. It is obvious that these foreign psychics are very confident in Hathaway's strength. Even though they had heard of Eton's name and his battle record, they still thought Hathaway was stronger. Lin Wanxiang and others couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw these ignorant foreign psychics. Ha ha ha. These stupid foreigners have never experienced how powerful God is. They still think their leader can beat God? Humph. A bunch of ignorant foreigners. Soon their leader will be conquered by God. Then all the other foreign girls in the British-style neighborhood will be ours. Now that God has taken action, there is no suspense in this battle. Brothers, let's work harder. Kill all these foreign superpowers, then charge directly into the British-style community and conquer it. After Eton took action, the morale of Lin Wanxiang and others was high and their fighting effectiveness was further enhanced. The foreign psychics, who were already struggling to hold on, were soon defeated and all killed soon after. After killing the foreign superpower, Lin Wanxiang and his friends excitedly rushed towards the British-style residential area. They can't wait to let the foreigners there see how powerful they are. On the other side, Hathaway, who was still confronting Eton, became anxious when she saw that all her men had been killed and Lin Wanxiang and others were about to rush into the British-style community. Eton, I always thought that your achievements were just rumors, but now it seems that they are true. But even if your achievements are true, your strength is probably on par with mine. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Hathaway said coldly. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but sneer with disdain and looked at Hathaway with an extremely contemptuous look. Is his strength comparable to mine? A fight to the bitter end? Just because of Hathaway? What a joke! At this time, Eton's Superman Steel Man development progress has reached 30.5%, and he has also unlocked various superhuman abilities. He is definitely not in existence that those messy psychics can contend with. Even Hathaway, the leader among the supernatural beings, is no exception. I'll tell you the truth, this time I brought my men here not only to conquer the British-style community, but also to conquer you. Your strength is indeed among the best among many superpowers, but compared to me, you are still far behind. Eton said with a smile. After hearing Eton's words, Hathaway couldn't help but frown. He opened his mouth and said that he wanted to conquer himself, and he said it with such confidence. Is Eton really that strong? If Eton is really as strong as he says, he can crush Hathaway. Then Hathaway did not recommend letting Eton be her man and conquer her body and spirit. Women admire the strong, while foreigners fear power but not virtue. Therefore, foreign women like Hathaway are even more envious of the strong and afraid of power. No man had ever touched her before, simply because before the end of the world, no man was strong enough to catch Hathaway's eye. After the world entered the end of the world, Hathaway awakened extremely powerful superpowers, and no man could defeat her. Not to mention crushing her and making her fall into the mode of admiring the strong and fearing power. Eton, if your strength can really crush me, then I don't mind willingly submitting to you and dedicating my body and spirit. But if you can't crush me in terms of strength, then I will fight you to the death today no matter what. Hathaway said seriously. After hearing what Hathaway said, Eton was stunned. Then I felt ecstatic. Good job. It turns out that all he needs to do to conquer this woman is prove that he has the ability to crush Hathaway? This is exactly what Eton likes. It can save him a lot of strategy process. Okay. Then today I will definitely conquer you, foreign girl. Eton said confidently. Chapter 70, Conquering the British-Style Community. Frost is falling. Hathaway used her ice and snow abilities to the extreme, and she summoned a large amount of cold air to attack Eton. As Eton looked at the cold air, a disdainful sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. This little bit of cold air can't deal with me. And when it comes to controlling cold air, I'm better than you. Eton said confidently. The next moment, Eton took a deep breath and then exhaled. Super breath. An extremely terrifying cold air gushed out from Eton's mouth, instantly overwhelming Hathaway's frost from the sky. Then, the cold air rushed towards Hathaway, making Hathaway, who had ice and snow abilities, feel a chill. It seems that he is indeed much stronger than me in terms of ice and snow abilities. If we want to deal with him, using ice and snow alone probably won't work, we have to think of other ways. Hathaway thought to herself. Then, Hathaway accelerated in the air and avoided Eton's super breath. She thought quickly about countermeasures in her mind and soon came up with a plan that she thought was feasible. My flying speed should be incomparably fast. If I want to deal with him, I can use my speed advantage to do long-range poke. Hathaway thought to herself. After thinking about this, Hathaway increased her flying speed to the extreme, as fast as lightning in the air. And while flying at high speed, Hathaway did not forget to use her ice and snow powers to launch long-range attacks. Looking at Hathaway, who changed her tactics, Eton sneered again. Want to use your speed advantage to poke me from a distance? If I'm not as fast as you, then this tactic is indeed very effective. It's a pity that your speed is not good enough for me. Eton said with a smile. The next moment, Eton slightly increased his flying speed. Super flight. In an instant, Eton appeared beside Hathaway, scaring her. However, Hathaway reacted quickly. She continued to accelerate her flight, trying to shake off Eton, and then launched a long-range poke attack. But she soon despaired. No matter how fast Hathaway flies or how far she flies, Eton can appear by her side in an instant. This happened every time, which made Hathaway realize a serious problem. That is, Eton's flying speed is far above hers. Hathaway's ice and snow abilities are not as good as Eton's, and her flying speed is not as good as Eton's. Two of her abilities have been crushed by Eton. This caused a different emotion to arise in Hathaway's heart, not fear, not terror, but a hint of excitement. There really are such strong men in this world. If he is better than me in physical fitness, then maybe he can really conquer me. Hathaway thought to herself. At this moment, Hathaway already had a premonition that she would be conquered by Eton. So she prepared herself mentally. As long as Eton can crush her in the area where she is best, Hathaway will admit that Eton is her man. Come on. Let me see if your physique is as strong as this. Hathaway shouted. The next moment, Hathaway rushed towards Eton and adopted a fighting stance. She was ready to have a close combat with Eton. TSK. You want to fight me in close combat? This is what I am best at. Very good. Next, I will let you understand the difference in physique between us. Eton said with a smile. As he said that, Eton also rushed over. Soon, the two men collided with each other at close range and engaged in close combat. Hathaway also learned some fighting skills before the end of the world, so her fighting was relatively methodical. If Eton's physique was similar to hers, he might not be able to beat Hathaway. However, Eton's physique is Superman's iron body, which is many times stronger than Hathaway's. Therefore, in this close combat, Hathaway went all out and used a variety of fighting skills. But Eton only used one finger from beginning to end. All of Hathaway's attacks on Eton were like tickling, and there was no way they could hurt Eton. Although Eton only used one finger, it gave Hathaway a headache. As soon as Eton pointed his finger, Hathaway's body flew backwards. The powerful inertia meant that even Hathaway's flying ability could not stop her from flying backwards. Hathaway, who didn't believe in evil, rushed forward again, but was sent flying by Eton again. After being beaten by Eton with just one finger for 10 consecutive times, Hathaway gave in. She was completely convinced. This foreign version of the Empress has deeply realized the gap in strength between herself and Eton. There is a world of difference between the two, they are simply incomparable. And just after she fully realized this, a blush appeared on her originally snow-white face. Hathaway's whole body gradually became hot, and her eyes looking at Eton became seductive. When Eton saw Hathaway's change, he couldn't help but be stunned again. Good job. Is it true that as long as you can show the ability to crush Hathaway, then there is no need for any process to conquer her? This woman actually admires strength to such an extent that she doesn't even resist or struggle. Eton, your strength is even stronger than you said, you can indeed crush me easily. In this case, I will also abide by my previous words. Come on. Come and conquer me, Hathaway said loudly. Hearing this, Eton took a deep breath. He knew that now, as long as he wanted, he could do it to Hathaway, the foreign version of the Empress, at any time. But Eton is not in a hurry. A delicious dish like Hathaway's, which is both delicious and fragrant, must be well prepared before eating to be the most delicious. Hathaway, don't worry, I will take you to my shelter in a moment and give you a good wash. When you take a shower and smell good all over, it won't be too late for me to eat you. And from now on you can wash yourself clean every day and serve me well. Eton said evilly. After hearing Eton's words, Hathaway was stunned. No. Can I wash it every day? Is Eton living such a good life? You must know that in this end times, water resources are extremely precious. Even a top-level psychic as strong as Hathaway cannot wash himself clean every day. That would be a waste of precious water resources. If Eton really had so much water resources, Hathaway would be able to take a good bath every day. Then Hathaway would be more willing to be conquered by Eton. This is truly a man who is better than me in every aspect, Hathaway exclaimed. Afterwards, the two exchanged a few pleasantries and flew back to the British-style neighborhood. When the foreigners in the British-style community saw their leader Hathaway being hugged by Eton around her slender waist and falling from the sky, they knew that everything was over. Our own leader has been conquered by the enemy, so why are you waiting to surrender? In the end, everyone in the British-style community surrendered, and the community became a branch of the Dragon King Society. All the pretty foreign girls in the community were snatched away by Lin Wanxiang and others. Basically everyone got at least one pretty foreign girl. Chapter 71. The foreign queen becomes a maid, a new enemy. In Eton's shelter. It's so warm and comfortable here. Moreover, all kinds of infrastructure are available, even entertainment facilities such as playgrounds and swimming pools. This place is simply heaven in the end times, Hathaway exclaimed. Eton, who was standing by, couldn't help but smile when he saw Hathaway's surprised expression. Basically every woman looks like this when she first comes to the shelter, even the queen-level foreign girl Hathaway is no exception. Okay, don't be so surprised yet, I'll ask someone to take you to take a bath and let you know the rules here. Just change your clothes tonight and go with me, hee. Eton said evilly. Eton, please conquer me hard, Hathaway said. Hearing this, Eton smiled and nodded. This foreign girl is so open and not shy at all. Then, Eton called Shin Shiyan over. Shiyan, I'll leave this foreign girl to you. Take her downstairs to give her a bath and brainwash her. You have to be careful this time, this foreign girl is a very powerful psychic, don't mess with her. Eton said. Got it, master. Shin Shiyan responded. Immediately afterwards, Shin Shiyan took Hathaway away to take a bath and brainwash her. After Shin Shiyan and Hathaway left, Eton lay down on the sofa. After playing the game for a while, he called Yi Bingmang and Stella over. Master, you asked us to come here at this time, do you want to? Yi Bingmang said shyly. Stella on the side also blushed and looked at Eton with seductive eyes. Hey. Of course I asked you to come here for that matter, but not now, you have to wait for someone else to come. Now, you should put on these two pieces of clothes first. Eton said evilly. As he spoke, Eton handed a British princess's costume to Stella, and a Dragon Kingdom classical queen's costume to Yi Bingmang. After getting the clothes, Yi Bingmang and Stella instantly understood what Eton wanted to do. Good job. This is to play cosplay. After understanding Eton's meaning, Stella and Yi Bingmang immediately changed into corresponding clothes. Soon, an English-style princess and an Oriental classical queen appeared in front of Eton. Eton looked at the two women who had successfully cosplayed in front of him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Wait a little longer, and we can officially begin, Eton said with a smile. As the saying goes, speak of the devil and he will appear. At this moment, Hathaway, who had been cleansed, was brought to Eton by Shin Shiyan. After seeing Hathaway, Eton decisively threw her a set of British queen-style clothing and asked her to put it on. Master, I didn't expect you to like this. I really like you more and more, Hathaway said with a seductive look. Soon, Hathaway changed into this British Queen-style outfit, and her aura of an empress immediately emerged. The Queen of England, the Princess of England, and the classical Queen of the East, the three standing in a row, formed an extremely beautiful landscape. Eton looked at the scenery, and the smile on his lips was as evil as it could be. Now that everything is ready, let's get started. This time Hathaway is the main dish, and Stella and Yi Bingmeng will be the side dishes. Eton said evilly. Yes, master. The next moment, an exchange meeting that was unique, full of climaxes and extremely intense discussions officially began here. Just as Eton was holding an exchange meeting with his three top-notch maids, there was a solemn atmosphere in the Li family in the imperial capital. Old man, do we really have to bring all our elite troops to attack Eton? Will this cause other forces in the imperial capital to be detrimental to our Li family? Asked a senior member of the Li family. Yes, old man. Please think twice. Old master, we can't rush to avenge the young master. Our top priority now is... The senior members of the Li family were trying to persuade Li Daoxian to temporarily put aside the matter of revenge for Li Tianyi and Li Tianming. After all, although the Li family is strong, they also have many rivals. If they really mobilize in large numbers to go to Jinlin to cause trouble for Eton, then other forces will have the opportunity to steal his home. Even if revenge is taken at that time, it is very likely that the gain will not outweigh the loss. However, in the face of everyone's advice, the old man of the Li family, Li Daoxian, who possessed 4 superpowers, simply didn't listen. Li Tianming and Li Tianyi were Li Daoxian's 2 favorite grandchildren. They died at Eton's hands. How could he not avenge this? Enough. Shut up. I have made up my mind. Gather all the people immediately and go with me to Jinlin to kill the man named Eton. Not only will we kill Eton, we will also torture Eton's friends and women in front of him, making him feel the ultimate pain. Li Daoxian said coldly. After Li Daoxian finished speaking, the other members of the Li family could only sigh helplessly. Old man Li Daoxian is the most senior and powerful person in the entire Li family. No one dares to disobey him. Therefore, no matter how much others objected, it was useless and they still had to follow Li Daoxian's orders. I understand. I will go and gather the men right away. After saying that, the top leaders of the Li family dispersed and went to various places to gather people. After they all left, a very beautiful woman with an extraordinary temperament came to Li Daoxian. After seeing this woman, Li Daoxian's expression finally looked a little better. Xiao Sun, you're here. Don't worry, Grandpa will go and avenge your fiancé soon. When we catch the murderer of Tianming, I will bring him to you and let you kill him with your own hands. Li Daoxian said. Hearing this very beautiful and elegant woman nodded heavily. Thank you, old man, for avenging Tianming. Okay, I know you have deep feelings for Tianming, but death is like the extinguishing of a light. I hope you can let it go soon. You go down first, and then follow our large group to Jinlin to avenge Tianming. Li Daoxian said. Yes, old man. After saying that, the woman turned and left the meeting room. Alas! Sun Gingwan is such a pitiful child. She and my grandson Li Tianming have been childhood sweethearts since they were young and have already pledged to spend their lives together. I didn't expect my grandson to die in Jinlin, leaving her a widow before she even got married. Li Daoxian said, shaking his head. After sighing for a while, Li Daoxian left the meeting room and went back to rest. In the Magic City, inside the Japanese Chamber of Commerce. Baga. Do you mean that Takayanagi Koen is dead and his wife, Takayanagi Shizuka, has also been conquered by the enemy? Asked a Japanese man holding a samurai sword. This is absolutely true. The Dragon King Society that killed Gao Lujun is very powerful. I was outside looking for supplies at the time, so I escaped. A Japanese man kneeling on the ground said tremblingly. Hearing this, the Japanese man holding the samurai sword took a deep breath, and then his eyes became sharp. I see. It seems I have to go to Jinlin. Chapter 72, The Li family collaborates with the Japanese. On the 25th night of the apocalypse, Eton lived a very absurd life. He spent a night in love with Queen Hathaway of England, Princess Stella of England, and Queen Yi Bingmeng of the East, and it was extremely relaxing. Soon, it was the morning of the 26th day of the apocalypse. At this moment, Hathaway and others have not woken up yet, they are really too tired. Wow! So cool! This cosplay is really unique. Eton said with a smile. Afterwards, Eton left the room and went to his own game room. After arriving at the game room, Eton did not start playing games right away. Instead, he called the other maids over and asked them to take turns massaging his shoulders and legs. After that, Eton played games while enjoying the services of the maids and lived an extremely comfortable life. Of course, he did not forget another very important thing. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength increased a little bit. At this time, his Superman Man of Steel has been developed to as much as 31%. Well, there's no point in playing games all the time. I'd better play something else with you guys. Eton said evilly. After Eton finished speaking, the maids couldn't help but blush. Of course they knew what Eton meant when he said, try something else. I just want to communicate and discuss with them. It's just that the way of playing is different. Master, how do you want to play? Xiaoyingchen asked with a blushing face. You all go wait for me by the swimming pool, we're having a pool party today. Eton said with a smile. Hearing this, the maids all nodded. Then, the maids changed into their swimsuits and came to the swimming pool. Eton looked at these maids who were perfect in both appearance and figure, and an extremely evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I now declare that the pool party is officially open. After saying that, Eton jumped into the swimming pool with the maids. A climax-filled pool party has begun. On the other side, in the Lee family meeting room. Old man, we received intelligence that the Japanese Chamber of Commerce in the Magic City is also preparing to take action against Eton. Should we join forces with them? A senior member of the Lee family in a suit suggested. If we can unite with the Japanese Chamber of Commerce to attack Eton, our chances of success will greatly increase. The Japanese Chamber of Commerce is indeed quite powerful. After joining forces with them, we will definitely be able to complete this mission. Before, I was worried whether the loss would be too great if we went to attack Eton this time, but now it seems that as long as we unite with the Japanese Chamber of Commerce and work together, we can minimize the loss. The senior members of the Lee family all persuaded Li Daoxian to join forces with the Japanese Chamber of Commerce. After listening to the persuasion of these senior executives, Li Daoxian couldn't help but take a deep breath and frowned. Collude with the Japanese to deal with Eton? To be honest, Li Daoxian didn't really want to do this. Li Daoxian also hates the Japanese from the bottom of his heart. However, although Li Daoxian hated the Japanese, he had to admit that in this doomsday, the strength of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce should not be underestimated. Those Japanese people were extremely lucky, and many of them actually awakened their special powers in the end times. If we unite with those Japanese, we can indeed increase the success rate of killing Eton and reduce the losses of my Lee family. So from a rational point of view, there is nothing wrong with doing this. I'd better suppress my disgust towards the Japanese for now. The most urgent thing is to deal with Eton. Besides, I have no intention of continuing to cooperate with the Japanese. After killing Eton, it won't be too late to cut off relations with those Japanese. Li Daoxian thought to himself. After thinking about this, Li Daoxian made up his mind. His brows gradually relaxed, and he said to his men, okay. Then this time we will join forces with the Japanese Chamber of Commerce to deal with Eton together. But I also want to remind you that the Japanese have evil ambitions and we must be on guard against them. Therefore, after this operation to kill Eton is over, we must immediately sever ties with the Japanese. After Li Daoxian finished speaking, the senior members of the Li family also nodded. Alliance with the Japanese is only a temporary strategy and cannot last long. As long as Eton dies, their alliance will naturally be gone. It would be good enough if we don't resort to violence at that time. Yes, old man. We will contact those Japanese immediately. After saying that, the Li family's top executives left the meeting room and went to contact the Japanese Chamber of Commerce in Shanghai. Li Daoxian sighed helplessly. Alas! In order to avenge my two grandsons, I can't care about so much. In the Magic City, inside the Japanese Chamber of Commerce. Yagyu Koen, we have collected a very important piece of information. There is also a big conflict between the Li family and Eton in the capital of Dragon Kingdom. And the conflict between them is almost irreconcilable. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. This time when we go to Jinlin to deal with Eton, maybe we can also pull the Li family into our chariot. A Japanese man in a suit said. Hearing this, the man with the samurai sword, who was called Yagyu Koen, couldn't help but brighten up. He had heard of Yi Tian's battle records. If those records were true, then Yagyu Ichiro felt that Yi Tian would be quite difficult to deal with. Even if they brought all the elite psychics of their Japanese Chamber of Commerce, there was no guarantee that they would win this battle. But if the Li family from the capital of Dragon Kingdom is added, it will be completely different. He, Ichiro Yagyu, is a psychic who possesses 4 superpowers and is extremely powerful. The Li family's old grandfather, Li Daoxian, is also a psychic who possesses 4 superpowers and is equally powerful. No matter how strong Yi Tian is, at best he is just a psychic with 5 superpowers, right? A psychic with 5 superpowers is already the limit of the psychics that Ichiro Yagyu knows. 2 psychics with 4 superpowers against 1 psychic with 5 superpowers still have great hope of success. Well, this is indeed very good news for us, Abe-kun. You will be in charge of the alliance with the Li family. Remember, before killing Yi Tian, our alliance must not be broken. If the Li family has any requests, then try to agree to them and don't make things complicated, said Yagyu Ichiro. Yes, Yagyu-kun. Shinzo Abe responded. Afterwards, Shinzo Abe went down to deal with the matters of cooperation with the Li family. Chapter 73, Maid's Party, Enemies Gather. The early morning of the 27th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system finished speaking, Yi Tian's physical strength increased a little. Ha! What should we play today? Why not let them all wear professional attire that suits their status, and then we can play together, hee hee hee. Yi Tian said evilly. After thinking about this, Yi Tian called his first maid, Shin Shiyan, over. Shiyan, notify all the maids immediately and have them wear clothes that suit their status. Teachers, students, police officers, models, presidents, you have to prepare all these professional attires and let them wear them. Then call them all to the most spacious room. Yi Tian said lightly. Hearing this, Shin Shiyan nodded immediately. I understand, master. I'll do it right away. Shin Shiyan said. After saying that, Shin Shiyan went to notify the other maids and prepare the corresponding costumes. Yi Tian lay on the sofa, opened Steam, and played games for a while. By the time he got tired of playing games, the maids had already changed their clothes and entered the most spacious room. Master, everything is ready. Do you want to? Shin Shiyan said with a charming look. Yi Tian glanced at Shin Shiyan indifferently. She is now wearing high heels, a tight dress, a low-cut top, and her hair is disheveled, which makes her very seductive. TSK. Your outfit is indeed very suitable for your status as a supermodel. Not bad, then it's time for me to go to the most spacious room now. Yi Tian said with a smile. Afterwards, Yi Tian entered the room full of maids while hugging the extremely seductive Shin Shiyan. After entering the room, what caught Yi Tian's eyes were the various kinds of stunning beauties. Park Eun-hye dressed as a killer, Yu Chioton, Jin Shinhua and Stella dressed in school uniforms, Su Qinghua dressed as a housewife or stepmother, Yi Bingmeng and Hathaway dressed as domineering female presidents. There are also Jiang Manlin in police uniform, Jiang Yufei in professional teacher uniform, Su Yaoshu and Xiaoyingchen in ancient costumes, Chen Yao in professional white-collar uniform, and Takayanagi Shizuka in kimono. Looking at these beauties of various categories, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel hungry. Hee. This room is spacious enough to accommodate us to hold an exchange meeting here. Yi Tian said evilly. Upon hearing this, the maids couldn't help but look at Yi Tian with seductive eyes. Master, this is indeed a great place to hold an exchange meeting. Let's get started. Yes, master. I can't wait any longer. Master, please whip me hard. After hearing what the maid said, Yi Tian couldn't help but reveal an extremely evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Since you all said so, I won't be polite. Yi Tian said. The next moment, a lively and heated exchange meeting began in this spacious room. Soon, the atmosphere of the exchange meeting was pushed to its climax, and the discussions of both sides were pleasant to the ears. Just as Yi Tian was holding an exchange meeting with all his maids, the Li family and the Japanese Chamber of Commerce were about to reach a cooperation agreement. In the Magic City, inside the Crystal Palace building. Mr. Li, since our enemy is that guy named Yi Tian, there will be no problem for us to work together. After all, the saying the enemy of my enemy is my friend makes a lot of sense, said Yagyu Ichiro. Hearing this, Li Daoxian nodded. Just now, he brought a large group of masters from the Li family to the Magic City and met with the masters of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce. In terms of the number of people with special abilities, the Li family does have more. But after the two sides actually fought against each other, Li Daoxian found that the hard power of both sides was actually quite similar. The psychics at the Japanese Chamber of Commerce are indeed strong. The two sides are equally strong, and they both have a common enemy in Eton. So in the end, the two parties reached an agreement and cooperated to deal with Eton. However, after reaching a preliminary agreement on cooperation, Li Daoxian still had a doubt in his mind. Yagyu Ichiro, Eton's supernatural power is very strong. I'm afraid it can't be solved by just piling up the number of supernatural users. If we really want to kill Eton, what we need most is high-end combat power. I wonder if your strength, Yagyu Ichiro, can meet my expectations. Li Daoxian said. Oh? It seems that Mr. Li doubts my ability. That's good. I also doubt your ability. How about this, since our men have already sparred with each other, why don't we spar with each other to understand each other's strength? Yagyu Ichiro suggested. Ha ha ha. That's exactly what I meant. Then let's fight. The next moment, Li Daoxian and Yagyu Ichiro both moved, and both of them pushed their special abilities to the extreme. Li Daoxian, who originally had a normal body shape, suddenly became muscular and looked very powerful. The three energies of wind, thunder, and ice were also controlled by Li Daoxian and surrounded him. Not only that, Li Daoxian also took out an iron rod that looked very heavy as his weapon. When Yagyu Ichiro saw Li Daoxian like this, his eyes couldn't help but be startled and he felt a little surprised. The combination of the ability to enhance physical fitness and the ability to control the three elements of wind, lightning, and ice, these four abilities combined make me invincible. He has both close combat and long-range capabilities, and he has all the speed, strength, and defense. His ability to control the wind element also means he can fly in the air, which is really tricky. Yagyu Ichiro exclaimed. Li Daoxian looked at Ichiro Yagyu's surprised expression and couldn't help but reveal a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Yagyu, I have demonstrated my strength, now it's your turn, said Li Daoxian. Hearing this, Yagyu Ichiro nodded. He knew that he had to show all his strength, otherwise he would be looked down upon by Li Daoxian. Then I will show Mr. Li all my strength next, said Ichiro Yagyu. The next moment, Yagyu Ichiro's entire temperament became sharp. A powerful supernatural power attached to Ichiro Yagyu's samurai sword, making the sword extremely sharp. At the same time, Ichiro Yagyu took a step forward and leaped directly into the air. Then he took another step forward and stepped on the air, standing in the air. Immediately afterwards, he came to Li Daoxian's side at lightning speed and slashed him fiercely with a knife. There was a loud bang, and the iron rod and the samurai sword collided violently, flying sparks. Physical enhancement, moon steps, teleportation, and a power that can make weapons sharper. The combination of these four abilities is quite good. Li Daoxian exclaimed. Mr. Li, let's stop talking nonsense and fight to prove our respective strengths. Okay. That's exactly what I meant. Immediately afterwards, Li Daoxian and Yagyu Ichiro had a good exchange of ideas here. In general, Li Daoxian has the advantage. After all, his four superpowers are too abnormal. But Yagyu Ichiro was not bad either. Even with his full strength, Li Daoxian couldn't defeat Yagyu Ichiro in a short time. In the end, the competition between the two came to an end. After the competition, they looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. With the help of Mr. Yagyu, it seems that Eton is doomed to die this time, said Li Daoxian. Senior Li, cooperating with you is the most correct decision I have ever made. This time we will definitely be able to defeat Eton, said Ichiro Yagyu. Afterwards, under the proposal of Li Daoxian and Yagyu Ichiro, the two parties reached a deep cooperation agreement. After the in-depth cooperation agreement was reached, they decided to go to Jinlin immediately and give Eton a tough time. Chapter 74 Another Honey Trap. Sun Gingwan. On the 27th day of the apocalypse, Eton spent it in a ridiculous way with his maid. So on the 28th day of the apocalypse, Eton decided to take a day off and talk about the ridiculous things tomorrow. Who? Let's not touch those maids for now. Both I and they need a good rest. Eton decided. Afterwards, Eton left the bed where the beautiful woman was lying and went to his game room to play games. Of course, before playing the game, Eton did not forget the most important thing. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. After the system finished speaking, Eton's physical fitness improved a little. At this point, his Superman Man of Steel has been developed to 32%, almost possessing 1/3 of Superman's strength. Ha! Today should be another idle day, so I'll just play games well. Eton said with a smile. Afterwards, Eton opened the game and started playing happily. Jinlin City, in the Xingfu community. At this moment, a feast of killing is taking place here. You actually colluded with the Japanese. Don't kill me, don't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything. Help! Help! I'm still young and I don't want to die. Seeing their men easily deal with the resistance forces in the entire Xingfu community, Li Daoxian and Yagyu Ichiro couldn't help but smile. Very good. In this way, we will have a place to stay in Jinlin City, said Ichiro Yagyu. Well, get rid of a force that has nothing to do with Eton and occupy the territory of this force. This will not easily alert the enemy. Next, we can use this temporary site to plot against Eton. Li Daoxian said with a smile. Soon, people in Xingfu community died or surrendered under the attack of the Li family and the Japanese Chamber of Commerce. They have complete control over this place. Immediately afterwards, the top leaders of both sides came to the largest villa in the Xingfu community and began to discuss countermeasures against Eton. In my opinion, with our strong strength, why don't we just go and attack them directly? Can Eton really defeat so many of us? Said a Japanese. That's right. With so many of us psychics, the combined strength will definitely crush Eton. Given the huge gap in strength, no matter what schemes or tricks Eton has, they will be useless. So we just need to attack him directly. A senior member of the Li family also said. After these two people put forward their opinions, many other people also nodded in agreement. If you want to get rid of Eton, just go and kill him. This is indeed the simplest, crudest, and most direct way. Moreover, these people did not want to stay in Jinlin for too long. They wanted to kill Eton quickly and return to the Demon City and the Imperial capital after completing the mission. Life in the Magic City and the Imperial City is much better than in Jinlin. Mr. Yagyu, what do you think? Li Daoxian asked. I think it's not appropriate to attack them directly. As far as I know, Eton is a mysterious dragon and rarely stays at the headquarters of the Dragon King Society. If we go directly to the headquarters of the Dragon King Society, what if we alert the enemy and let Eton escape, said Yagyu Ichiro. Hearing this, Li Daoxian nodded. He thought so too. Going straight to the enemy's door and killing them seems to be a very simple, brutal and effective method, but if you are not careful, the enemy may escape. But once Eton escapes, it will be troublesome for them to find him again. If Eton was at the scene and heard them say this, he would probably laugh out loud. Joke. Eton wished that they would concentrate all their strength and attack him directly, so that Eton could catch them all in one fell swoop. There is no such thing as escape. If we want to kill Eton with one blow, we have to start from his weakness and lure him over through his weakness, said Li Daoxian. Eton's weakness? Could it be that what Senior Li was talking about is lust? Asked Ichiro Yagyu. That's right. Eton is a lustful person. As long as we can find a beautiful enough woman to seduce him, there is a great chance that we can attract him. My good grandson Li Tianyi had tried this trick before, and it worked very well. He easily tricked Eton into the temple of the goddess. It's a pity that we all misjudged Eton's strength at that time. We didn't expect that he actually had the strength to kill those superpowers. Li Daoxian said. After hearing what Li Daoxian said, Yagyu Ichiro's eyes lit up. Yes. Judging from the intelligence, Eton is indeed a lustful person. Let us not talk about anything else, let us just talk about Shizuka Takayanagi. Eton killed all the other Japanese in Jinlin City, leaving only Takayanagi Shizuka. Why is that? It's because he coveted Takayanagi Shizuka's beauty. After thinking about this, Ichiro Yagyu felt that using the beauty trap on Eton might really have a miraculous effect. However, there is another very crucial element in the beauty trap that makes Ichiro Yagyu feel a little worried. Eton's lustful nature is indeed a very big weakness. If we use the beauty trap on him, it is very likely that he will fall into the trap. But, where can we find a beauty that is beautiful enough to make Eton's heart beat fast? As far as I know, there is a Japanese beauty named Shizuka Takayanagi who was taken into Eton's pocket, and this Shizuka Takayanagi is not an ordinary beauty. If you want to use the beauty trap on Eton, the quality of the beauty must be better than Takeyanagi Shizuka, right? Yagyu Ichiro said with some concern. All of them who came to Jinlin City this time were people with special abilities, and most of them were men. The few female psychics looked just average and could not possibly attract Eton. Facing the melancholy-looking Lu Shang-Ichiro, Li Daoxian patted his shoulder and said, "Lu Shang-Koen, don't worry about the beauty. I've already prepared it." As he spoke, Li Daoxian clapped his hands. Immediately afterwards, a top beauty with a very beautiful appearance, a flawless figure, and an aristocratic temperament appeared in front of everyone. "This is my original granddaughter-in-law, Sun Jingwan. In order to deal with Eton, I believe she is willing to sacrifice herself." "You're right, Jingwan," Li Daoxian said. Hearing this, Sun Jingwan nodded heavily. As long as she can avenge Li Tianming, Sun Jingwan is willing to pay this price. After seeing Sun Jingwan, the worry on Ichiro Yagyu's face disappeared immediately, and was replaced by excitement. "Ha ha ha. It seems that I was worrying too much before. With Miss Sun taking action, Eton will most likely be attracted here, and then we can kill him," said Ichiro Yagyu. "Well, since all the elements of the beauty trap are already in place, let's officially start this plan," Li Daoxian said with a smile. Afterwards, Li Daoxian and Yagyu Ichiro ordered their men to start spreading Sun Jingwan's good name. Another beauty trap targeting Eton has officially begun. Chapter 75, Bad Thoughts in Daily Life. On the 28th day of the apocalypse, Eton originally wanted to play some games himself and let his maids have a good rest. After all, the maids don't have as strong physical fitness as Eton. Even the maids with enhanced physical abilities can't recover that quickly. However, just when Eton was playing the game with great enthusiasm, Lin Wanxiang suddenly called him. "Xiao Lin? You suddenly called me at this time. Has something happened again?" Eton asked. "Brother Tian, someone just brought a group of superpowers to attack the Dragon King Society headquarters, but we quickly repelled them. But I noticed one thing, that is, the leader of those superpowers is a woman, a very, very beautiful woman," Lin Wanxiang said. Hearing this, Eton became slightly interested. A beautiful woman led a group of people with special abilities to attack the headquarters of the Dragon King Society, and they were repelled in one blow. There must be something fishy going on here. TSK. No matter what the conspiracy is behind this, it doesn't matter to me, as long as that beautiful woman is real. At best, it's just another attempt to lure the enemy into a trap with a beautiful woman, it's no big deal, Eton thought to himself. After thinking about this, Eton couldn't help but reveal an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. "Shaolin, who is that beautiful lady you mentioned and where is she now? Do you know these?" Eton asked. "Brother Tian, we didn't know who that beautiful lady was originally, but just a few hours ago, gossip about her identity was spreading like crazy in the supernatural circles of Jinlin City. Her name is Sun Jingwan, and she is said to be the leader of the supernatural forces in the Xingfu community in the east of Jinlin City. If this news is true, then Sun Jingwan should be in Xingfu community now," Lin Wanxiang said. After listening to Lin Wanxiang's words, Eton nodded slightly. In Eton's opinion, there must be something wrong with Sun Jingwan, who suddenly appeared and whose reputation spread quickly. As for what her problem was, Eton didn't know, nor did he need to know. The information Eton currently has is enough. "I understand, Xiaolin. I will go to this happy community today," Eton said with a smile. Afterwards, Eton and Lin Wanxiang exchanged a few more words and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Eton couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile. "Ha ha. There are only two things that can be confirmed now. First, there is indeed a beautiful woman named Sun Jingwan in Jinlin City. A beauty of this level is qualified to enter my shelter. Second, Sun Jingwan is most likely in Xingfu community. I can find out by just going to Xingfu community. It is enough to know these 2 points. As for any conspiracy or trap behind this matter, it doesn't matter. All those who want to plot against me are nothing but a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp in my eyes," Eton said confidently. Afterwards, Eton stopped playing games. He said hello to a few maids who were in better physical condition and had just recovered a little, then left the shelter directly. The target is directly aimed at the happy community. Eton's flying speed was very fast. In less than half a minute, he arrived above the Xingfu community. Immediately afterwards, Eton activated the two superhuman abilities of supervision and superhearing and began to observe everything in the happy community. After observing for a while, Eton really found a beauty who made his heart beat fast. She has a delicate face, big breasts, a perky butt, a slim waist, a slender figure, fair skin, and she exudes an aristocratic temperament. You can tell at first glance that she is the eldest daughter of an aristocratic family. TSK. Interesting. I didn't expect Sun Jingwan to be a noble lady type of beauty, different from the maids in my shelter. Very good. It must be a different kind of experience to conquer this kind of woman, right? He. Yi Tian said evilly. Afterwards, Yi Tian continued to use his supervision and superhearing to further observe the movements of people in the happy community. He wanted to know what conspiracy was behind the sudden appearance of Sun Jingwan. Only if you know the enemy's conspiracy in advance, it will be more fun to play games with the enemy next time. In the largest villa in Xingfu community. Jingwan, when you led people to attack the Dragon King Society headquarters, you must have been seen by many people, right? Li Daoxian asked. Yes, Grandpa. According to your instructions, I let as many people in the Dragon King Society see my appearance as possible. I guess they have already told Yi Tian about my beauty. If Yi Tian is really a very lustful person, then he is likely to be attracted to me. Sun Jingwan said. Ha. Good. It seems that it won't be long before Yi Tian will fall into our trap and die. By then, Jingwan, you will not only avenge Tianming, but also be a great contributor to our Li family. Our Li family will definitely not treat you unfairly. Li Daoxian said with a smile. Grandpa, you're too kind. I don't deserve the title of a hero. It's enough for me to avenge Tianming. Sun Jingwan said. Well, don't be arrogant or impatient, what a good child. Jingwan, are you tired today? Go down and have a rest first. I will discuss with other psychics how to deal with Yi Tian later. Li Daoxian said. Hearing this, Sun Jingwan nodded, then left the room and went back to her own room to sleep. Not long after Sun Jingwan left, the psychics from the Li family and the Japanese Chamber of Commerce entered here. Here they discussed the specific combat plan to deal with Yi Tian. After the discussion, everyone dispersed. The people in the Li family were relatively well behaved, and after the meeting they all went to rest. But those Japanese are different. Mr. Yagyu, I think Miss Sun is so beautiful. Don't you have any feelings about her? Abe Shinji said with a wicked smile. Mr. Abe, with Miss Sun's beauty, which man wouldn't be moved? But we still have to cooperate with the Li family, so we can't have any bad thoughts about her. Besides, even if there is no cooperation between us and the Li family, Sun Jingwan is not so easy to move. Yagyu Ichiro said helplessly. The Li family is even stronger than their Japanese Chamber of Commerce. Even under normal circumstances, Yagyu Ichiro would not be able to touch Sun Jingwan. So even though Ichiro Yagyu was very attracted to Sun Jingwan and wanted her body, he did not dare to act rashly. Looking at Ichiro Yagyu with a helpless look on his face, Shinzo Abe laughed evilly again. Yagyu-kun, I have a good thing here. After we kill Yi Tian, we can use this thing to sneak attack Li Daoxian. He will definitely die. And as long as Li Daoxian dies, then Sun Jingwan will be in your pocket, right? Abe Shinzo said with a smile. As he spoke, Shinzo Abe took out something. After seeing that thing, Ichiro Yagyu's eyes flashed. I didn't expect that you, Abe-kun, actually have such a good thing in your hand. With this thing, it should be no problem for us to kill Li Daoxian. But Abe-kun, why are you helping me so much? How should I reward you when the time comes? Yagyu Ichiro asked. Ha. Lu Sheng-kun, when you're done playing with Miss Sun, just let me play with her too. You shouldn't really fall in love with Miss Sun, right? Abe Shinzo said. No problem. I just want her body. When I get tired of playing with her body, you can play with her however you want. Yagyu Ichiro said with a smile. Thank you so much, Yagyu-kun. Then, the two looked at each other again and laughed in an extremely obscene way together. However, what they didn't know was that all their plans fell into Eton's eyes. Chapter 76, Take advantage of the situation and watch the show. TSK. Although I don't understand what those two are saying, judging from their expressions, they definitely have bad intentions. If their plan really succeeds, after killing me, those little days will start to attack the Li family. Yi Tian thought to himself. After thinking about this, Eton couldn't help but reveal an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. This is so interesting. If I pretend to be dead and let them think that their plan to kill me is successful, then the Japanese and the Lee family will definitely fight each other. I'm sure the scene will be very exciting. Eton said with a smile. He decided to play along and just watch the show. Afterwards, Eton landed at the gate of Xingfu community and walked in with a swagger. As soon as he entered the Xingfu community, 2 guards came and scolded him. "Stop! Who are you? How dare you trespass into our Xingfu community?" the guard said. "Who am I? I'm here to snatch Sun Jingwan away," Eton said with a smile. As he said that, Eton pointed at one of the guards and knocked him flying, killing him instantly. The other security guard was terrified when he saw this. He immediately shouted, "It's Eton! Eton is here!" After he roared, Eton Kai killed him and then continued to walk in leisurely. On the other side, because of the guard's shout, the Lee family and the Japanese knew that Eton was coming. Therefore, their senior executives quickly gathered in a conference room and immediately discussed countermeasures. I didn't expect Eton to be so impatient. He must have just heard of Miss Sun's good reputation not long ago? He came so soon. Yagyu Ichiro said in surprise. "Don't talk too much, let's start our plan immediately. Jingwan, go outside and hold Eton back first. It would be best if you could make him bewildered and then lead him into the trap we have carefully set for him," Li Daoxian said. Hearing this, Sun Jingwan nodded. Immediately afterwards, Sun Jingwan left the meeting room and ran outside to meet Eton. The Lee family and the Japanese psychics immediately discussed a strategy to fight the enemy and set a very vicious trap for Eton. After a while, in a residential building in Xingfu community. "Eton? Why are you looking for me at this time?" Sun Jingwan asked. "What's the matter?" "Of course I'm here to occupy you," Eton said very directly. Hearing this, Sun Jingwan couldn't help but frown. She never expected that Eton would be so direct, simple and rude. He doesn't even pretend to be like that, he just comes up and says he wants to occupy me. Savage. So damn savage. Sun Jingwan felt very disgusted with Eton's arrogant attitude, and even felt physically nauseous for a while. But in order to complete the plan, Sun Jingwan could only suppress her psychological disgust and physical nausea, and pretend to be gentle and continue talking to Eton. "Eton, with your strength, it's no problem for you to take over my body, and I also know that I can't resist you. Therefore, I never thought about resisting. If you want my body, just take it. I can be your woman willingly. But I also have a small request, I hope you can agree to it," Sun Jingwan said in a pretended gentle manner. Hearing this, Eton couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. To be honest, Sun Jingwan's acting skills are not that good, and Eton can tell at a glance that she is acting. However, because he was absolutely confident in his own strength, Eton said it didn't matter. Since Sun Jingwan wants to act, Eton will accompany her to the end. "Tell me, what little request do you have?" Eton asked with a smile. "I am the leader of the entire Xingfu community. If I leave, other people in the Xingfu community will probably suffer. So I want to take you to meet the other people in the Xingfu community, encourage them, and allow them to use your name to deter their enemies in the future," Sun Jingwan said. After hearing what Sun Jingwan said, Eton couldn't help but sneer in his heart. She speaks so eloquently. If you don't know her, you might think that Sun Jingwan is some saintly figure in the end times who is so considerate of others. Eton thought with disdain. However, although Eton had seen through everything, he was not prepared to expose Sun Jingwan. If we expose her conspiracy now, this game will be too boring. Okay. Then I'll go with you to meet the other people in the happiness community. As for letting them use my name to scare off the enemy, that's no problem at all," Eton said. Hearing this, Sun Jingwan was overjoyed. She seemed to have seen Eton being killed and herself avenging Li Tianming. "Come with me." Then, Sun Jingwan turned and walked towards a villa. Eton followed closely behind. Soon, Eton was brought into the villa by Sun Jingwan. "Oh. My stomach hurts so much. I have to go to the bathroom. Eton, do you mind waiting for me?" Sun Jingwan said. Hearing this, Eton almost laughed out loud. This reason is so lame. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to take advantage of the situation, I would have actively cooperated with this woman in her acting. Otherwise, with her acting skills, no one else would be able to fall for her trick. Eton thought with a smile on his face. In order to cooperate with Sun Jingwan to continue the play, Eton could only nod and say, "No problem. You go and deal with your own affairs first, I don't mind waiting for a while." After Eton finished speaking, Sun Jingwan's heart finally settled down. Sun Jingwan felt that after the plan reached this point, Eton was doomed to die. Afterwards, Sun Jingwan left Eton and ran out of the villa. And at the moment Sun Jingwan left the villa, Li Daoxian and Yagyu Ichiro took action with their men. "Eton is in that villa. Let's use all our strength to destroy the villa and Eton together," said Li Daoxian. "That's right. Everyone, stop hiding your abilities and use them if you can. If your superpowers don't have the ability to attack from a distance, use thermal weapons," Yagyu Ichiro shouted. As Li Daoxian and Yagyu Ichiro finished their words, dozens of psychics attacked at the same time. Various elemental attacks and thermal weapon attacks poured down on the villa where Eton was. This includes the energy ball formed by the fusion of Li Daoxian's three elements of wind, thunder, and ice. It also includes several powerful sword beams swung by Ichiro Yagyu using a samurai sword and his supernatural powers. Boom! There was an explosion that resounded through the heavens and earth, and the entire villa was destroyed by the attacks of these psychics without leaving any trace. After the smoke from this wave of bombing cleared, Li Daoxian and Yagyu Ichiro immediately sent people to check. They did not find any trace of Eton. The only thing related to Eton left there was that piece of clothing. Ha ha ha. No one can withstand such a powerful attack. Eton must have been blown to pieces, Li Daoxian said with a smile. Well, it seems that Eton is indeed dead, Yagyu Ichiro also said. At this moment, both sides believed that the plan had been successful and Eton was dead. But the reactions of both sides were different. Li Daoxian, the old man of the Li family, felt that he had finally avenged his two grandsons, so he seemed very excited and his vigilance decreased greatly. And Ichiro Yagyu looked at Li Daoxian with a very sinister look. Now that Eton is dead, the next step is to deal with this old guy and then capture Sun Jingwan, Yagyu Ichiro thought coldly. Chapter 77 Li Daoxian was assassinated. Just as everyone in the Li family was immersed in joy and Li Daoxian was laughing loudly, they didn't notice that a very tiny blood-colored poisonous insect was quietly entering Li Daoxian's body through his mouth. This kind of poisonous insect was mutated from an ordinary insect in the end times and was named blood-sucking poisonous insect by Shinzo Abe. Shinzo Abe loved raising insects before the end of the world. After the end of the world, most of his insects died, leaving only a few that were smaller in size and survived and mutated. Eventually, these bugs, which were already small in size, became even smaller after mutation. If these insects do not gather together, they will be difficult to observe even with the naked eye for those with enhanced physical abilities. Before the end of the world, Shinzo Abe had already tamed the little bugs. After the end of the world, he tamed these mutated bugs again and was able to control them to a certain extent. So at this moment, Shinzo Abe was controlling the blood-sucking insects to disperse and enter the mouth of Li Daoxian, who was laughing in batches. But Li Daoxian himself was completely unaware of it. He. Lu Shangjun, a large number of blood-sucking poisonous insects have entered Li Daoxian's body. This old guy is dead. Then we can kill all the Li family members, capture Miss Sun, and taste her slowly, Shinzo Abe said with a low, evil laugh. Abe-kun, the next step is up to you. As long as your blood-sucking poison can suck the old man Li Daoxian to death, I will have no problem taking down the Li family. After we take down the Li family, I will naturally share Miss Sun, this superb beauty, with you, Yagyu Ichiro whispered. After saying that, Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe looked at each other and simultaneously revealed evil smiles. At this moment, Li Daoxian stopped laughing and turned to look at Yagyu Ichiro. Mr. Lu Shang, since Eton is dead, then let us uproot Eton's power, the Dragon King Society. Don't worry, I am not a dishonest person. After I uproot the Dragon King Society, I will give you the same benefits as before, Li Daoxian said with a smile. Hearing this, a cold smile appeared on Yagyu Ichiro's lips. Seniorly, the little benefits you promised to give me before can't impress me. I want more, said Ichiro Yagyu. Oh? What else do you want? We can talk about it, Li Daoxian said. I want the entire Dragon King Society, the entire Li family, and I also want to play with Miss Sun. Ha ha ha. Yagyu Ichiro said with a big laugh. After Ichiro Yagyu finished speaking, everyone in the Li family was stunned for a moment, and then began to glare at the Japanese. Especially Li Daoxian. As the head of the Li family, how could he tolerate Ichiro Yagyu being so insolent? Yagyu-kun. Yi Tiankai just died, and you can't help but tear your face off with me. Are we going to fight to the death? In that case, well, I'll help you. Li Daoxian said angrily. Having said that, Li Daoxian was ready to take action. At the same time, other psychics in the Li family were also very unhappy with the Japanese and kept cursing them. Damn these little days. You guys are really greedy. They actually want to take over the entire Li family and play with Miss Sun? Why don't they take a piss and look at themselves to see if they are worthy? Humph. Since our common enemy is gone, there's nothing wrong with breaking up now. Let's get started. I have been annoyed with these little guys for a long time. We were a little low-key before, and they really looked down on us. Now we will kill them and let them know how powerful our Li family is. The people of the Li family were furious and started cursing and attacking. In an instant, a large amount of elemental control abilities shot out from the hands of the Li family's psychics, bombarding Xiaorizi all over the place. At the same time, those Li family psychics with physical enhancement abilities also rushed towards the little ones at the fastest speed, ready to have a good hand-to-hand fight with them. The strongest men on both sides, Li Daoxian and Yagyu Ichiro, naturally fought against each other. As soon as the fight started, Yagyu Ichiro was at a disadvantage, but Li Daoxian couldn't defeat Yagyu Ichiro quickly, so he could only delay the battle. If the fighting continued like this, the Li family would suffer heavy losses, but Xiaorizi's side would be completely wiped out. Unfortunately, Li Daoxian was infected by a blood-sucking insect. As the battle continued, Li Daoxian felt that something was increasingly wrong with his body. He. Senior Li, why is the power of your attack so much weaker? Do you feel there is something wrong with your body? Yagyu Ichiro said with a wicked smile. Hearing this, Li Daoxian's brows furrowed into a shape, and he was horrified. What's going on? I feel like there's something inside me, sucking my blood. No, I can't let those things continue to suck. Li Daoxian thought to himself. After thinking about this, Li Daoxian wanted to use his supernatural powers to penetrate into his own body to kill those blood-sucking insects. However, at this time, the blood-sucking insects had already dispersed into Li Daoxian's internal organs, and it was impossible to kill them all by relying on the supernatural power that penetrated into the body. Therefore, after dozens of seconds, Li Daoxian's face began to become paler and paler, and huge beads of sweat kept dripping from his forehead. He was breathing heavily and his vision was a little blurry. At this moment, Li Daoxian seemed to have turned back into his frail old age before the end of the world, no longer the extremely powerful 4-attribute psychic. Ahem. You, what did you do to me? Why am I so weak? Li Daoxian asked. Ha ha ha. You have to ask Abe Cohen about this. After all, he was the one who gave you that thing. Yagyu Ichiro said with a big laugh. As he spoke, Ichiro Yagyu pointed at Shinzo Abe. Upon seeing this, Shinzo Abe walked up to Li Daoxian and said, "Old man, just when you were laughing, I let my poison enter your body. I guess those poisonous insects have already spread to your internal organs. You are beyond help." Upon hearing this, Li Daoxian was furious. It turns out that these villains had already been plotting against Li Daoxian. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I shouldn't have cooperated with you little bastards, If. Before Li Daoxian could finish his words, Yagyu Ichiro stabbed him with a knife. At this time, Li Daoxian had been sucked extremely weak by the blood-sucking insect, so he naturally could not dodge or defend against the knife. Therefore, with a pop sound, Yagyu Ichiro's samurai sword pierced through Li Daoxian's heart. I won't accept this. After letting out his last roar, Li Daoxian died. After Li Daoxian's death, an extremely cold smile appeared on Yagyu Ichiro's lips. Now it's time to kill all of these Li family's superpowers and take Miss Sun for myself. The next moment, Yagyu Ichiro rushed towards the other psychics of the Li family, and started killing them with his 4 superpowers. At this moment, Eton, who was observing all this in the sky with supervision and superhearing, revealed a playful smile on his face. TSK. When the little guys kill all the psychics of the Li family and capture Sun Jingwan, it will be time for me to take action. Yi Tian said with a smile. Chapter 78 I will help you get revenge, and you will be my maid. Ha ha ha. Li Daoxian is dead, we are sure to win this time. Kill these Li family members, capture Miss Sun and let our boss Lu Sheng taste her well. Brothers, kill with me. There was a killing spree here. Li Daoxian died, but Yagyu Ichiro was intact. Therefore, the balance of power between the two sides has been greatly tilted. The Li family's psychics fought desperately, but it was useless. Ichiro Yagyu was simply too strong for them, they simply could not contend with him. Therefore, before the battle lasted 3 minutes, most of the Li family members and the psychics were killed, and most of them died at the hands of Ichiro Yagyu. Sun Jingwan, who witnessed all this, was completely stunned. It was clear that everyone had just killed Eton together, allowing Sun Jingwan to avenge her great hatred, and she was in extreme joy. However, less than 20 minutes later, Sun Jingwan's beloved grandfather Li Daoxian was killed by these trivial matters. Among the other psychics in the Li family, there were also many who had a good relationship with Sun Jingwan, and they all died one by one in front of Sun Jingwan. This made Sun Jingwan almost collapse emotionally. How could this happen? Things shouldn't be like this. Grandpa, uncle, second uncle. Damn your life. I will fight you to the death. Sun Jingwan roared. Having said that, Sun Jingwan tried her best to kill those ordinary people with special abilities. However, Sun Jingwan is just an ordinary person with physical enhancement abilities. Not to mention fighting with Ichiro Yagyu, any random person from the team can beat her. Therefore, Sun Jingwan's move was of no use at all, but made the little ones even more excited. Hee. Miss Sun, you'd better stay aside and wait for the favor of our Lu Sheng boss. It seems that Miss Sun hates us very much. But it's useless for you to hate us. No matter how much you hate us, it can't change your fate of being toyed with by boss Lu Sheng. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. Take Miss Sun down quickly and tie her up with chains. Afterwards, several ordinary psychics attacked Sun Jingwan at the same time, and instantly knocked her out of combat capability. Then, the gangsters tied Sun Jingwan to a large stone pillar with iron chains, making her unable to move. Damn it! Let me go. I would rather die than be played around by you. Sun Jingwan roared. That's not up to you, Miss Sun, a young man said with a sly grin. Afterwards, those who had tied up Sun Jingwan no longer paid any attention to her, but continued to encircle and suppress other psychics in the Li family. Before long, the Li family's supernatural users were completely defeated, with losses reaching as high as 90%. After suffering such heavy losses, the remaining 10% of Li family psychics also accepted reality. They knew that there was no way they could survive these little days. Therefore, the remaining people immediately began to beg for mercy. There were continuous thumping sounds, and all the surviving Li family psychics knelt down. Lord Yagyu, please spare our lives. We will follow your lead from now on. That's right. Lord Yagyu, we are all powerful psychics, and we are very willing to join you. With our joining, I believe your power will be further improved. Lord Yagyu, we are willing to serve you like slaves and have no complaints. We only ask that you spare our lives. Looking at these Li family supernatural people who were kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, Shaorizi, led by Yagyu Ichiro, all smiled, and their smiles were full of sarcasm. Ha ha ha. You surrender already? I thought you would fight to the death. You don't think begging for mercy will help? You're overthinking. Let's keep killing. We won't trust the dragon people. They are not of our race, so their hearts must be different. Kill them. After saying that, the Shaorizi psychics continued their attack, and soon all the psychics of the Li family were killed. After these psychics died, the others went to clean up the battlefield, while Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe walked to Sun Jingwan with lewd smiles on their faces. Wow! What a beautiful lady! When I first saw you, I wanted to hold you under me. And now, I can finally get what I want, haha, said Yagyu Ichiro. Mr. Yagyu, let's stop talking nonsense and quickly untie Miss Sunday. You go first and I'll go later. Let's turn Miss Sun from a girl into a woman. Shinzo Abe said with a sly grin. Hearing this, Yagyu Ichiro nodded. Then he cut off the iron chains with a knife and no longer tied up Sun Jingwan. After breaking free from the iron chains, Sun Jingwan glared at Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe. You killed my grandfather, my uncle, my second uncle, and my aunt. I will never forgive you, and I will kill you. Sun Jingwan roared. As she spoke, Sun Jingwan angrily attacked Yagyu Ichiro and Abe Shinzo. Sadly, this is of no use. Just with a pointing of his finger, Yagyu Ichiro made Sun Jingwan become weak all over and collapse instantly. Immediately afterwards, the smile on Yagyu Ichiro's mouth became extremely evil, and his dirty hands were ready to strip Sun Jingwan's clothes off. Miss Sun, let us now welcome the moment when you change from a girl to a woman. He. Yagyu Ichiro said with an evil smile. Hearing this, Sun Jingwan struggled frantically. But no matter how Sun Jingwan struggled, she couldn't muster any strength and could only watch Yagyu Ichiro stretch out his dirty hands. Faced with this situation, Sun Jingwan could only close her eyes in despair. 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of her eyes, and her heart was filled with extreme misery. Grandpa, uncle, second uncle, aunt. I can't avenge you. And I have to suffer the insults of my daily life, woo-woo. Sun Jingwan thought in despair. However, at this critical moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Miss Sun, do you want revenge? As long as you agree to be my maid, I can help you kill all these little people, and by the way, avenge those people in the Li family. Hearing this, Sun Jingwan opened her eyes, and what she saw was Eton, who had already been declared dead by them. Sun Jingwan was confused. Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe were also confused. No, what's going on? Such a fierce attack just now failed to kill Eton? Eton ignored the confused little guys and continued to look at Sun Jingwan. Miss Sun, let me ask you again, do you need me to help you kill these little guys for revenge? Of course, the condition is that you have to be my maid. If you agree, I will kill them now. If you don't agree, I'll just turn around and leave. Eton said with a smile. Hearing this, Sun Jingwan took a deep breath and felt a little conflicted for a while. Such a powerful attack before failed to kill Eton, and he is even standing here intact. It seems that Eton's strength is probably beyond imagination. Maybe he really has the strength to kill all those little days and avenge his grandfather. As for Tianming's revenge? Oh. Forget it, it can't be compared with the revenge of grandpa, uncle, second uncle, aunt, etc., so I can only choose the lesser of 2 evils. Sun Jingwan thought to herself. After thinking about this, Sun Jingwan nodded to Eton and said, okay. As long as you can kill all these little days, then I agree to be your maid. Hearing this, a smile of success appeared on Eton's lips. Chapter 79, Explosive Killing Days. As Sun Jingwan finished speaking, the eyes of Yagyu Ichiro and others looking at Eton gradually became dangerous. They also realized a serious problem at this time. That is, Eton was able to remain intact in the face of such a powerful attack before, so how strong is he? If Eton attacks them now, can they resist? Mr. Yagyu, don't worry. As long as you hold him back for a while, I can let the schistosomiasis sneak into Eton's body and kill him like I killed Li Daoxian. Shinzo Abe said in a low voice. Hearing this, Yagyu Ichiro breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is a way to deal with Eton, it will be fine. Mr. Abe, it's up to you from now on. I will try my best to delay Eton. Ichiro Yagyu said in a low voice. Afterwards, Ichiro Yagyu didn't waste any more words. He directly gathered all the little psychics around him and looked at Eton with eager eyes. Eton, hand over Miss Sun, otherwise I will make you pay for it. Yagyu Ichiro said coldly. Ha ha. You want to play with Sun Jingwan too? She should be played with by me, save her. And you don't deserve it. Not only can you not touch Sun Jingwan today, you will all die here in the future. Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton took action. Eton was seen flying at a low altitude, killing those small-time psychics at an extremely fast speed. Ichiro Yagyu's response was to let other ordinary people with special abilities go first while he would hold the fort. Brothers, come on and stop him, said Ichiro Yagyu. Yes, Lord Yagyu. As he spoke, dozens of ordinary people with special abilities rose to the challenge and rushed towards Eton to kill him. Facing these small-time psychics, Eton sneered disdainfully, and energy began to gather rapidly in his eyes. The next moment, 2 rays of incomparable power emitted from Eton's eyes. Heat vision. Under the powerful force of these 2 thermal visions, the attacks of dozens of ordinary psychics were like chickens and dogs, and were instantly suppressed by the thermal visions. Immediately afterwards, a loud bang was heard. The thermal vision exploded in the middle of dozens of small days, erupting with powerful power, instantly killing dozens of small days' superpowers, leaving only 3. Hiss. After seeing this scene, everyone gasped. Horrible. So scary. Just one move almost wiped out all the Shaori Z superpower users. After seeing Eton's powerful strength, the three surviving psychics knelt down immediately. There were 3 thuds, and the 3 gossipers kneeling on the ground began to beg for mercy. Lord Eton, please spare our lives. We have elderly parents and young children to take care of. We are so pitiful. As long as Lord Eton is willing to spare our lives, we are willing to serve Lord Eton like slaves and horses, and we are willing to charge into battle for the Dragon King Society and will never betray him. I am willing to join the Dragon King Society. I want to be the dog of the Dragon King Society, the dog of Lord Eton. Looking at the 3 people kneeling in front of Eton begging for mercy, Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe were furious. Baga. As a samurai of the Empire of Japan, you should commit suicide by seppuku when you can't win. How can you surrender to the enemy? Yagyu Ichiro said angrily. You are a disgrace to the samurai of the Empire of Japan. Shinzo Abe said angrily. The 3 psychics who were kneeling on the ground begging for mercy ignored the rebukes of Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe, but continued to kowtow to Eton and beg for mercy. In their opinion, Ichiro Yagyu's strength is indeed very strong, but definitely not as strong as Eton. Therefore, kneeling down and begging for mercy at this moment is their only hope of survival. Eton looked at Xiaozi, who was kneeling in front of the 3 of them, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ha ha! Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Only the life after death is a good life. So you can go die. Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton swung a punch and hit Xiaori on the temple. This little guy was knocked back by Eton and bumped into 2 other little guys, and a wave of enemies were knocked out. In the end, the heads of these 3 guys exploded and they died. After killing these 3 guys, Eton turned his attention to Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe. It's your turn next. Eton said coldly. Hearing this, Yagyu Ichiro's body trembled and fear rose in his heart. The strength of Eton in front of him was far beyond his expectations. However, Ichiro Yagyu was an old samurai who had experienced many battles after all, so he quickly suppressed the fear in his heart and faced Eton directly. Eton, you don't think you are sure to win, do you? Yagyu Ichiro said coldly. Oh? Do you have any other particularly powerful means? Don't tell me that it was the poisonous insect used by that guy next to you. That thing is useless to me. Eton said disdainfully. At this moment, Shinzo Abe is controlling a large number of his blood-sucking insects. He wanted the insect to enter Eton's body through Eton's nose and mouth, so as to kill Eton like he killed Li Daoxian. But this is of no use. After these tiny poisonous insects were scattered, Li Daoxian naturally couldn't see them with his eyesight. But Eton is a superman who possesses the 2 skills of supervision and superhearing. Therefore, Eton had already heard it when Shinzo Abe released his blood-sucking insect. While these poisonous insects were flying, Eton had been observing them with his supervision, not giving them any chance to enter his body. Humph! Eton, you still couldn't get rid of all of us quickly after all, it took too long. At this point, those little bugs have actually spread all over your body and surroundings, and those areas are so small that you absolutely cannot see them. So you are dead. Wait for those little bugs to torture you, said Yagyu Ichiro. After hearing what Ichiro Yagyu said, Eton couldn't help but laughed out loud. They are really confident in their own poisonous insects. It's a pity that this confidence is of no use. I know those poisonous insects are very close to me, and I also know that you have high hopes for them. But it's a pity that both you and those little bugs are nothing but rotten fish and shrimp in my eyes. Super breath. The next moment, Eton exhaled, and an extremely cold storm began to sweep around. Under this extremely cold storm, the blood-sucking insects simply could not survive and were all killed instantly. Shinzo Abe, who had lost contact with the insect, suddenly widened his eyes. Mr. Yagyu, all the poisonous insects have been killed by Eton's severe cold storm. It seems that we can only rely on our hard power to fight him next, said Shinzo Abe. Hearing this, Yagyu Ichiro took a deep breath, and the fear in his heart rose again. Alas! It seems there is really no other way. We can only fight to the death for the glory of the great Japanese Empire. Yagyu Ichiro said helplessly. Well, let's go together, said Shinzo Abe. The next moment, Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe attacked with all their strength and rushed towards Eton. And the corner of Eton's mouth just showed a very disdainful smile. I now feel that it would be a pity to kill you two directly. You should be tortured before being killed. That would be more interesting. Eton said coldly. Chapter 80 Torturing Xiaoshi to Death. Eton lightly pointed with two fingers, causing Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe to fly backwards into an empty hut. Puff! The two men vomited blood and their faces suddenly turned pale and looked extremely weak. Well, this way, you two won't have any power to resist, and I can torture you. What about the samurai of the great Japanese Empire, and that you should commit suicide by disembowelment when facing the enemy? If you don't know, you would think you were very brave. And now, I will break your backbone and witness your cowardice. Eton said coldly. After Eton finished speaking, Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe both sneered. Humph. Eton, we can't beat you because we are not as skilled as you, but we will never show our cowardly side in front of you, and we will never beg for mercy from you, said Ichiro Yagyu. Mr. Yagyu is right. Pure warriors of the great Japanese Empire like us will never beg for mercy from a dragon countryman like you. You can kill us or chop us up as you please, said Shinzo Abe. After listening to the fierce words of Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe, Eton couldn't help but reveal an extremely cruel smile. He just likes this kind of life with a strong character. It's fun to torture such a person. Very good. I want to see if you two are really as you said. No matter how I torture you, you will not beg for mercy. Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton took action. Eton once again used his heat vision and two lasers shot out from his eyes. However, this time Eton did not let the two lasers explode, but used these two lasers purely for cutting. In an instant, a piece of skin was cut off from Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe. The pain made them break out in cold sweats, but they did not cry out. TSK. You two are capable of cutting off such a large piece of skin without making a sound. It seems like you two do have some backbone. This makes me even more curious. How long can you two hold on to your courage? Eton said with a sneer. Immediately afterwards, Eton began to continuously emit lasers from his eyes. Every time the laser is fired, it means that a piece of skin will fall off from Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe. This is the torture of Ling Chi. And this is somewhat different from the ancient Ling Chi torture, which also had to consider the vitality of the person being tortured. After all, ordinary people's vitality is not strong, and they will die after being tortured to death. But these two kids are different, they are superpowers and have very strong vitality. If we just rely on Ling Chi style cutting of the skin and flesh, it will definitely not take their lives in a short period of time. So Eton can do whatever he wants without worrying about any technical issues. He just needs to use the laser to cut their flesh continuously. As time went by, more and more flesh fell off the bodies of Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe, and their pain became more and more intense, to the point where they could no longer bear it. Ahawk. The intense pain to a certain extent broke the backbone of Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe, causing them to scream, and their screams were extremely shrill. What? Can't stand it? If you can't stand it, kneel down and beg for mercy now, and I can give you a quick death. Eton said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe both shook their heads and glared at Eton. You despicable dragon people, don't even think about making the proud samurai of the Empire of Japan beg for mercy, said Ichiro Yagyu. That's right. I am a pure samurai of the Empire of Japan, and I absolutely cannot accept begging for mercy from the dragon people. Shinzo Abe said seriously. Looking at the two guys who were still so arrogant in front of him, the smile on Eton's lips couldn't help but become even more cruel. TSK. It seems that the only hard part of your body is your mouth. But it doesn't matter, soon I will make sure that even your mouth can't be hard anymore. Eton said coldly. Then, Eton continued to use laser to cut the skin of the two guys, making them suffer from excruciating pain. Moreover, these two guys are worthy of being supernatural beings, their vitality is very strong. Eton roughly cut off most of their skin, but they still showed no signs of dying. Ha! You still don't beg for mercy? Okay. Then I will let you experience other tortures. Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton began to forcibly pull off the limbs of these two little guys. Every time one was pulled out, these two little guys would scream miserably, and the feeling was so heartbreaking. After pulling out the limbs of the two little creatures, Eton took out two wooden barrels from his infinite warehouse and filled them with chilly water. Immediately afterwards, Eton put the two little guys who had been tortured to death and cut into human pigs into a wooden barrel, turning them into complete human sticks. Ahaha! The severe pain made the two kids scream louder than ever before. At this moment, in the eyes of Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe, Eton is simply a devil among devils. There is no one in the world more cruel than him. I'll ask you again, do you want to? Before Eton could finish his words, Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe interrupted him. We beg for mercy. Please let us go, Lord Eton. We only ask you to give us a quick death. Bushido is nothing but shit, and the samurai of our little life empire are extremely lowly, said Ichiro Yagyu while crying. I beg for mercy too. Lord Eton, the samurai of our Shiori empire are all shit, and Bushido is pure bullshit, all rotten fish and shrimp. Lord Eton, please give this lowly Shiori samurai of mine a quick death. Shinzo Abe said bitterly. After listening to Ichiro Yagyu and Shinzo Abe's pleas for mercy, Eton finally showed a satisfied smile. That's right. I mean what I say, and I'll give you a quick death next. Eton said with a smile. The next moment, Eton used thermal vision to directly blow up the two wooden barrels, and killed the two little guys in the process. After completely solving these two daily problems, Eton left the empty hut and walked to Sun Jingwan's side. Miss Sun, do you still remember what you said before? Eton asked playfully. Remember. I will be your maid from now on. I will do whatever you tell me to do and will never betray you. Sun Jingwan said fearfully. Before, Sun Jingwan had some thoughts of going back on her word, but after hearing the two little girls' shrill cries outside, she became more determined. Never make Eton unhappy. Otherwise, my fate would probably not be any better than those two guys. Looking at Sun Jingwan, whose face was full of fear and who was very obedient, Eton nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Then come in the car with me, I will take you to a shelter. Once we get to the shelter, I believe you won't have any other ideas. Eton said confidently. Afterwards, Eton took Sun Jingwan into the car and drove towards the shelter. Of course, while driving, Eton did not forget to call Lin Wanxiang and others and ask them to take over the power of Xingfu community. Chapter 81 The Noble Lady Becomes a Maid. In Eton's shelter. This place is so warm. And it has all the necessary infrastructure. There is no shortage of recreational facilities such as playgrounds and swimming pools, and the most precious water resources seem to be abundant as well. Sun Jingwan exclaimed. Hearing Sun Jingwan's exclamation, Eton couldn't help but reveal a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. This kind of reaction is shown by almost every maid who comes to the shelter for the first time, and Eton has long been accustomed to it. After taking Sun Jingwan around for a while, Eton called Shin Shiyan over. Master, you brought back another maid? She is really elegant and looks like a noble lady. Shin Shiyan exclaimed. Well, her name is Sun Jingwan. She was the fiancée of the second son of the Li family, a powerful family before the end of the world. She was indeed a lady from a noble family who had been pampered since childhood. And now she has agreed to be my maid, so next you can take her down to bathe and brainwash her. Eton said with a smile. Yes, master. Shin Shiyan said. Afterwards, Shin Shiyan took Sun Jingwan away according to Eton's instructions. After Shin Shiyan and Sun Jingwan left, Eton took a bath and relaxed. Then, he called Yi Bingmeng, Stella, and Hathaway over. Master, you called the three of us here at the same time, do you want to? Yi Bingmeng said shyly. He. That's right, it's just what you think. This time, Yi Bingmeng is wearing the Oriental Queen costume, Hathaway is wearing the British Queen costume, and Stella is wearing the British Princess costume. Hurry up and change your clothes, we will have a discussion meeting together next. Eton said evilly. Hearing this, the three women nodded. Then, they quickly changed their clothes and came to a spacious room. Eton followed closely behind and walked into the same room with them. Looking at the three beauties who were dressed gorgeously and very much to their liking, Eton couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile on his face. Immediately afterwards, an exchange meeting with a strange atmosphere and many climaxes officially began in this room. The 28th day of the apocalypse passed in the absurdity of Eton and these three women playing role-playing games. The morning of the 29th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical fitness became stronger. The development level of Superman's Man of Steel has reached 32.5%. Ha! The noble lady Sun Jingwan should have been trained by Shin Shiyan. It's time to eat her next. Eton said evilly. Afterwards, Yi Tian called Shin Shiyan over for questioning. Shiyan, how is Sun Jingwan doing with your teaching? Yi Tian asked. Master, I have taught you everything I should teach you, but Sun Jingwan is still not suitable to be a maid, so she may behave disrespectfully when serving you. Shin Shiyan said. Hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but reveal an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. For him, Sun Jingwan's current state is actually the best state. This noble lady knew how to be a maid, but was not suitable to be one, and she still retained a strong aristocratic temperament. I guess when I eat Sun Jingwan, her shy posture will also make me feel something different. Yi Tian thought to himself. Afterwards, Yi Tian asked Shin Shiyan to bring Sun Jingwan over, and he wanted to teach Sun Jingwan personally. After Shin Shiyan received the order, she immediately brought Sun Jingwan over and left quietly. Sun Jingwan looked at Yi Tian with an evil smile on his face, and her pretty face suddenly turned red, appearing extremely shy. Master. Master, I. For Sun Jingwan, who was still not quite fit to be a maid, it was really difficult for her to say some particularly shameful words. So she just stood there shyly, hesitating and not knowing what to say, looking very conflicted and embarrassed. When Yi Tian looked at her embarrassed appearance, the smile on his lips became more sinister. Miss Sun, you don't have to say much. Next, I will take you to an exchange meeting. During the meeting, I will communicate with you and teach you how to be a good maid. Yi Tian said with a smile. Hearing this, Sun Jingwan's face turned even redder, as red as a waxed apple. Despite being extremely shy, Sun Jingwan still nodded heavily and prepared herself mentally. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian hugged the noble lady. The exchange between the two officially began. By the time the exchange meeting ended, Sun Jingwan was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Ha! This noble lady who just became a maid finally looks like a maid in a maid shop under my training. Let her have a good rest now. I will go find another maid. Yi Tian said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian left the room. He called the three beauties, Jiang Manlin, Jiang Yufei and Jin Xinyue, into another spacious room. In this room, the four of them had 2 good meals of rice with toppings. There are 2 rice bowls, one for sisters and one for master and apprentice. While Yi Tian and his maids were living an absurd life, another shelter built for the S3 season in Jinlin City had begun to surge with undercurrents. Brother Zhang, the apocalypse has been going on for almost a month, but there is still no sign of it ending. I think the apocalypse will probably continue, said a bearded man. Yes, Brother Zhang. The end of the world will not stop, so we, the people with superpowers, should be the protagonists of the world now. Why should we listen to the words of those powerful people before the end of the world, said a handsome man. Brother Zhang, I think we should stop waiting. I can't wait to crush the heads of those ordinary people with power, said a scarred man. He. The women around those powerful men are all so beautiful. I have long wanted to taste them, said a short man. The man called Brother Zhang is named Zhang Tianlong and is the person in charge of protecting the safety of this shelter. Shortly after the end of the world, he awakened his supernatural powers, and the strength of his awakened supernatural powers was very high. But at that time Zhang Tianlong still felt that the end of the world might end after a while, so he didn't do something like I don't eat beef. However, Zhang Tianlong's mentality has changed now, and the mentality of other people in the shelter who have awakened superpowers has also changed. The vast majority of people with special abilities feel that this apocalypse will not stop, and the order before the apocalypse will never be restored. In this case, they, the people with special powers, should be the masters of the world. Why should they listen to the words of those so-called powerful people? Zhang Tianlong took a deep breath and then said, wait one more day, tomorrow will be the 30th day of the apocalypse, a whole month. If there is still no sign of the apocalypse ending tomorrow, then we will start taking action against those powerful people. Upon hearing this, the other psychics showed excitement on their faces. Brother Zhang is wise. Chapter 82, Revitalization Base Riot. Yi Tian spent the 29th day of the end of the world in absurdity. The morning of the 30th day of the end of the world. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in 30 times in a row, and refreshing the one-time sign in location revitalization base. As the system finished speaking, Yi Tian felt that his physical strength had increased by another point. But this is not important. What is important is the new check-in location refreshed by the system. Revitalization base? What is this place? I've never heard of it. It seems that I have to contact Shaolin and ask him to use the power of the Dragon King to help me find such a place. Eton decided. After making up his mind, Eton called Lin Wanxiang. Soon, Lin Wanxiang's voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Tian, you called me suddenly. Is there something wrong? Lin Wanxiang asked. Shaolin, please help me check if there is a place called Revitalization Base in Jinlin City. Tell me immediately after you find it. Eton said. Hearing this, Lin Wanxiang on the other end of the phone nodded. Don't worry, Brother Tian. I will mobilize all the power of the Dragon King Society to help you find the revitalization base. Lin Wanxiang said. Okay. Then I'll wait for your news. Eton said. Afterwards, the two exchanged a few pleasantries and hung up the phone. Ha! Everything that needs to be explained has been explained, so the next thing should be, hee. Eton said evilly. The next moment, Eton called all the maids to the swimming pool. Every maid was wearing a sexy swimsuit, which made Eton very excited. Master, are you going to have another pool party? Xin Shiyan asked knowingly. Of course. Come with me into the swimming pool and have a pool party. Eton said evilly. The next moment, Eton jumped into the swimming pool himself, followed by the maids. A pool party with a unique atmosphere and climaxes officially begins. Just when Eton and the maids were doing something ridiculous, another shelter built for the S3 season was already in a state of impending storm. Brother Zhang, today is the 30th day of the apocalypse, and there is no sign of it stopping. On the contrary, the temperature has dropped by several degrees. I think we should not wait any longer, but start right now, crush the heads of those high-ranking officials, and snatch the women around them, said a man with a beard. Yes, Brother Zhang. Let's get started right away. I can't wait to taste those beautiful women, said a short man. The two psychics, the scarred man and the handsome man, also echoed the sentiment. They all felt that it was time to make this shelter their own. Hearing this, a cold smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Tianlong's mouth. Well, you're right. This apocalypse will not stop, so it's time for us psychics to break the heads of those high and mighty nobles. Pass the order down, gather all the superpowers, kill those powerful people, rob the powerful people of their supplies and women, and let us become the real masters of this shelter. Zhang Tianlong said coldly. Yes, Brother Zhang. After receiving Zhang Tianlong's order, his younger brothers immediately began to gather the psychics in the shelter. Including Zhang Tianlong himself, there are a total of 10 psychics in the base. Although their number is small, each of them has unique skills and considerable strength. Soon, 8 psychics stood in front of Zhang Tianlong and expressed their willingness to follow Zhang Tianlong's orders. These people with special abilities could no longer suppress their inner feelings. If it weren't for the restrictions imposed by Zhang Tianlong, the most powerful psychic, they would have twisted the heads of those dignitaries off long ago. Zhang Tianlong looked at the 8 psychics and nodded with satisfaction. But soon he frowned again. Why didn't Zhou Zining come? Zhang Tianlong asked. Brother Zhang, that bitch Zhou Zining refuses to obey your orders. She seems to still want to abide by the rules of the base, said the bearded man. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlong couldn't help but sneer. What a stupid woman. She is clearly a superpower, but she is still stubborn and wants to listen to the words of those powerful people. But it's better this way. When we deal with those powerful people, we can also deal with this bitch as well. When the time comes, I will play with Zhou Zining's body and make her change into my shape. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tianlong laughed. When the subordinates beside him heard what Zhang Tianlong said, they couldn't help but reveal an obscene smile on their faces. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhou Zining is the most beautiful woman in the entire base. Many dignitaries and people with special abilities are drooling over her. It's a pity that Zhou Zining is not just a beauty, she is also a very powerful psychic. Her strength in the base is probably second only to Zhang Tianlong. Therefore, when everyone was more or less abiding by the rules before, no one could get Zhou Zining. But now it's different. Zhang Tianlong was no longer prepared to follow any rules. He just wanted to use his powerful force to crush those who did not obey his orders. Without following any rules at all, Zhang Tianlong is confident that he can defeat Zhou Zining and eventually capture the most beautiful woman in this base. Then, Zhang Tianlong looked at his brothers and said coldly, Brothers, since everyone is here, we won't wait any longer, let's get started. Yes, Brother Zhang. Following Zhang Tianlong's order, 9 psychics, including Zhang Tianlong himself, rushed to the place where the powerful people lived. Soon, they arrived in front of a luxurious villa, forcibly destroyed the door of the villa, and broke in. The owner of this villa is a gentle-looking man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Before the end of the world, this gentleman was definitely one of the most powerful people in Jinlin City. Therefore, this gentleman married a very beautiful wife and had a very beautiful daughter. But precisely because his wife and daughter are so beautiful, he became the first target of Zhang Tianlong and others. What are you doing? Do you know the rules? Is this the place you can come to? Get out of here right now, the gentleman said arrogantly. Faced with the arrogant attitude of the gentleman, Zhang Tianlong and others couldn't help but sneer. It seems that this guy hasn't figured out the situation yet. But it doesn't matter, brothers, let's quickly let him go to the king of hell to calm down. Zhang Tianlong said with a smile. After Zhang Tianlong finished speaking, a younger brother beside him immediately attacked the gentleman. This guy was a person with enhanced physical abilities, so after he made his move, he directly broke the gentleman's neck, killing him instantly. After the gentleman died, Zhang Tianlong and his brothers immediately searched the villa and captured the gentleman's wife and daughter. You actually broke into the house and killed my husband. Is there still law? Is there still justice? The gentleman's wife shouted. The king's law? Law? We are the king's law here now. We are the law. Zhang Tianlong said coldly. The next moment, Zhang Tianlong gave an order, and his younger brothers carried the mother and daughter into a more spacious room. Soon, extremely shrill screams were heard from the room from the mother and daughter. Chapter 83. Another beautiful superpower. Zhou Zining. Zhou Zining. The 30th day of Apocalypse is definitely a nightmare for ordinary people in the entire revitalization base. 9 supernatural beings led by Zhang Tianlong burned, killed, and looted in the base. They specifically robbed luxurious villas, which contained lots of supplies and beautiful women. The consequences of a beautiful woman falling into their hands are naturally extremely tragic. If Zhang Tianlong takes a fancy to someone, he will go first, and the younger brothers will line up behind him. As for those that Zhang Tianlong doesn't like, his younger brothers simply line up and take turns. Therefore, any beauty who falls into the hands of Zhang Tianlong and others will be played with to the point of almost mental collapse. Soon, Zhang Tianlong and others took over the last villa in the revitalization base. They killed a middle-aged couple and left behind their 2 daughters, a pair of very beautiful sisters. Ahawk. Soon, extremely shrill screams came out of the mouths of the sisters, but they did not arouse any sympathy from the 9 psychics. Humph. You bitches, you usually act so high and mighty, but now you have to beg for mercy under us, right? Ha ha ha. It's been a month since the apocalypse. This world belongs to us, the superpowers. You ordinary people are only fit to be our slaves. So cool. I got to play with such a top-notch girl again. It's really comfortable to be a lawless psychic. Under the constant teasing of the psychics, the sisters suffered a mental collapse and their bodies could no longer hold on. They no longer had the strength to scream miserably, and could only lower their voices and beg desperately, hoping that the psychics would spare their lives. The other psychics were unmoved by the sisters' pleas for mercy, only Zhang Tianlong nodded thoughtfully. All right. Don't go too far, be gentle, don't hurt them. We must pay attention to sustainable development. We still have a long time to play with these women in the future. If we play with them to death now, how can we play with them in the future? Zhang Tianlong said seriously. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlong's 8 younger brothers nodded to show that they understood. Therefore, in the following period of time, the psychics only played with the sisters until they had mental breakdown, and the damage to their bodies was much smaller. Eventually, the psychics had enough. The sisters had dull eyes and lay on the bed like dolls, with the tears in the corners of their eyes dried by the wind. Wow! The women in the villa of the revitalization base are really young. If it were before the apocalypse, we would rarely even be able to see them, let alone play with them. That's right. Fortunately, the end of the world has come and I have awakened my superpowers, otherwise I would never be able to taste them. Hee hee. In fact, the women in the villa are not the best. The best women are in that building. They are the most powerful women. At this point, the psychics couldn't help but reveal a lewd smile on their faces. It is true that the top dignitaries live in the villa area, but the top dignitaries do not live in the villa area. Instead, they live in an extremely luxurious building. Most of the people living in that building are the top dignitaries in Jinlin City and even the entire Su province. They are the real people in power before Doomsday. Alright. Wang Yukai, gather all the women we have looted from the villa area in this villa and keep a close eye on them, because we will have more fun later. Everyone else, follow me and charge towards that building, smash the heads of the powerful people inside, and snatch the beauty away. Zhang Tianlong said. Yes, Brother Zhang. Following Zhang Tianlong's order, a psychic named Wang Yukai gathered all the women they had robbed since the riot in a villa and kept them under strict guard. All of these women had dull eyes and looked as if they had lost all desire to live. But Wang Yukai didn't care about that. He just wanted to do his best to ensure that these women did not die. As for the women's mental state, that was not something he considered at all. After Wang Yukai finished his work, Zhang Tianlong nodded with satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, the other 8 psychics led by Zhang Tianlong rushed towards the building in the center of the base with great momentum. The powerful people in the building had already learned the news that Zhang Tianlong and others were rioting. After receiving this news, almost everyone was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and was very uneasy. Damn it! Isn't Zhang Tianlong in charge of the base's defense? How could he steal from the base? It's really abominable. This group of people actually looted the entire villa area. Are they planning to rebel? Don't even think about it. They are going to rebel. I believe they will come to kill us soon. We have to be prepared in advance. The dignitaries discussed it carefully and decided to make preparations in advance to deal with Zhang Tianlong and others. They first distributed a large number of hot weapons to all their subordinates who had not awakened their special powers but were responsible for the defense of the base. Secondly, they used passionate brainwashing speeches and numerous material benefits to win over those who had obtained hot weapons and let them fight desperately with Zhang Tianlong and others. Finally, the powerful people also tried their best to win over Zhou Zining, the only relatively law-abiding psychic in the base, and wanted her to resist Zhang Tianlong and others. Zhou Zining was troubled by this and fell into deep thought. Although my superpowers are strong, I can't beat 9 of them alone. Although they have more superpowers, I also have many people with firearms to cooperate with me. So if a fight really comes to a head, I'm not completely without a chance of winning. And even if I lose, with the special abilities of my superpower, I should have no problem escaping from here. Zhou Zining thought to herself. After thinking about this, Zhou Zining nodded to the dignitaries and agreed to their request. She really didn't want the revitalization base, where order was well maintained, to be flooded with blood. But if things are not right and the enemy is indeed too strong, then Zhou Zining will have no choice but to run for his life. Just when Zhou Zining agreed to the request of the dignitaries, Zhang Tianlong and others came to kill them. They are coming. Everyone, be prepared for battle, use all the guns, cannons, and grenades you need. Zhou Zining said seriously. Upon hearing this, those who were holding hot weapons could not rush forward. They activated the hot weapons in their hands and bombarded Zhang Tianlong and others. Zhou Zining was also not vague. She used her fire-controlling ability to create more than a dozen powerful fireballs and attack the enemy. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions that resounded through the heavens and earth continued to be heard. The original positions of Zhang Tianlong and others were bombarded madly and filled with smoke. However, when the smoke cleared, Zhou Zining discovered that there were only 2 bodies of the psychics, while the others had already dispersed and were rushing towards Zhou Zining and others. Humph. Do you think I don't know you have hot weapons in your hands? If you are prepared, why don't I be prepared? As long as the formation is dispersed enough, your thermal weapons firepower is not enough to cover us, the superpowers who move very fast. Zhang Tianlong sneered. Just as Zhang Tianlong said this, 6 psychics led by him had already rushed into the crowd. At a certain distance, ordinary people holding firearms still pose some threat to them. But once they get close, these ordinary people are like ants in front of the psychics. Chapter 84 Zhou Zining's request for help. Ahawk. Soon, screams were heard one after another. People holding hot weapons were slaughtered crazily, and before long, they were all killed. The situation of Zhou Zining, a psychic, was also very bad. While those ordinary people were still alive, she had to face the siege of at least 3 psychics. And when all those ordinary people died, she would have to face the siege of 6 people with special powers. Oh. I tried my best, but I really can't beat them. I'd better run away as soon as possible and see if I can find some help from outside. Zhou Zining thought to herself. Afterwards, Zhou Zining used her second superpower, acceleration. She started to run away, and Zhang Tianlong and others began to chase her. But Zhang Tianlong and the others' speed was constant, and even if they used all their strength they couldn't go much faster. After Zhou Zining used her acceleration ability, her movement speed became faster and faster, and she eventually left Zhang Tianlong and others behind and successfully escaped from the Jinqing base. Damn it! We actually let that bitch Zhou Zining escape, Zhang Tianlong said dissatisfiedly. Thinking of Zhou Zining's graceful figure, fair skin, and beautiful appearance, a surge of evil fire surged in Zhang Tianlong's heart. He really wanted to hold Zhou Zining, the most beautiful woman in the revitalization base, under his body. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that Zhou Zining actually had the ability to accelerate, which eventually allowed her to escape, which made him very upset. Brother Zhang, let that bitch Zhou Zining run away, she's not a threat to us anyway. Let us first smash the heads of the powerful people in the building and snatch all the women from them, so that the brothers can enjoy themselves, said a little brother with superpowers. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlong nodded. Then, the 6 of them rushed into the depths of the building as if they were in an empty space. After seeing them, the powerful people burst into tears and knelt down to beg for mercy, but it was useless. Zhang Tianlong and his men twisted off the heads of these powerful people without hesitation and robbed them of their supplies and women. In the end, all the powerful people in the building were killed, and all the ugly women were slaughtered. Only a few dozen beauties were left and they were gathered together, ready to be enjoyed. Ha ha ha. Brothers, just take any woman you like away. We must have a good time today. Zhang Tianlong laughed wantonly. Brother Zhang is wise. The next moment, the psychics looked at those beauties with extremely lustful eyes. Soon, the building was filled with the shrill screams of beauties and the unbridled laughter of the psychics. Ha! I finally escaped from the Jinqing base. Next, I can try to find some external aid and see if I can use it to defeat Zhang Tianlong and his gang. If it really doesn't work, then I can only take care of myself and keep myself alive. I have done my best to revitalize the base, Zhou Zining said with a breath. After saying that, Zhou Zining rushed towards the Dragon King Society headquarters without hesitation. The situation of the Dragon King Society is known to everyone in the Jinlin supernatural world at this time. This organization claims to be well ordered and fair in dealings, but Zhou Zining doesn't know if it's true. But now Zhou Zining's only option is to ask the Dragon King for help. Apart from the Dragon King Society, the other supernatural forces in Jinlin have absolutely no chance of quelling the riot at the revitalization base. Therefore, not long after, Zhou Zining came to the revitalization base. I want to join the Dragon King Society. I want to meet the boss of the Dragon King Society. Zhou Zining shouted loudly as soon as she entered the door. As he spoke, Zhou Zining demonstrated his fire ability. After seeing her firepower, the receptionist in the Dragon King Club Hall did not dare to neglect her and immediately went forward respectfully to greet Zhou Zining and informed his superiors. Not long after, Lin Wanxiang learned that a fire-controlling psychic with considerable strength wanted to join the Dragon King Society. Let the psychic wait for me in the hall for a while, I will go to see her soon, Lin Wanxiang said. After saying that, Lin Wanxiang started rushing towards the Dragon King Club Hall. After arriving at the hall, he saw a top beauty with fair skin, big breasts, a nice butt, a slim waist and long legs. And this beauty also reveals a lazy and mature temperament, which is very attractive. TSK. A beauty of this level, and a powerful psychic, I'm afraid only Brother Tian can handle her. Regardless of whether or not I can successfully recruit her into the Dragon King Club, I must tell Brother Tian about her existence, Lin Wanxiang thought to himself. After thinking about this, Lin Wanxiang walked to Zhou Zining again. I heard that you want to join the Dragon King Society? Lin Wanxiang asked. That's right. My name is Zhou Zining, I'm a pretty powerful psychic, and I want to join the Dragon King Club today. But I have a condition. If this condition is fulfilled, it will be of great benefit to your Dragon King Association. I wonder if you can agree to it, Zhou Zining said. Conditions? Interesting. Tell me about them, Lin Wanxiang said. I come from a shelter that was originally built before the apocalypse to cope with the S3 season. This shelter is called the Revitalization Base. However, just today, a riot broke out in the Revitalization Base. Other psychics had killed all the powerful people and stole all the supplies and beauties. So I hope that you, the Dragon King Association, can put down the riot at the Jinqing base, and take down the Jinqing base at the same time, so that order can be restored there, Zhou Zining said. After Zhou Zining finished speaking, Lin Wanxiang couldn't help but look stern. Apart from anything else, the 4 words revitalization base alone are enough to attract Lin Wanxiang's attention. Because this revitalization base is the place that Yi Tian asked Lin Wanxiang to find early this morning, and it is the newly refreshed sign-in location in Yi Tian's system. As for quelling riots, it was not a big deal in Lin Wanxiang's view. With the current strength of the Dragon King Society, there should be no problem in building a revitalization base. Even if there is a problem, Lin Wanxiang can notify Yi Tian and let Yi Tian take action. As long as Yi Tian takes action, Lin Wanxiang believes that no matter what kind of enemy it is, it will be easily crushed by Yi Tian. I agree to your condition. We, the Dragon King, will be able to quell the riot at the Jinqing base by tomorrow morning at the latest. You can rest assured. Lin Wanxiang said confidently. Hearing this, Zhou Zining nodded. Okay. Then after the riot at the revitalization base is quelled, I will officially join the Dragon King Society. Zhou Zining said. Afterwards, Lin Wanxiang and Zhou Zining had another detailed conversation and learned about the general situation of the revitalization base. Immediately afterwards, Lin Wanxiang arranged a luxurious villa for Zhou Zining so that she could have a good rest. After Zhou Zining left, Lin Wanxiang immediately called Yi Tian. Brother Tian. What great news! The revitalization base has been found, and a top-notch beauty has escaped from the base, the kind who is qualified to enter your shelter. Lin Wanxiang said excitedly after the call was connected. Oh? The revitalization base was found so quickly? And it comes with a top beauty? I understand. I'll come here right away. Yi Tian said. Afterwards, Yi Tian hung up the phone, said something to his maids, and left the shelter, heading towards the Dragon King Society headquarters. Chapter 85 Zhou Zining's Little Plan. In the meeting room of the Dragon King Society headquarters. Miss Zhou, let me introduce him to you. This is Yi Tian, the real leader of the Dragon King Society. We all call him Brother Tian or Lord Tian. Brother Tian's strength is unfathomable. This time, as long as Brother Tian leads the team, it will be effortless for us to quell the riot at the Jinqing base. Lin Wanxiang said confidently. Hearing this, Zhou Zining nodded and looked at Yi Tian with her beautiful eyes. Zhou Zining had also heard something about Yi Tian. He was very famous in the circle of supernatural people in Jinlin City. There are even many people who call Yi Tian the strongest psychic in Jinlin City, no doubt about it. Zhou Zining didn't know whether this rumor was true or not, but as the saying goes, there is no false reputation under a great name. Even if the rumors about Yi Tian were false, he must be a very powerful psychic. Hello, Brother Tian. My name is Zhou Zining. I escaped from the Jinqing base and asked the Dragon King for help. I hope that Brother Tian can lead the team and help me quell the rebellion in the Jinqing base. By then, the Jinqing base can be formally incorporated into the Dragon King Association and become one of its branches, further expanding the power of the Dragon King Association. Zhou Zining said. As she spoke, Zhou Zining revealed a brilliant smile. She was so beautiful when she smiled that Yi Tian, who was used to seeing beautiful women, was stunned for a few seconds. Afterwards, Yi Tian looked at Zhou Zining with an extremely playful look, his eyes full of aggression. Ms. Zhou, it's not difficult for me to help you quell the riot at the Jinqing base, but I have no interest in expanding my influence to the Jinqing base. In this case, why should I help you? Can you give me any benefits that interest me? Yi Tian asked playfully. Faced with Yi Tian's question, Zhou Zining was stunned. She had told Yi Tian before that there were a lot of supplies in the revitalization base, and as long as the riots there were quelled, the Dragon King Society could loot all of these supplies. Isn't Yi Tian tempted by so many supplies? Brother Tian, what exactly do you want? What price should I pay in exchange for you to help me quell the riot at the Jinqing base? Zhou Zining asked. Hearing this, an evil smile appeared at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth. He looked at Zhou Zining's beautiful face and graceful figure with an aggressive gaze, and was full of admiration in his heart. I want you. Yi Tian said. After Yi Tian finished speaking, Zhou Zining sighed helplessly. She knew that she was extremely beautiful and many men wanted to have sex with her. Now it seems that the Dragon King in front of him will be the real helmsman, and he may be the strongest man in Jinlin City, and he also covets her beauty. However, Zhou Zining did not want to commit herself to a man so easily. Zhou Zining has a certain sense of morality, but it is not like the noble Virgin Mary. She has a certain sense of belonging to the revitalization base, and also wants to save the people there. However, this sense of belonging is not actually that strong, and there is no urgency to save people. Zhou Zining is the kind of person who takes many things lightly. She thinks that if the revitalization base can be saved, that would be the best. If it cannot be saved, that's fine too. If saving the revitalization base doesn't require Zhou Zining to pay too much, she would be happy to do so. Otherwise, she would be unhappy. Forget it, I came to the Dragon King Club just to give it a try and see if it works. Now it seems that you may be able to quell the riot at Jinqing base, but the price I have to pay is too high, so forget it, let's end this matter here. Zhou Zining said. After saying that, Zhou Zining was ready to turn around and leave the Dragon King Society completely. In her opinion, if the revitalization base cannot be saved, then it cannot be saved. At worst, she will just have to live alone in the future. As a person with 2 superpowers, how could Zhou Zining starve to death? Looking at Zhou Zining, who stood up and prepared to leave, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Lin Wanxiang's eyes. Humph. It's your blessing that Brother Tian likes you, but how can you, a woman, still be so ungrateful? Do you know how many women want to take the initiative to sleep with Brother Tian? After following Brother Tian, you can enjoy delicious food every day, take a bath without worrying about water consumption, and enjoy various leisure and entertainment facilities. Why not be Brother Tian's woman? Lin Wanxiang said. Hearing this, Zhou Zining was stunned. Putting aside other things for now, Zhou Zining was very excited just by what Lin Wanxiang said. You can take a shower at will without worrying about the consumption of water resources. As the second strongest psychic in the revitalization base, Zhou Zining was not short of food, but he was really short of water. In other words, in this doomsday, except Yi Tian and Yi Tian's woman, everyone else is short of water, and the bosses of the supernatural forces are no exception. In this case, being able to take a bath without worrying about water consumption is very tempting to everyone, especially women who love beauty. Take Zhou Zining for example. As the second strongest psychic in the revitalization base, she actually hasn't taken a bath for 3 days and feels very uncomfortable. So she was very eager to take a bath. Are you serious? As your woman, I can take a bath at will without caring about water consumption? Zhou Zining asked in shock. That's right. I have plenty of water resources. You can use them however you want, as long as you are willing to be my woman. Yi Tian said with a smile. As he spoke, Yi Tian waved his hand, and buckets of water in various shampoos, shower gels and other toiletries appeared in front of Zhou Zining. As long as you agree to be my woman, you can use this water as you like. Whether you want to drink it or take a bath, it's up to you. Yi Tian said. Looking at the water resources that suddenly appeared in front of her and listening to Yi Tian's tempting words, Zhou Zining couldn't help but take a deep breath and fell into thought. I don't believe that anyone can provide unlimited water resources. He probably took out this water just to seduce me and make me agree to be his woman. After I really become his woman, there is no way he will be able to supply me with unlimited supply of such a precious thing as water. To put it bluntly, this should be a one-time deal, and I can't be fooled by him. Since he wants to deceive me, it's not too much for me to deceive him, right? Next, I will use this water to take a good bath, and then use the acceleration ability to escape. Zhou Zining thought to herself. After thinking about this, Zhou Zining gave Yi Tian a gentle smile and nodded. Brother Tian, I agree to be your woman. Zhou Zining said hypocritically. Hearing this, Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. Well, then you should take this water down with you and clean your body. After you clean your body, I will come and taste you. Yi Tian said evilly. No problem, Brother Tian. After that, Zhou Zining took water and toiletries to the bathroom of the Dragon King Society and washed her body carefully. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth. This Zhou Zining probably has her own little plans in mind. I want to see what she can do for me next. Yi Tian thought to himself. Chapter 86. Want to escape? Come back and get beaten. After waiting for a while, Zhou Zining finished her bath. She changed into a black silk hip-hugging dress and walked in front of Yi Tian. She exuded an alluring fragrance that made people's blood boil. Looking at Zhou Zining, who was washed clean and dressed very seductively, Yi Tian couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Miss Zhou, please come with me to a room. I want to taste you well. Yi Tian said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhou Zining couldn't help but reveal a triumphant smile. Brother Tian, thank you for giving me so much water so that I can take a good bath. I don't know how to begin to thank you. It's a pity that I don't want to be your woman, I'm sorry. Zhou Zining said mischievously. The next moment, Zhou Zining decisively turned around and ran away. She used her acceleration ability to the extreme, her speed soared continuously in a short period of time, and she ran out of the gate of the Dragon King Society almost in an instant. Looking at Zhou Zining, who escaped from his sight in a flash, Eton shook his head with a helpless look. Ah! I thought this woman could do something good for me, but she just ran away after taking a shower. How boring. It's not easy to escape from me, so I'll let her run for a few minutes first. When she thought she had run far away, I would catch up with her in an instant and let this woman who dared to play tricks on me experience what despair is. Yi Tian said playfully. Yi Tian did not chase after Zhou Zining, who was running away immediately, but instead turned on his supervision and kept his lock on her. About 30 seconds later, Zhou Zining's speed was increased to an upper limit. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Zhou Zining was as fast as lightning at this moment. She ran from the Dragon King Society headquarters in the center of Jinlin City to the edge of Jinlin City in one breath. After arriving at an unfinished building on the edge of the city, Zhou Zining finally stopped running and breathed a sigh of relief. Ha! He can't possibly catch up with me after running here, right? I should be safe now. Next, I'll have a good rest in this unfinished house, and then go somewhere else to find food and water. From now on, I will have to survive independently in this apocalypse, but luckily I am a person with special abilities, so surviving should not be a problem. Zhou Zining said after she exhaled. However, just as Zhou Zining breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to rest, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Ms. Zhou, I have to admit that you are really fast at running. It's a pity that your speed is far from enough in front of me. After hearing this voice, Zhou Zining suddenly turned around, and what came into her sight was Yi Tian's smiling face. Zhou Zining widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. No. Impossible. I have already increased my speed to the limit and have been running wildly for several minutes. How could you possibly catch up with me? Can your speed be faster than the speed I have increased to the limit with my acceleration skill? Zhou Zining asked in shock. In response to Zhou Zining's question, Yi Tian sneered disdainfully. Not to mention Zhou Zining's current speed, even if her speed was 10 times faster, it would still not be enough in Yi Tian's eyes. Ms. Zhou, the facts have proven that your speed is indeed not enough in front of me. I advise you to surrender now. If you surrender now and go back to be my maid, then I can punish you less severely. Yi Tian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zining's brows furrowed into a shape. She doesn't believe in evil. I really don't believe it. How could my speed, which I am so proud of, not be able to get rid of him? Zhou Zining thought viciously in her heart. The next moment, Zhou Zining used all of her supernatural powers to activate her acceleration ability, instantly increasing her speed to the extreme. Then there was a swish sound, and Zhou Zining slipped away again, disappearing without a trace. Faced with Zhou Zining's escape again, Yi Tian felt a little impatient. This slippery woman, I will definitely teach her a lesson when I catch her. Yi Tian said with a frown. This time, Yi Tian still used his supervision to lock onto Zhou Zining. A few minutes later, Zhou Zining ran a long distance again and came to an abandoned factory. When she stopped, her face looked pale and she was breathing heavily, obviously very tired. Well, I ran farther this time. He can't catch up with me, right? Zhou Zining said. However, the next moment, Yi Tian's voice sounded in her ears again. Miss Zhou, why are you so slippery like a loach? Can you still run now? Run again and let me see. Yi Tian said disdainfully. Looking at Yi Tian with a look of disdain on his face, Zhou Zining felt desperate. The speed of escape that she was so proud of seemed like a joke in front of Yi Tian. At this point her physical strength had been basically exhausted, and it was impossible for her to use the acceleration skill to escape quickly. And even if she could speed up, Zhou Zining knew that she would never be able to escape from Yi Tian's grasp. After realizing this, Zhou Zining accepted her fate. Brother Tian, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have run away. I will keep my promise and be your woman. I only ask you to spare my life. Zhou Zining begged for mercy. As she spoke, she gave Yi Tian an extremely brilliant smile. The smile was so beautiful that it made people's heart move. However, although he was moved, Yi Tian wanted to accept her, but he had no intention of giving up the idea of punishing her. As long as you behave as my maid, I can certainly spare your life. But you didn't keep your promise first and tried to play a trick on me. I have to settle this account with you. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of living, Eton said viciously. The next moment, Eton held Zhou Zining in his arms. Immediately afterwards, the sound of pa continued to be heard. Eton's left hand hit Zhou Zining's perky breasts hard and repeatedly, making her cry out. Woo woo! Brother Tian, please stop hitting me, please stop. It hurts, it hurts. Woo woo! Zhou Zining begged. Facing Zhou Zining's pleading, Eton sneered and showed no intention of stopping. He continued to hit Zhou Zining's perky breasts hard, causing her to scream in pain and feel extremely regretful. After the heavy blow, Zhou Zining felt that her perky body no longer belonged to her and was numb from the pain. Zhou Zining, will you dare to? I won't dare to do that again. I won't dare to do that again. Master, from now on I will be your loyal little maid. I will do whatever you want me to do and I will never resist. Hearing this, Eton nodded with satisfaction. Such a slippery woman should be hit hard to teach her a lesson. Very good. Then I will take you to my shelter now, and I will let the maids there teach you the maid code. After you understand the maid code, I will taste you well. If you dare to act like a demon again, don't blame me for being rude. Eton said coldly. Don't worry, master. I will never act like a demon again, Zhou Zining said immediately. Eton nodded with satisfaction. Then, Eton hugged Zhou Zining's slender waist and flew to the door of the shelter with her as fast as possible. Chapter 87. Another psychic becomes a maid, Su Qingyue's husband. In Eton's shelter. Wow! It's so warm and comfortable here. Moreover, there are all kinds of infrastructure here, and there are also many recreational facilities such as playgrounds and swimming pools, Zhou Zining exclaimed. After entering the shelter and feeling the comfort inside, Zhou Zining felt that the pain in her penis had lessened a bit, and her whole mood became much better. Eton smiled knowingly at Zhou Zining's exclamation. He was already used to it. Every maid who comes to the shelter for the first time will inevitably express similar feelings. After all, this shelter is truly a paradise in the end times. There is a swimming pool, and the water in the pool is so full and doesn't look turbid. Could it be that, master, you really have an unlimited supply of the extremely precious water resources here? Zhou Zining asked in disbelief. As long as you are obedient, act like a good maid, and serve me well, then I will keep my promise. You can use water resources as you like, they are not that precious to me, Eton said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhou Zining was overjoyed. Although being Eton's maid doesn't sound very respectable, it's the end of the world now. Can respectability be used to make a living? As long as you can let go of the burden in your heart, then from the perspective of benefits, being Eton's maid will definitely be very comfortable. Afterwards, Eton called the maid trainer Shin Xian over. Xian, this new maid is named Zhou Zining. She just took a bath not long ago, so you don't need to take her to take a bath. Next, you just need to teach her the rules of a maid and make her behave like a maid, Eton said calmly. I understand, master, Shin Xian said respectfully. Immediately afterwards, Shin Xian took Zhou Zining away and brainwashed her severely. After the two women left, Eton lay down on the sofa, took out his mobile phone and contacted Lin Wanxiang. Shaolin, you must organize your men immediately and come with me to quell the riot at the Jinqing base tomorrow morning, Eton said. Understood, brother Tian. I will organize the staff right away, and I will go with you to the revitalization base tomorrow. I'm afraid you won't be needed by then, just leave the few superpowers in the revitalization base to us, Lin Wanxiang said. Hearing this, Eton nodded. After that, Eton and Lin Wanxiang exchanged a few more words and then hung up the phone. Ha! It will take some time for Shin Xian to train Zhou Zining. During this time, I will find some other maids to serve me, Eton thought evilly. Afterwards, Eton called over the 5 girls, Yu Qiutong, Su Qingyue, Xia Yingchen, Gao Lu Jingxiang and Sun Jingwan. Among these 5 women, Yu Qiutong and Sun Jingwan are other people's fiancés, which can be considered as half-wives, and the taste is special. However, Su Qingyue, Xia Yingchen and Gao Lu Shizuka are complete wives, and they taste even better. Therefore, Eton called these 5 women into the room, with the purpose of letting them taste this extremely delicious married woman meal and be a real thief. Master, you called us here at this time, could it be that you want to? Su Qingyue asked with a red face. He. Is there any need to say more? Eton said evilly. Hearing this, the 3 wives and 2 half-wives couldn't help but blush and looked at Eton shyly. Looking at the 5 shy beauties in front of him, Eton couldn't help but feel excited. The next moment, a unique and exciting exchange meeting began between the 6 of them. They had heated discussions at the meeting, pushing the atmosphere of the meeting to a climax time and time again. The entire exchange meeting was filled with a strange atmosphere, and the pleasant and melodious sounds like silver bells continued. By the time the exchange meeting was over, the 5 beauties were exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. And Eton still looked energetic. However, although his physical strength was far from exhausted, the evil heart of Chow was extremely satisfied. Ha! After finishing the married woman's set meal, it's time to change to a different flavor. Shin Shiyan should have trained Zhou Zining almost enough, right? It's time for me to call her over. Eton said with a smile. Afterwards, Eton asked Shin Shiyan to bring Zhou Zining over. After Zhou Zining entered the room, Shin Shiyan retreated silently. Master. I'm here, let us go next woo-woo. Before the shy Zhou Zining could say a few words, Eton took her into his arms and covered her mouth. Then, a wonderful exchange meeting started in the room. The discussion at this exchange meeting was much less intense than the previous one. After all, this is Zhou Zining's first time attending such an exchange meeting, so Eton has to be gentle in his discussion with her, otherwise he might hurt her. However, even though Eton was as gentle as possible, Zhou Zining was still tortured to death during the discussion. It can be said that she was in pain and happy at the same time. By the time the exchange meeting ended, Zhou Zining had completely lost consciousness and fainted here. Well, let's stop here for today. I'll go to the revitalization base tomorrow morning to sign in and suppress the riot there. Then I'll come back and have fun with the other maids. Eton said with a smile. Afterwards, Eton also lay down on the bed, closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Just as Eton was enjoying various delicious meals in the shelter, a man in a villa in the Magic City saw a photo. This photo made the man furious, and he wanted to tear the couple in the photo apart. Su Qingyue. And Eton, who was hugging Su Qingyue. I will definitely find you, and then torture you severely, making your life worse than death, said the man viciously. This man's name was Wu Shen. He was a wealthy businessman before the end of the world and was also Su Qingyue's legal husband. A few days before the end of the world, Wu Shen bid farewell to Su Qingyue and went to the Magic City to discuss business. However, he had just arrived in the Magic City and had not yet finalized the deal when the end of the world arrived. And after the end of the world, Wu Shen accidentally broke his cell phone, causing him to be unable to contact anyone. Under such circumstances, Wu Shen should have been dead for sure. Su Qingyue thought that Wu Shen was dead, and she was really hungry and thirsty at the time, so she chose to be Eton's maid. However, unexpectedly, Wu Shen not only did not die, but also awakened superpowers, and the strength of his superpowers was extremely high. After awakening his special powers, Wu Shen directly started the I don't eat beef mode, killing people in the Magic City, grabbing resources, women, and territories. By now, Wu Shen has become the boss of the Tianwu Association, one of the 3 major supernatural forces in the Magic City. After becoming the boss, Wu Shen was obsessed with the bodies of various beauties for a while and couldn't extricate himself. He never thought about Su Qingyue at all. However, when he got tired of playing with all these beauties, he suddenly remembered Su Qingyue, his legal wife before the end of the world. Afterwards, Wu Shen asked his men to investigate Su Qingyue's situation. The subordinates in charge of the investigation finally found out that Su Qingyue had followed Eton. This made Wu Shen feel like he was being cuckolded, so he was now furious. Humph. Eton, huh? Sooner or later I will tear you and that bitch Su Qingyue to pieces. Wu Shen said coldly. The next moment, Wu Shen began to gather the best players in the Tianwu Association, discussing how to rush to Jinlin and teach Eton and Su Qingyue a severe lesson. Chapter 88: The beautiful young woman in the basement of the revitalization base. Eton didn't know that a boss of a superpower force in the Demon City had already set his sights on him. Of course, even if he knew, Eton would not take it to heart. He was very confident in his own strength, and he didn't take this supernatural being in the end times seriously at all. The 30th day of the apocalypse passed in a flash. The morning of the 31st day of the last days. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength increased a little bit. Ha! It's time to get down to business. What we have to do this time is related to Zhou Zining, so I'll take her with me. Eton said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Eton said hello to the other maids and took Zhou Zining out of the shelter. Zhou Zining is a psychic with fairly good strength and can definitely withstand the severe cold outside. Therefore, Eton didn't need to drive her. He just needed to hold her slender waist and fly with her. Soon, Eton brought Zhou Zining to the Dragon King Hall. At this time, 32 psychics, led by Lin Wanxiang, had gathered in the Dragon King Club Hall. Brother Tian, I have gathered all the people. 32 people with special abilities are fighting against the 7 people with special abilities in the revitalization base. We are sure to win, Lin Wanxiang said confidently. Because of Yi Tian's presence, the Dragon King Society has already defeated several large-scale superpower forces in a row. Under such circumstances, the Dragon King Society became famous and attracted many other people with special abilities to join. Therefore, at this time, the number of people with special abilities in the Dragon King Society has reached nearly 100. As long as the opponent is not too strong, Yi Tian does not need to take action at all. He just needs to inform Lin Wanxiang and Lin Wanxiang can help Yi Tian clear the obstacles. Well, that's good. 32 psychics should be enough, you guys should set off quickly, Yi Tian said. Yes, Brother Tian. After saying that, Lin Wanxiang led 31 psychics and marched towards the revitalization base in a mighty manner. But Yi Tian was not in a hurry. He took good care of Zhou Zining in a room of the Dragon King Club before preparing to set off. Yi Tian turned on his supervision and quickly saw the situation of the revitalization base. Well, Lin Wanxiang and the others have already arrived at the gate of the revitalization base, so it's time for me to go over there, Yi Tian said with a smile. Afterwards, Yi Tian held Zhou Zining and flew out at an extremely fast speed. Soon, Yi Tian caught up with Lin Wanxiang and the others. Shaolin, just charge in. I'll be backing you up, so you don't have to worry, Yi Tian said. Yes, Brother Tian. After receiving the order, 32 psychics led by Lin Wanxiang swarmed in and arrived at the gate of the revitalization base. This gate is very strong, but it is useless. Yi Tian directly used thermal vision to burn a big hole in the gate, allowing Lin Wanxiang and others to enter smoothly. After entering, what caught my eye was a scene of blood and debauchery. There was blood everywhere in the base, and the bodies of many men and ugly women were piled up in the base, with no one cleaning up. As for the women who were somewhat pretty, their eyes were dull as they silently endured the attacks of several psychics. Damn it, you bitch, scream. Stop acting like a puppet. Mrs. Li, you don't want me to chop off your son's head, do you? If you don't want to, then cooperate with me, otherwise. Ha! The young lady from before the apocalypse? Oh my! Before the apocalypse, I would feel inferior if I looked at you for even a second, but now you can only submit to me. So cool! Several people with special powers were having a great time playing with women. They vented all the resentment that they had accumulated before the apocalypse and a month after the apocalypse on these women. TSK. As expected, when the people with special abilities just realized that they could do I don't eat beef, the ordinary people around them were in trouble. Xiaolin, you should quickly take your men to kill those psychics and then occupy this place. As for these women, the brothers can take the ones they like, and throw the ones they don't like to other places in the Dragon King Society to do rough work, Yi Tian said. Hearing this, Lin Wanxiang nodded. Afterwards, he led his psychics to encircle and suppress the psychics in the revitalization base. It has to be admitted that the strength of the psychics in the revitalization base is indeed quite good. If it is a one-on-one fight, each of them is as strong as Lin Wanxiang. Unfortunately, however, each of the psychics from the 6 revitalization bases present had to face the siege of 5 to 6 psychics from the Dragon King Society. In this case, their strength is not enough. Soon, the psychics of the 6 revitalization bases were surrounded and wiped out by the psychics of the Dragon King Society, leaving no one alive. After killing these 6 psychics, the psychics of the Dragon King Society followed Yi Tian's instructions and gathered the beauties they liked together, and put the other women on the other side. The end of the world is so cruel. Women who are beautiful but have no strength can only become playthings. Yi Tian had no intention of showing mercy to them. After all, this was the rule of the end times, and no one could change it in a short period of time. But to be honest, being able to become a plaything for a woman with special abilities of the Dragon King Society is actually considered good. At least they will not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. At most they will eat worse and wear worse clothes, and they will still need to sleep with the emperor. Although it was a little humiliating, at least I could survive. After dealing with these women, Eton looked at Zhou Zining, who was in his arms. Zining, according to what you said, there should be a total of 7 psychics left in the revitalization base, but now there are only 6 here. Does that mean there is still a superpower that we haven't found yet? Eton asked. Well, there is one last psychic named Zheng Tianlong. He is the strongest psychic in the entire revitalization base, and his strength is even stronger than mine, Zhou Zining said. Hearing this, Eton understood. Then, Eton ordered Lin Wanxiang and others, search the Jinqing base carefully and bring all the living people here. In addition, all the materials you have collected should be gathered here and taken back together when the time comes. Lin Wanxiang and others nodded, and then began to search the revitalization base carefully, not letting go of any living person or any supplies. Eton once again activated his supervision and used his farsightedness and perspective abilities to search for Zheng Tianlong. When Eton looked towards the underground of the central building of the revitalization base, he couldn't help but look stern, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. TSK. I was wondering why Zheng Tianlong didn't show up here to play with women. Turns out he was plotting for even more stunning beauties, Eton said with a smile. Through perspective, Eton discovered that Zheng Tianlong was frantically bombing the large iron door in the basement of the central building. In the basement of the central building lived a couple and a little girl. My husband is tall and handsome, with the temperament of a mature man. Before the end of the world, he would probably be able to charm a lot of young girls. His wife is a very beautiful young woman with a mature temperament. Eton feels moved just by looking at her. As for the little girl, she is very cute and is most likely the couple's daughter. In addition, this couple also faintly revealed the aura of superiors. Eton estimated that they were powerful people before Doomsday. That young woman in the basement is pretty good. I have to find a way to take her down. Maybe this Zheng Tianlong can give me an assist. Eton thought evilly. Chapter 89, Eton Prefecture Governor Ma Yuling. Ma Yuling. Revitalization base, in front of the basement door of the central building. He. Ma Yuling, you don't want your husband and daughter to die tragically at my hands, do you? If you don't want to, then come out now and serve me well. As long as you serve me well, I will let your husband and daughter go, Zheng Tianlong said with a lewd smile. Facing the aggressive Zheng Tianlong outside the door, Ma Yuling hugged her daughter tightly, trembling all over. Ma Yuling's husband Chen Tianbao comforted her, "Don't worry, the basement door is very strong, he can't get in." After hearing her husband's comfort, Ma Yuling nodded gently, but her body still couldn't help shaking. She was so scared. The couple were originally the most powerful among the powerful in Jinlin City, and were extremely high-ranking figures before the end of the world. Chen Tianbao served as the Chancellor of Eton Prefecture, a third-rank official. He was extremely powerful in Jinlin City before the end of the world. And his wife, the beautiful young woman Ma Yuling, was of a higher rank than him. She served as the prefect of Eton Prefecture and was a third-rank noble. The combination of these two people is a powerful alliance. Their power is ranked first not only in Jinlin City, but also in the whole of China. However, after the end of the world, everything is different. When the end of the world began, everyone had not yet reacted, and the fear of the powerful had not yet been eliminated, so many people still listened to them. However, now that the apocalypse has been over a month ago, those with special powers have completely become the protagonists of the apocalypse. Chen Tianbao and Ma Yuling, who had not awakened their special powers, suddenly saw their status plummet to the bottom and could only hide in the basement to survive. And it looks like they won't be able to survive for much longer. Zheng Tianlong stood outside the door and waited for a while. Seeing that Ma Yuling showed no sign of coming out, he gradually became impatient. "You stinky bitch. Do you think you are so precious that you don't want to come out and serve me? What time is it now? Don't you have any idea? Are you still thinking that you are the prefect of Eton before the end of the world? I tell you, your status as the prefect of Eton before the apocalypse is useless after the apocalypse. Not only can it not provide you with any protection, it will also make me more excited when I play with you," Zheng Tianlong yelled. Faced with Zheng Tianlong's shouting and cursing, the family of 3 hiding in the basement still did not respond. Because they knew that it was useless to reply. Zhang Tianlong outside the door just wanted to play with Ma Yulin, and nothing they said could make him change his mind. Now the only thing the family of three can hope for is that the basement door is strong enough to stop Zhang Tianlong. However, ideals are full, but reality is extremely skinny. The door of the basement was indeed very thick, but it was not enough to stop Zhang Tianlong. Humph. It seems like you, bitch, are not planning to come out. That's fine, I'll just blow the door open next. Let you watch your husband and daughter die, and then I will play with you until you die. Zhang Tianlong said with a sneer. The next moment, Zhang Tianlong was ready to attack with all his strength. He has 3 special powers: physical enhancement, eye laser shooting, and fire control. These 3 superpowers are extremely powerful when used together. If used well, it is not impossible to defeat a superpower user with 4 superpowers. Therefore, Zhang Tianlong is very confident in his own strength, and he does not think that such a goal break can stop him. Flame laser. 2 sets of lasers shot out from Zhang Tianlong's eyes, and he began to cut the iron door of the basement frantically. At the same time, he also controlled the flame to attach to the laser, making the temperature of the laser higher and the cutting ability stronger. With the combination of these 2 powers, even though the iron door of the basement was made of the strongest alloy and had a good thickness, it was still being slowly cut. As long as this cutting process continues, it is only a matter of time before the iron gate is cut open. The family of 3 inside the door were stunned when they saw the iron door being gradually cut. Honey, what should we do? What should we do next? Ma Yuling asked in despair. I don't know what to do. We are not supernatural beings and cannot fight against him. If we want to survive, perhaps this is the only way. Chen Tianbao said helplessly. Chen Tianbao didn't finish his words, but Ma Yuling knew what he wanted to say. He simply wanted to sacrifice Ma Yuling to save himself and his daughter. Faced with her husband's attitude, Ma Yuling closed her eyes in despair. 2 lines of tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. She knew that her whole family was helpless, and she also knew that her husband really had no other choice. If you want to save your family's lives, the only option is to sacrifice Ma Yuling. But Ma Yuling was not resigned. Before the end of the world, she was the prefect of Yingtian Prefecture, a 3rd-rank official, but now she needs to marry an ordinary person before the end of the world in order to save the lives of her entire family. Oh. That's all, I'll just go out. Ma Yuling said in a crying voice. After saying that, Ma Yuling stood up and prepared to walk out the door, devoting herself to protecting her family. However, just as she stood up, there was a loud bang and the door of the basement collapsed. Zhang Tianlong walked in with a cold smile, looked at Ma Yuling as if he were his prey, and looked at Chen Tianbao and his daughter as if he were a corpse. I said, when I come in, I will make your husband and daughter die in front of you, and then I will play with you until you die. Now that I'm in, I'll keep my word. Zhang Tianlong said coldly. The next moment, Zhang Tianlong raised his left hand, and a large amount of flames attached to Chen Tianbao's body. Ahak! How could Chen Tianbao have ever suffered such torture? As a result, he was soon burned and let out a shrill scream. Wait! Let my family go. As long as you let them go, I will serve you well. You can play however you want. I will never resist and will cooperate. Ma Yuling said anxiously. Ha ha! You say you want to cooperate with me now? It's too late. As I said, I will do what I say. Zhang Tianlong sneered. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Tianlong snapped his fingers, and the flames attached to Chen Tianbao burned even more vigorously. Soon Chen Tianbao was burned to ashes, deader than dead. After Chen Tianbao's death, Zhang Tianlong turned his gaze to Ma Yuling's daughter again, with a cruel smile on his face. What a cute little girl, it's a pity that you can't play at such a young age. Then I can only let you go down and accompany your father. Zhang Tianlong sneered. Seeing this, Ma Yuling became really anxious. Although Ma Yuling was sad about the death of her husband Chen Tianbao, she did not do anything extreme. But my daughter is different. Ma Yuling's daughter is the apple of her eye and she must not let her daughter get hurt. Zhang Tianlong, I beg you. Please let my daughter go. You can do whatever you want to me, I just beg you to let her go. Whoa. Ma Yuling knelt down and begged with tears, and her look made me feel sorry for her. Mrs. Ma, don't be anxious. After your daughter dies, you will be the next one, but the way you die will be a little special. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tianlong laughed wildly. The next moment, a fireball appeared in Zhang Tianlong's hand and aimed at the little girl. Seeing this, Ma Yuling could only fly in front of her daughter and try to block the fireball for her. She and her daughter closed their eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. However, they waited and waited, but the fireball never came. Instead, they heard a bang. The curious mother and daughter opened their eyes, and what they saw was a tall and handsome man. It's Eton. Chapter 90, Mrs. Ma, you don't want to. You, who are you? Where is Zhang Tianlong? Ma Yuling asked fearfully. Hello, Mrs. Ma. My name is Yi Tian, and I am the leader of the Dragon King Society. Today I happen to bring people here to assess the riots at the revitalization base. As for Zhang Tianlong, he is now embedded in the wall and can't come out for a while. Yi Tian said with a smile. Hearing this, Ma Yuling looked towards a wall. I saw that Zhang Tianlong was deeply embedded in the wall and could not be dug out. Just when Zhang Tianlong was about to shoot a fireball, Yi Tian arrived in time and slapped Zhang Tianlong directly into the wall. At this time, Zhang Tianlong was seriously injured and had been beaten unconscious. Thank you. Thank you for saving us, mother and daughter. Ma Yuling said gratefully. In response to Ma Yuling's words of gratitude, Yi Tian smiled and shook his head. Mrs. Ma, there is no need to express gratitude, as it is of no practical use. I saved your life and your daughter's life, and I have the ability to help your husband's revenge. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Yi Tianxie said with a smile. Hearing this, Ma Yuling was stunned for a moment, then she sighed and understood. In these end times, order has completely collapsed and human morality has fallen to rock bottom. In this situation, how could anyone come to rescue them for no reason? So Yi Tian came to rescue them. He must have some plan for them. What could such a powerful man plot against the mother and daughter? Is this something that needs to be thought about? However, Ma Yuling still wanted to try one last time. What if Yi Tian was really a good person and he was not after her body? Brother Yi Tian, I wonder how you need me to repay you? Do you want money or power? I am the prefect of Yingtian Prefecture, and I can give you both. Ma Yuling said. Hearing this, Yi Tian laughed out loud and looked at Ma Yuling with a mocking look. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you still think you are the prefect of Yingtian before the end of the world? Money and power are of no use now. Having the strength of a supernatural being is the way to go in the end of the world. Yi Tian said with a sneer. Afterwards, Yi Tian began to look at Ma Yuling with an extremely aggressive gaze. Let me be frank, I just want your body, I'm a very honest person. Mrs. Ma, you don't want to see your daughter alone, do you? You don't want to see your husband die in vain, do you? As long as you are willing to dedicate yourself and become my maid, I can let you avenge your husband with your own hands, and your daughter, and you can live well in this end times. Yi Tian said. After Yi Tian finished speaking, Ma Yuling took a deep breath and then nodded heavily. She knew very clearly that she had no choice at all. If she rejected Yi Tian now, the consequences might be even worse than falling into the hands of Zhang Tianlong. But if she promised Yi Tian and sacrificed herself, then both she and her daughter would be able to live well, and her husband's revenge could be avenged. Okay. I'll be your maid. But you have to let me kill Zhang Tianlong with my own hands. Ma Yuling said after making up her mind. Hearing this, a smile of success appeared on Yi Tian's lips. He can have another unique maid. No problem. Zhang Tianlong has been knocked unconscious by me. You can do whatever you want to him. Yi Tian said with a smile. As he said that, Yi Tian handed Ma Yuling a very sharp knife. After taking the knife, Ma Yuling stabbed Zhang Tianlong, who was embedded in the wall, fiercely, and each stab hit the vital points. Although Zhang Tianlong is a person with enhanced physical abilities, theoretically an ordinary person cannot stab his body with a knife. But now Zhang Tianlong's body had been broken by Yi Tian, and his defense was greatly reduced, so Ma Yuling's knife could barely penetrate. Finally, after being stabbed countless times, Zhang Tianlong's heart stopped beating and he died. Okay. Zhang Tianlong has been killed by you, and your husband's revenge has been avenged. Now take your daughter and follow me. Yi Tian said. Ma Yuling nodded. Then she picked up her daughter, followed Yi Tian, and left the central building with Yi Tian. Soon, the group of three arrived at a square and met with Lin Wanxian, Zhou Zining, and others. After seeing Ma Yuling, who was extremely beautiful and had the aura of a superior, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. What a beautiful young woman. It seems that Brother Tian will be blessed this time. Lin Wanxiang exclaimed. TSK TSK. Such a gorgeous young woman will probably be taken to Tianya's own base to be properly trained. Wang Huayan said with a smile. Isn't this Lord Ma Yuling, a third-rank official? I didn't expect that you would also become Yi Tian's maid. Zhou Zining teased. Faced with the discussions of the crowd, Ma Yuling's face turned red all the way to her neck, and she was so shy that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Alright. Now that the riot at the Jinqing base has been quelled and all the supplies have been looted, it's time for us to go back. Shaolin, leave a few people here to guard, and the rest of you can go back to the headquarters with your supplies and the woman you like. Yi Tian said. Yes, brother Tian. Afterwards, Lin Wanxiang left a few people with special abilities here. After talking to them for a few words, Lin Wanxiang returned to the headquarters with other psychics and a large number of supplies and beauties. Phew! I'm pretty lucky this time. Coming to the revitalization base not only expanded the power of the Dragon King Society, but also got me such a gorgeous young woman. It's a huge profit. But besides these things, I have something more important to do. System, sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully at the revitalization base. The development level of Superman's Iron Man has increased by 5%. 100 tons of chicken, pork, beef, sheep, duck, goose and other poultry meats have been obtained, as well as 150 tons of various vegetables and fruits. As the system finished speaking, Yi Tian's physical fitness improved greatly again. At the same time, his wireless warehouse was filled with a lot of meat, vegetables, and fruits. This made Yi Tian, who already had sufficient material resources, even more abundant in supplies. Ha! Everything that needs to be done is done, let's go. Yi Tian said. Afterwards, Yi Tian took Zhou Zining, Ma Yuling, and Ma Yuling's daughter into his reinforced explosion-proof vehicle and drove towards the shelter. Soon, they entered the shelter. And the moment they entered Yi Tian's shelter, Ma Yuling and her daughter were shocked. It's so warm here? Is the air conditioner always on? This is such a waste of precious energy. And there is actually a swimming pool here. You actually use such precious water resources to fill the swimming pool? It's such a waste of resources. Ma Yuling exclaimed. Chapter 91, Beautiful Young Woman Becomes a Maid, Special Compilation. The revitalization base where Ma Yuling lived before was also a shelter built to cope with the S3 season. However, because the Doomsday came so suddenly, the energy stored in the revitalization base is not that much, and the water resources are not particularly abundant. Therefore, it is better to use energy and water relatively economically in revitalizing the base, and it is absolutely impossible to waste them like this. Looking at Ma Yuling's astonished expression, Yi Tian smiled knowingly. This look of shock has become a necessary operation for every maid when she comes to this shelter for the first time. No matter how good or bad the lives of these maids are in the outside world, they can never be as good as in the shelter. Because the energy and water resources in this shelter are almost unlimited. This is difficult to achieve anywhere else outside. Alright. Stop sighing for now. I'll find someone to take you to take a bath and teach you how to be a maid. You and your daughter will live here from now on. There are all kinds of delicious food here, and the water resources are also very sufficient. You can drink or take a bath as you like. Yi Tian said with a smile. Hearing this, Ma Yuling nodded. This place is so comfortable that Ma Yuling is reluctant to leave. After a while, Yi Tian called the maid trainer Xin Xian over. Xian, this is my new maid, Ma Yuling. Her identity before the apocalypse was not simple. She was the third-rank noble and the prefect of Yingtian Prefecture. You must give her a good bath and brainwash her after you take her away. Yi Tian said. I understand, master. I promise to complete the task. Xin Xian said confidently, patting her chest. Immediately afterwards, Xin Xian took Ma Yuling away to take a bath and brainwash her. After the two women left, Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief and an evil idea came to his mind. I have tried the master-disciple, sister, and wife set meals before. Can I try the weaving set meal next? Yi Tian thought evilly. Among Yi Tian's many maids, those who were on the payroll before the end of the world included university teacher Jiang Yufei, middle school teacher Chen Yao, the most beautiful girl in the police force Jiang Manlin, and Yingtian prefect Ma Yuling. If we have a feast with the beautiful young woman Ma Yuling, the prefect of Yingtian Prefecture, as the main dish, and two teachers and a policewoman as side dishes, the taste will surely be quite good. After thinking about this, the smile on Yi Tian's mouth became even more evil. After Shin Shiyan has finished instilling the maid code into Ma Yuling, I will gather the four of them together and prepare clothes suitable for their professions. Then the feast can be officially started. This delicious dish will definitely be very nice. He. Yi Tianxie said with a smile. Afterwards, Yi Tian notified Jiang Manlin, Zhang Yufei and Shen Yao, and asked them to take a shower and then come to their rooms. After receiving Yi Tian's notice, the three women did not dare to delay. They immediately washed themselves and came to Yi Tian's room together. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian took out 2 sets of clothes that an intellectual and beautiful teacher should wear and a set of clothes that was very suitable for the profession of a policewoman. Put on these clothes and show your temperament before the end of the world. Yi Tian said. After hearing Yi Tian's words, Jiang Manlin, Zhang Yufei and Shen Yao all nodded shyly. They understood that Yi Tian wanted to change his tactics again. Soon, the three beauties changed their clothes and gradually began to regain their pre-doomsday temperament. Zhang Yufei and Shen Yao taught and educated people before the end of the world, and they were full of intellectual beauty. As a policeman, Jiang Manlin exudes a fierce aura. Yeah, not bad. This is exactly the feeling I want. You guys just wait with me for a while, until the new maid comes. We'll have a good meal together with the new maid as the main dish and you three as the side dishes. Yi Tianxie said with a smile. Yes, master. After that, the four of them waited in the room for a while until Shin Shiyan brought Ma Yuling into the room. After Ma Yuling entered the room, she immediately looked at Yi Tian shyly, stammering, not knowing what to say. In fact, Ma Yuling knew very well in her heart that at this time she should say some very shameful words to please Yi Tian. But she really couldn't say it. From the prefect of Yingtian Prefecture to Yi Tian's maid, the identity change was not that fast. Even though she had been brainwashed by Shin Shiyan, Ma Yuling still felt very uncomfortable. TSK. Mrs. Ma, I don't think you look like you can be a maid at all. Yi Tian said with a smile. No. I can be a maid, absolutely. Ma Yuling said a little fearfully. She was not afraid that Yi Tian would do something to her, but she was really afraid that Yi Tian would drive her out. If she and her daughter were kicked out, she really wouldn't know how to survive. He. You don't have to be afraid. I just like your rebellious look now. If you are completely trained to be a maid, then the deliciousness of the meal I am going to eat next will be greatly reduced. Yi Tianxie said with a smile. As he said that, Yi Tian threw a set of work clothes that female nobles often wore to Ma Yuling and asked her to change into them. After Ma Yuling put on the clothes given by Yi Tian, her aura of a superior was immediately revealed. But this is not enough, Yi Tian still wants her to recover. Mrs. Ma, please try to recall how high and mighty you were before the end of the world. I hope you can recover so that it will be more fun to play with you. Yi Tian said evilly. Hearing this, Ma Yuling was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. As Yi Tian said, she began to recall her charm before the end of the world. Gradually, her aura of a superior became stronger and stronger, as if she could control everything. This temperament of a superior gave Jiang Manlin, Zhang Yufei and Shen Yao an indescribable feeling. It felt like meeting the big boss before the end of the world. After Yi Tian felt Ma Yuling's superior temperament, the smile on his face became extremely evil. He. That's right. That's exactly the feeling. The main dish of this feast should have this kind of temperament. Okay. It's getting late, let's get started. Yi Tian said evilly. The next moment, a communication meeting started in the room with Ma Yuling as the main speaker, and Jiang Manlin, Zhang Yufei and Shen Yao as the auxiliary speakers. Yi Tian took control of the entire exchange meeting and had heated discussions with the four girls, making the entire meeting full of climaxes. His discussion with Ma Yuling was particularly intense, which impressed the prefect of Yingtian Prefecture before the end of the world with his discussion skills and intensity. After the exchange meeting was over, the four girls, led by Ma Yuling, were exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Although Yi Tian did not feel tired, he felt extremely satisfied spiritually. So Yi Tian didn't bother the other maids and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 92, Doomsday Disaster Escalates. Yi Tian spent the second half of the 31st day of the apocalypse in absurdity. The morning of the 32nd day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. Ding. Host, please note that the apocalyptic disaster will escalate this afternoon. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength increased a little. But that's not the point. The key is the prompts given by the system. The apocalyptic disaster will escalate this afternoon? It seems that I have to remind Xiaolin to let the people of the Dragon King Society hide indoors quickly and not go out for the time being. Yi Tian decided. Then he immediately called Lin Wanxiang. Brother Tian? Why are you calling me at this time? Has something happened again? Lin Wanxiang asked. Shaolin, immediately stop all expansion and material collection activities of the Dragon King Society, gather all personnel indoors, and do not go out for the next period of time. I will distribute some supplies to the various branches of the Dragon King Society so that you can stay indoors longer. Yi Tian said. Hearing this, Lin Wanxiang was stunned. What is going on? The Dragon King Society was expanding well, so why did it suddenly ask everyone to go back indoors? Brother Tian, can you tell me why you do this? Lin Wanxiang asked. Shaolin, just follow my orders and you will know why we have to do this by this afternoon. Yi Tian said. Okay. Then I'll listen to you, Brother Tian. I will call back all the manpower immediately. Lin Wanxiang said. Afterwards, Yi Tian and Lin Wanxiang exchanged a few more words and then hung up the phone. Lin Wanxiang immediately went to notify the bosses of each gang and asked them to gather all the people back inside. Yi Tian said goodbye to his maids and left the shelter, traveling between the various halls of the Dragon King Society. Every time he arrived at a hall, Yi Tian would distribute some supplies to the people in that hall, enough for them to use for several days. By the time Lin Wanxiang called all the people back into the room and Yi Tian distributed supplies to each hall, it was already noon. The outside world was still freezing cold, no different from before. Well, I won't go back for now. I'll wait here for a while. I want to see what the enhanced version of the apocalypse will look like and what kind of changes it will bring to the world. Yi Tian said with interest. After saying that, Yi Tian flew to the roof of an abandoned building and waited silently. The enhanced version of the apocalyptic disaster can harm other people, but it will definitely not harm Yi Tian, who has developed Superman's Man of Steel to 39%. During the waiting period, Yi Tian also activated his superpowers of supervision and superhearing, constantly observing every detail around him. A few hours later, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 32nd day of the apocalypse. The weather, which was originally just cold and windy, suddenly changed. Some purple to black ice, snow and hail began to fall from the sky. At the beginning, the number of these purple to black ice, snow and hail was small and did not attract much attention. But as time went on, the amount of ice, snow and hail increased, to a level comparable to the poisonous ice and snow at the beginning of the apocalypse. When the apocalypse first arrived, the poisonous snow was only light purple, but now it's dark purple that's almost black. This is probably a more toxic form of poisonous ice and snow. I just wonder what new changes these poisonous ice and snow can bring? Yi Tian thought curiously. Yi Tian just stood upright on the roof of the abandoned building, using his body to withstand the enhanced poisonous ice and snow without any harm. But those who were still outside the house collecting supplies or doing other things were in trouble. Faced with the poisonous ice and snow that is purple to black, neither ordinary people nor ordinary psychics can resist it. Ah! Why is it snowing like this all of a sudden? I feel so uncomfortable all over. Help, help! Damn it! I'm a person with enhanced physical abilities, but I can't even withstand this kind of ice and snow? I don't want to die. The ice and snow power can't control the poison in the ice and snow, and the fire power can't block the poison in the ice and snow. It's over, it's all over now. With the blessing of superhearing and supervision, Yi Tian heard the screams of many people and saw the miserable conditions of many people. So far, Yi Tian has not seen any psychic who can withstand the invasion of the enhanced poisonous ice and snow. Anyone who comes into contact with this purple to black poisonous ice and snow will die from the poison without exception. So it's very difficult for people with special abilities to resist this poisonous ice and snow. I just wonder what changes will happen to other animals and plants under this poisonous ice and snow. Yi Tian thought to himself. After thinking about this, Yi Tian began to use his supervision and superhearing to observe animals and plants other than humans. Soon he made a major discovery. In those areas of Jinlin City with dense vegetation, some plants that had originally died began to change. Purple to black sprouts gradually grew on these plants, and the sprouts were still growing rapidly. As time went by, the buds grew faster and faster, and gradually purple-black flowers bloomed. But this is not the end. A few hours later, the purple-black flowers gradually grew into purple-black fruits, and the fruits seemed to contain strange energy. Interesting. These purple-black fruits that grew on dead plants after the natural disaster intensified are definitely not simple. When these purple-black fruits grow more, I will definitely collect them and do some experiments on them. Eton decided. Then, Eton shifted his attention from plants to animals. He thought that since plants had undergone this kind of mutation, there was no reason why animals would not change at all and simply die, right? Sure enough, after Eton used his supervision to carefully observe the animals in the city, he made another major discovery. Some animals that had been frozen to death or poisoned gradually turned purple and black, and then they opened their eyes. Their entire eyeballs turned purple-black, with no distinction between the pupil and the white. After opening their eyes, the animals began to move. Their movements were stiff at first, but after a while they became much more flexible. The dead animals have mutated and become able to move again. What is this? A zombie? It seems that I have to observe the human situation again. If the originally dead humans become zombies and move, then it proves that this enhanced version of poisonous ice and snow does have the ability to turn animals or humans into zombies. Eton thought to himself. Then, Eton turned his attention to the humans in the city. As expected, some people who had died before began to move like zombies. Chapter 93 Usage of the Purple-Black Crystal Core. It seems that this enhanced version of poisonous ice and snow does have the ability to breed zombies. Those plants that had died before came back to life again. They may have turned into zombies, but they are just plant zombies. Eton sighed. Then, Eton thought of another question. Since plant-based zombies can produce purple-black fruits, will something special also be born inside or outside the bodies of human and animal zombies? With this question in mind, Eton continued to use his supervision to observe the situation of human and animal zombies. After carefully observing the appearance of human and animal zombies, Eton found that there was nothing special about them except that they became a little more ferocious and much larger in size and strength. But when Eton turned on the X-ray function of his supervision and saw the internal conditions of humans and animal zombies, he made another major discovery. Both zombie humans and zombie animals will have a purple-black crystal core condensed in their heads. Interesting. I'll just wait for a day. By tomorrow morning, I'm sure there will be more zombies of all kinds. When the time comes, I will collect the fruits of plant zombies and the crystal cores of animal zombies and take them back for further study. Let's let those zombies hatch slowly in the remaining time today. Eton thought to himself. It was already dark at this time. Eton no longer hesitated and turned around and flew back to the shelter. After washing himself thoroughly, he called half of the maids to the swimming pool. We're having a pool party tonight, and you all should follow me into the water. Eton said with a smile. Yes, master. Afterwards, these beautiful maids followed Eton and jumped into the swimming pool. A climax-filled pool party has begun. Just when Eton finished observing the enhanced natural disaster and returned to the shelter to have a pool party with his maids, the other members of the Dragon King Society all showed a look of relief on their faces. Fortunately, our Dragon King has God, who recalled us urgently before the natural disaster intensified, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous, said a psychic with great power. Yes, God is really a prophet. He can even predict this, another psychic exclaimed. Oh. I just don't know when this enhanced natural disaster will be over. If it can't be over, then won't we just have to stay indoors and eat empty meals? Wang Huayan said with some concern. Okay, don't think too much. I believe that as long as Brother Tian is here, all difficulties can be solved. Lin Wanxiang said confidently. At this moment, almost all members of the Dragon King Society were hiding in their houses and were not affected by the enhanced natural disaster. They stockpiled enough supplies in advance, enough to last for at least a month. Everyone has worked hard to organize and collect supplies to expand our forces during this period of time. While this enhanced natural disaster lasts, everyone should take a good rest. Eat, drink and play. Protect yourselves, you are the backbone of the Dragon King Society. Lin Wanxiang said. Yes, Brother Wanxiang. After saying that, the people from the Dragon King Society gradually dispersed, preparing to go back to rest and play with some women. However, at this moment, a series of pig roars were heard. Roar, roar, roar. The next moment, 3 huge wild boars with purple-black bodies and purple-black eyeballs began to frantically attack the gate of the Dragon King Society headquarters. The rumbling sound continued, and the big iron gate of the Dragon King Society was twisted a little. There is an enemy attack. Don't leave in a hurry, kill the enemy first. Lin Wanxiang shouted loudly. The core members of the Dragon King Club who were originally planning to go back to rest immediately returned to the Dragon King Club hall after hearing Lin Wanxiang's shout. The rumbling sound came again. The three wild boars outside continued to attack the big iron gate of the Dragon King Society, causing the entire iron gate to dent and it looked like it would collapse. After the door is opened, those psychics with long-range attack capabilities will use their skills, and those without will use thermal weapons. We should try our best to eliminate the opponent with one wave of attack. Lin Wanxiang ordered. Hearing this, all the psychics present nodded. Following Lin Wanxiang's instructions, those who had long-range attack capabilities prepared their long-range attack abilities. Most of those who do not have long-range attack capabilities are purely psychics with enhanced physical fitness. They all carry Gatling guns, mortars, rockets and other thermal weapons, and their firepower is also sufficient. Seeing that everyone was ready, Lin Wanxiang immediately said, "Open the door." With a click, the big iron gate opened, and what came into view were three huge wild boars as tall as 2.5 stories. Fuck! Why is this wild boar so big? It must have mutated. What's so surprising? After the apocalypse, many animals have mutated. They have all grown very large. It's just that there are only a few of these mutated animals. Just because you haven't seen them doesn't mean they don't exist. Alright. Let's not discuss anything else. Let's go all out and get rid of those three wild boars first. The next moment, dozens of psychics at the Dragon King Society headquarters opened fire at full force. All kinds of long-range attack abilities and thermal weapon attacks hit the three mutant wild boars at once. Soon, the three wild boars were bombed to death. Phew! 3 wild boars are dead. Hurry up and find technicians to repair the gate or replace it with a new one. All ordinary people are on martial law and take turns to stand guard and patrol. There must be no mistakes. As for those of us with special abilities, I'm afraid we won't be able to rest for a while, so be prepared to fight at any time. Lin Wanxiang said seriously. Hearing this, the other psychics also nodded. The sudden attack of these 3 mutant wild boars made them realize that even under the enhanced version of the Doomsday disaster, there might still be external forces attacking the Dragon King Society. So they must be prepared to fight at any time. After that, the entire Dragon King Society took action. The dented door was quickly replaced with a new one. All ordinary people began to take turns patrolling, and once they discovered danger was approaching, they would immediately notify the psychics in the Dragon King Society. The psychics also take turns on duty and are ready to fight at any time. Seeing that everyone in the Dragon King Society was doing their work in an orderly manner, Lin Wanxiang nodded with satisfaction. It was worth it that he had been building the Dragon King Society all these days and setting various rules for it, turning the Dragon King Society from a purely underworld supernatural force into the large-scale regular supernatural force that is both good and evil as it is today. Ha! Brother Wanxiang, something seems to have fallen from the head of one of the wild boars outside. It looks like a purple-black crystal core, said an ordinary person from the Dragon King Society. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanxiang immediately looked over and saw a purple-black crystal core falling off the wild boar's severed head. A purple-black crystal core that fell out of a mutant animal's head? Interesting. I guess this crystal core should be useful. I have to experiment with it next. Lin Wanxiang decided. Afterwards, Lin Wanxiang rushed out as fast as he could, took the crystal core, and rushed back. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. No matter how powerful the enhanced natural disaster was, it was impossible to kill Lin Wanxiang in 2 seconds. Therefore, Lin Wanxiang was unharmed after returning. He stared closely at the purple-black crystal core in his hand, wondering how to use it. However, at this moment, the purple-black color on the crystal core began to gradually fade, and a warm current flowed into Lin Wanxiang's body, making Lin Wanxiang feel that his strength was growing at an extremely fast rate. After the purple-black color on the crystal core completely faded, Lin Wanxiang felt that his strength had suddenly increased dramatically. Chapter 94: Establishing an Experimental Team. Hiss. After feeling the sudden surge in his own strength, Lin Wanxiang took a breath, his face filled with shock. This purple-black crystal core that fell out from the head of a mutant animal actually has the effect of enhancing superpowers. Lin Wanxiang thought in shock. Lin Wanxiang clearly felt that the supernatural powers in his body had increased dramatically. His special ability is physical enhancement. The sudden increase in his special ability means that Lin Wanxiang's physical fitness has been greatly improved. Could there be purple-black crystal cores in the heads of the other two wild boars? If so, wouldn't my strength be able to increase twice more? Lin Wanxiang thought to himself. After thinking about this, Lin Wanxiang immediately found a very sharp knife and rushed out. He cut open the heads of the other two mutant wild boars as quickly as possible and found two purple-black crystal cores inside. Lin Wanxiang held the two purple-black crystal cores tightly in his hands and brought them back to the Dragon King Society. After a while, the purple-black color on the two purple-black crystal cores began to gradually fade away, and two warm currents emerged in his body. After the purple-black color completely faded, Lin Wanxiang clearly felt that his strength had ushered in another wave of explosive growth. Good stuff, good stuff. If there are enough of these purple-black crystal cores falling out of the heads of mutant animals, my strength will skyrocket to an incredible degree. Lin Wanxiang sighed in his heart. After sighing for a while, he forced himself to calm down and his mind started working rapidly. It's not like the Dragon King Society has not killed mutant animals before, but they have never found purple-black crystal cores in the bodies of those mutant animals. But now 3 mutant wild boars have been killed, and they all have purple-black crystal cores in their heads. This means that the purple-black crystal core in the mutant animal's head was probably formed because of the enhanced natural disaster that just occurred. Only animals that mutated in this enhanced natural disaster should have purple-black crystal cores in their heads. Lin Wanxiang judged. After thinking about this, Lin Wanxiang couldn't help but frown and felt a little embarrassed. He really wanted to get more purple-black crystal cores to improve his strength, but now the natural disasters outside are so serious that even after Lin Wanxiang's strength has skyrocketed, he can't stay outside for long. Not being able to stay outside for long periods of time means it's difficult to find mutant animals. If you can't find mutant animals, you naturally can't get the purple-black crystal core to improve your strength. Lin Wanxiang couldn't expect that he could just sit there and wait at the Dragon King Society headquarters, and then those mutant animals would come running over in groups of 2 or 3 to die, right? The 3 wild boars that just attacked the Dragon King Society headquarters were most likely just an accident. It is absolutely not a good idea to sit back and wait for an opportunity to come our way. I must obtain as many purple-black crystal cores as possible to strengthen myself and the Dragon King Society, but I can't stay outside for too long. It seems that if I want to solve this dilemma, I can only ask Brother Eton for help. Lin Wanxiang thought helplessly. Then, Lin Wanxiang picked up his phone and wanted to contact Eton. However, what is both unexpected and reasonable is that ordinary contact methods no longer work. It's the 32nd day of the apocalypse, and normal telephone communications are still cut off. Next, I can only try the satellite phone. I hope the satellite phone can be connected. Lin Wanxiang said helplessly. Immediately afterwards, Lin Wanxiang picked up the satellite phone to contact Eton. Soon, the satellite call was connected and Lin Wanxiang breathed a sigh of relief. Shaolin, why are you calling me at this time? Eton asked. Brother Eton, I have made a major discovery. There is a purple-black crystal core. Lin Wanxiang told Eton the whole process of absorbing the energy of the purple-black crystal core and improving his own strength. After listening to this, Eton showed a happy smile. Oh. So, the purple-black crystal core can enhance the power of the psychic, and it is also very easy to use. Just hold it in your hand. What a good thing! Such a good thing, our Dragon King Club will of course collect more. Eton said with a smile. Brother Eton, of course I know that such good things must be collected as much as possible, but now the natural disasters outside are so serious, I am afraid we are unable to do it. I don't know if you can withstand the natural disaster outside for a long time with your strength, Brother Eton. If you can, then Lin Wanxiang said. Lin Wanxiang didn't finish his words, but Eton understood what he meant. He simply wanted to take action himself and collect more purple-black crystal cores from this natural disaster. Eton naturally agreed to this immediately. He had originally planned to collect a large number of purple-black fruits and crystal cores early tomorrow morning. Lin Wanxiang's request just fits Eton's plan. Shaolin, the natural disaster outside is no big deal to me, I can move freely outside. I had already discovered the purple-black crystal core you just mentioned a few hours after the enhanced version of the disaster began, but I just didn't know how to use it. In addition to the purple-black crystal cores in the mutated animals, I also found purple-black fruits growing on some plants, the effects of which are unknown. I will go out early tomorrow morning and collect a large amount of purple-black fruits and crystal cores and hand them over to you. Then you will be responsible for doing a good experiment and handing me the experimental report as soon as possible. Eton said. After Eton finished speaking, Lin Wanxiang was overjoyed. Having a large number of purple-black crystal cores means that Lin Wanxiang's strength will usher in a crazy increase. At the same time, Lin Wanxiang also sighed in his heart at the unfathomable strength of Eton. Under such a horrific natural disaster, Eton can move freely outside. His strength is beyond imagination. Brother Tian, don't worry. After you hand over the purple-black fruit and the crystal core to me, I can immediately start large-scale experiments. The experimental report will be very accurate and detailed, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. Lin Wanxiang said excitedly. Well, then you should quickly organize your staff and find more science and engineering talents with a relatively high level of education before the apocalypse. Try to test out all the characteristics of the purple-black fruit and the crystal core in the shortest possible time. Eton said. Yes, Brother Tian. After that, Eton and Lin Wanxiang exchanged a few more words and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Wanxiang immediately gave an order at the Dragon King Society headquarters to gather together all the science and engineering talents in the Dragon King Society before the end of the world to serve as operators for tomorrow's experiment. At the same time, he also pulled out a group of captives that the Dragon King had previously captured from other forces as guinea pigs for tomorrow's experiment. After a busy night, the experiment was ready, except for the east wind. As long as Yi Tianyi delivers the purple-black fruit and the purple-black crystal core, the team will be able to study the properties and uses of these two things as quickly as possible. They even have the confidence to conduct more in-depth research on these two things, and may develop better products and different uses in the future. Chapter 95, Looting. The morning of the 33rd day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system finished speaking, Eton felt that his physical strength had increased a little. After signing in, he said goodbye to his maids and left the shelter. Soon, he arrived at the rooftop of an abandoned building in Jinlin City and activated his supervision and superhearing. He carefully observed every corner of Jinlin City, and selected in his mind several places where there were more zombie plants and zombie animals. Ha! The screening is complete, it's time to take action. Eton said with a smile. The next moment, Eton left the roof of the abandoned building and flew rapidly towards a farm on the outskirts of Jinlin City. Soon, he arrived at the farm. Roar! Hiss! At this time, the farm was filled with the horrifying roars of zombie beasts and the cries of zombie humans. There are a lot of them, and you can tell at a glance that they are very strong. They have almost completely demolished the farm and the surrounding buildings. When Eton landed here, these zombies became excited all of a sudden, just like vampires smelling blood. Roar! All kinds of roars resounded through the world, and the next moment, all the zombies, whether animals or humans, rushed towards Eton. Eton looked at the zombies coming towards him and a sneer of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth. Even if he stood here and let these zombies bite him, there was no way the zombies could break his defense. It's easy to kill these zombies, but if you want to completely take out the purple-black crystal cores in their heads, it still requires some operation. Let's use that trick. Eton thought to himself. The next moment, Eton took action. Super breath. Eton took a slight breath and then exhaled quickly from his mouth. In an instant, a large amount of extremely cold wind howled towards the zombies. Although these zombies have strong resistance to cold, they can move freely in the apocalypse with such low temperatures. However, the cold wind blown by Eton's super breath can still easily break their cold resistance limit and freeze them into ice sculptures. In less than 2 seconds, all the zombies were completely frozen. Looking at the zombies that had turned into ice sculptures, Eton showed a satisfied smile. All we need to do next is cut open their heads and take out the purple-black crystal cores. Heat vision. Lasers were seen shooting out from Eton's eyes continuously. These lasers are like precision cutters, easily cutting open the zombies' heads without damaging the purple-black crystal cores inside. Soon, Eton used thermal vision to cut open the heads of these animals and human zombies, and harvested hundreds of purple-black crystal cores at once. TSK. This time the harvest is quite good. Keep up the good work and go to the next place. As long as I collect enough purple-black crystal cores and fruits, the strength of my subordinates will increase rapidly. It's not enough for me to be strong alone. If my brothers are strong enough, then it's possible for me to conquer the world in the future. Eton imagined. In Eton's opinion, the strength of his subordinates was a bit weak, and he often had to take action personally to solve the problem. To put it bluntly, the entire Dragon King Club seems very strong, but the only strong one is Eton. If Eton was not here, then a sufficiently powerful psychic would be able to wipe out the entire Dragon King society. Therefore, it is urgent to enhance the strength of the psychics in the Dragon King society. Only if the strength of the psychics in the Dragon King society is greatly improved can Eton save himself a lot of trouble. If you want to do anything in the future, just tell your younger brothers and you don't have to make the trip yourself. In this way, Eton can have more time to communicate with his beautiful maids. Moreover, after the strength of his subordinates is improved, the power of the Dragon King society can expand more rapidly without Eton having to take action most of the time. After expanding to the end, the Dragon King Society may become the strongest organization in the entire world, and it is not impossible to conquer the entire world. By then, Eton will be the real emperor of the world, not a commander without troops. After becoming the emperor of the world, wouldn't it be easy to collect beauties from all over the world? After thinking about this, Eton couldn't help but reveal an extremely evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Afterwards, Eton left here and flew to a suburban jungle with very dense vegetation. This is the place with the most dense vegetation in the entire Jinlin city. It also has the most plants mutated due to natural disasters. I'm afraid there must be hundreds of purple-black fruits produced here. Eton said with a smile. Having said that, Eton swaggered into the jungle. Eton had no idea about the characteristics of plant-type zombies, so naturally he didn't know how they attacked. But so what? Eton is absolutely confident in his own strength. No matter what attack methods those plant-type zombies use, they will never be able to hurt Eton. Soon, Eton walked to the middle of several big trees. These big trees had already been smashed by hail, but after the natural disaster intensified, a lot of purple-black plants grew around these big trees. These purple-black plants come in various varieties, but Eton is only interested in the purple-black fruits that grow on the plants. Not bad, not bad. There are actually 8 purple-black fruits here. I will accept them all without hesitation. Eton said with a smile. Then, Eton reached out to pick the fruit. However, at this moment, the surrounding purple-black plants began to boil. Sharp and tough barbs began to grow on a large number of vines, quickly attacking Eton. Several seemingly ordinary purple-black flowers instantly grew into giant carnivorous plants and bit Eton fiercely. In addition, there are plants that spray poison, ice, and even electric shocks. They all rushed towards Eton and want to tear him to pieces. However, faced with such numerous and powerful attacks, Eton simply sneered disdainfully, chose to ignore them, and continued to pick the 8 fruits. Whether it's the barbs of the vine, or the bite of the carnivorous plant, or those plants that spray all kinds of things, their attacks on Eton were not even enough to tickle him. There was no threat at all. Therefore, Eton simply ignored the attacks of these plants, quickly picked the 8 purple-black fruits, and put them into the infinite warehouse. Then he turned his attention to the plants that had been attacking him. You have been beating me for so long, now it's time for me to give you a beating. Eton said with a sneer. Chapter 96 Experiment, Foreign Girls Only. Heat Vision. In an instant, 2 extremely hot lasers shot out from Eton's eyes. Under Eton's control, the 2 lasers swept all the surrounding plants and caused a violent explosion. There was a continuous rumbling sound, and after a few seconds, all the plants that had just attacked Eton were blown into pieces. A good harvest. Next I will search this entire jungle. Eton decided. Afterwards, Eton still followed this process in the jungle. He relied on his body to withstand all the attacks from the mutated plants without a single injury. After taking the purple-black fruits from the mutated plants, Eton will kill all the plants that attack him. He repeated this process over and over again, and it took him about half an hour to plow the entire jungle, harvesting hundreds of purple-black fruits. Such a large number of purple-black fruits and crystal cores should be enough for Xiaolin and the others to conduct experiments. However, if we want to bring about a sudden surge in the strength of the entire Dragon King society, it may be a little short of the mark. So I have to collect more purple-black crystal cores and fruits. Eton thought to himself. Afterwards, Eton left the jungle and flew to where other zombies, plants, and animals gathered. When facing zombie animals and humans, Eton first used his super breath to freeze them, and then used his thermal vision to cut off their heads and remove the purple-black crystal cores inside. When facing zombie plants, Eton used his body to withstand the attacks, and then killed them with thermal vision after taking the fruits. It took him a whole day. All the gathering places of animals and plants in Jinlin City were swept. A large number of purple-black crystal cores and fruits were collected and put into the infinite warehouse. Ha! I'll just collect the crystal cores and fruits from Jinlin City here for now. I'll go search other cities tomorrow. We must collect as many of these two things as possible before the enhanced version of the poisonous ice and snow stops, so that the overall strength of the Dragon King Club can usher in a qualitative leap. Eton decided. Afterwards, Eton flew to the headquarters of the Dragon King Society at the fastest speed. Soon, the Dragon King arrived in the hall. "Brother Tian, you are finally here," Lin Wanxiang said excitedly. "Shaolin, these are 200 purple-black crystal cores and purple-black fruits. Call your experimental team to conduct the experiment. Remember, the lab report must be handed over to me as soon as possible," Eton said seriously. As he spoke, Eton released 200 purple-black fruits and crystal cores from his infinite warehouse. Seeing so many purple-black fruits and crystal cores, Lin Wanxiang was ecstatic. The number of fruits and crystal cores was far beyond Lin Wanxiang's expectations. This will not only enable him to research the uses of the purple-black fruit and crystal cores, but will also allow Lin Wanxiang's own strength to skyrocket to a level that he could never have imagined before. "I understand, Brother Tian. Don't worry, we will research all the uses of the purple-black crystal core and fruit as quickly as possible. The experimental report will be delivered to you as soon as possible, without any delay," Lin Wanxiang said. Hearing this, Eton nodded. After encouraging Lin Wanxiang for a few words, Eton left the Dragon King Club and flew back to his own shelter. After Eton left, Lin Wanxiang immediately took 100 purple-black crystal cores and fruits to the laboratory and asked the experimenters to speed up the experiments. The other 100 purple-black crystal cores and fruits were collected by him. Lin Wanxiang didn't know the effect of the purple-black fruit yet, but he knew how to use the purple-black crystal core. Therefore, while the experimenters were busy with the experiment, Lin Wanxiang continued to absorb the power of the purple-black crystal core, and his strength grew rapidly. In the shelter. "Ha! Today's business is done, so now it's time to relax and enjoy yourself," Yi Tianxie said with a smile. Afterwards, Eton took a bath first. While taking a shower, he kept thinking about how to have fun tonight. Finally, he came up with a plan. "I will open a new special show, and this special show will be called Foreign Girls Special," Eton said with a lewd smile. Immediately after taking a shower, Eton contacted Park Yunying, Stella, Takayanagi Shizuka, and Hathaway. They were asked to change into clothes that reflected their pre-apocalyptic identities and come to their rooms immediately. The beautiful Korean killer Park Yun-young wore a capable killer outfit, full of heroism. The whole outfit is very form-fitting, which brings out the killer beauty's figure even better. Stella, the school beauty who brought the British students, was wearing a British-style school uniform. The short skirt with white silk makes her look very youthful and beautiful. Yamato Nadeshiko Takayanagi Shizuka was wearing a relatively close-fitting kimono. In this state, she has the submissiveness and gentleness of a woman living a normal life, as well as the maturity of a veteran wife, which is very attractive. The beautiful and domineering CEO of the United States, Hathaway, is wearing a sexy professional suit. Black stockings, high heels, a tight skirt and a white shirt, these four things make her look extremely sexy. TSK. Not bad, not bad. It seems that this special show for foreign girls tonight was really the right choice. They are indeed extremely attractive, Eton said with a smile. As he spoke, Eton looked at the four beauties with an extremely aggressive gaze, with an extremely evil smile on his lips. "I think you all understand what to do next," Eton said. "Master, we understand. We will serve you well from now on," Hathaway said. Eton nodded with satisfaction. The next moment, a climax-filled exchange meeting began in this room. At the exchange meeting, Eton had a heated discussion with them, allowing them to further realize how powerful he was. Under the heated discussions, the atmosphere of this exchange meeting was pushed to a climax again and again. The pleasant sound continued to echo in the room, filling the room with a strange atmosphere. After an unknown amount of time had passed, they all fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. Eton himself was still in high spirits. However, he felt extremely satisfied spiritually, so he didn't plan to look for other mates for the time being. Phew. Let's stop here for today and take a rest. Then, Eton closed his eyes and fell asleep. While Eton and his 4 foreign maids were doing something ridiculous, all the experimenters in the Dragon King Society were conducting experiments non-stop. Studying the properties and uses of purple-black fruits and crystal cores is not difficult in itself. Therefore, under such high-intensity experiments, the experimental team quickly came to some rough conclusions. After seeing these conclusions, Lin Wanxian did not dare to delay and immediately sent them to Eton via satellite phone. Chapter 97. A rough experimental report further improves Lin Wanxian's strength. The morning of the 34th day of the end of the world. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength increased a little bit. At this moment, the development progress of his Superman Man of Steel has reached a full 40%. Let's first see if the Dragon King Association's laboratory has come to any experimental conclusions, and then go to other cities to search for purple-black crystal cores and fruits. Eton decided. Afterwards, Eton picked up his satellite phone and found a file sent by Lin Wanxian on it. Eton opened the file and read it carefully. First, some research results on purple-black fruits. The purple-black fruit can help ordinary people awaken their superpowers, and it can also help superpowers gain a superpower. The method of use is to eat it directly, but doing so also has risks. Ordinary people who directly eat the purple-black fruit have a 70% chance of dying instantly, a 10% chance of becoming disabled, and only a 20% chance of awakening special powers. If a person with special abilities eats the purple-black fruit, he will usually be able to awaken his second special ability smoothly after eating the first one. However, when eating the second pill, there is a chance of sudden death, and when eating the third pill, the chance of sudden death increases greatly. Moreover, the abilities awakened by eating the purple-black fruit are more random. It is not known whether this is purely random or has a pattern to follow, and this matter still needs to be studied. After seeing this conclusion, Eton took a deep breath and understood one thing in his heart. That is, the research on purple-black fruits will probably have to continue for some time. This rough conclusion reflects many problems with eating the purple-black fruit directly. To solve these problems, it depends on the ability of the experimenters. Well. Next, let's take a look at the research results of the purple-black crystal core. Eton said. After saying that, Eton turned his gaze to the rest of the experimental report. Ordinary people cannot absorb the purple-black crystal core, but people with special abilities can absorb it automatically just by holding it in their hands. During absorption, the color of the purple-black crystal core will gradually fade and eventually turn transparent. The energy in the purple-black crystal core can enhance the strength of the psychic's superpowers. But if there are multiple psychics with special powers absorbing the purple-black crystal core, it is hard to say which special power the purple-black crystal core will enhance, as it is highly random. Whether this randomness is truly random or follows a certain pattern is still unknown, and more research is needed. After reading the research conclusions about the purple-black crystal core, Eton nodded slightly. He finally understood that the purple-black fruit was used to awaken superpowers, and the purple-black crystal core was used to increase the strength of superpowers. And both of these things are very easy to use, one can be eaten directly, and the other can be held in your hand. However, there are still many aspects of these two things that have not been studied clearly. Especially the purple-black fruits. After ordinary people eat this thing, the probability of death or disability is as high as 80%. Therefore, how to increase the probability of ordinary people awakening their superpowers after eating the purple-black fruit will become a new goal of the Dragon King Society's experimental team. In addition, the randomness of the purple-black crystal cores and fruit enhancements and awakening abilities is also worth studying. If we could find out what kind of fruit could awaken what kind of superpower, and what kind of crystal core could enhance the strength of what kind of superpower, that would be a major breakthrough. It seems that the research on these two things will not be completed in a short time. In that case, I have to collect more purple-black fruits and crystal cores. Provide them with more experimental materials and let them study these two things thoroughly. As long as these two things are studied thoroughly, the strength of the Dragon King Club will probably surge to an unimaginable level. Eton said with a smile. After saying that, Eton decided to leave the shelter. After saying hello to the maids, he immediately flew to the headquarters of the Dragon King Society and found Lin Wanxiang. After meeting Lin Wanxiang, Eton asked directly, Shaolin, has the research team come up with any new results? And how much has your strength improved now? Faced with Eton's two questions, Lin Wanxiang sighed helplessly and shook his head. Brother Tian, I didn't expect there are so many tricks in these two things. I'm afraid I won't be able to study them thoroughly in a short time. The experimental team hasn't come up with anything new in the past few hours. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. As for my strength, I now possess 3 superpowers: physical enhancement, control of wind and thunder. Moreover, the strength of the physical enhancement ability is very high, and the strength of the ability to control wind and thunder is also so. Lin Wanxiang said. After Lin Wanxiang finished speaking, Yi Tian patted him on the shoulder. Shaolin, research itself is not something that fast. Since those two things are so complicated, let's just wait patiently for a while. It's no big deal. As for your strength, I think it's still a little lacking, so you should take all these purple-black crystal cores. With these things, I believe your strength can be further improved. Yi Tian said. As he spoke, Yi Tian took out 300 purple-black crystal cores and handed them to Lin Wanxiang. After seeing so many purple-black crystal cores, Lin Wanxiang couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of shock. He thought that the purple-black crystal cores Yi Tian had given him before were enough, but he didn't expect that Yi Tian still had so many left. With these 300 purple-black crystal cores, Lin Wanxiang is absolutely sure that he can increase his strength to second in the entire Jinlin city, second only to Yi Tian. Thank you, Brother Tian. With these crystal cores, my strength will definitely increase several times, and I will be able to serve you better. Lin Wanxiang said firmly. Hearing this, Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. Yi Tian has great trust in Lin Wanxiang, his childhood friend from his hometown. He has always performed well, is capable, and is very loyal. The most important thing is that every time Lin Wanxiang finds a particularly beautiful and relatively clean woman, the first thing he thinks of is to give her to Yi Tian instead of keeping her for himself. In this doomsday, it is not easy to find such loyal subordinates. Okay, Xiaolin. Next, you should absorb the energy in the crystal core and improve your own strength as much as possible. The research on the purple-black crystal core and the fruit cannot be relaxed either. They must continue their research. If they run out of experimental materials, come to me. I have plenty of them. Yi Tian said. Yes, Brother Tian. Afterwards, Yi Tian and Lin Wanxiang exchanged a few more words and left the Dragon King Club. Lin Wanxiang absorbed 300 purple-black crystal cores, which made his strength grow rapidly. Yi Tian flew directly away from Jinlin City and soon arrived at the rooftop of an abandoned building in Su City. Ha! In the rest of today, I will search all the purple-black crystal cores and fruits in the entire Su City. Yi Tian decided. Chapter 98, Beautiful Stewardess in Su City. Su Liuli. Suzhou City, the rooftop of Feitian Group Building. It's the same as before. First, turn on your supervision and superhearing to filter out all the places in Su City where there are more zombie animals and zombie plants. After the screening is completed, I will search one by one and collect most of the purple-black crystal cores and fruits in Su City. Yi Tian decided. Afterwards, Yi Tian fully activated his supervision and superhearing and began to carefully observe the entire Su City. Before the end of the world, there were many farms and zoos in Suzhou, and the ecological environment of the entire city was also good, with dense vegetation in many places. Therefore, it didn't take long for Yi Tian to select more than 20 places where there were more zombies, animals, and plants. After the screening was completed, a satisfied smile appeared on Yi Tian's lips. He was going to fly to those places and plunder them thoroughly. However, just as he was about to put away his supervision and superhearing and fly away, his supervision caught a glimpse of something that interested him. Interesting. I didn't expect that there are so many beautiful stewardesses still alive in the Suzhou airport. Moreover, they show no signs of being tortured by men, but instead look full of energy. But now they seem to be in some trouble. I have to go and have a look. Maybe they can help me when they encounter this trouble. He. Yi Tian thought evilly in his heart. After thinking about this, Yi Tian was no longer in a hurry to search for the purple-black crystal cores and fruits. After all, the natural disasters outside are so severe that no one except Yi Tian can stay outside for a long time. Naturally, no one could collect those things before Yi Tian. For Yi Tian, the purple-black crystal cores and fruits were there anyway and no one else could snatch them away, so it didn't matter whether he went to get them earlier or later. Soon, Eton flew over Sioux City Airport, turned on his supervision and super hearing, and watched the show with relish. In the lobby of Suzhou Airport. What do you want to do? Don't think you can control us just because you have some superpowers. We also have superpowers, and our strength is not weaker than yours. If we really fight to the end, the final outcome will only be a loss for both sides, said a very heroic beauty wearing a stewardess uniform. After this beautiful lady finished speaking, the other beautiful stewardesses around her also echoed her. Sister Sue is right. We are not afraid of you. At worst, we can fight to the end. Humph. God is really blind to let you losers awaken superpowers. But luckily, God also awakened our superpowers, so we don't have to be afraid of you. I would rather die than serve you, forget it. The flight attendants were filled with righteous indignation, and they looked as if they would never obey and were ready for battle. Looking at these beautiful stewardesses, the men standing opposite them couldn't help but smile lewdly. What can I say about these men, they really look ugly. The man in the lead was named Fu Man. He was short, black, fat, and ugly. It is no exaggeration to say that if there is a choice, no woman would ever choose such a man. Moreover, the other men around this man are not much better looking than him. They can all be called losers picked out of a million. However, it was this group of men who awakened their superpowers after the end of the world. After awakening their special powers, they have become lawless. So far, they have raped many beauties in the airport and killed most of the people in the airport. Extremely brutal. However, just when they wanted to hunt down the most beautiful stewardesses, that group of stewardesses also awakened their special powers. Among them, Su Liuli, who is called Sister Su by other flight attendants, is the strongest. Under the leadership of Su Liuli, the beautiful stewardesses fought with these ugly men, and neither side won. In the end, Su Liuli and Fu Man reached an agreement to keep out of each other's way. Fu Man wanted to ignore Su Liuli and other people in the airport, but he couldn't harm the flight attendants. In the past month or so, considering that the strength of both sides was equal, Fu Man and others kept their promise and did not provoke Su Liuli and others. However, the situation is different after the natural disaster intensifies. He. Miss Su, our strengths were indeed similar before, and I really couldn't do anything to you. But just yesterday, my supernatural power was enhanced, and now there is absolutely no problem in defeating you. So I advise you to submit to me quickly and let those beautiful stewardesses around you serve my men well. Don't worry, we will treat you beautiful stewardesses well, ha. Fu Manquang said with a laugh. Hearing this, the flight attendants became even more angry. Su Liuli sneered and said disdainfully, "It has been so many days since the end of the world, and there has never been a situation where the strength of the superpowers has increased. How could it be such a coincidence that your strength suddenly improved yesterday? So I can conclude that you must be lying. I advise you to get out of here right away, otherwise we will both be in trouble." Su Liuli didn't believe Fu Man's words at all. After scolding Fu Man and others, Su Liuli immediately gave orders to the flight attendant beside him, took a fighting stance, and was ready to take action at any time. Seeing this, Fu Man couldn't help but reveal a cold and lewd smile. It doesn't really matter whether Su Liuli believes what he says or not. What matters is that Fu Man's strength did see a surge yesterday. Last night, Fu Man and others were guarding the airport gate and encountered 4 mutated zombie animals. After taking great pains and losing several men to kill the 4 mutated zombie animals, Fu Man and others successfully killed the 4 mutated animals. The heads of 2 of the mutant animals were completely blown up by them, and the crystal cores inside were also gone. However, although the heads of 2 mutant animals were severely damaged, exposing the purple-black crystal cores inside, the purple-black crystal cores themselves did not suffer any damage. After seeing the purple-black crystal core in the mutant animal's head, Fu Man became curious. He took the 2 purple-black crystal cores in his hands and automatically absorbed the power of the crystal cores, and his supernatural power increased greatly. Therefore, Fu Man is now full of confidence. He was absolutely sure that he could defeat Su Liuli and capture this proud beauty. TSK. Miss Su, it seems you are going to drink the wine for punishment if you don't accept my toast. That's fine too. I'll subdue you first, and then force you to, he. You must resist when the time comes. You must resist with all your might. The more fiercely you resist, the more excited I will be. Ha. Fu Man said with a wild laugh. The next moment, he ordered his men to attack the flight attendants. Su Liuli was not to be outdone and immediately led the flight attendants to fight back. The war between the 2 sides is about to break out. Chapter 99 makes Su Liuli full of despair, and then give her hope. Su Liuli's special abilities are physical enhancement and ice control. Fu Man's abilities are physical enhancement and fire control. The strength of their physical enhancement abilities is similar, so it would be hard to tell who would win in a close combat. When it comes to controlling elements, the two have similar abilities. Theoretically, fire overcomes frost, but now it is Frozen Doom. Frost-related abilities have been strengthened, and fire-related abilities have been weakened. Therefore, if the fight really started, Su Liuli's ice and Fu Man's fire were equally matched, and neither could do anything to the other. Therefore, if it were in the past, the battle between Su Liuli and Fu Man would have been extremely intense. However, this time it was different. Fu Man's flames overwhelmed Su Liuli's ice. This allowed Fu Man to take the initiative in the battle and suppress Su Liuli. If the battle continues like this, Su Liuli will definitely lose. No. Impossible. When did your flame become so strong? Su Liuli said in shock. Ha ha ha. Didn't I tell you? Just yesterday, my supernatural power strength increased a lot, and the power that increased was the firepower. So now you are definitely not my opponent, just surrender and let me love you well, beautiful Lady Su. Fu Man said with a lewd smile. Looking at Fu Man's arrogant and ugly smile, Su Liuli felt nauseous. She would rather die than serve a man like this. I will never let you succeed. Even if I die, I won't let you touch me. Su Liuli said firmly. Afterwards, Su Liuli continued to fight with Fu Man with all his strength. However, this world is realistic, and if you can't defeat someone, you can't defeat them. Fu Man's current supernatural power is stronger than Su Liuli's, so Su Liuli has no way to deal with him. As time went by, Fu Man became more and more courageous, while Su Liuli became more and more tired and was on the verge of defeat. Fu Man, the younger brother, and the beautiful stewardess who were nearby also saw this scene. Fu Man's younger brothers couldn't help but reveal lustful looks on their faces and looked at the beautiful stewardesses with aggressive eyes. Ha ha ha. Boss Fu is about to win. You fair and tender girls will have to sleep in our beds in the end. I have long wanted to pin you stewardesses down and whip them severely. Now it seems that this wish can come true. Hee hee. Although the big beauty Su will definitely be captured by the boss and enjoyed by herself, it's also pretty good that we can share it with you little beauties. The beautiful stewardesses were furious at Fu Man's obscene words, but there was nothing they could do. Soon, something happened that made them even more desperate. There was a loud bang, and Su Liuli was kicked away by Fu Man. He hit the wall with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Su Liuli looked pale and weak all over, and even struggling to stand up seemed very difficult. It is obvious that Su Liuli has been defeated. The beautiful stewardesses who saw this scene all looked desperate. Some flight attendants chose to refuse to obey and fight to the end with the gangsters led by Fu Man. Sisters, we must never let these men control us. We must resist to the end and would rather die than surrender, said a tall and charming stewardess named. In response to her words, some flight attendants immediately nodded in agreement. They are also prepared to fight the bandits to the end. However, some flight attendants who are afraid of death. I surrender. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. I am willing to serve you and I promise to serve you comfortably. I surrender too. I am willing to be your woman and let you play with me as you please. Please let me go. I'll do anything to save my life. Looking at these stewardesses begging for mercy, Su Liuli and others scolded them for being shameless, but there was nothing they could do. Now the situation is indeed stronger than people. What can we do if we can't defeat those bandits? Fu Man and the others laughed loudly, and their eyes towards the stewardesses became even more evil. Those who are willing to surrender, stand aside. As for the rest who still want to resist, I'll have some fun with you. Fu Man said with a sneer. Hee hee. I just like women with strong personalities. Such women are fun to play with. That's right. It's fun to play with women with strong personalities. We'll push them down on the bed and make them yell no while we're about to give them, hee 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 hee. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and take them down. I want to see if they can still be strong in bed. The next moment, Fu Man and his brothers attacked together. After Su Liuli was defeated and some of the stewardesses surrendered, the remaining stewardesses with special abilities were naturally no match for Fu Man and the others. Soon, these flight attendants with strong personalities were subdued by Fu Man and others. Ha ha ha. Brothers, go enjoy the other stewardesses. Especially those with strong personalities, make sure to let them have a good taste of what it's like to be a woman. As for the beautiful Lady Sue, I will taste her alone without hesitation. Fu Man said with a lewd smile. Yes, Boss Fu. After saying that, Fu Man's brothers surrounded those stubborn stewardesses, ready to give them a good beating. Fu Man walked towards Su Liuli with a lewd smile on his face, saliva almost flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Su Liuli is a very, very good-looking stewardess. She is at least 1.75 meters tall and has a very slender figure with a curvy figure. Moreover, her skin is very fair and her oval face is very delicate. The delicate white face with big breasts, round buttocks and slender waist is extremely attractive to any man. Looking at Fu Man, who was short, fat, dark, ugly and drooling from the corners of his mouth, Su Liuli was filled with despair. Even if I die, I will never let a man like this touch me. Su Liuli decided in her heart. The next moment, Su Liuli took out a knife from his pocket and prepared to hit his own neck. However, at the moment when Su Liuli took out the knife, Fu Man was quick-witted and slapped him. With a bang, the knife in Su Liuli's hand was knocked away by Fu Man. Now Su Liuli couldn't even commit suicide. As a person with physical enhancement abilities, Su Liuli's physical fitness is still very strong. She tried other methods such as banging her head against the wall and biting her tongue, but she was unable to die immediately. Therefore, after losing his knife, Su Liuli was completely desperate. She could only close her eyes in despair. 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of her eyes, and she began to pray in her heart. Oh my God! Please have mercy on me. It's too disgusting to be occupied by such an ugly man. Even if you want me to be dominated by a man, please give me a normal one. I don't ask for him to be handsome, as long as he is normal. Su Liuli prayed in her heart. Just as she was thinking this, a voice she had never heard before rang in her ears. Miss Su, do you need help? As long as you agree to one condition, I can help you kill all these bandits. Hearing this, Su Liuli opened her eyes. What came into view was a tall and handsome man. And at this time, the man only used one finger to prevent Fu Man from making any progress. After seeing that the person coming was a handsome guy, Su Liuli was overjoyed. She made up her mind almost instantly and agreed to any conditions proposed by the handsome guy in front of her. Chapter 100, Capture the beautiful stewardess and bring her back to Jinlin. Handsome guy, I agree to your conditions. No matter what they are. Su Liuli said loudly. After Su Liuli finished speaking, Eton showed a triumphant smile at the corner of his mouth and nodded with satisfaction. TSK. I can now have another collectible maid in my shelter. I will be able to do more things in the future. But now, let's just take a few seconds to kill these bugs. Eton thought to himself. The next moment, Eton took action. Eton just slapped Fu Man hard on the face. The next moment, Fu Man flew backwards, smashing several walls and embedding himself into a wall. Who are you? Put. After asking the last question, Fu Man vomited a mouthful of blood and died. Afterwards, Eton looked at Fu Man's younger brothers with an extremely cold gaze. When those younger brothers saw that their boss Fu Man was killed by the man in front of them with one move, they were so scared that they almost wet their pants. The next moment, there were continuous thumping sounds, and the younger brothers knelt down directly, and some even began to kowtow to Eton. Sir! Please spare my life, sir. You can take all these women if you want, and play with them as you like. As long as you are willing to spare our lives, we will serve you wholeheartedly. If you say go east, we will never go west and will never betray you. Sir, we are all very righteous and loyal. As long as you are willing to spare our lives, we will be your most loyal warriors in the future. Looking at these people kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, Eton sneered with disdain. He doesn't lack these little brothers. The next moment, bang 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 sounds continued to be heard. All of Fu Man's younger brothers flew backwards, hit the wall hard, and finally died. After killing these annoying bugs, Eton immediately turned his gaze to Su Liuli with an evil smile on his lips. Su Liuli's eyes were very sharp. The moment she caught the evil smile on Eton's lips, she immediately understood what conditions Eton wanted to put forward to her. Su Liuli had seen this kind of lewd smile on many men's faces. Handsome guy, I am willing to be your woman. Please love me well in the future. Su Liuli said immediately before Eton could speak. Hearing this, Eton was stunned. Good job. This beautiful stewardess really didn't struggle at all? It seems that you are a very sensible woman, but you may be mistaken. I don't want you to be my woman, at least not the kind of mistress. I want you to be my maid, and one of many maids. Eton said. After listening to Eton's words, Su Liuli thought for a few seconds, and then immediately nodded heavily. No problem. Master, I will be your little maid from now on. Su Liuli said. This time Eton was really a little surprised. Is this beautiful stewardess in front of him so aware of the current situation? Oh. You agree now? Didn't you seem very determined after being defeated by those people? You would rather die than be those men's woman, but now you readily agree to be my maid. Why is that? Eton asked curiously. Just based on Su Liuli's performance just now, Eton felt from the bottom of his heart that she must be a woman with a rather strong temper. To this end, Eton had thought of several plans to conquer Su Liuli in his mind in order to tame this wild horse. So Eton was really surprised by Su Liuli's submissive behavior. Master, I don't want to be those men's woman because they are ugly. The reason I'm willing to be your maid is because you're handsome. The Doomsday has been here for more than a month, and my sisters and I have adapted to the rules of survival in the Doomsday. In this Doomsday world where the strong prey on the weak, if a beautiful woman is not extremely strong, she will most likely be taken over by a stronger man. Sooner or later, you will be dominated by a man anyway, so why not choose a handsome man to dominate you? Su Liuli said. After listening to Su Liuli's explanation, Eton felt a little amused. He finally understood it completely. The beautiful stewardess in front of me is indeed very aware of the current situation and has already prepared herself mentally to be dominated by a man. But the men before were so ugly that she really couldn't stand it, so she resisted to the end. And now that Eton, a handsome and powerful man, has arrived, Su Liuli immediately fell for him. Okay. Then you will be my 18th maid from now on, and I will take you to live in a very comfortable place. All you have to do is serve me well and make me feel comfortable both physically and mentally. Eton said. Hearing this, Su Liuli nodded immediately. But soon she put on a pitiful look and begged, Master, can you take these little sisters of mine with you? They are also willing to serve you. In response to this request, Eton shook his head and nodded. In Eton's opinion, the other flight attendants were actually quite pretty, but they were far inferior to Su Liuli, and they did not meet the standards to enter Eton's shelter. Therefore, Eton couldn't let them enter the shelter. But it is still possible to bring them to the headquarters of the Dragon King Society and let them rely on Lin Wanxiang and others. I can take you and your little sisters away, but only you can enter the place where I live and become my maid, and you will live comfortably in the future. As for your little sisters, you can let them rely on the supernatural people under my command when the time comes. Don't worry, none of the superpowers under my command are ugly, at least they are normal people, and there are quite a few handsome ones. Eton said with a smile. After Eton finished speaking, the flight attendants, led by Su Liuli, nodded. They all knew that this was the best outcome for them. The most beautiful stewardess depends on the strongest person, and the less beautiful stewardess depends on the next strongest person. It makes sense in this end times. Okay, it's getting late, Su Liuli, take your sisters and get in my car. I am the leader of the Dragon King Society, the largest supernatural force in Jinlin City. Next, I will take you to the Dragon King Society headquarters. After arriving at the headquarters, except for Su Liuli, what level of strong people others can rely on depends on your own abilities. Eton said. Then, Eton walked outside and released his reinforced explosion-proof vehicle. A total of 9 stewardesses, led by Su Liuli, got on the bus. These stewardesses were the ones who had seemed very strong just now. As for those who knelt down and begged for mercy from the enemy, Su Liuli did not take them with her, nor did she retaliate against them. Instead, she let them stay here and fend for themselves. Soon, the reinforced explosion-proof vehicle started and drove towards Jinlin City under Eton's control. Chapter 101 Beautiful Stewardess Becomes a Maid. Jinlin City, the headquarters of the Dragon King Society. Brother Tian, why did you bring back so many beautiful women at once? Lin Wanxiang asked in shock. Wang Huaiyan and others on the side were also surprised. It was the first time they saw Eton do this. Eton looked at their surprised expressions and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He. Apart from the most beautiful stewardess who I will enjoy myself, you can do with the rest. I'll leave it to you. But you also have to note that the other stewardesses are also my woman's younger sisters, so you can't force them. If you want them to depend on you and become your women, you'll have to use your own means. Oh, by the way. I can tell you very clearly that these stewardesses are relatively clean, Eton said. After Eton finished speaking, Lin Wanxian and others couldn't help but have their eyes brightened. A relatively clean stewardess? This is so rare in the end times. Moreover, although the looks of these stewardesses are average in Eton's eyes, they are just ordinary beauties. But in the eyes of Lin Wanxian, Wang Huiyan and others, these flight attendants are still quite good looking. So at this moment, Lin Wanxian and others looked at the stewardesses with straight eyes and were very excited. Brother Tian, I understand. I will make proper arrangements for these beautiful stewardesses and will never force them to do that kind of thing, Lin Wanxian said, patting his chest. Hearing this, Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, he exchanged pleasantries with Lin Wanxian for a while, gave him a few instructions, and then left with Su Liuli. The remaining 8 flight attendants stayed at the Dragon King Society headquarters and chatted with the men of the Dragon King Society. As they chatted, these 8 beautiful stewardesses got more and more compatible with some powerful men in the Dragon King Society, and gradually found the objects they wanted to depend on. In the end, Lin Wanxian won 2 flight attendants by himself, and the remaining 6 flight attendants were divided among Wang Huiyan and others. At this point, these 8 flight attendants have completely become members of the Dragon King Society, and are closely attached to the strong mailmen of the Dragon King Society. In Yi Tian's shelter. Hiss. In this apocalypse, there is actually such a warm place. Moreover, this place has all kinds of infrastructure and a large number of entertainment facilities. Why is there a swimming pool here? And the water in the swimming pool is so clear, isn't there a shortage of water here? Su Liuli exclaimed. Hearing Su Liuli's exclamation, Eton couldn't help but smile knowingly. Every new maid who comes to the shelter for the first time will be surprised by the extremely good living environment in the shelter. Eton has long been accustomed to this. The air conditioner here can be turned on 24 hours a day, and water resources are not very precious here, so you can use them as you like. As for other entertainment and leisure facilities, infrastructure and so on, you can use them at will, it's no big deal, Eton said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Liuli couldn't help but be shocked. She had previously thought that as the helmsman of the Dragon King Society, Eton's quality of life would definitely be much better than other people. But she really didn't expect that Eton's quality of life could be so good. This is too exaggerated. Most people didn't live so comfortably before the end of the world, right? Master, coming back with you is the best decision I have ever made. I will serve you well in the future and make you reluctant to drive me away, Su Liuli said firmly. Then it depends on your performance later, Eton said evilly. After saying that, Eton called the maid trainer Shen Xian over. After seeing Su Liuli beside Eton, Shen Xian immediately understood everything. Master, don't worry. I will definitely train this new maid as quickly as possible. I will give her a deep bath and brainwash her, so that she can clean herself up and understand how to be a good maid, Shen Xian said confidently. Well, then take her away. Remember, her name is Su Liuli, Eton said. Afterwards, Shen Xian took Su Liuli away and began her training work. Eton returned to his room, opened the game, and thought about his next plan while playing. This enhanced natural disaster will not last forever, so I must collect more purple-black crystal cores and fruits while it lasts. As long as they collected enough purple-black crystal cores and fruits, the Dragon King Society's laboratory would have sufficient experimental materials, allowing them to study all the uses and usages of these things faster and better. Once the research results of those 2 things are officially released, the next step will be to greatly enhance the strength of other members of the Dragon King Society. As long as the overall strength of the Dragon King Association is strong enough, I won't need to do many things myself in the future. I can just give instructions to my subordinates, Eton thought to himself. After thinking about this, Eton took a deep breath. He made up his mind. No matter what, before this enhanced natural disaster ends, he must seize most of the purple-black crystal cores and fruits in the entire Su province to enhance the strength of the Dragon King Society. When the enhanced natural disaster is over, the Dragon King Society will be able to usher in a climax of outward expansion. Eton's ultimate goal is to conquer the world and capture beauties from all over the world so that he can spread his knowledge all over the world. In order to achieve this big goal, you must first complete many small goals. If you want to conquer the world and spread your seeds to beauties all over the world, start by conquering Su province, Eton said proudly. At this time, Shin Shiyan had completely cleansed Su Liuli and brainwashed her to a certain extent. She brought Su Liuli, who looked well-behaved, to Eton's room and left silently. Looking at Su Liuli, who appeared in his room, her face a little blushing but somewhat expectant of purple, Eton couldn't help but reveal an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. "Are you ready?" Eton asked. "Master, I have made all the preparations and am just waiting for you to pamper me," said Su Liuli. Hearing this, the smile on Eton's lips became extremely evil, and he looked at Su Liuli with an aggressive gaze. The next moment, he hugged Su Liuli. The two of them had a communication meeting in this room with a unique atmosphere and many climaxes. During the exchange meeting, Eton and Su Liuli had a heated discussion, which brought the atmosphere of the meeting to a climax again and again. The pleasant and melodious sound like silver bells continued to echo in the room, adding a lot of fun to the exchange meeting. By the time the exchange meeting ended, Su Liuli's physical strength was completely exhausted and he fell into a deep sleep. Eton was still in high spirits, with a look of wanting more. "Well, let's stop here for today. We can talk about collecting crystal cores and fruits tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, I will have to speed up my collection efficiency," Eton decided. Afterwards, Eton hugged Su Liuli, closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 102, Looting Sioux City, Wulong Lake Villa. The morning of the 35th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in 35 times in a row. The one-time sign-in location Wulong Lake Villa has been refreshed. Please go and sign in as soon as possible. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength increased a little. But that's not the point. The key is the newly refreshed check-in location. Wulong Lake Villa sounds like the name of a villa area. But I know all the villa areas in Jinlin City, and there is no villa area called Wulong Lake Villa. So there are only two possibilities: either this Wulong Lake Villa is a hidden area in Jinlin City, or maybe Wulong Lake Villa is in another city. No matter what, I have to figure out the location of this villa first. Eton thought to himself. After thinking about this, Eton called Lin Wanxiang. After the apocalyptic natural disaster escalated, most communications in the world were cut off, and naturally there was no internet. Eton was unable to search for the Wulong Lake Villa through the internet, so he could only contact the people from the Dragon King Society through a satellite phone. After all, there are many people in the Dragon King Society, and there might be people among them who have heard of the 5-Dragon Lake Villa. Soon, the call was connected and Lin Wanxiang's voice came from the other end. "Brother Tian, why are you calling me at this time? Do you need me to report the progress of the experiment to you?" Lin Wanxiang asked. "Shaolin, there's no rush for the experiment, just take your time. I came to you this time for another matter. Have you ever heard of a place called Wulong Lake Villa?" Eton asked. Faced with Eton's question, Lin Wanxiang thought carefully in his mind for a while, and finally sighed helplessly. He had also never heard of a place called Wulong Lake Villa. "Brother Tian, our Dragon King Society has already mapped out every location in the entire Jinlin City. But there is no place called Wulong Lake Villa. This place may be in another city," Lin Wanxiang said. Hearing this, Eton took a deep breath. As expected, Wulong Lake Villa is most likely in another city. "Shaolin, then you can ask other people in the Dragon King Society. Maybe someone has heard of this Wulong Lake Villa. Once you learn about the news about Wulong Lake Villa, please inform me immediately via satellite phone. If you ask everyone and there is no news about Wulong Lake Villa, then let me know and I will think of other ways," Eton said. "I understand, Brother Tian. I will do as you tell me," said Lin Wanxiang. After that, the two exchanged a few pleasantries and hung up the phone. Lin Wanxiang was going to gather the members of the Dragon King Society and ask them about the news of Wulong Lake Villa one by one. Eton stretched lazily. He informed his girlfriend and left the shelter. Phew. Now it's time to finish what we didn't finish yesterday. I want all the purple-black crystal cores and fruits in the entire Sioux City, Eton said firmly. After saying that, Eton used his super flight to fly high into the sky and soon arrived in Sioux City. Eton had already completely observed the city of Suching yesterday and understood the situation here. Therefore, this time Eton did not use his supervision and superhearing to observe the place, but went straight to the target location. In several farms outside of Suzhou City. Roar! The roars of mutated zombie animals and mutated zombies came one after another because they all felt the vigorous blood. The source of this vigorous blood and energy is naturally Eton, who has just arrived here. TSK. Come on, the more the better. The more you come, the better I can collect more purple-black crystal cores. Eton laughed wantonly. These mutated zombies appear extremely scary to ordinary people and even some powerful psychics. But in Eton's eyes, they were just a group of walking purple-black crystal cores. Eton not only did not feel scared, but felt extremely excited. Super breath. Eton just exhaled, and a strong cold wind whistled towards the mutated zombies. Even though these mutated zombies have strong resistance to cold, they still cannot withstand the cold wind of super breath. In an instant, all the mutated zombies, whether they were humans or animals, were frozen into ice sculptures. Heat vision. Two extremely powerful lasers shot out from Eton's eyes. Under Eton's operation, the two lasers began to cut the heads of the mutant zombies frantically. Their extremely strong heads were as fragile as tofu when cut by the thermal vision. Soon, one purple-black crystal core after another fell from their heads and were all collected by Eton into the infinite warehouse. Ha! It's done. It's time to go to the next place. Eton said. After saying that, Eton went to the next destination. In the next short period of time, Eton searched all the farms, zoos, large residential areas, schools, and other places in Sioux City. He killed a large number of mutated zombie animals and humans, and captured a large number of purple-black crystal cores. 2 hours later, Eton completed the sweep of zombies in the entire Sioux City. Well, the purple-black crystal cores have been almost collected. The next step is to collect the purple-black fruits. Eton said. Afterwards, Eton flew to areas with dense vegetation. There are quite a few mutated plants in these places, and you can see some purple-black fruits from time to time. Eton's method of collecting purple-black fruits remains the same as before. He first used his strong physical fitness to withstand the attacks of the mutant plants and forcibly picked the fruits. Then used thermal vision or super breath to kill the mutated plants. In this way, Eton spent less than 3 hours sweeping through all the areas with dense vegetation in Sioux City and its surrounding areas, and collected a large number of purple-black fruits. In this way, most of the purple-black fruits and crystal cores in the entire Sioux City will be in my pocket. There is not much point in staying in Sucheng any longer. I should go and sweep other cities in Sioux Province. Eton decided. After making up his mind, Eton prepared to fly to the next city in Sioux Province. At this moment, his satellite phone suddenly rang. After the call was connected, Lin Wanxiang's voice was heard from the other end of the phone. Brother Tian, there are people in the Dragon King Society who used to work on the construction team. They once worked at Wulong Lake Villa. According to them, Wulong Lake Villa is a relatively little-known luxury villa area in Xicheng, Jiangsu Province. Its specific location is in Xicheng. Lin Wanxiang said. Hearing this, Eton couldn't help but smile. I understand, Xiaolin. Let's stop here for now. Eton said. After saying that, Eton hung up the phone and looked towards the direction of Xicheng. In that case, the next target city for plundering will be Xicheng. Eton decided. Afterwards, Eton used his super flight skills and quickly flew over Xicheng. Chapter 103, The Queen-Level Singer in Wulong Lake Villa. Lu Wanqing. Xicheng, above Wulong Lake Villa. Ha! This should be the Wulong Lake Villa they mentioned. I just need to go down and sign in. But since this is a high-end villa area, there may be unexpected gains there, so I can observe it first before signing in. Eton said with a smile. After saying that, Eton activated his supervision and superhearing and began to observe the entire Wulong Lake Villa. I have to say, this place is worthy of being a top wealthy area. Even though the Doomsday has come to the 35th day, there are still some ordinary people living well in this villa area. It can be seen from the bright and beautiful appearance of those ordinary people that they were definitely rich or noble before the end of the world. However, at this moment, those ordinary people who were living a good life were all hiding in the basement without exception. As for the villa on the ground, it had long been in ruins inside and out. There were even a lot of bloodstains in some villas, and it was obvious that some bloody incidents had occurred. In some villas, the bodies of women who had been stripped of their clothes were lying. It was obvious that these women had met with accidents. After carefully observing the entire area of the villa complex, Eton couldn't help but reveal an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. He just wanted to try and see if he could find something that interested him, but he actually found it. Lu Wanqing, a superstar singer before the end of the world. Her status in the music industry is equivalent to Xia Yingqian's status in the film industry. Now she is hiding in the basement of this villa area. I have to find a way to get her. He. Yi Tian said evilly. The Queen-level singer Lu Wanqing not only has a great singing voice, but her looks are also as good as those Queen-level superstars who act in movies. She was currently hiding in the basement doing yoga, and the yoga clothes she was wearing outlined her figure to perfection. She has fair skin, delicate face, big breasts, a perky butt, long legs and a cool temperament. Just by looking at it from a distance with his supervision, Eton felt his appetite increase. Lu Wanqing is living a very comfortable life now. It's not realistic for me to conquer her physically and mentally through normal means. In that case, I have to give her something to do and put her in danger. When her beautiful life is broken, I will appear in front of her again, and she will have to be TSK. Yi Tian thought evilly. After thinking about this, Yi Tian turned his gaze to the group of thugs wandering in Wulong Lake Villa. At this moment, these thugs were discussing something. Brother Wang, we have already cleared the Wulong Lake Villa several times. We should have cleared everything that needs to be cleared, right? If we continue to sweep here, I'm afraid we won't find anything, said a short man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks. Yes, Brother Wang. At the beginning of the apocalypse, when we had just awakened our superpowers, we did go through the underground garages of the entire community and came to the doors of the owners one by one, breaking open one door after another. At that time, we grabbed a lot of supplies and beauties and enjoyed them to our heart's content. Now we haven't used up all of those supplies and beauties yet. But it's different now. We've swept here several times in the past month or so. There shouldn't be any fish that slip through the net anymore, said a gentle-looking man wearing glasses. Brother Wang, I suggest that we stay in the house and rest for a while, and then go out when the disaster outside is less severe. Then we will go and rob more wealthy areas, and we will surely get a lot of supplies and beauties, so let us enjoy them again, said a scarred man. The man called Brother Wang is named Wang Dangliang. He is an ugly man with a face full of flesh. After listening to what his subordinate said, Wang Danliang touched his chin and then nodded slightly. We have indeed swept the entire Wulong Lake Villa several times, and we always gain something during the first few sweeps. However, the 2 recent raids yielded nothing. Perhaps there really are no hidden supplies or beauties left here. In this case, let's stay here and have a good rest. When the poisonous ice and snow outside stop, we will leave here and rob other wealthy areas, Wang said courageously. Brother Wang is wise. Afterwards, the thugs gave up their plan to raid the entire villa area. They just stayed in the largest villa in the entire villa complex, eating and drinking the looted supplies and playing with the looted women. It's true, they are living quite comfortably in this apocalypse. After using his super hearing to hear the conversation between these thugs, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile. These people can become my pawns to conquer Lu Wanqing. I must make good use of them. After you have used it, you can get rid of it, Yi Tian said with a smile. After saying that, Yi Tian flew to a warehouse in the underground garage of Wulong Lake Villa. Through the perspective function of supervision, Yi Tian knew that this was the place where the group of thugs imprisoned the beauties they had kidnapped. These abducted beauties were usually kept in warehouses, and the thugs could just go to the warehouse and take them when they wanted to enjoy them. At this moment, they all had dull eyes and looked as if they were desperate. This person can no longer be called a human being, he is completely a plaything, an object. However, this group of toys is the key link for Yi Tian to complete his plan. After arriving at the warehouse door, Yi Tian smiled and said, "Do you want to escape your current fate? Do you want to live a little better? As long as you agree to one condition, I promise that you will be able to live a much better life than your current one." Hearing this, the women who had become playthings were stunned for a moment. Then, their dull eyes became a little clearer, and they all turned to look at Yi Tian. "Can you really help us escape this tragic fate? If so, we will agree to any conditions you offer," said a woman. "That's right. We all want to leave here and live a good life. If you can really do that, then no matter what the conditions are, we will agree to them," said another woman. With these 2 women taking the lead, the rest of the women followed suit. They really want to leave here and escape their current fate. He was treated as a plaything by Wang Dalian's gang, abused at will, starved and cold, and could be killed at any time. This kind of life is really more painful than direct death. Very good. Then please help me with one thing. It's a very simple thing. All you have to do is tell those thugs one thing when they come to tease you again. This matter is the location of the superstar singer Lu Wanqing in this villa area. She is here now, Eton said with a smile. Hearing this, the women were all shocked. Lu Wanqing is still hiding in the basement and has not been caught? This made the women jealous. Why should they suffer while Lu Wanqing can live well? Okay. When those thugs come again, I will tell them Lu Wanqing's location, said one of the women. The other women also echoed. On the one hand, they agreed to Eton's request in order to escape their fate, but on the other hand, they were jealous of Lu Wanqing. Seeing this, Eton couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. He didn't know what these women were thinking, nor did he want to know. He only knew that his plan to completely conquer Lu Wanqing had taken the first step. Chapter 104: Lu Wanqing's location exposed. Well, then it's settled. But you also have to pay attention to one thing: whether you are facing those thugs or Lu Wanqing, you must never mention my existence in front of anyone. If you can't control your mouth, I will let you know what cruelty is, Eton said coldly. Hearing this, the women immediately nodded and said that they would definitely remember Eton's words. Seeing this, Eton nodded with satisfaction. Then he left and ignored those women. He flew high into the sky, continuously using his supervision and superhearing, silently observing how things would develop. After Eton left, the women in the underground garage warehouse also began to talk. Can we trust what that man says? Can he really change our fate and save us? It's hard to say whether he can save us, but the location of Lu Wanqing he told us is most likely true. Otherwise, I really don't know why he would do this. Humph. Regardless of whether that man can rescue us or not, I will tell those thugs Lu Wanqing's location. That's right. Why should we be tortured by those men here while Lu Wanqing can live well? Is it just because she was a star before the end of the world? That's right. I really can't wait to see Lu Wanqing being tortured by those stinky men. The women in the warehouse became more and more excited as they talked, and their jealousy grew stronger. Many of them really wanted to drag Lu Wanqing down with them and make her suffer the same fate as them. Eton, who was flying high in the sky at this time, naturally used his super hearing to hear their jealous discussions, and he couldn't help but smile and shook his head. Ha ha. These women are really jealous. I guess they weren't good people before the end of the world. Their jealousy is not a bad thing for me. On the contrary, it can help me conquer Lu Wanqing, Eton said with a smile. After saying that, Eton continued to observe the women, waiting for the thugs to play with them. While continuing to observe, Eton did not forget another thing. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully at Wulong Lake Villa. The development progress of Superman's Man of Steel has increased by 5%, and 1,000 tables of 5-star hotel banquets have been obtained. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength was improved to a certain extent, which increased his strength again. At the same time, there were a total of 1,000 tables of feasts in his infinite warehouse. These feasts are so delicious and beautiful that they cannot be more luxurious in this doomsday. TSK. The food rewarded by the system before was mostly raw, and I had to ask the maids to cook for me before I could eat hot dishes. Although the maids' cooking skills are pretty good, they are definitely not comparable to the chefs in 5-star hotels. So this 5-star hotel dinner reward is quite good for me, it allows me to have a good meal, Eton said with a smile. After saying that, Eton flew to an abandoned villa. He set out one of the tables of 5-star hotel meals and began to devour it. Of course, he did not forget to turn on his super hearing and supervision from time to time to observe the situation of those women and thugs. Just when Eton was halfway through his meal, some thugs finally arrived in front of the warehouse in the underground garage. After seeing the woman in the warehouse, the thugs couldn't help but complain. Ah! We've been playing with these bitches for such a long time, I'm getting a little tired of them. Yes. When we caught them just now, they all smelled good, looked pretty good, and had plump figures. They would still struggle at that time, and the more they struggled, the more excited I became. It's not like now, everyone is pale and skinny, smelly, with dull eyes, and no resistance at all, it's really boring to play with. Alright, it's good to have something to play with. Let's quickly pick a few women we can barely handle and have some fun in the villa later. Otherwise, there will be nothing else to play with. Yeah. In this world, it's good to have a woman to play with. Don't ask for too much. After the four thugs complained for a while, they finally looked at the women with an aggressive look. Soon, they picked out 7 women who seemed to them to be acceptable. The 7 women were very obedient and soon followed the 4 thugs to the villa where the gang lived. Well, 7 women were taken away by the thugs, so these 7 women should act according to my plan next. The thugs should know Lu Wanqing's location soon, and Lu Wanqing will probably be frightened by then. Eton said with a smile. After saying that, Eton turned his supervision to the villa where the thugs lived. The men in the villa had already started communicating with the 7 women in that regard. But while the exchange was going on, the men were clearly dissatisfied. Damn it! There is such a shortage of water in this apocalypse. These 7 stinky women haven't washed in several days, right? They stink. Oh. If only there was a nice-smelling woman for me to play with right now. Don't think too much. Where are the fragrant women in this world? Listening to the mob's curses and complaints, the 7 women knew it was time to speak out. You want a fragrant, clean woman? I know a place where there are such women, and it's in this villa area. I also know that there is a place in this villa area where there are still clean women. You all know Lu Wanqing, the famous star before the apocalypse, right? She is hiding in a basement in this villa area right now. After the women said this, the thugs in the villa were stunned. All ongoing exchanges between men and women came to a sudden halt. Even the mob leader, Wang Dongqi, was alarmed and looked at the women with shock on his face. Is what you said true? The famous star Lu Wanqing is actually in the basement of this villa area? Wang asked courageously. It's absolutely true. As long as Boss Wang is willing to make our lives better in the future, I will tell you Lu Wanqing's location. That's right. How dare we lie to you, Boss Wang? Humph. That bitch Lu Wanqing should just submit to you, Boss Wang. After listening to what these women said, Wang Dante took a deep breath, and then an extremely evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If what you said is true, then of course I don't mind making your life easier in the future. But if you dare to lie to me, you know the consequences. Wang said coldly. Boss Wang, we absolutely dare not deceive you. Lu Wanqing's location is. You will know when you verify it later, said a woman. Hearing this, Wang nodded courageously. Chapter 105, The Fearful Lu Wanqing. Under the guidance of the women who had become their playthings, 7 thugs led by Wang Dangliang, each holding a door to block the poisonous ice and snow, came to a green belt in the community. In this green belt there is a large iron gate covered by plants and soil. Oh my! Boss, after removing the dirt, an iron door actually appeared on the ground. TSK. It seems those bitches didn't lie to us. There are indeed places in this neighborhood that we haven't searched thoroughly. If Lu Wanqing is really among them, we'd be so happy. She was a superstar singer before the apocalypse. Hee. When the time comes, I will definitely play with Lu Wanqing and give her a taste of a superstar singer. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let's blast this iron door open. After some discussion, the thugs all turned their attention to their boss, Wang Dangdan. As long as Wang Dantang gives the order, they will use their special powers to bombard the big iron gate frantically. 2 people continue to hold up the door panel for protection, while the others follow me to blast open the iron door. Remember, we must do our best and move fast. The natural disasters outside are too serious. Even if we are fully prepared, we won't be able to hold on for long. Wang said courageously. Yes, boss. After saying that, 2 people with physical enhancement abilities held up the door panels to temporarily block the poisonous ice and snow for all the thugs. The other thugs were sharpening their knives and attacking the iron gate. The next moment, the thugs attacked the iron gate. A raging fire spreads all over the land. Lightning bombardment. Swift wind blade. In an instant, all kinds of elemental attacks were launched from the hands of the thugs, bombarding the iron gate fiercely. Boom! There was a deafening loud noise, which caused the very thick iron door to dent a little. Fuck! This iron door is so thick? That's a bit unexpected. It seems that Lu Wanqing is quite security conscious. She even made the iron door of her basement so thick. Don't panic. Don't you see that the iron door has been dented? As long as we keep working hard, I believe we can break the iron door in no time. That's right. Let's not waste any more time. Let's bombard this iron door continuously and blow it open as soon as possible. After some discussion, the thugs continued to bombard the iron gate using the elemental attacks in their hands. The rumbling sound continued. Just as these thugs were excitedly bombarding the iron gate, imagining the scene of pressing Lu Wanqing under them, Lu Wanqing herself was panicked. She is panicking now. Impossible. The entrance to my basement seems so hidden, neither inside the villa nor around the villa. The entrance is set up in the green belt and is blocked by plants and soil outside. How could it be found by others? Did they sweep the entire community so carefully? Lu Wanqing said in surprise. At this moment, Lu Wanqing's face was full of surprise, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. Although Lu Wanqing is a security-conscious person and made the iron door of the basement very thick. But no matter how thick the iron door is, it cannot withstand such bombardment. If this continues, the iron door of the basement will explode sooner or later, and the people outside will definitely be able to break in. And if someone from outside breaks in, the consequences. Lu Wanqing felt scared just thinking about it. It has been the 35th day since the end of the world. Before the internet was disconnected, Lu Wanqing had witnessed many terrible things on the internet. She knew clearly that if someone outside broke into her basement, her fate would be very tragic. By then, there will definitely be several men taking turns to play with her and humiliating her until she has a mental breakdown. To put it bluntly, if it was just humiliation, then the ending would be considered good. If the animals were killed and eaten after being humiliated, that would be the most miserable of all. No. I absolutely cannot let those people in. I absolutely cannot let those people catch me. Think of a way, you must think of a way, there must be a way. Lu Wanqing shouted in her heart. At this moment, Lu Wanqing was listening to the sound of the thugs bombarding the iron gate while her brain was thinking rapidly. She kept thinking about how to escape, not wanting to face a tragic fate. But no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't come up with any solution. The current situation is really unsolvable for Lu Wanqing. Her basement was neither big nor small, so any corner where she hid would definitely be found by people outside. As for leaving the basement, where could she go after leaving the basement? Now the entire community is under the control of the mob. Even if she left the basement and fled to another place, she would most likely be caught by the mob. And even if we take a step back and say that the thugs can't catch her, she won't survive if she leaves the basement. Where does food come from? Where does water come from? How to resist the cold? These are all problems, and they are problems that Lu Wanqing cannot think of solutions to. Oh. Do I only have these two choices, committing suicide or accepting their humiliation? Whoa! Lu Wanqing sobbed softly. At this moment, her face was filled with despair, tears were welling up in her eyes and were about to fall. However, at this moment, there was a click and the other door in the basement opened automatically. There are two doors in the entire basement. One is the iron door that the thugs are bombing, and the other is located in the underground garage. The iron door located in the underground garage is actually better hidden than the one in the green belt. It is perfectly integrated into the wall and cannot be seen at all. And the door in the underground garage is even thicker, the kind that cannot be blown open even by a high-explosive bomb. In addition, the iron door at the basement entrance in the underground garage uses a fingerprint electronic lock, which can only be opened by Lu Wanqing. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Wanqing has never worried about someone coming in from the other door. However, now she was confused. Not only was the door opened, but it was not opened violently. Someone outside activated the electronic lock and opened it easily. Soon, a tall and handsome man with an evil smile on his lips stood in front of Lu Wanqing. Hello, big star. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Eton, and I am the helmsman of the Dragon King Association, a large supernatural force in Jinlin City. Eton said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Wanqing took a deep breath and looked at Eton with a complicated look. How did you open that door? What was your purpose in coming in to see me? Lu Wanqing asked. Chapter 106. Don't agree to the conditions? I want to see how long you can hold out. I have very advanced lock-picking skills. All electronic locks are useless in front of me. The only reason I came into this basement is, of course, to help you. Eton said with a smile. Eton has a cracking chip in his hand, which can crack all kinds of electronic locks, firewalls, anti-theft systems. Therefore, as long as Eton found the location of the entrance to the basement, entering the basement would be as easy as taking something from a bag. There was no need to violently destroy the door at all. Help me? How are you going to help me? Help me deal with the people outside? Lu Wanqing asked. That's right. I told you before that I am the leader of the Dragon King Society, the largest superpower force in Jinlin City. So you should be able to guess that my superpowers are very powerful, right? I think dealing with those thugs outside is as easy as playing. I can kill them with just a few moves. Yi Tian said confidently. Hearing this, Lu Wanqing nodded. She knew that if Yi Tian did not lie to her and he really was the man in charge of the city's most powerful superpower, then with his strength there would be absolutely no problem in dealing with those thugs outside. And if Yi Tian killed those thugs outside, then Lu Wanqing would be safe. However, Lu Wanqing also knew that Yi Tian had no relationship with her and there was no reason for him to help her like this. Therefore, when Yi Tian offered to help her deal with the thugs outside at this time, it must be conditional. There is no free lunch in the world. Tell me your conditions. What do you want from me? You don't want to get my body and then humiliate me severely, do you? Lu Wanqing asked. You guessed right. I just want your body, and I also want your identity as a big star before the end of the world. It must be a great feeling to hold a proud and beautiful superstar under you. Yi Tian said evilly. After hearing Yi Tian's words, a hint of disgust flashed in Lu Wanqing's eyes. In her opinion, Yi Tian and the group of thugs outside were birds of a feather. No matter what, the only thing he wants is to occupy her body. Humph. Those men out there want my body, and you want my body too, so what is the difference between you two? Whether I fall into their hands or yours, I will inevitably be humiliated, so why should I agree to your conditions? Of course I know I can't compete with you, and you can do whatever you want to me with your powerful strength. But if you give me the chance, I will commit suicide. I won't let you off easily. Lu Wanqing said seriously. After Lu Wanqing finished speaking, she put on an attitude of being ready to die bravely. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but sneer with disdain. Would Lu Wanqing, a big star who lived a life of luxury before the end of the world, have the courage to commit suicide? She has no courage. Yi Tian has seen many women like Lu Wanqing. The previous domineering beauty president Yi Bingmang and the film and television star Su Yaoshu were both like this. At the beginning, they all were ready to die and refused to agree to Yi Tian's conditions. But in fact, they are very afraid of death and will not commit suicide until they are caught by the mob. But it is too late to commit suicide after being caught by the mob. So in the end they were all taken in by Yi Tian into the shelter and became Yi Tian's maids. That kind of proud look of facing death head-on was finally shattered into ashes. So Yi Tian didn't believe that Lu Wanqing had the courage to commit suicide at all. Big star, you're mistaken, I'm different from them. If you follow me, you only need to serve me. As long as you serve me well, I will also make you comfortable. I have endless heating and inexhaustible water resources. You can live in a constant temperature and take a bath and drink water without any worries. If you are caught by those thugs outside, then you can forget about enjoying the heating and showering. Not only can you not enjoy them, but you will also have to serve several men and be played with by several men in turn. Until you are played to death. Yi Tian said with a smile. As he spoke, Yi Tian waved his hand and released buckets of water. At the same time, a whole table of delicious 5-star hotel meals appeared in the basement. These waters and delicacies are just the tip of the iceberg of the resources I have. As long as you are willing to be my maid, you can enjoy them at will. Water is a very precious resource outside, but it is not precious here. You can use it as you like, whether you want to drink or take a bath. Yi Tian said. Looking at the water and delicacies that Yi Tian suddenly released, Lu Wanqing swallowed hard. She admitted that she was moved. She stayed in the basement for a full 35 days. Although she did not die of starvation or thirst, her life was quite difficult. The precious water resources can only be used for drinking, forget about taking a bath. As for food, the only foods you can eat are those that are ready to eat right out of the package. She couldn't cook raw vegetables and meat in her current condition, so she couldn't eat them, let alone a delicious 5-star hotel meal. Therefore, the large barrels of water and the large table of 5-star hotel dishes in front of her were extremely attractive to Lu Wanqing. You, how many maids do you have? Lu Wanqing asked. About a dozen of them. When you go to my place, you will become one of them. Just serve me well together with them. I guarantee that you will live a comfortable life. Eton said. After hearing Eton's words, Lu Wanqing's brows wrinkled into a shape, and then she immediately shook her head. I can accept being humble in my relationship with you, as humble as a maid. But I can't accept that you have so many maids, and I can't accept being one of your many maids. So I won't agree to your conditions. Either you leave now or watch me commit suicide. Lu Wanqing said firmly. As she spoke, Lu Wanqing took out a small knife and placed it against her neck, as if she was ready to cut her own throat at any time. Looking at Lu Wanqing like this, Eton couldn't help but smile and shook his head. This woman won't cry until she sees the Yellow River. Fine, I'll patiently play with her for a while. After she feels the horror of those thugs, I don't believe she will still agree to my conditions. Eton thought to himself. After thinking about this, Eton said to Lu Wanqing, then I will leave here for the time being. When you regret it, just shout my name and say you will agree to my conditions. As long as you call my name and agree to my conditions, I will come to save you immediately. Think about it carefully. After saying that, Eton turned around and left the basement without hesitation. Only Lu Wanqing was left shivering in the basement. Chapter 107. The thugs broke in. Lu Wanqing regretted it. He just left like that? Not going to negotiate terms anymore? Lu Wanqing said disappointedly. Originally, Lu Wanqing wanted to talk to Eton again, and she wanted to get better conditions. But she didn't think about one question. So what qualifications does she have to negotiate terms with Eton? In this apocalyptic context, everyone abides by the law of the jungle. The law of the jungle is the survival of the fittest, and the weak are absolutely not qualified to negotiate with the strong. Eton has strength, power, resources, and beauties. What else is he missing? He has everything. In this situation, Lu Wanqing could only rely on her beauty to attract Eton. Apart from her beauty, Lu Wanqing has no value at all. And Eton doesn't have to be with Lu Wanqing. In Eton's view, Lu Wanqing was just a maid worth playing with. It's best to have this maid, but it's no big deal if she doesn't. Therefore, it is completely nonsense and impossible for Lu Wanqing to negotiate terms with Eton. Boom! The thugs outside were still bombarding the iron gate, causing the dent in it to become larger and larger. If this situation continues, it won't be long before the iron gate is completely blown open and the thugs break in. Lu Wanqing shuddered at the thought of the consequences if thugs broke in. What should I do? What should I do? I absolutely cannot fall into the hands of those thugs. I cannot be abused and toyed with by them. The consequences are too terrible. As for being one of Eton's many maids, this is also difficult to accept. How can I serve a man with so many women? Lu Wanqing was tangled in her heart. She didn't want to choose either of the two options before her, but she really couldn't come up with a solution to the problem. So in the end, Lu Wanqing could only take a deep breath and make up her mind. Forget it, I'd better commit suicide. I would rather die than let those beasts get away with it. Lu Wanqing said. After saying that, Lu Wanqing picked up the dagger and put it to her neck. She exerted a little force and the sharp edge of the dagger embedded into the skin on her neck, causing her to feel a pain. A little bit of blood appeared on her neck, making her whole body tremble. The next moment, there was a clang, and Lu Wanqing threw the dagger to the ground. Then she started crying again. Wow! I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. What should I do? What should I do? Lu Wanqing said while crying. The moment she felt the pain, Lu Wanqing backed off. She didn't dare commit suicide. She had a great fear of death and she wanted to live. Therefore, in the following period of time, Lu Wanqing was in extreme fear. On the one hand, she was afraid of death, and on the other hand, she was also afraid that the thugs outside would rush in and humiliate her. She just sat on the ground in a daze, trembling with fear and at a loss as to what to do. TSK. Just as I expected, someone like this who lived a life of luxury before the end of the world is very afraid of death, and committing suicide is too difficult for her. Then I just need to watch the show carefully. I want to see if Lu Wanqing dares to negotiate with me after those thugs rush in. Eton said with a smile. Although Eton had left the basement at this time, his supervision and superhearing still had penetrating functions. Eton has been observing Lu Wanqing's every move, so he has a clear idea of what's going on. At this point, Eton can be said to have secured victory. Just as he expected, Lu Wanqing did not dare to commit suicide at all. For someone who doesn't dare to commit suicide, she only has two choices. Either be humiliated by those thugs, or be Eton's maid. Anyone should be able to imagine that being Eton's maid is definitely much better than being humiliated by those thugs. So as long as Eton waits for those thugs to break into the basement and then takes action, it will be safe. By then, Lu Wanqing will be conquered by Eton both physically and mentally. Eton will achieve complete conquest of Lu Wanqing. It seems that the iron gate outside has been almost bombed. There is at most half a minute left, and the iron gate will definitely be blown open. Then, Eton said evilly. Boom! The sound of the iron gate being bombarded continued. Just as Eton expected, half a minute later, there was a loud bang and the iron gate was completely blown open. The thugs led by Wang Danliang rushed in and immediately saw Lu Wanqing sitting on the ground crying. After seeing Lu Wanqing, these thugs' faces showed expressions of great excitement. Ha ha ha! Those bitches didn't lie to us. Lu Wanqing actually lives in this basement. That's awesome, it's really awesome. I can actually play a diva-level singer before the end of the world. Hey! Lu Wanqing, remember to struggle gently later, otherwise you will be in extreme pain. Actually, it's good that she struggles. The more she struggles, the more excited I get. Ha 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 ha. The thugs, led by Wang Danliang, looked at Lu Wanqing with lewd smiles on their faces. Their eyes were extremely aggressive, as if they were going to eat Lu Wanqing the next moment. When Lu Wanqing saw this group of people breaking in, she was so scared that her face turned pale. You, don't come over here. If you come over here again, I will commit suicide and leave you with only a corpse. Lu Wanqing said in panic. As she spoke, Lu Wanqing picked up the dagger and put it against her neck. She looked as if she was ready to commit suicide at any moment. When the thugs saw Lu Wanqing like this, they couldn't help but sneer in contempt. They went through so much trouble to break in, they wouldn't just want a corpse. They have seen many women who want to commit suicide, and they have already developed ways to deal with them. Third brother, control her with the silk thread. Wang said courageously. Yes, boss. As he spoke, the third in command of this gang of thugs used his silk thread ability. Some transparent, thin and tough silk threads instantly appeared around Lu Wanqing, firmly controlling her. At this moment, Lu Wanqing found it difficult to even move a finger. What did you do to me? Why can't I move? Lu Wanqing said in horror. Ha ha ha. Why do you care what we did to you? What's the use even if you know? You can't get away anyway, said a thug with a big laugh. That's right. Big star, just accept your fate. We will love you well from now on, said another thug. The rest of the thugs followed suit, looking at Lu Wanqing with lustful eyes. The next moment, with Wang Danliang's order, the thugs surrounded Lu Wanqing. Boss, you go first. Well, that's good. After I'm done playing, you can play with her as much as you want. Wang Danliang said with a smile. Then, Wang Dankuei prepared to take off Lu Wanqing's clothes. Lu Wanqing closed her eyes in despair, 2 lines of tears falling from the corners of her eyes. In this desperate situation, she roared. Eton, I regret it. Chapter 108 Kill the thugs and save Lu Wanqing. Eton, I regret it. Take me away, I am willing to be one of your many maids and serve you well. Lu Wanqing shouted. As Lu Wanqing finished her words, the thugs surrounding her were all stunned. Who is Eton? It seems that this man named Eton has the ability to save Lu Wanqing. Everyone, don't be in a hurry to play, stay alert. There may be unknown enemies around us, get rid of them first and then play with Lu Wanqing. Wang Danliang gave the order immediately. As a cautious person, Wang Dange would never allow any unstable factors to appear. So he wanted to solve the trouble first and then enjoy himself. But his subordinates didn't think so, and someone immediately raised questions. Boss, there's no need to be so cautious, right? I think this woman is lying to us. There's no one named Eton nearby. That's right, boss. This is just the nonsense of a bitch. We don't need to pay attention to it. Just start playing with her. Boss, you start playing first. We are all here to protect you. Even if someone attacks us, we can kill them. It won't affect your enjoyment. After listening to what his younger brother said, Wang Dante took a deep breath and then shook his head. Although he felt that what these younger brothers said made some sense, it was not in line with his cautious character. Alright, you don't need to persuade me anymore. Follow my orders, everyone stay alert. Next, we need to verify whether this is true or not. If it is true, we must get rid of the man named Eton as soon as possible. If it's fake, then we'll punish that bitch Lu Wanqing. Wang said sternly. After Wang Dongliang's words fell, his brothers didn't dare to say anything more. They all became more alert and kept observing their surroundings. There were also two people with pretty good physical enhancement abilities who began to search the basement, trying to find Eton. At this moment, there was a click sound and another door in the basement opened. Eton walked in swaggeringly, looking at the thugs and Lu Wanqing with extremely disdainful and contemptuous eyes. TSK. Big Star, why didn't you just agree to my conditions earlier? Why did you have to wait until now and bring shame upon yourself? You dare not commit suicide, and you don't want to be humiliated by these thugs, so in the end, don't you have to choose to be my maid? Eton said sarcastically. Listening to Eton's sarcastic words, Lu Wanqing did not feel any anger in her heart. Instead, she felt as if a huge rock had fallen from her heart, and she suddenly felt relieved. All this happened just because Eton appeared, and Eton's appearance meant that she was saved. I know I was wrong. It was all my fault just now. I should have realized earlier that I have no right to negotiate with you. And I really don't have the courage to commit suicide. I want to live well. Eton, I will serve you well in the future. Please save me. Lu Wanqing said loudly. After hearing what Lu Wanqing said, a satisfied smile appeared on Eton's lips. That's right. While Eton and Lu Wanqing were talking, the gang of thugs led by Wang Dongliang could no longer sit still. They found that Eton walked out so arrogantly, and then talked to Lu Wanqing, completely ignoring them. And the only time Eton looked at them, his eyes revealed extreme contempt, which made them very unhappy. Boy, your name is Eton, right? Since Lu Wanqing came to you for help, you must be a superpower, right? We don't want to make things difficult for you, so just get out of here now and don't bother us while we're playing with this bitch. Otherwise, you might die here today. Wang said coldly. As Wang Dongliang finished speaking, his younger brothers all echoed him. That's right. Get out of here right now, or we'll cut you into pieces. Boy, you may have known our cruelty. If you don't leave within the next 5 counts, I will let you feel what cruelty is. The boss has already given you a chance, so hurry up and get out of here. Otherwise, don't leave today, and we will turn you into a corpse, a broken corpse. In the eyes of these thugs, there were a total of 8 people on their side, so it could be said that I had the advantage. 8 people with special abilities fighting against 1 person with special abilities, how can they lose? However, battles between people with special abilities will inevitably result in injuries, so if they can achieve their goal without fighting, they are still unwilling to fight. But if Eton refuses to leave, Wang Dongliang and his gang will attack him without hesitation. Eton couldn't help but sneer at the confident psychic thugs in front of him. Lu Wanqing has agreed to all my conditions. From now on, she will be my woman, and my woman cannot be touched by others. So next, you can go die. Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton took action. Eton increased his speed to the maximum, and before they could react, the other 7 psychics except Wang Dongliang were slapped away and embedded in the wall, unable to be dug out. This scene frightened Wang Yangji out of his wits. He was full of confidence just now, but now his eyes were full of fear. In less than a second, all 7 younger brothers were killed. How terrifying is this power? Wang Dongliang didn't know how strong Eton was, but he knew that he could definitely not compete with Eton. So in the next moment, with a thump sound, Wang Dongliang knelt down directly and began to kowtow to Eton. Brother Tian, oh no, Lord Tian. Please spare my life. I am willing to work like a slave for you and will never betray you. As for this woman, you can play with her however you want, I will never interfere. And all the supplies I have can be given to you, I won't keep them for myself. Wang begged courageously. Hearing Wang Dan's plea for mercy, Eton couldn't help but sneer. Eton has no shortage of subordinates like Wang Donji, nor does he need his supplies. As for Lu Wanqing, Eton can play however he wants with her. What does it have to do with Wang's courage? Therefore, Wang Dan's begging for mercy had no meaning in Eton's eyes. Eton had no reason to let Wang Dankai go. So in the next moment, powerful energy gathered in Eton's eyes, and 2 rays of light were instantly emitted. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang, and Wang Danliang was blown into pieces and died. After killing Wang Danliang, Eton turned his attention to Lu Wanqing again. Chapter 109 New Research Results. Big Star, I have already helped you deal with those people, so isn't it time for you to show your appreciation next? Yi Tian said with a smile. As he spoke, Yi Tian looked at Lu Wanqing with an extremely aggressive gaze, as if he wanted to see through her. When Lu Wanqing felt Yi Tian's gaze, her pretty face turned red and she looked very shy. Well, I will keep my promise. Do what you want to do next. Lu Wanqing said. As she spoke, Lu Wanqing began to take off her clothes. She was mentally prepared to serve Yi Tian. When Yi Tian saw this, he stopped her directly. Wait. Don't take off your clothes so quickly. I never said I would eat you right now. Next, I will take you to my base camp, give you a good cleanse, and instill in you some maid code of conduct. After all this is done, I will eat you and you won't eat me. Yi Tian said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Wanqing nodded and put her clothes back on. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian took Lu Wanqing out of the basement. He just waved his hand, and a reinforced explosion-proof vehicle appeared in front of Lu Wanqing. You sit in the passenger seat of this car first. I still have to save some people. Come back later. Yi Tian said. I understand. Lu Wanqing said. After saying that, Lu Wanqing sat in the passenger seat of the reinforced explosion-proof car, closed the door, and waited quietly. Yi Tian went to the villa where the thugs had lived before and found the 7 women. Are those thugs dead? Can you take us away now? A woman asked excitedly. Well, I have killed all those thugs. Next, I plan to bring you to the Dragon King Society. Your future life will definitely be much better than it is now. But I have to warn you one last time, don't mention what I asked you to do to Lu Wanqing. If you dare to gossip about it, then I will let you know what cruelty is. Yi Tian said coldly. No. We absolutely dare not gossip and we absolutely dare not be gossips, the women said in horror. Looking at their frightened expressions, Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, Yi Tian took them out of the villa and came to the reinforced explosion-proof vehicle through the underground garage. You sit in the back seat of this car. I will drive you to Jinlin City later. Your life will be much better after we arrive in Jinlin City. Yi Tian said. After Yi Tian finished speaking, the 7 women immediately sat in the back seat of the reinforced explosion-proof vehicle. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian sat in the driver's seat of the explosion-proof vehicle, started the car, and began driving towards Jinlin City. In the Dragon King Club Hall. Chief, good news, good news. Wang Huaiyan said excitedly. What good news? Could it be that the laboratory has come up with some new results? Lin Wanqiang asked. That's right. They have indeed come up with new results. They have figured out the rules of awakening superpowers with purple-black fruits, and they have also figured out the rules of enhancing superpowers with purple-black crystal cores. Wang Huaiyan said. Hearing this, Lin Wanqiang's eyes lit up. This is indeed great news. Now Lin Wanqiang possesses 3 superpowers: physical enhancement, wind control, and thunder control. The improvement of these 3 abilities is actually very unbalanced. The ability to enhance physical fitness is obviously stronger than the other 2, so Lin Wan is eager to improve his elemental control ability in order to improve his overall strength. However, although Lin Wanqiang had been absorbing purple-black crystal cores before, the skills improved after the absorption were too random, and most of the improvements were on physical fitness. Elemental control skills are rarely improved. Now that the research team has figured out the rules of how purple-black crystal cores can enhance superpowers, Lin Wanqiang can then improve his elemental control abilities. Tell me, what is the rule? Lin Wanqiang asked. If you look with the naked eye, all the purple-black fruits and crystal cores are pretty much the same, with not much difference to be seen. But if you use strong ultraviolet rays to irradiate it, it will be different. Under the irradiation of strong ultraviolet rays, the colorful fruits can awaken the elemental control ability of a person, and the red fruits can enhance the blood energy of a person, thereby awakening the physical enhancement ability. The same is true for the purple-black crystal core. Under the irradiation of strong ultraviolet rays, it turns into a colorful crystal core, which can greatly enhance the ability to control elements. The red crystal core can enhance the physical enhancement skills. After listening to Wang Huaiyan's words, Lin Wanqiang took a deep breath and an irrepressible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He felt that his strength was about to surge again, and he would completely secure his position as the number one person under Eton. I understand. You should ask those researchers to continue their research and try to increase the probability of the purple black fruit helping ordinary people awaken their superpowers. In addition, they must also study the method of using the purple black crystal core more efficiently, and inform me immediately after the research is completed, understand? Lin Wanxiang said. I understand, Brother Wan Chang. Wang Huaiyan said. After saying that, Wang Huaiyan returned to the laboratory again and urged the researchers to continue their experiments. Lin Wanxiang ordered his men to bring an instrument that could emit strong ultraviolet light to his room. Eton had given Lin Wanxiang a lot of purple black crystal cores and fruits before, but Lin Wanxiang still had a lot of them that he had not used. Now Lin Wanxiang is going to use strong ultraviolet rays to screen those crystal cores, and then absorb all the crystal cores that can improve physical fitness and elemental control. He himself didn't dare to imagine how much his strength would grow by then. After a while, everything was ready, and Lin Wanxiang prepared to return to his room to carefully screen the purple-black crystal cores. Then at this moment, Eton brought some women to the lobby of the Dragon King Society headquarters. Brother Tian? It's great that you're back. The laboratory has just come up with the latest research results. Let me tell you about it. Afterwards, Lin Wanxiang informed Eton of the 2 research results from the laboratory. After learning about this, Eton nodded with satisfaction. Well, Xiaolin, you did a good job. Keep up the good work in the future. These purple-black crystal cores and fruits are your rewards. Eton said. As he spoke, Eton waved his hand, and a large number of purple-black crystal cores and fruits appeared in front of Lin Wanxiang again. After seeing these things, Lin Wanxiang's eyes widened. Thank you, Brother Tian. Lin Wanxiang said sincerely. After saying that, Lin Wanxiang collected all these things. They were the guarantee for him to improve his strength. After Lin Wanxiang received these things, he called the 7 women over one day. Xiaolin, these 7 women have helped me a little. Please take good care of them. Eton said. Don't worry, Brother Tian. You know what I can do. Lin Wanxiang said. Hearing this, Eton nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, Eton handed over the other 5 women except Lu Wanqing to Lin Wanxiang. He was driving a reinforced explosion-proof vehicle, taking Lu Wanqing all the way to the shelter. Chapter 110, The Superstar Turns into a Maid, a special show in the entertainment industry. In Eton's shelter. Wow! It's so warm in here. It is so spacious and the house is beautifully built. You can tell at a glance that it will be very comfortable to sit in. All kinds of infrastructure are available here, and there are even many entertainment facilities such as playgrounds and swimming pools. How on earth did you do it? You actually have such a paradise-like place in the end times. Lu Wanqing exclaimed. In response to Lu Wanqing's admiration, Eton just smiled knowingly and did not explain further. This kind of reaction is what every maid who just came here will have, and Eton is no longer surprised. After taking Lu Wanqing on a general tour of the place, Eton called Xin Xian over. Master. Hey! Isn't this Lu Wanqing? The queen-level singer before the end of the world, has she also become your maid? Xin Xian asked. That's right. Lu Wanqing has indeed agreed to be my maid. Next, take her away, give her a good bath and brainwash her. Eton said. Hearing this, Xin Xian immediately nodded heavily. Then she took Lu Wanqing away. She wants to teach this beautiful queen-level singer from before the end of the world a lesson. After Xin Xian and Lu Wanqing left, Eton returned to his room. He lay down on the soft sofa, opened the game, and started thinking while playing the game. If I only eat Lu Wanqing later, it will feel a little bit lacking. If I want to have fun, I have to call a few more maids over. As for which maids to call, well, let's call those who have been in the entertainment industry and have a special show about the entertainment industry. Eton thought to himself. Among Eton's maids, there are a few who have been in the entertainment industry. Xin Xian, a top supermodel in the modeling world, but just an 18th tier star in the entertainment industry, and can be considered someone who has been in the entertainment industry. Hathaway, the American version of a domineering female CEO. She owns many entertainment companies and is the boss behind many American stars. She has made cameo appearances in many American movies and can barely be considered a member of the entertainment industry. Su Yaoshu, a first-line female star in Dragon Country, she has starred in many high-grossing movies and was definitely one of the hottest stars in the entertainment industry before the end of the world. Xia Yingchen, a superstar of Dragon Country, the movies she starred in not only had high box office but also had good reputation. She has also starred in many art films that won various awards. She is an all-round actress and a queen of many faces. She is one of the highest-ranking female stars in Dragon Country's entertainment industry. Lu Wanqing, a queen-level singer in Dragon Country, she possesses a very beautiful appearance, a very good voice, and excellent songwriting skills. She has several songs that are very popular all over the country. She is one of the highest-ranking women among Dragon Country singers. Ha! Next I will call these women to my room. And this time I must let them wear something sexier. Eton said with an evil smile. Immediately afterwards, Eton called Su Yaoshu, Xia Yingchen, and Hathaway to his room. As soon as they entered the room, Eton threw 3 sets of suits to them and asked them to change into them. All 3 sets of suits are extremely sexy, with hip skirts, high heels, black stockings, white stockings, flesh-colored stockings, everything you can think of. After Hathaway and the other 2 girls changed into their suits, they looked so sexy that Eton's blood boiled and he wished he could have sex with all 3 of them right away. Master, shall we come now? Hathaway asked. If the master wants, we are available any time. Su Yaoshu said with a smile. Master, come here. Xia Yingchen said charmingly. Listening to the 3 people's charming words, Eton's blood boiled even more violently. But he finally forced himself to suppress his anger and continued to wait quietly for the arrival of Xin Xiyan and Lu Wanqing. In this entertainment industry special, the new maid Lu Wanqing is the main course, and other members of the entertainment industry are just side dishes. If the main course is not there, it will be a bit lacking to just eat the side dishes. Let's wait a little longer. As soon as those 2 people arrive, we will officially start. Eton said. Hearing this, Xia Yingchen and the other 2 nodded, and they followed Eton and waited silently. Not long after, Xin Xiyan finished bathing and brainwashing Lu Wanqing, and brought her to Eton's room. Master, I have trained this maid for you. Please enjoy her slowly. I'm leaving first. Xin Xiyan said. Having said that, Xin Xiyan wanted to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, Eton called her. Wait. Xiyan, you should stay this time and hold a special show with them. Eton said. Yes, master. Xin Xiyan said with a little excitement. She has long wanted to join Eton Kai's special show. Afterwards, Eton threw 2 more sets of suits to Lu Wanqing and Xin Xiyan. What was thrown to Lu Wanqing was a set of sexy black silk suit. She looked extremely sexy after putting it on, and her curvy figure made people's blood boil. What was thrown to Xin Xiyan was a white silk suit. After Xin Xiyan put it on, she looked sexy, youthful, and extremely attractive. At this point, the 5 maids who were going to host the entertainment industry special show had all changed their costumes and were ready. Looking at these 5 stunning maids who have all been in the entertainment industry and have their own unique characteristics, Eton couldn't help but smile evilly. Hey! Here I come. The next moment, an exchange meeting with a strange atmosphere and many climaxes began in Eton's room. In this exchange meeting, Eton and 5 women from the entertainment industry had an extremely intense discussion, which pushed the atmosphere of the entire exchange meeting to a climax again and again. The 5 maids kept emitting pleasant and melodious sounds like silver bells, which made Eton feel very comfortable and made him even more courageous. This exchange will last for a long time, but no matter how long it lasts, it will eventually end. After the exchange meeting was over, the 5 sexy maids fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. They lay on the big bed with their naked bodies spread out, each of them sweating profusely. Especially the new maid Lu Wanqing. She is a novice herself, but she is the main dish of this entertainment industry special and is the one who is tortured the most. Therefore, before Lu Wanqing finally fell into a coma, she felt that her whole body was about to fall apart and she was extremely tired. Looking at the 5 maids who were exhausted, Eton couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. His physical strength was far from being exhausted, but he had already felt extremely satisfied mentally. Ha! Let's stop here for today and play the rest tomorrow. There's a long time to come anyway, so there's no need to rush. Eton said with a smile. Afterwards, Eton lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 111, Looting the entire Su province, Lin Wanqiang's strength surges. The morning of the 36th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system finished speaking, Eton felt that his physical strength had increased a little bit. At this moment, the development level of his Superman Steelman has reached 41%. Ha! We've collected all the beauties we should have, and held all the special events we should have, so now it's time to get the rail work done. Today I must collect most of the purple-black crystal cores and fruits in the entire Su province. Eton decided. After making up his mind, Eton said goodbye to his maids and left the shelter. He used his super flight to fly to an abandoned high-rise building in Tin City at the fastest speed. Then, the next day, he activated his supervision and superhearing and began to observe the entire Tin City. This time, Eton did not go looking for beauties or anything, but concentrated on finding places with more purple-black fruits and crystal cores. Soon, he locked onto several areas with dense vegetation and areas where animals and humans gathered. There are many mutated plants, animals and humans in those places, so there must be a lot of purple-black fruits and crystal cores. After locking onto those places, Eton flew over without hesitation and started his mopping up operation. It's the same old routine as always. When picking the purple-black fruits, Eton used his body to withstand the attacks of the mutant plants. After picking the fruits, he killed the mutant plants. When snatching the purple-black crystal core, Eton first used super breath to freeze the mutated creatures, and then used thermal vision to cut off their heads and get the purple-black crystal core. Eton's flying speed was fast, and his attack speed was also fast, so before long, most of the fruits and crystal cores in the entire Tin City fell into his hands and were stored in his infinite warehouse. Ha! Xiqing has been cleared. Next, I will clear Changcheng, Tongcheng, Huiqing, in this order. As long as I act quickly and ruthlessly, I should be able to plunder all the cities of the 13 guardians in Su province before tonight. With enough fruits and crystal cores, the overall strength of the Dragon King Association will be greatly improved, laying a solid foundation for me to conquer the world in the future. Eton said with a smile. After saying that, Eton no longer hesitated. He used super flight again and flew towards Changcheng at high speed. Just as Eton was frantically searching for purple-black fruits and crystal cores, everyone in the Dragon King Society was also busy. In the Dragon King Society laboratory. Extracting the juice from the purple-black fruit and concentrating it may increase the probability of ordinary people awakening superpowers, said a researcher. I think this is inappropriate. The purple-black fruit is made up of many parts, and it is definitely not just the juice that has an effect, so I think extracting the juice alone is far from enough, said another researcher. The essence of the purple-black fruit is obviously in the core. So I think we should extract the contents of the core and concentrate them for processing, said the third researcher. Regarding the research on purple-black fruits and crystal cores, almost every outstanding researcher has his own opinions and experimental proposals. Therefore, when doing the experiment, everyone in the laboratory was discussing and constantly debating which plan was better. Looking at the researchers who were having an extremely heated discussion in the laboratory, Wang Huaiyan smiled and shook his head. These people's scientific research level is indeed good, but their tempers are not very good. It was clearly a normal scientific research discussion, but they almost got into a quarrel in the laboratory. In this regard, Wang Huaiyan could only speak out to stop it. All right. Stop arguing for now. Yesterday the leader gave me another batch of purple-black fruits. You can study them. Anyway, you have enough research materials, so just do all the experiments you can imagine. I believe that as long as you do enough experiments, you will be able to unlock all the mysteries of the purple-black fruit. Wang Huaiyan said. After Wang Huaiyan finished speaking, all the researchers looked at him and nodded. If there were enough experimental materials, there would really be no need for them to argue. Just do all the experiments, and whoever succeeds in the end is the cool one, it's that simple. Wang Huaiyan was relieved to see that these researchers had stopped arguing. Then, he took out a large pile of purple-black fruits and handed them to the researchers, which immediately increased the amount of experimental materials they had. After receiving these things, the researchers immediately devoted their full attention to the research and no longer thought about the previous argument. They themselves have a passion for scientific research, and once they have achieved results, the Dragon King Society will give them extremely generous rewards. Therefore, these researchers have extremely high enthusiasm for scientific research and they wish they could stay in the laboratory 24 hours a day and do experiments non-stop. Well, the experiment is finally back on track, so next I will send some people to protect these researchers. As for myself, it's time to improve my strength. Wang Huayan said with a smile. Now Wang Huayan has a lot of purple-black crystal cores in his hands that can be used to increase the strength of his supernatural powers. And Wang Huayan also ate a purple-black fruit and awakened the bone thorn ability. So now Wang Huayan can be regarded as a dual-powered expert. As long as he digests those purple-black crystal cores, his strength will be the third in the Dragon King Society, second only to Eton and Lin Wanxiang. Afterwards, Wang Huayan returned to his room and frantically absorbed the crystal core energy. On the other side, in Lin Wanxiang's room. As Lin Wanxiang finished absorbing the last purple-black crystal core given to him by Eton, he opened his eyes, and two rays of light reflected in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Wanxiang exuded an extremely powerful aura from his whole body. Every move he made was very powerful and was accompanied by the power of wind and thunder. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Wanxiang is now stronger than the formerly family ancestor Li Daoxian and the strongest man of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce, Yagyu Ichiro. He is now truly second to none. Looking at the entire Jinlin city and even the entire Su province, Lin Wanxiang can be regarded as the second strongest person. Ha! I didn't expect that my strength would be improved to this level in such a short time. All this is thanks to Brother Tian. I will definitely work hard for Brother Tian in the future, and under his leadership, I will continue to expand the power of the Dragon King Society until we conquer everything. Lin Wanxiang said firmly. Then, Lin Wanxiang walked out of the room, picked up the satellite phone and called Eton. After absorbing these purple-black crystal cores, he made a new discovery and had to report it to Eton immediately. Chapter 112 Young Women Special, Plundering the Magic City. At dusk on the 36th day of the end of the world. Ha! In this way, most of the purple-black fruits and crystal cores in the 13 Guardian City of Su Province have been collected by me. With these things, the strength of the Dragon King Association will definitely be greatly improved, making a qualitative leap and dominating the entire southeast of Dragon Country. But dominating the entire southeast of Dragon Kingdom is far from enough. What I want is to conquer the entire world. So starting from tomorrow, I have to search all the areas around Su Province, and the first target will be the Magic City. Eton decided. At this moment, Eton's cell phone suddenly rang, and the caller was Lin Wanxiang. After Eton answered the phone, Lin Wanxiang's voice came over. Brother Tian, I have absorbed all the purple-black crystal cores you gave me. Now my strength has greatly increased. I can definitely do more for you in the future. Lin Wanxiang said excitedly. Hearing this, Eton smiled and nodded. The stronger Lin Wanxiang and his other subordinates are, the less busy Eton will have to be in the future. In this way, Eton has more time to indulge in the land of tenderness. And indulging in the land of pleasure does not prevent him from conquering the world. Shaolin, it's indeed a good thing that your strength has greatly increased, but you are not calling me just to talk about this, right? Eton asked. Brother Tian, I'm not here to talk to you just to talk about my own improvement. After absorbing a large amount of purple-black crystal cores, I made a new discovery. That is, after absorbing too much purple-black crystal core, the effect will become weaker and weaker, and finally become completely ineffective. Lin Wanxiang said. Hearing this, Eton couldn't help but frown. After absorbing too much purple-black crystal core, the effect will become weaker and weaker. This is within Eton's expectations. But in the end, it would have no effect at all, which was beyond Eton's expectations. Originally, Yi Tianjue thought that as long as the number of crystal cores was large enough, he could increase the power of Lin Wanxiang and others simply by piling up the number. However, it now seems that simply piling up numbers may not work. If you just rely on stacking numbers, your abilities will never be able to improve once they reach a certain limit. I understand, Xiaolin, then you should continue to supervise those researchers in their research and strive to come up with new results so that you can increase the number of your superpowers. Or maybe they can research out more advanced supernatural energy than the purple-black crystal core for you to absorb, further enhancing the strength of your current 3 skills. In short, the Dragon King will give top priority to the research of those 2 things, and we must not slack off. Eton said seriously. I understand, Brother Tian. I will pay more attention to scientific research in the future, said Lin Wanxiang. Well, do you have anything else to say? If not, let's just talk about this first. Eton said. No more, Brother Tian. That's it. Lin Wanxiang said. After saying that, Eton hung up the phone. Ha! Everything is on track. Other individuals or forces are struggling to survive in this doomsday, but I and my forces are thriving. TSK TSK. It seems that I am getting closer and closer to conquering the world. Eton exclaimed. After expressing his emotion, Eton no longer hesitated and directly started super flight and flew back to the shelter. Night has fallen at this time, which is a good time to hold exchanges and various special events. What kind of special show should I have tonight? Eton pondered. His maids are of all kinds, and if they are to be classified, they can be divided into several categories. Organization category, foreign girls category, entertainment industry category, CEO category, campus category, noble ladies category, young ladies category. There were so many categories that Eton was a little confused for a moment. After thinking carefully, those extremely plump bodies gradually emerged in Eton's mind, which made him a little excited for a moment. When it comes to plumpness, there have to be all kinds of young women. So I will hold a special exchange meeting for young women tonight. Eton decided. After making up his mind, Eton called Su Qingyue, Xia Yingchen, Gao Lu Jingxiang and Ma Yuling over. Before being conquered by Eton, these 4 women were all beautiful young women without exception. Su Qingyue, a typical wealthy wife, originally from Shanghai, but later married a wealthy businessman in Jilin and stayed in Jilin City. She is a very classic Shanghai ant type and is extremely attractive. Xia Yingchen, I am a superstar of the queen level, and my husband is a superstar of the king level. I was pure before marriage, and became charming and pure after marriage. I have a very plump figure and am blessed with the aura of a star. Shizuka Takayanagi, a young woman living a simple life. She was also a wealthy lady before being conquered by Eton. She loves to wear kimonos and has a very plump figure. She has the quiet temperament of a Yamato Nadeshiko and the charm of a young woman, and is also very attractive. Ma Yuling, before being conquered by Eton, she was a third-rank noble. She had the aura of a superior and was very exciting to conquer. She was also very beautiful and had a plump figure, which could give people great spiritual satisfaction. After these 4 women entered Eton's room, Eton smiled evilly and threw a set of suits to each of them. Put all of these on. After that, we can officially start the special exchange meeting for young women. Eton said with a smile. Hearing this, the 4 young women nodded and began to put on the suits that Eton gave them. Except for the tight kimono given to Shizuka Takayanagi, the other 3 sets of suits are stepmother suits, which are very suitable for the identity of a young woman. After putting on the tight kimono, Shizuka Takayanagi's figure looks even more plump, making people want to get close to her. The other 3 women who were wearing stepmother costumes showed the temperament of young women, which made Eton feel like he was violating a taboo. Master, I wonder if you are satisfied? Xia Yingchen asked with a smile. Come on, master. Su Qingyue said charmingly. Master, I will serve you well from now on, said Takayanagi Shizuka. Don't hold back later, master. Ma Yuling said with a smile. Looking at the 4 young women in front of him who were madly seducing him, Eton couldn't help but reveal an extremely evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Since you all said so, I won't be polite. I declare that the special exchange meeting for young women officially begins. Eton said evilly. The next moment, a special exchange meeting full of sweat and climaxes began in this room. As soon as the exchange meeting began, the atmosphere was constantly raised to a climax, and pleasant voices kept echoing in the room. Chapter 113, the Tianwu Association is taking advantage of the situation. Throughout the entire night of the 36th day of the apocalypse, Eton had been having sex with the young women. They continued their absurdity until the early morning of the 37th day of the end of the world. The young women were exhausted from engaging in such absurd activities and fell into a deep sleep. And when they slept, there was a satisfied smile on their lips. Because Eton has the blessing of Superman's iron body, he is still energetic and does not look tired at all. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical fitness improved a little bit. Then he let out a long sigh and prepared to get down to business. Ha! Next, I will give the purple-black crystal core and half of the fruit that I looted from Su Province to Lin Wanxiang, and ask him to supervise the experimental team to continue the experiment. Then I can go to the Magic City and search for its crystal cores and fruits. After looting the Magic City, it will be the turn of Zhejiang Province and Anhui Province. I should be able to finish looting these provinces and cities before this enhanced version of poisonous ice and snow stops. Eton said. After saying that, Eton said hello to the other maids in the shelter and left the shelter. He first came to the headquarters of the Dragon King Society and handed over half of the purple black fruits and crystal cores he had collected to Lin Wanxiang, urging him to supervise the experimental team's experiments well. Immediately afterwards, Eton left the Dragon King Society headquarters and flew at a high speed towards the Demon City. After Eton performed the super flight, his speed was extremely fast. After a while, he stood on the top of the Oriental Pearl TV tower in Magic City and overlooked the entire Magic City. Supervision. Super hearing. Eton improved his vision and hearing to the extreme and began to observe the entire Demon City frantically. Soon, all places in the entire Demon City were within Eton's sight, and all useful sounds in the entire Demon City were also heard by Eton. At this moment, Eton felt like a god on earth, and everything was under his control. At this time, people in most places in Shanghai were hiding indoors and dared not come out. The poisonous ice and snow outside is so strong that even powerful psychics cannot stay outside for long. But there is one place that is completely different. According to Eton's visual and auditory observations, there is a force called Tianwui in the west of Demon City. The leader of the Tianwu Association is named Wu Xian. They have also discovered the magical uses of the purple black fruits and crystal cores. And the position of this force can be said to be both dangerous and superior. There are many mutated animals and plants around its forces. After killing these mutated animals and plants, the Tianwu Association will be able to obtain a lot of purple black fruits and crystal cores to enhance the strength of the psychics in the association. Therefore, at this time, the supernatural power of Wu Xian, the leader of Tianwu Association, is already quite amazing. Not long before the end of the world came, Wu Xian awakened his supernatural powers, and he awakened 3 types of supernatural powers at once. It was precisely because he awakened 3 powerful superpowers in one breath that Wu Xian was able to establish the Tianwu Association and make it one of the 3 major superpower forces in the Magic City. By now, Wu Xian has obtained a lot of purple black fruits and crystal cores, awakened 2 new superpowers, and a total of 5 superpowers have been greatly improved with the blessing of the purple black crystal cores. It is no exaggeration to say that if Eton did not exist, then when the poisonous ice and snow ended, Wu Xian would be the strongest person in the Demon City and even the entire southeast region of Dragon Country. Unfortunately, however, he had already been targeted by Eton at this time. Ha ha! Most of the fruits and crystal cores in the entire Demon City belong to me, and no one else is allowed to snatch them away. Wu Xian, the leader of the Tianwu Association, actually dared to collect the fruits and crystal cores of the Magic City before me? This is simply asking for trouble. He must be punished. Eton said with a sneer. After saying that, Eton flew towards Tianwu Association at the fastest speed. His flying speed was extremely fast, and he arrived at the entrance of Tianwu Association in less than 2 seconds. Stop. Who are you? Where are you from? As soon as Eton arrived at the entrance of Tianwu Association, he was immediately questioned by the younger brothers in Tianwu Association. However, Eton had no intention of paying any attention to them. He just wanted to kill people. The next moment, Eton rushed towards the 2 younger brothers at lightning speed. In just less than half a second, the 2 big bastards slapped the 2 younger brothers in the face, causing their heads to spin several times, and finally they died. When the people in the Tianwu Club Hall saw that Eton killed the gatekeeper without saying a word, they couldn't help but get furious. Soon, several people with special abilities came out aggressively. Who are you? Tell me your name. I, Su Fan, will not kill nameless people, said the vice president of Tianwu Association. Vice President Su Fan is very confident in his own strength. He possesses 3 sets of supernatural powers and has absorbed a lot of purple-black crystal cores in the past few days, which has greatly increased the power of the 3 sets of supernatural powers. Therefore, in Su Fan's eyes, Eton was already a dead man at this time. However, in Eton's eyes, Su Fan is also a dead man. Eton had no intention of answering Su Fan's words, he chose to take action directly. I saw powerful energy gathering in Eton's eyes in an instant, and the next moment, 2 extremely hot lasers shot towards Su Fan. Su Fan immediately activated his abilities to control the 3 elements of wind, thunder, and fire, trying to block Eton's thermal vision. However, this is of no use. The powerful force of the thermal vision easily penetrated Su Fan's superpowers and hit him hard. In an instant, Su Fan's body was pierced and exploded. Boom! After a loud bang, Su Fan's entire body was vaporized, without even a trace of residue left. Hiss! The other psychics around couldn't help but gasp after seeing how Su Fan died. It's terrible, it's really terrible. Su Fan was the second best person in the entire Tianwu Association, but he was killed instantly by his opponent? How strong must this person be? No. This person is too powerful. We can't fight him. Let's go find the president. Yes, you are right. Go and get the president out right away, or we will all die. Go and invite the president. The remaining Tianwui psychics retreated rapidly while discussing. In their opinion, only by inviting President Wu Xian, who possesses 5 types of supernatural powers, can the current crisis be resolved. Seeing this, Eton on the side revealed a scornful smile. Ha ha. You want to invite the guild president? Okay. I'll let you go, but it's just to invite the guild president. Why do we need so many people? I will kill a group of people and leave another group to inform that shitty president. Yi Tian sneered. The next moment, Yi Tian attacked again. Chapter 114: The Insidious Wu Xian. Super breath. Yi Tian just blew a breath gently from his mouth, and a strong cold wind whistled towards the psychics of Tianwu Association. Any person with special abilities who is touched by the cold wind, even if he or she has the ability to control ice, snow, or fire, will be instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, without any power to resist. Therefore, in less than 2 seconds, most of the people in the hall were frozen into ice sculptures. Only a very small number of people escaped because Yi Tian showed mercy. They ran to the villa of Wu Xian, the president of Tianwu Association, as fast as they could, fearing that they would be frozen into ice sculptures if they were a step slower. Phew! Fortunately, I ran fast. If I was a step slower, I would have been an ice sculpture by now. Alright, stop standing there. Keep running. We have to get President Wu Xian out quickly, or we'll all die. Right. We must invite the president out quickly, otherwise the entire Tianwu Association will be ruined. Even if that person doesn't kill us, we may have nowhere to go. Can we really deal with that person by asking the president to come out? I think that person is more powerful than we imagined. I also suspect that the president is no match for that person. I'm afraid we. That's enough. Don't let others' prestige ruin your own morale. Hurry up and invite the president out. He is a 5-element peak supernatural power user, and he will definitely be able to handle everything. The surviving psychics of the Tianwu Society ran towards Wu Xian's villa, talking among themselves. At this moment, Yi Tian seemed too terrifying in their eyes. To the point that they no longer have enough confidence in their president. You must know that in the past, President Wu Xian was their absolute backbone. As long as Wu Xian took action, everything could be settled. Soon, these survivors ran to Wu Xian's villa and began to tell Wu Xian about Yi Tian's situation. Master President. Something terrible has happened. Upon hearing this, Wu Xian, who was having fun with women, frowned into a shape. What he hates most is people disturbing him when he is playing with women. Therefore, if the matter reported to him by the person who disturbed him was a trivial matter, Wu Xian would definitely take action directly and kill him. What's the matter that makes you so anxious? Tell me quickly. Don't disturb me when I'm playing with a woman. Wu Xian said coldly. Master President, Vice President, and a large number of superpowers in our guild were all killed by one person. After the subordinate finished speaking, Wu Xian immediately widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Vice President Su Fan and a large number of people with special abilities were killed by one person? This is simply unimaginable. Even if Wu Xian wanted to do this, it would be difficult. Tell me in detail, what is it like? How strong is it? Wu Xian asked. Faced with Wu Xian's question, those surviving psychics should not hide anything. They truthfully recounted the scene in which Yi Tian instantly killed Su Fan and a large group of psychics. After listening to his subordinate's story, Wu Xian couldn't help but be shocked. If what they said is true, then the strength of the person who killed Su Fan is simply unfathomable. Even if I take action myself, there is a high possibility that I will not be able to defeat him, and there is even a high probability that I will be defeated by him. No. The risk of taking action against that person now is too great. I absolutely cannot take action. To be on the safe side, I should find a way to escape and develop somewhere else. Wu Xian decided. Wu Xian is extremely afraid of death, extremely lustful, and extremely fond of money and power. In short, he is a vulgar person full of vulgar tastes, and there is no such thing as noble spirit at all. The principles he adheres to are to bully the weak, play with beautiful women, and make money. Never help anyone, and never risk being killed to protect your own forces. Therefore, after hearing about Yi Tian's strength, Wu Xian's first reaction was to run, the farther the better. As for his subordinates, leading Yi Tian away and creating time for Wu Xian to escape is their surplus value and their only role. Wu Xian doesn't care about their life or death at all. After making up his mind to escape, Wu Xian immediately straightened his clothes and pretended to be very confident. Then he said, "I understand, you guys go ahead, I'll be there in a minute. Don't worry, I can handle that person. In my eyes, that person is just an ant." Upon hearing this, the subordinates immediately showed surprise on their faces. I hope Wu Xian can beat Yi Tian. As long as Wu Xian can defeat Yi Tian and save the Tianwu Association, then the comfortable lives of these Tianwu Association psychics can continue. Yes, President. We will fight back immediately. After saying that, the survivors left Wu Xian's villa. They were ready to launch a counterattack and, under the leadership of Wu Xian, expel or even kill Yi Tian. However, what they didn't know was that at this moment they were being fooled by Wu Xian. After seeing the psychic's men leave the villa, Wu Xian immediately pushed away the woman beside him and started to put on his clothes as quickly as possible. After putting on his clothes, Wu Xian ran away. He wanted to take advantage of the time created for him by his stupid subordinates and run away. However, what Wu Xian didn't know was that although Yi Tian was sitting in the Tianwu Club hall leisurely waiting for his arrival, but in fact, Yi Tian was also using his supervision and superhearing to constantly observe Wu Xian's movements. After seeing and hearing that Wu Xian tricked his men to come to his side and he himself ran away, Yi Tian couldn't help but sneer. Ha ha! The president of the Tianwu Association is really decisive. He said he would make heroic efforts to cut off his own arm, and he gave up such a huge force just like that. If it was some other powerful psychic who came today, he would have really escaped. Unfortunately, the person he met today was me. Yi Tian sneered. Yi Tian certainly had no intention of letting go of the enemy leader who was about to escape. Therefore, after using supervision and superhearing to firmly lock Wu Xian's coordinates, Yi Tian used super flight and flew towards Wu Xian at the fastest speed. A second later, Yi Tian appeared beside Wu Xian and patted him on the shoulder gently. As the president of a force, you tricked your subordinates into dying and then ran away yourself. Isn't that a bit too shameless? Yi Tian asked with a smile. Feeling the force coming from his shoulder and listening to Yi Tian's words, Wu Xian couldn't help but be startled. When did someone suddenly appear beside him? He couldn't sense anything at all. The next moment, Wu Xian turned his head and saw Yi Tian's face. After seeing Yi Tian, Wu Xian's eyes immediately widened. Yi Tian? Wu Xian said in surprise. Chapter 115 Very smooth. Yi Tian? Yi Tian didn't expect that the president of Tianwu Association in front of him actually recognized him. Am I so famous now? Even people in the Demon City can recognize me at a glance? Yi Tian wondered in his heart. Because of this doubt, Yi Tian did not kill Wu Xian immediately, but prepared to ask him some questions. Why do you know me? Am I very famous in the Magic City? Yi Tian asked. Humph. You are such a shameless person who has taken my wife Su Qingyue away. Even if you turn into ashes, I can still recognize you. As for your reputation? Not many people in Demon City know about it. Wu Xian said loudly. In Wu Xian's opinion, since Yi Tian was able to suddenly appear beside him without him noticing, his strength must be far superior to his own. So now Wu Xian knows very well that he is dead. Since he is doomed to die, he might as well say some harsh words and insult Yi Tian severely before dying. Even if he died, he had to disgust Yi Tian with words. Humph. Yi Tian, so what if you took my wife? She is just a broken flower that I had played with, and you are just a rotten person who eats the leftovers, you. Wu Xian suddenly burst out with a string of swear words, and directly transformed into a Zhuan person, spraying Yi Tian wildly. When Yi Tian heard Wu Xian's swear words, he was not angry, but found it a little funny. Is this what they call a spiritual victory? It was obvious that his wife was taken away by another man, but he turned around and said that the other man was playing with what he had left. This is simply the opposite of Tiangang. So Wu Xian's dirty words were of no use at all, and Yi Tian just treated them as a joke. But even if it was just a joke, Yi Tian had no interest in listening to it all the way. After a while, Yi Tian became impatient and decided to quickly swat Wu Xian, the fly, to death. Ha ha! I don't want to listen to your nagging anymore, you can go die now. But before I kill you, I want to say something to you. She is very moist. Ha ha ha. Eton laughed. After laughing twice, Eton took decisive action. And Wu Xian had no intention of sitting still and waiting to die. He had already guessed that he was definitely no match for Eton, but what if? What if the information his subordinates gave him was false? What if Eton was not that strong? So Wu Xian, hoping for luck, resisted frantically after Eton made his move, attempting a last-ditch struggle. It's a pity that this is of no use. Wu Xian possesses the ability to enhance his physique and control the 4 elements of wind, thunder, ice, and fire. He is extremely powerful among those with special abilities. It is no exaggeration to say that if Eton was not in the Dragon King Society, Wu Xian alone would be able to sweep away the entire Dragon King Society. But unfortunately, he met Eton. Wu Xian tried his best, using all his supernatural powers, and rushed towards Eton madly. However, Eton just stretched out a finger and pointed it forward lightly. It was this finger that instantly broke through all of Wu Xian's supernatural attacks and hit Wu Xian's chest. In just a moment, Wu Xian's body flew backwards at an extremely fast speed and passed through several buildings before stopping. TSK. As expected of a powerful psychic with 5 superpowers, he survived a casual blow from my little finger? But you can only stop here, I will send you to see the King of Hell next week. Eton said with a smile. After this attack, although Wu Xian was not dead, he was seriously injured and his combat power was greatly reduced. Although Eton's next attack was also a casual attack, its power was much stronger than the previous one with his little finger. I saw a powerful force gathering in Eton's eyes in an instant, and the thermal vision erupted in an instant, hitting Wu Xian accurately. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and Wu Xian's entire body was vaporized in the explosion, completely dissipating between heaven and earth, without even a trace of residue left. Ha! I didn't expect that Su Qingyue's husband is still alive today, and has become a very powerful psychic in the Magic City. However, Su Qingyue is now my woman, so it is naturally impossible to return her to her husband, so her husband can only die. When I return to Jinlin, I have to give Su Qingyue a good scolding. This young woman is really very smooth. Eton said with a smile. Afterwards, Eton, in line with the principle of cutting the grass at its roots, slaughtered all the supernatural beings in the Tianwu Association again, leaving no one alive. As for those ordinary people, they are nothing more than slaves of the Tianwu Society's psychics, and Eton disdains to kill them. But Eton will not save those ordinary people. There were no women who were both good-looking and relatively clean among those ordinary people, so Eton had no interest in them at all. After killing all the psychics of Tianwu Club, Eton looted all the purple-black crystal cores and fruits near Tianwu Club. Immediately afterwards, he left the Tianwu Association completely and began to plunder the entire Demon City. There were no people collecting purple-black fruits and crystal cores in other places in the Magic City, so Eton's subsequent collection work did not cause any trouble. He still follows the old routine. When picking the purple-black fruits, use your body to withstand the attacks of the mutated plants first. After picking all the fruits, use thermal vision to kill the plants. When seizing the purple-black crystal core, Eton first used super breathing to freeze all the mutant animals into ice sculptures, and then used thermal vision to cut off their heads and remove the crystal core. Eton spent several hours walking around all the places where the purple-black fruits and crystal cores were gathered in the Demon City. He collected a large number of fruits and crystal cores and put them all in his infinite warehouse. Ha! We have finally plundered the Demon City. Our next stop should be Zhejiang Province. But that's tomorrow's business, let us stop here for today. I will go back to the Dragon King's Club in a moment and give the newly collected fruits and crystal cores to Lin Wanxiang, and then go back to the shelter to give Su Qingyue a good beating. He. Yi Tianxie said with a smile. After saying that, Eton used super flight and flew at a high speed towards Jinlin City. After a while, Eton arrived at the headquarters of the Dragon King Society. After he handed the newly collected fruits and crystal cores to Lin Wanxiang, he gave him a few instructions and returned to the shelter. The first thing Eton did when he returned to the shelter was to call Su Qingyue into the room. Master, I accompanied you the whole night last night and was exhausted. Can I have a rest today? Su Qingyue asked fearfully. Last night, so many young women were exhausted from having sex with Eton. But now Eton only found her. If things get complicated, the consequences. Su Qingyue didn't even dare to think about it. Want to take a break? No way. I'm going to confront you today, Yi Tianxie said with a smile. The next moment, Yi Tian closed the door and started a heated discussion with Su Qingyue. During the discussion, Yi Tian did feel that she very moist. Chapter 116, Plundering Zhejiang Province, New Progress in Experiments. Yi Tian spent the second half of the 37th day of the apocalypse in a ridiculous way with Su Qingyue. During this half day, Su Qingyue was almost rolling her eyes after being confronted by Yi Tian several times. At that time, she really felt that her body was about to fall apart and she was about to die. But Yi Tian grasped the degree very well. He made Su Qingyue feel that she was going to die, but did not let her actually die. He just consumed a lot of her physical strength. However, precisely because she had consumed so much physical energy, Su Qingyue slept soundly throughout the 38th day of the apocalypse. Until noon, she still showed no signs of waking up. Ha! It seems that I tortured Su Qingyue too much yesterday, and she still can't wake up. But I can't wait for her too long, after all, I still have important things to do, Yi Tian said. After saying that, Yi Tian called Xin Xian and others and asked them to take good care of Su Qingyue. After giving them instructions, Yi Tian decisively left the shelter and flew towards Hangzhou, the richest city in Zhejiang province before the end of the world. Of course, he did not forget another important thing. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system finished speaking, Yi Tian's physical fitness improved a little bit. At this moment, the development progress of his Man of Steel has reached 42%, which is getting closer and closer to half of Superman's strength. With 42% of Superman's strength, Yi Tian also performed super flight, so he was very fast and arrived above Hangzhou City in a few seconds. Super vision. Super hearing. As soon as he arrived above Hangzhou, Yi Tian immediately pushed his vision and hearing to the extreme, taking in the entire city. Soon, he locked onto all the places where mutant animals and plants gathered in Hangzhou. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian flew to those places without hesitation. He still followed the old but very effective routine to collect crystal cores and fruits, with extremely high efficiency. The collection work in Hangzhou went smoothly without encountering any obstacles. Therefore, after a short period of time, Yi Tian had collected most of the purple-black fruits and crystal cores in Hangzhou. Ha! Hangzhou City has been searched, so let's go to Ning City next to speed up the process, Yi Tian decided. Afterwards, Yi Tian used super flight again and flew towards Ningcheng. Just as Yi Tian was frantically plundering the entire Zhejiang province for purple-black fruits and crystal cores, the research in the Dragon King Society laboratory made further progress. Several researchers joined forces, and after a large number of experiments, they successfully concentrated and extracted the essence of the purple-black fruit. After being concentrated, the purple-black fruits turn into purple-black pills. After refining these pills, the researchers immediately notified Lin Wanxiang, the second in command of the Dragon King Society. After learning about this, Lin Wanxiang immediately stopped everything else and rushed to the laboratory as quickly as possible. Are these purple-black small balls the fruit essence that you concentrated and extracted? Lin Wanxiang asked. That's right. Brother Wanchang, these pill-shaped things are the only extracts in our laboratory that can maintain stable properties after extracting the essence of purple-black fruits. Although we have successfully extracted it and stabilized its properties, it is still hard to say what the specific effects of these pills are. Therefore, we would like to apply to you, Brother Wanxiang, for some live experimental subjects. You see, said a researcher in a white coat. The other researchers around also echoed this, saying that they needed to do some live experiments to test the detailed effects of these pills. Hearing this, Lin Wanxiang nodded slightly. There are quite a few ordinary people in the Dragon King Society. Among these ordinary people, those who were once hostile to the Dragon King Society and were captured by the Dragon King Society can be used as captives for experiments by these researchers. If that is not enough, we can also use ordinary people who are already affiliated with the Dragon King Society for live experiments. No matter what, Lin Wanxiang will try his best to provide the experimental materials these researchers want. As for whether it was cruel or not, it was not something Lin Wanxiang considered at all. It's been so many days since the end of the world, what is the point of talking about humanity? Those who talk about humanity and act like saints in the last days probably have grass 3 feet high on their graves now. Oh, no, in the apocalypse, no one built graves for them, so they can only be left dead in the wilderness. Don't worry. Just tell me how many people you want for live experiments, and I will try my best to meet your requirements. Lin Wanxiang said firmly. Thank you very much, Brother Wanxiang, said the researcher. Afterwards, these researchers asked Lin Wanxiang for a group of ordinary people. These ordinary people were forced to take the new pill developed by the researchers. After taking the pill, those ordinary people were detained, each in a cell, for observation by the researchers. The medicinal effect of the elixir concentrated and extracted from purple-black fruits is very good. In just less than an hour, ordinary people who took the pills felt changes in their bodies, and the changes were very obvious. Soon, the first ordinary person who took the pill successfully awakened his superpowers. He suddenly became extremely strong and started pounding the cage that held him frantically, until the steel bars of the cage were deformed. Soon after, more and more people who took the elixir awakened their special powers. The skills awakened by most people are physical enhancement, and only a few people awaken other supernatural powers. But no matter what, ordinary people who took the elixir would all awaken their special powers. Unlike in the past when people directly took the purple-black fruit, the mortality rate of ordinary people was extremely high. Successful, we succeeded. Ha 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 ha. Everyone who took the pill successfully awakened their special powers. This is a huge leap forward in our research. Ha ha ha. With these pills, our Dragon King society will be able to mass produce people with special abilities. Then sweeping the world won't be a problem. The researchers were excited, very, very excited. What is the concept of mass production of mutants? This can only be described in 2 words, invincible. To be on the safe side, the researchers asked Lin Wanxiang for several batches of live experimental materials. After taking the elixir, all of these experimental subjects awakened their special powers without exception, and did not show any side effects. So in the end they came to a conclusion. One pill can turn an ordinary person into a superpower 100%. This conclusion is very shocking, and it is a conclusion that can bring about a qualitative leap in the strength of the Dragon King society. Therefore, after the researchers came to this conclusion, Lin Wanxiang strictly ordered them to keep it confidential. Immediately afterwards, Lin Wanxiang took out his satellite phone and called Eton. He wants to tell Eton the good news. Chapter 117, All the Maids Became Superpowers. At dusk on the 38th day of the end of the world. At this time, Eton had already plundered most of the purple-black fruits and crystal cores in Zhejiang province, and he felt it was time to stop. Ha! Tomorrow we will plunder the entire Zhejiang province, then we will plunder part of Anhui province, and the day after tomorrow we will plunder the entire Anhui province. By then, all the purple-black fruits and crystal cores from the 4 places of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Shanghai and Anhui will be in my hands. This will not only greatly enhance the strength of the Dragon King Association, but also reduce the strength of other superpowers in these 4 places, and prepare for the Dragon King Association to completely take over these 4 places in the future. Eton said after a long breath. After saying that, Eton wanted to use super flight again, first go back to the Dragon King Association to give the purple-black fruit and crystal core to Lin Wanxiang, and then go back to the shelter to enjoy himself. However, just as he was about to take off, his satellite phone suddenly rang. After the call was connected, Lin Wanxiang's voice was heard from the other end of the phone. Brother Tian, good news, great news. Lin Wanxiang said excitedly. Shaolin, don't get excited. If you have any good news, tell me quickly and speak slowly. Don't speak incoherently. Yi Tian said lightly. Okay, Brother Tian. Our Dragon King Society's laboratory has successfully concentrated and extracted the essence of the purple-black fruit, forming a purple-black pill. We call this purple-black pill the superpower pill, and the superpower pill can turn ordinary people into superpowers after taking it, and there are no side effects. Lin Wanxiang said. After hearing what Lin Wanxiang said, Eton's eyes couldn't help but froze, and then he took a deep breath. This is indeed great news. Once the supernatural pill that can turn ordinary people into supernatural beings 100% becomes popular in the Dragon King Society, the strength of the Dragon King Society will reach an astonishing level. In addition to being of great benefit to the Dragon King Society, it is also quite good for Eton himself. Although Eton does not need to awaken superpowers because he possesses Superman's steel body, his maid does. Of course, Eton would not expect his maids to go out and fight, and he would not let these beautiful maids fight. But as time goes by, Eton's Superman steel body will be developed stronger and stronger, and his ability in that aspect will become stronger and stronger. In this situation, if the vast majority of the maids were just ordinary people, they would soon be unable to withstand the conquest. To be honest, Eton was very restrained when communicating with the maids. If Eton really wanted to go all out and pursue the ultimate physical pleasure, then even if he gathered all the maids together now, it would not be enough for him to conquer. This is how powerful Superman's Man of Steel is. Therefore, when communicating with the maids before, Eton was pursuing spiritual satisfaction most of the time, and was always unsatisfied physically. But now with the supernatural pill, things are completely different. If the supernatural pill is used to awaken the supernatural powers of every maid, their physical strength will be greatly improved, and they will be able to better withstand Eton's conquest. In this way, maybe Eton will be able to feel the ultimate physical pleasure when communicating with the maids in the future. Shaolin, you did a great job. The discovery of the supernatural pill is indeed great news. But now those experimenters are only doing experiments on ordinary people? What about superpowers? Can superpower pills allow superpowers to gain a new superpower without side effects? Eton asked. Brother Tion, we are currently conducting an experiment on the effect of the supernatural pill on people with supernatural powers. Once the experimental conclusion is reached, I will report to you immediately. Lin Wanxiang said. Hearing this, Eton nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, he gave Lin Wanxiang a few more instructions, asking him to tell the experimenters not to relax their research on the purple-black crystal core. After giving the instructions, Eton hung up the phone with a satisfied smile on his face. TSK. Maybe I can have some fun tonight. He. Yi Tianxie said with a smile. Afterwards, Eton used superflight and quickly flew to the headquarters of the Dragon King Society. After arriving at the headquarters of the Dragon King Society, Eton first gave Lin Wanxiang a lot of purple-black fruits and crystal cores, and then took away a lot of supernatural pills from Lin Wanxiang. After doing all this, Eton flew back to the shelter without hesitation and gathered Xin Shiyan and the others. Su Qingyue had woken up at this time, but she was still pale and looked extremely weak. The other maids looked bright and energetic. Master, you gathered us all together at once, are you planning to? Xin Shiyan said. In the eyes of Xin Shiyan and others, Eton summoned all the maids just to have a pool party or something and have a heated discussion together. The maids have long been accustomed to such things and have let it go. But this time she guessed wrong. I gathered all of you together this time not to do that kind of thing, or rather, not just to do that kind of thing. Eton said lightly. Then what do you want to do, Master? Sun Jingwan asked curiously. Yes, Master. If we don't do that together, what else can we do? Yu Qiutong also asked. The other maids also echoed the opinion. None of them understood what Eton was trying to do by being so mysterious. He. This time I brought you a good thing. This thing is very useful for most of you. Eton said. As he spoke, Eton took out a bunch of superpower pills and gave them to the maids who did not have superpowers. However, Eton did not give any pills to those maids who had special powers. After all, it is still hard to say what effect the supernatural pill will have on those who already have supernatural powers, and whether there are any side effects. Eton would never use his own woman for experiments. After taking the superpower pill, the maids without superpowers looked at Eton curiously, waiting for him to explain what the pill was. What I give you is called superpower pill. After an ordinary person takes this pill, there is a 100% chance of awakening a superpower, and there are no side effects. Eton said. Hiss. After Eton finished speaking, all the maids took a breath of cold air. There is something in the world that can make ordinary people become superpowers 100% without any side effects. This supernatural pill is definitely a powerful pill that can change the entire world situation. Okay, stop taking deep breaths in shock. Take the pills quickly. After you awaken your superpowers, we'll have a pool party together. Eton urged. Yes, Master. After saying that, the maids without superpowers took all the superpower pills. After about 40 minutes, the effect of the supernatural pill began to take effect. The maids who originally did not have superpowers all clearly felt the changes in themselves. At this moment, they all possessed superpowers. Immediately afterwards, Eton asked them one by one what superpowers they had awakened. And their answers were all physical enhancement abilities. It seems that you are not blessed enough to awaken that special power. But it's okay this way. Physical enhancement powers can allow you to better withstand my conquest. Now that the superpowers have been awakened, our pool party can officially begin. Come with me to the pool, Eton said with a smile. Then, all the maids followed Eton to the swimming pool. A hearty and exciting pool party has officially begun. Chapter 118. The search in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Shanghai and Anhui has been completed, and the maid's physical strength has been greatly improved. On the 38th night of the apocalypse, Eton and all the maids held a pool party and had a wild night. During this absurd night, Eton felt more than just spiritual joy. Because all the maids have superpowers and their physical strength has greatly increased, Eton is also extremely happy physically. After the discussion, the feeling of being unsatisfied was much relieved. Finally, the 38th night of the apocalypse was spent at a ridiculous pool party. The morning of the 39th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength increased a little bit. Ha! Next, let's finish plundering the remaining fruits and crystal cores in Zhejiang province and part of Anhui province. If the poisonous ice and snow still continue after I have collected all the purple-black fruits and crystal cores in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Shanghai and Anhui, I will search other places. But if the poisonous ice and snow stop, then the Dragon King Society's massive expansion can be put on the agenda, and my pace of conquering the world can officially begin. Eton said with great enthusiasm. The current Eton is no longer the poor delivery man before the end of the world. He is now an ambitious man who wants to conquer the world. He wants to completely conquer this doomsday world and bring beauties from all over the world into his shelter, to make them his maids and his collections. Afterwards, Eton wanted to leave the shelter and search for the remaining fruits and crystal cores in Zhejiang province. Then at this moment, Lin Wanxiang received another call. Brother Tian. We have already completed the experiments on the efficacy of the superpower pill on superpower users. Whether it is an ordinary person or a superpower user, they can take 2 superpower pills in a row without any side effects. By the time the third pill is taken, the risk for ordinary people will be very high, and the mortality rate will be extremely high. However, although there are risks when the original psychic learns the third psychic pill, the risk is not that great, and there is a high probability that he will awaken another psychic power. However, no matter if they are ordinary people or superpowers, once they take the 4th superpower pill, the mortality rate will be close to 100%. Lin Wanxiang said. After listening to Lin Wanxiang's words, Eton understood. To put it bluntly, the superpower pill allows ordinary people to eat 2 in a row without any risk, thereby awakening 2 superpowers. However, the risk will be very high when eating the third pill. For the original psychic, there is no risk when taking 2 psychic pills, the risk is small when taking the third pill, and the risk will increase sharply when taking the 4th pill. That is to say, after having enough superpower pills, ordinary people in the Dragon King Society can awaken at least 2 more superpowers. The psychics of the Dragon King Society have a high probability of awakening 3 more superpowers. This is a very incredible thing. Eton has the ability to collect a large number of purple-black fruits, allowing the Dragon King Society's laboratory to continuously produce supernatural pills. By then, all ordinary members of the Dragon King Society will be able to become psychics with at least 2 superpowers. The original psychics of the Dragon King Society will most likely become psychics with at least 4 superpowers. After this transformation is completed, the Dragon King will rarely need Eton's help to handle things. It is powerful enough in itself. Shaolin, you did a great job. Next, you have to urge those experimenters to keep up the good work. On the one hand, we need to strengthen the research on the purple-black crystal core to see if we can concentrate and extract the essence in the purple-black crystal core. On the other hand, don't stop researching the purple-black fruit. Maybe if you continue to research, you can develop a concentrate that is more powerful than the supernatural pill? Eton said. Yes, Brother Tian. I will definitely urge them to continue with the experiment. Lin Wanxiang said firmly. Well, let's talk about this for now. I will go to the Dragon King Club headquarters tonight to get some more supernatural pills. By the way, I will also give you all the purple-black fruits and crystal cores that I collected from other places. Eton said. I understand, Brother Tian. Lin Wanxiang said. Then, Eton hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Ha! I feel like I'm getting closer and closer to conquering the world. After this poisonous ice and snow disaster is over, the Dragon King Society's strength will probably grow to a level that was previously unimaginable. Of course, if the poisonous ice and snow disaster does not end, it is actually no big deal. Anyway, the strength of the Dragon King Club will continue to increase with my help. When their abilities reach a certain level, it shouldn't be a problem for them to go out for a long time in the poisonous ice and snow. Eton said with a smile. After saying that, Eton no longer hesitated. He decisively left the shelter and flew towards a city in Zhejiang province. Eton spent half a morning searching through all the remaining cities in Zhejiang province for purple-black fruits and crystal cores, and reaped a rich harvest. At noon and afternoon, he went to Hui province without stopping and plundered it again, collecting all the purple-black crystal cores and fruits in most of Hui province. Well, it's dusk now. Logically, I should go back and rest, but now I'm only a little bit away from plundering the entire Hui province. Forget it. I'd better make a final push and plunder Anhui province today. If the poisonous ice and snow don't stop tomorrow, I'll go search somewhere else. Eton decided. After making up his mind, Eton began to frantically search for purple-black fruits and crystal cores in other cities in Hui province. It was not until night fell that he finally finished the search. Ha! Mission accomplished. Next, I'll go to the Dragon King Club headquarters, and then go back to the shelter to have some good time with those maids. Eton said after letting out a long sigh. After saying that, he used super flight and quickly returned to the Dragon King Society headquarters. After arriving at the headquarters of the Dragon King Society, Eton handed over the purple-black fruits and crystal cores he had looted to Lin Wanxiang. Lin Wanxiang also gave Eton a large number of supernatural pills. Afterwards, Eton encouraged Lin Wanxiang a few more words and left the Dragon King Club headquarters and returned to the shelter. After returning to the shelter, Eton immediately gathered all the maids. Master, why did you gather us all together this time? Is it to take pills? Or to have a pool party? Shen Xian asked curiously. He. Of course we're going to take pills and have a pool party at the same time. Everyone who took the pill yesterday can take another one, and everyone who didn't take the pill yesterday can take two. Eton said. After saying that, Eton distributed the pills to the maids. The maids all trusted Eton very much, so they took the pills without hesitation according to the quantity Eton said. An hour later, the maids who were originally ordinary people all possessed 2 superpowers, and the maids who were originally superpowers gained 2 more superpowers. It is no exaggeration to say that with the blessing of the supernatural pill, these maids in Eton's shelter together have become an extremely powerful supernatural force. However, Eton was not interested in the maids' supernatural powers at all. He was only interested in their ability to endure. Hey! Now that everyone has awakened new abilities and their physical strength has been further strengthened, then it's time for the pool party tonight to officially begin, right? Come with me. You guys should enjoy yourself this time, and I should enjoy myself even more. Yi Tianxie said with a smile. Yes, master. Afterwards, Eton brought the maids to the swimming pool and started a pool party with many climaxes. And in this pool party, just as Eton said, both parties enjoyed themselves to the fullest. After finishing the job, Eton felt extremely satisfied both mentally and physically, and no longer had any feeling of wanting more. Wow! So cool! Chapter 119, The Poisonous Ice and Snowstop, New Sign and Location, Campus Special. The early morning of the 40th day of the apocalypse. System, sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in for 40 consecutive days and refreshing the one-time sign-in location Sakura Country Tokyo Yamada Building. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength increased a little, and the development progress of Superman's steel body reached 43%. But this is not the key point. The key point is the newly refreshed one-time sign-in location Sakura Country Tokyo Yamada Building. Everyone knows that Tokyo is the capital of the country of cherry blossoms, but where exactly is the Yamada Building in Tokyo? I really don't know. It seems that I have to ask Lin Wanxiang to go to the Dragon King Club to ask. There are so many people in the Dragon King Club, maybe someone has heard of the Yamada Building. Eton decided. Then, Eton took out his satellite phone and prepared to call Lin Wanxiang. However, before Eton started dialing the number, Lin Wanxiang called him himself. Brother Tian. Good news. The poisonous ice and snow outside have stopped, and our Dragon King Association can officially begin its massive expansion. Now, as long as you give the order, I promise to let the Dragon King Society conquer Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Shanghai, and Anhui in the shortest possible time and become the #1 superpower force in the entire southeast region. Lin Wanxiang said excitedly. Hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes lit up. The poisonous ice and snow has stopped, which means that his plan to conquer the world can officially begin. Very good. Xiaolin, then you should quickly get the people from the Dragon King Society to take action. Let's conquer the southeast region first. You must also pay attention to the expansion. The research on fruits and crystal cores cannot stop, and the improvement of the power of the Dragon King Club cannot stop either. Yi Tian said. I understand, Brother Tian. I will go down and organize people and expand our influence according to your instructions. Lin Wanxiang said. Hearing this, Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian talked about the check-in location. Shaolin, in addition to expanding the power of the Dragon King Society, please help me investigate a place called Yamada Building. The Yamada Building is located in Tokyo City, Sherry Country. Find it as soon as possible. Yi Tian said. I understand, Brother Tian. I will do my best to investigate this Yamada Building and will not let you down. Lin Wanxiang said confidently. The Dragon King Club now has a large number of people and is very powerful. These people from the Dragon King Society used to be in all kinds of business, and quite a few of them had connections with various forces in the Sakura country. Therefore, Lin Wanxiang felt that someone in the Dragon King Club must have heard of the Yamada Building in Tokyo, Sakura country. He only needed to offer a reward for news about the Yamada Building within the club. Even if no one in the Dragon King Society knows where the Yamada Building is, it doesn't really matter. As the Dragon King Society expands, there will be more and more members in the Dragon King Society. With more people, we will eventually meet people who have heard of the Yamada Building. So Lin Wanxiang was not worried at all about this investigation task and just did it as he pleased. After that, Yi Tian and Lin Wanxiang exchanged a few more words and then hung up the phone. Ha! Leave the rest to my subordinates, and I won't leave until I know the exact location of the Yamada Building. Isn't it nice to enjoy the service of many character maids in the shelter? Yi Tian said with a smile. After saying that, Yi Tian contacted several maids of the same type. He decided to hold a campus special. Afterwards, he contacted the 5 stunning maids, Yu Qiuton, Zhang Yufei, Jin Xinyue, Chen Yao and Sun Jingwan, and asked them to come to his room immediately. And before entering his room, Yi Tian also asked them to wear clothes that suited their status. Yu Qiuton, a campus beauty who just graduated from Jinlin University, wearing a short skirt and white silk student uniform. Jin Xinyue, a campus beauty who has not yet graduated from Jinlin University. She wears a tube-like black silk skirt and a student uniform. Sun Jingwan, she is both a school beauty and a noble lady, wearing gorgeous hanfu. Zhang Yufei, a proud and beautiful teacher from Jinlin University, she wears a black silk skirt, a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, showing her sexiness. Chen Yao, a middle school teacher in Jinlin City, she dresses the same as Zhang Yufei. Soon, the 5 stunning maids changed their clothes according to Yi Tian's request and entered Yi Tian's room together. Yi Tian looked at them who were dressed appropriately and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Come over to me. How about we play a game together? Yi Tianxie said with a smile. Hearing this, the 5 girls blushed slightly, and then nodded gently. Master, how do you want to play? Zhang Yufei asked curiously. He. The 5 of you surround me first, then turn your backs to me, bend down, and stand up straight, and I will do it one by one. Yi Tian said evilly. After listening to what Yi Tian said about the way to play, even Yu Qiuton, who was the first one to follow him and had recharged countless times, couldn't help but blush. Shame, it's so shameful. How could he come up with this kind of gameplay? However, although the 5 women felt very ashamed, they also knew that they could not refuse Yi Tian's orders. Therefore, after acting coquettishly for a few times, they still surrounded Yi Tian with their backs to him, then bent down and stood up straight. Yi Tian looked at the 5 people surrounding him and couldn't help but get hungry. Then I won't be polite from now on. He. Yi Tian said evilly. The next moment, the game officially begins. On the other side, the Dragon King will be in the middle. Brother Wanxiang, the poisonous ice and snow outside has stopped, and the strength of our Dragon King Society has been greatly improved during the period of the poisonous ice and snow, so I think it's time for us to expand. Wang Huaiyan suggested. Yes, brother Wanxiang. Let's act quickly. First, we will take over the entire Jinlin, and then use Jinlin as a base to take over the entire southeast. This is a great opportunity, a very good window of opportunity, brother Wanchang. The other senior members of the Dragon King Society also echoed this. Hearing this, Lin Wanxiang smiled and then nodded. I have just asked Brother Tian for instructions, and he has also ordered us to expand our influence, so you all should go down quickly and gather some people. Next, we must take over the entire Jinlin city as quickly as possible, and then take over the entire southeast. Lin Wanxiang said. Yes, Brother Wanxiang. After saying this, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon King Society prepared to go down and gather people to attack the city and seize the land. However, before they left, Lin Wanxiang did not forget to help Eton ask questions about the Yamada building. Wait. I have another question for you. Has anyone heard of a place called Yamada Building in Tokyo, the land of Sakura? If anyone has heard of this, please tell me now, I will reward you handsomely. Lin Wanxiang said. Hearing this, the others looked at each other in bewilderment. None of them had ever heard of the Yamada Building. Only Wang Huaiyan's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward and said, Brother Wanxiang, I heard of the Yamada Building before the end of the world. Chapter 120 Heading to Tokyo. Oh? Wang Huaiyan, then can you tell me, where exactly is this Yamada Building in Tokyo? Lin Wanxiang asked. The Yamada Building is located in the center of Tokyo. It is the headquarters of the well-known Sanlin Group in Sakura Country, and also the headquarters of the Yamada Group, the largest underworld force in Sakura Country. Before the end of the world, I was already involved in the underworld in the original Dragon King Society, and the original Dragon King Society had a cooperative relationship with the Yamada Group of Sakura Country, so I knew the information about the Yamada Building. Wang Huaiyan said. Hearing this, Lin Wanxiang's face showed joy. It would be great if someone knew the information about the Yamada Building. In this way, the task given to him by Yi Tian would be completed. Wang Huaiyan, bring a map of Tokyo, Japan, and mark the location of the Yamada Building on the map. After it is marked, I will fulfill my promise and reward you handsomely. Whether you want supplies, beauties, supernatural pills, purple black fruits, or crystal cores, it's up to you. Lin Wanxiang said. Yes, Brother Wanchang. Wang Huaiyan said in surprise. Afterwards, Lin Wanxiang asked the senior leaders of the Dragon King Society to disperse. Except for Wang Huaiyan, everyone else was gathering their own men to prepare for the attack and capture of cities. In addition to gathering people, Wang Huaiyan also found a map of Tokyo City in Sakura Country and marked the location of the Yamada Group building on the map. Immediately afterwards, Wang Huaiyan handed the marked map to Lin Wanxiang as quickly as possible. After getting the map, Lin Wanxiang nodded with satisfaction. Tell me, what do you want? Lin Wanxiang asked. Brother Wanxiang, I want some more supernatural pills and purple black crystal cores to improve my strength. Wang Huaiyan said immediately. Hearing this, Lin Wanxiang nodded. Afterwards, Lin Wanxiang took out some supernatural pills and purple black crystal cores from his inventory and gave them to Wang Huaiyan. Wang Huaiyan was overjoyed after receiving these things. With these things to improve his strength, Wang Huaiyan will be able to firmly secure his position as the third person in the Dragon King Society. In the future, except for Yi Tian and Lin Wanxiang, whose status is higher than his in the Dragon King Club, which lover will not call Wang Huaiyan Brother Huaiyan when seeing him? The feeling of being second to none and above 10,000 people made Wang Huaiyan feel so happy. Immediately afterwards, Wang Huaiyan went back and asked his subordinates to gather people on his behalf, while he frantically used supernatural pills and purple black crystal cores to improve his strength. He must perform well in the upcoming siege operations of the Dragon King Society, striving to control larger territories and gain more resources. After Wang Huaiyan left, Lin Wanxiang immediately took the marked map to the scanner and scanned it carefully. Immediately afterwards, Lin Wanxiang sent the scanned original Blu-ray image to Yi Tian. Shelter, in Yi Tian's room. At this moment, the five beauties, Yu Qiutong, Zhang Yufei, Jin Xinyue, Chen Yao and Sun Jingwan, were lying in bed with their bodies covered in sweat. In the game just now, Yi Tian and they played so intensely that they were all exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Ha! The campus special is over. What special should we hold next? There are many different professions among my maids, so why not start a special session for workers next? Supermodel Xin Xian, Killer Pu Yuning, Dr. Zhou Zining, Stewardess Su Liuli, that's it. Yi Tian decided. After making up his mind, Eton prepared to contact the 4 maids, ask them to put on clothes suitable for their respective professions, and come to his room to serve him. However, at this moment, Eton's satellite phone received Lin Wanqiang's message. The information was a marked map with a paragraph. The map is naturally the Sakura Country Tokyo map with the location of the Yamada building marked, and the paragraph contains the basic information of the Yamada building. After looking at the map and reading that passage, Eton couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile on his face. Well, not bad. Xiaolin's efficiency is quite good. He found the information I wanted so quickly. It turns out that the so-called Yamada building is the headquarters of the Sanlin Group. The actual controller behind the Sanlin Group is the largest underworld force in Sakura Country, the Yamada Group, so the group's headquarters building is also called the Yamada Building. The Yamada Group is a combination of the black and white worlds. Eton sighed. Now that he already knew the location of the Yamada Building, Eton had no choice but to suspend his plan to hold a special show for the workers. The rewards for a one-time check-in at a location are often very generous, making Eton feel itchy. So Eton immediately said hello to his other maids and left the shelter decisively. He used super flight to fly towards Tokyo, the land of Sakura, at the fastest speed. The speed of super flight is very fast, so Eton arrived above Tokyo in a short time. Following the markings on the map, he quickly found his check-in location this time, the Yamada Group building. Most places in Tokyo look desolate, but this Yamada building is very popular, as if it has not been affected by the Doomsday. It seems that even at the end of the world, the Yamada Group, the largest underworld force in Sakura Country, has not declined, but may even become more prosperous. Eton said with interest. Afterwards, Eton landed on the ground and prepared to enter the Yamada building and complete the system sign-in. As for whether someone would stop him, Eton had never considered this at all. If anyone dared to stop him, he would kill them. When it comes to daily life, Eton has no intention of being reasonable. As long as Xiaozi dares to provoke him, he will act without hesitation and kill him completely. Eton walked leisurely towards the Yamada building. Just when he was about to reach the entrance of the Yamada building, something suddenly happened that interested him. I saw a dozen or so young people dragging a few people speaking Chinese to the entrance of the Yamada building. Damn it! You shameless Japanese actually attacked us at night? Damn it! Damn it! The Japanese are so shameless. We agreed to discuss business, but you attacked us at night? You have no integrity at all. Alas! I shouldn't have trusted you shameless Japanese. Otherwise, how could I have ended up like this? Some of the people speaking Chinese were cursing the shamelessness of the Japanese, while others were regretting having trusted the Japanese. Upon hearing this, the guards who were escorting them immediately beat them up and started cursing at them. Baga! You, a bunch of prisoners, are actually scolding us? You really don't know what's good for you. Humph! All is fair in war, don't you understand? You were deceived by us, that's because we are smart and you are stupid. Okay, stop talking nonsense to these Chinese. Take them in and sell them as slaves so that we can exchange them for some supplies. Afterwards, these dozen or so little guys dragged the Chinese-speaking people again, trying to drag them into the Yamada building completely. This scene fell into Eton's eyes, making him frown. Are these little bastards bullying the Chinese? It seems like it's time for me to take action and teach these little bastards a lesson. Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton took action against those little days. Chapter 121, Dragon King Society Sakura Country Branch. Heat Vision. I saw a powerful force gathering in Eton's eyes, and 2 rays of explosive energy shot out, directly targeting the dozen or so people. Sizzle, sizzle. One after another, the little ones were killed by the heat rays piercing their heads before they could react. Soon, the dozen or so people who held the Chinese hostage all died. After Xiao Rizi died, the few Chinese who were rescued looked at Eton, who had just taken action, with a look of surprise and doubt in their eyes. You, who are you? Why did you save us? A woman asked. I am from Long Country. When I saw you being bullied by Xiao Ri, I couldn't help but take action. Eton said lightly. Hearing this, the Chinese people all breathed a sigh of relief. Now I'm saved. Tell me, what exactly happened there? Were the Chinese areas in Sakura Country breached by these small forces? Eton asked. Faced with Eton's question, those Chinese people all showed sadness on their faces. One of the middle-aged men took a deep breath and then narrated their experiences. We are all Chinese living in the land of Sakura. After the Doomsday came, in order to avoid being bullied by the people of Sakura, we chose to stick together for warmth and formed a force. Afterwards, some people with special abilities emerged within this force, gaining a certain amount of strength, which helped us to barely survive in this Doomsday. But just this morning, a group of supernatural beings who are doing well in life contacted us and said they wanted to exchange materials for energy, which would benefit both parties. We believed it and actually went to exchange energy with the other side. At the beginning, the transaction went smoothly, so we gradually relaxed our vigilance. Then they launched a sneak attack, killing most of our psychics and some ordinary people, causing us to suffer heavy losses. In the end, they left us, a few psychics whose strength was neither strong nor weak, and prepared to send us to the Yamada group as slaves. After listening to the middle-aged man's words, Eton nodded slightly. Then he asked the next question. The Yamada group can make people with special abilities their slaves? How do they do it? Eton asked. They have developed a collar that can be put around the neck of a psychic. Once the collar is put on, the life and death of everyone else will be in their hands, except for those psychics whose necks are strong enough to withstand the blast of high explosives. They just need to press the button lightly, and the collar on the neck will immediately produce a violent explosion, killing the person wearing the collar. The middle-aged man continued. I see. I understand. Since I have already saved you, why don't I help you to the end? Next, I will give you some things to enhance your supernatural powers. Then you can use your own strength to rebuild the Chinese forces in Sakura Country, the Dragon King Society branch. When I lead the people from the Dragon King Club headquarters to attack Sakura Country, you can pick them up and let the Dragon King Club's superpowers advance quickly in Sakura Country and completely conquer Sakura Country. Eton said. After hearing Eton's words, the Chinese people were all shocked. The person in front of them can actually enhance their supernatural powers? This is simply too magical. Thank you. What is your name, benefactor? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Li Shuanglong, and I am from Liaoning province, said the middle-aged man. My name is Yi Tian, you can just call me Tian Yi from now on. I am also the leader of the Dragon King Association, the largest supernatural power in the southeastern region of Dragon Country. The Dragon King Society is expanding rapidly at this time. I believe it will soon expand to Sakura Country. When the time comes, the Dragon King Society branch you set up in Sakura Country can provide support. Eton said. Hearing this, the middle-aged man and the other Chinese people nodded. It turns out that this young-looking man in front of me has such a powerful background. The leader of the largest supernatural force in the southeast region will come to expedition to Sakura Country in the future. This ambition is really huge. My God, I don't know what you mean by the thing that improves our strength. Li Shuangjiang said tremblingly. Don't worry. I won't lie to you. You are very useful to me. Eton said with a smile. As he spoke, Eton took out 15 supernatural pills and several purple-black crystal cores and handed them to them. There are 5 Chinese people in this group, all of them are psychics with strength that is neither strong nor weak. Each person is given 3 superpower pills, which allow them to awaken 3 more superpowers and greatly increase their strength. After the awakening of their superpowers is completed, letting them absorb the energy in the purple-black crystal core can further enhance the strength of their superpowers. With more than 3 superpowers and sufficient strength, the strength of these 5 people will appear very strong among many superpower users. With strong strength as their backing, it would be much easier for them to set up a branch of the Dragon King Society in Sakura Country. Each of you will take 3 of those purple-black pills. If you eat them one by one, they will allow you to awaken 3 more supernatural powers. After the awakening of your superpowers, you can automatically absorb the energy in the purple-black crystal cores by holding them in your hands, further increasing the strength of your superpowers. Eton said. Hearing this, the 5 people were all shocked. They looked at the pills and crystal cores in their hands with great surprise. How could these 2 things have such magical powers? The middle-aged man Li Shuanglong couldn't help but eat a supernatural pill. Soon, he felt the changes in his body. It really works. I have indeed awakened an additional superpower, and my strength has increased. Li Shuanglong said excitedly. After saying that, Li Shuanglong continued to eat the 2nd and 3rd superpower pills. Not surprisingly, after taking the 2nd and 3rd pills, he awakened 2 new superpowers and his strength increased greatly. Upon seeing this, the other four immediately ate the pills in their hands, gaining 3 new superpowers and their strength skyrocketed. Then, without following Eton's instructions, he held the purple-black crystal core in his hand. The energy in the purple-black crystal core began to flow into their bodies continuously, increasing the strength of their supernatural powers. After a short while, all the purple-black crystal cores that Eton gave them were absorbed. And at the moment when the purple-black crystal core was completely absorbed, the eyes of these 5 people couldn't help but shine with brilliance, and their self-confidence soared. What kind of powerful force is this? Is this really a power I can possess? Ha ha ha. We won't lose again. With this power, we will never lose to those little bastards again. Next, we will establish a branch of the Dragon King Society right under the noses of those little bastards. If any little bastard dares to stop us, I will kill him. Looking at the 5 people who were in high spirits at this moment, Eton nodded with satisfaction. After they establish a branch of the Dragon King Society in Sakura Country, Eton will be able to lead the people from the Dragon King Society headquarters to conquer Sakura Country much faster. Alright. The 4 of you should retreat first, and work together to gather the Chinese in Sakura Country and set up a branch of the Dragon King Society. Li Shuanglong, please come with me into the Yamada building later and act as an interpreter. I want to take a good look at what's going on in this building. Eton said. Yes, God. Afterwards, Li Shuanglong followed Eton towards the entrance of the Yamada building. The remaining 4 people dispersed to gather the surviving Chinese to form a branch of the Dragon King Society. Chapter 122, The Underworld Issued Its Own Currency? In front of the Yamada building. Stop. Who are you? What do you want to do here? Asked the guard of the Yamada group. We are the supernatural people nearby, and we come here naturally to trade supplies. Li Shuanglong said lightly. As he spoke, Li Shuanglong demonstrated one of his special abilities, ice manipulation. A large amount of cold air surged out from Li Shuanglong's hands, and in the blink of an eye it was about to freeze half of the body of the Yamada group guard. Seeing this, the guard immediately apologized. Sorry. We were blind. Please come in, sirs. Hearing this, Eton and Li Shuanglong both nodded. Li Shuanglong unfroze the 2 guards and followed Eton into the Yamada building. As soon as they entered here, Eton and Li Shuanglong felt a warmth. The temperature inside and outside is completely different. It was so cold outside that ordinary people couldn't survive, but inside it was as warm as spring. TSK. It seems that the Yamada group is indeed not simple. A force that can keep heating up in the end times is definitely not a small force. Eton said. My God, the Yamada group was the largest underworld force in Sakura Country before the end of the world, and after the end of the world, several powerful psychics emerged from the Yamada group. Therefore, the Yamada group at this time may not just be the largest underworld force in Sakura Country. It may very well be the largest and strongest supernatural force in the entire Sakura Country. It is a powerful existence that truly controls the Sakura Country. Li Shuanglong said. Hearing this, Eton nodded. Although the Sakura Country is not big, the Yamada group is very likely the most powerful force in the Sakura Country at present, so it is not surprising that they have sufficient resources. Just as Eton and Li Shuanglong were talking, a short Sakura man with shifty eyes and a cunning look walked up to them. He said in the language of Sakura Country, You 2 psychics look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Do you need me to introduce this place to you? Eton couldn't understand the language of the Sakura Country, but Li Shuanglong had lived in the Sakura Country for so many years that he could speak fluent Sakura Country language. This kid asked us if we need his help to introduce this place. Li Shuanglong said to Eton. Oh? So he is a guide. Okay, then let him take us on a good tour here, and you will be responsible for the translation. Eton said lightly. Yes, God. Afterwards, Li Shuanglong agreed to the short man's suggestion and asked him to take himself and Eton on a tour of the Yamada building. Soon, the short man brought the 2 of them to an area where many people were setting up stalls. This is a free trade zone. Anything can be traded here, including drugs, arms, people, everything is fine, and everything is clearly priced, said the short man. Hearing this, Li Shuanglong immediately translated this sentence to Eton. After hearing this, Eton did not feel any surprise, but just nodded lightly. It has been so many days since the end of the world, what has Eton not seen? Free trade zones like this also existed in the Dragon King Association in the past, so there's nothing strange about it. Immediately afterwards, the short man took Eton and Li Xuanlong to a place to exchange currency. This is also the coin exchange window where anyone can exchange practical supplies for Yamada coins. With Yamada coins, you can spend money in various areas of the Yamada group. Everything here can be bought with Yamada coins. However, if you use Yamada coins to trade here, you need to give a certain percentage to the Yamada group, said the short man. Li Xuanlong translated it immediately, and Eton showed an interested expression on his face when he heard it. That's interesting. After the end of the world, the currencies issued by various governments have already collapsed and are no different from waste paper. I didn't expect that there would be a powerful supernatural force that would issue its own currency under such circumstances, and demand a commission when the currency is traded. In this way, as long as the credit of this currency does not collapse and there are still people who want to use this currency to trade, then the Yamada group can make money without doing anything. This is indeed a good business idea, Eton said with a smile. The Yamada group's issuance of currency within its sphere of influence did give Eton some inspiration. Only the government can issue currency? This was indeed the case before the end of the world. But after the end of the world, large-scale supernatural forces can use their own materials and credit as collateral, issue their own currency, and earn commissions. After all, the essence of currency is a general equivalent. As long as everyone recognizes this general equivalent, the currency can circulate perfectly. When I return, I will also ask Xiaolin to find a group of people who understand business and issue the Dragon King coin that is unique to the Dragon King Association as currency. With the expansion of the Dragon King Association in the future, the Dragon King coin may become the only currency in the entire Dragon Country and even the entire world. Eton thought to himself. Afterwards, the short man took Eton and Li Xuanlong to an area where all kinds of goods were available. According to Eton's observation, the quality of the goods here is quite good, much better than the mixed quality of goods in the previous free trade zone. This is the store area of the Yamada group. Everything bought and sold here will be specially appraised by appraisers, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. But on the other hand, the prices of goods here are much higher than those in the free trade zone, so it depends on the individual how to make the decision, the short man said. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanlong immediately translated it to Eton. After hearing this, Eton just nodded lightly. The so-called shopping area of the Yamada group is exactly the same as the sales area of the previous Dragon King Association. They all sell high-quality and high-priced goods, there is nothing much to say. Immediately afterwards, the short man took Eton and the others to a place full of obscene words. As soon as he entered here, Eton saw a large group of men and women doing that kind of thing. The scene was quite spectacular. This is a free sex transaction zone. Everyone can engage in sex transactions here. You pay with one hand and give your body with the other, said the short man. Free sex trade is understandable, it's nothing more than the pornography industry, which was very common even before the end of the world. But don't you guys in the porn industry provide private rooms? Do you guys do it together in the hall? Li Xuanlong couldn't help asking. Sir, if you want a private room, that's fine. It's your personal choice whether to do it in the hall with other people or alone in a private room. It's the end of the world now, and many people are under a lot of pressure. Some people think that doing it together in the hall can better relieve stress, so our Yamada team provides them with this venue, said the short man. Hearing this, Li Xuanlong smiled and shook his head, then immediately translated it to Eton. After hearing this, Eton's expression remained the same. To put it bluntly, this place is just a large venue for opening silver cards, which is really nothing big. Let him continue to take us to the next place, Eton said. Yes, God. Li Xuanlong immediately went to give instructions to the short man. The short man happily led them away from here and came to the core area of the Yamada group, the auction and trading area. Chapter 123, the female group members being auctioned off. My lords, the auction is about to begin. Do you want me to take you inside and have a seat? The items auctioned at this auction are quite good. Any normal man would be tempted. He, said the short man with a lewd smile. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanlong immediately translated it for Eton. After hearing this, Eton nodded lightly. The auction item that the short man mentioned that any normal man would be attracted to must be a woman. And they are probably all beautiful women. It is even possible that these women being auctioned had a certain status before the end of the world. Women with the halo of status can often be auctioned at a higher price. Let him lead the way, Eton said. Yes, God. Afterwards, Li Shuanglong asked the short man to take the two of them into the auction venue and found a seat to sit down. Shortly after they sat down, a man wearing a mask and a suit walked onto the auction stage. Li Shuanglong, from now on you must be careful to translate what the auction host says to me at any time, do you understand? Eton said. I understand, God. Immediately afterwards, Eton turned his gaze to the man in a suit on the auction table. The masked man in a suit is the host of this auction. Shortly after he came on stage, the staff pushed up a huge cage covered with red cloth. After seeing the cage, the masked man in the suit began to speak formally. Everyone. I know that you all come here to auction what you want, not to listen to my nonsense. So I won't waste any more time today, let us just start today's auction. First, let's take a look at today's first auction item, the girl group before the end of the world aka 48. As the masked man in the suit finished speaking, the red cloth was torn open by the staff, and the scene in the cage fell into everyone's eyes. There were 10 young and beautiful girls imprisoned in the cage. These 10 young and beautiful girls looked full of energy and did not show any signs of lethargy. Moreover, the eyes of these 10 girls all revealed a charm that did not belong to their age, which was extremely attractive to men. AKA 48 is indeed one of the top girl groups in the country before the end of the world. It has been updated for several generations, and each generation is composed of young and beautiful girls with many fans. What is most surprising is that after so many days since the end of the world, there are still 10 people left in this girl group, and these 10 people are in good spirits, which is really unexpected. Eton thought to himself. Eton seemed indifferent to these 10 girl group members and did not feel attracted to them at all. He knew that the reason these 10 girl group members were able to survive until now and were in good mental state was definitely because they had become strong pendants. To put it bluntly, during these 40 days of apocalypse, these 10 girls were at best not abused, but they were definitely played with and became very dirty. And even if these 10 girls remained relatively clean, Eton would never look down on them. Pick out any one of the maids in Eton's shelter, and her looks are far better than those of the 10 girl group members. So after seeing the first auction item, Eton's face showed no emotion. But just because Eton looks down on them doesn't mean others don't look down on them either. After the 10 female group members appeared, many men in the audience showed excitement on their faces, and some even blew hooligan whistles. Even Li Shuanglong, who was sitting next to Eton, felt a little restless and his breathing became rapid. Li Shuanglong, what's wrong? Are you attracted to those 10 girl group members? Do you want them very much? Eton asked with a smile. I am really excited. Among the 10 members of the girl group, there is a girl named Ono Sarana, and I am her fan, said Li Shuanglong. Hearing this, Eton couldn't help but smile. It turns out that Li Shuanglong is a fan. This surprised Eton a little. However, this is actually a good thing for Eton, as it allows him to win people's hearts once again. You want Ono Sarana? No problem. Just make an offer later and I'll provide the materials for the transaction. After you buy Ono Sarana, you can play with her however you want. Eton said. Is this really okay? God, no reward without merit. Li Shuanglong no longer knew how to thank Eton. He now wished he could kneel on the ground and call Eton dad. Alright. My subordinates don't have so many tricks. You just need to be loyal to me and follow my orders. But I also want to remind you that once you accept my gift, you must carry out all my orders unconditionally. If you dare to disobey me in the slightest, I will let you know what cruelty is. Eton said coldly. Hearing this, Li Shuanglong nodded heavily. God, don't worry. From now on, I will be your most loyal subordinate and will go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Li Shuanglong said seriously. Well, remember what you said today. Well, then just make an offer to buy Ono Sarana. Eton said calmly. Yes, God. After saying that, Li Shuanglong started to quote. Ono Sarina is the most beautiful girl in the entire AKA 48 girl group, and there are many men who want to buy her. Therefore, the bidding competition was very fierce, and several men quoted extremely high prices. But in the end, the person who made the highest bid was still Li Shuanglong, who had Eton's backing. In the end, Li Shuanglong got the beauty and could enjoy the most beautiful girl in the girl group from now on. After the first item was sold, the atmosphere of the entire auction suddenly became heated. The enthusiasm of the people present was fully aroused. Everyone looked at the auction table with great anticipation, waiting for the second item to be auctioned. Regarding the fact that Li Shuanglong captured Ono Sharana, most people just sighed and complained that they did not have enough supplies. But there was a man in a black coat who didn't think so. Damn it! Someone actually offered such a high price to buy Ono Sharana. No matter who that person is, I will kill him. Ono Sharana can only be mine, the man in the black coat thought coldly. After thinking about this, he looked at Li Shuanglong with a very cold look. If looks could kill, Li Shuanglong would have died countless times by now. Neither Eton nor Li Shuanglong noticed the gaze of the man in the black jacket. Of course, even if they noticed it, they would just say they didn't care. At this moment, their attention is still attracted to the auction, and they are quietly waiting for the next auction item. Soon, the auction staff pushed up another large cage. Next, let's take a look at the second item in this auction. They are Chapter 124, Queen level stars also become auction items. They are another national girl group, Goodnight Girls. As he spoke, the host tore off the red cloth, allowing everyone to see the scene inside the cage. I saw another 10 graceful girls sitting in the cage, and they seemed to be in good spirits. TSK. Goodnight Girls Group. This group was formed in Xiarizi country as early as the last century. So far, it has changed more than a dozen groups of people, and each group is made up of young and beautiful girls. On the 40th day of the apocalypse, 10 members of the Goodnight Girls group are still alive. It goes without saying that they have been played around by the strong, just like the previous members of the aka 48 girl group. When the strong get tired of playing with them, they will just sell them off and make good use of them. Yi Tian thought with amusement. These 10 members of the Goodnight Girls group are indeed young and beautiful girls with good looks. There are even 2 of them that Yi Tian could give an 80-point score to. You have to know that Yi Tian already has many beautiful women as maids. A beauty who can be rated 80 points by him is definitely a high-scoring beauty. It's a pity that 80 points is far from enough for Yi Tian, and Yi Tian also thinks they are dirty and has no interest in them at all. But the other men at the auction were different. After the 10 members of Goodnight Girls came out, the male auctioneers in the audience sighed again and looked at them with extremely lustful eyes. However, this time Li Shuanglong's breathing did not become rapid. There should be no woman in this girl group that Li Shuanglong could not wait to get. However, to be on the safe side, Yi Tian still asked Li Shuanglong, "Is there any woman in this Goodnight Girls group that makes you fall in love? Are you a fan of any of the women here? If so, then I will buy your idol. Don't worry, I have plenty of supplies and can definitely afford it." Hearing this, Li Shuanglong shook his head. "I don't know much about this girl group, and I'm not a fan of any of them, so I won't bother Tianai," Li Shuanglong said. Since Li Shuanglong also looks down on the women in this girl group, Yi Tian naturally wouldn't do anything unnecessary. In the end, all 10 girls in the Goodnight Girls group were bought by other bidders. Next, it was the third item for auction. This time, the auction house staff pushed up a cage covered with red cloth. The only difference is that this cage is much smaller than the one that held the girl group before. Yi Tian guessed that the person locked up here was not a group of people, but just one person. However, this person's status and position before the end of the world was probably higher than the previous 10 people. "Everyone. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Now let's take a look at the third auction item. She is the queen-level film and television superstar, one of the top goddesses in Asia, and that Matsushima Maneko who has starred in many popular TV series," the host shouted. The next moment, the host tore off the red cloth and presented the scene in the cage to everyone. I saw a woman with skin as white as mutton fat jade, tall figure and delicate face sitting in the cage. The woman was dressed fashionably, looked pretty, and had a rosy complexion. It was obvious that she was not hungry or thirsty. But her face was full of melancholy, giving people a deathly pale feeling. Matsushima Maneko, a superstar in the small-time TV series, started out as a model and is considered the queen of small-time TV series, with extremely high ratings appeal. This level of superstars have been put up for auction. It seems that Matsushima Maneko has been played by the big guys in the Yamada group. Yi Tian sighed in his heart. Superstars like this queen-level superstar all have a bit of arrogance of their own. From a superstar before the apocalypse to a plaything of the powerful after the apocalypse, and now to an item at an auction. The gap is so huge that Matsushima Maneko probably can't accept it for a while, so her face is full of melancholy. But for a mature and intellectual beauty like her, a melancholy look on her face will not only not discourage men, but will make men more excited. Therefore, after Matsushima Maneko appeared in front of everyone and the host announced the initial bidding price, the atmosphere of the entire auction was pushed directly to a climax. One after another, bidders raised their placards, hoping to bag this pre-apocalyptic superstar. Eton seemed very calm. Even if the superstar looks good, if it's rotten, and if it's dirty, it's dirty. Eton, who has extremely picky tastes, would never be interested in rotten and dirty women. However, Li Shuanglong, who was sitting next to Eton, seemed a little uneasy, as if he wanted to make an offer but didn't dare to. What? You want this Matsushima Neko too? If you want her, just tell me and I'll take a picture of her. Eton said calmly. Hearing this, Li Shuanglong shook his head. God, I'm not a fan of Matsushima Neko, but my nephew Wang Tianping is. If I could buy Matsushima Neko and give her to my nephew Wang Tianping, he would surely be very happy to be loyal to you, Lord God. Not long after the Doomsday came, Wang Tianping awakened 3 sets of supernatural powers and became very powerful. If he had the help of your elixirs and crystal cores, his strength would become terrifying. God, do you want to take my nephew as your subordinate? Li Shuanglong said. Hearing this, Eton's eyes lit up. A psychic who possessed 3 sets of superpowers shortly after the Doomsday is truly a talent. If Eton gives him 3 more supernatural pills, Wang Tianping will be able to possess 6 types of supernatural powers. A psychic who possesses 6 types of superpowers is one of the top existences in the entire Dragon King society. If we can recruit such talents, it will be a great help to the future development of the Dragon King society. Li Shuanglong, since your nephew is so strong, how could you be ambushed and captured by a common psychic and even taken away to become slaves? Eton asked. Oh, my God. You don't know that my nephew was out collecting supplies at that time. This kid has always been unruly. He said he was collecting supplies, but no one knows where he went and he hasn't come back yet. But God, you can rest assured, no matter how unruly this kid is, he will definitely come back before dark today. If you want to completely subdue him, then go meet him. We can't subdue him, Li Shuanglong said. Hearing this, Eton nodded slightly. Wang Tianping is a triple ability user. He is a good talent, but also a rebellious person. If you want to completely subdue such an unruly person, you must use some special means. The best method is carrot and stick. The Matsushima Neko who is being auctioned in front of her and the elixir and crystal core that Eton is going to give to Wang Tianping are the carrots, while Eton himself is the stick. He believed that with this combination of punches, the unruly Wang Tianping would be completely tamed. Li Shuanglong, just make an offer. I will buy this Matsushima Neko no matter how high the price is and give it to your nephew. As for Wang Tianping himself, I will make him willingly serve as my subordinate and put away his rebelliousness. Eton said. Yes, God. Afterwards, Li Shuanglong also joined the bidding for the auction of Matsushima Neko. Chapter 125 Xiaori wants to rob? Kill. As the quotations continued, the price of Matsushima rapeseed continued to rise. But no matter how high the price others offer, Li Shuanglong can always offer a little more than others. In the end, with Eton's strong support, Li Shuanglong successfully photographed the queen-level superstar Matsushima Neko from the Sakura country. After that, the items auctioned at this auction were all arms, drugs, food, and the like. Of course, Eton and Li Shuanglong were not interested in these things at all and simply chose to ignore them. After a while, the auction ended. Eton and Li Shuanglong were led by the short man to the backstage of the auction and met Ono Serena and Matsushima Neko. Serena, Ono and Neko Matsushima have a total of 10,000 Yamada coins, said the Yamada team staff backstage. Hearing this, the short man and Li Shuanglong's faces froze. Li Shuanglong was just busy making offers under Eton's instigation, and forgot that they had not exchanged Yamada coins in advance. Wait a minute, we forgot to exchange Yamada coins, I'll go now, Li Shuanglong said awkwardly. However, Eton interrupted Li Shuanglong before he could finish his words. No need. These things should be enough to exchange for those 2 women, right? Eton said. As he spoke, Eton waved his hand, and bucket after bucket of clean water appeared in front of the backstage staff of the Yamada group. After seeing the clear water suddenly appearing, the staff, the short man and Li Shuanglong were all stunned. You must know that in this frozen apocalypse, clean water is simply the most precious resource, the hardest currency among hard currencies. The value of so many buckets of clean water is definitely more than 10,000 Yamada coins. Soon, Li Shuanglong reacted and translated Eton's words. After hearing this, the backstage staff of the Yamada group immediately nodded and said, enough, enough. After saying that, the staff member called his colleagues to go and carry water together. Eton asked Li Shuanglong to take Ono Serena and Matsushima Neko with him to leave the Yamada group. Of course, before leaving, Eton did not forget to do another important thing. System, sign in. Eton said in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman's Man of Steel has increased by 5%, and 100 million cubic meters of oil resources have been obtained. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physique became stronger again, and the development progress of Superman's body of steel reached 48%. At the same time, there was an additional 100 million cubic meters of oil in his unlimited warehouse. TSK. The system gave me a lot of natural gas when I signed in last time, and now it gives me so much oil again. It seems that my shelter will never have to worry about energy. Eton thought happily. Soon, Eton brought Li Shuanglong, Ono Serena, and Matsushima Neko to the outside of the Yamada building. Eton just waved his hand, and a reinforced explosion-proof car obtained by signing into the system appeared in front of everyone. Serena Ono and Neko Matsushima are ordinary people. They can't withstand the low temperature outside. Let them get in the car. Eton said lightly. After saying that, Eton sat in the driver's seat of the car. Li Shuanglong also followed Eton's instructions and brought the two young Japanese female stars to the back seat of the car. My god, were the 2 times you used space-related abilities before? I saw buckets of water and a car appear out of thin air as soon as you waved your hand. Li Shuanglong asked curiously. Li Shuanglong had never heard of any space-related supernatural powers before, but Eton's previous 2 moves were too bizarre, so Li Shuanglong could only guess that this was a space-related supernatural power. That's right, it's a space-related ability. Eton said lightly. Hearing this, Li Shuanglong couldn't help but take a breath. Anyone who has read any fantasy novels or comics knows that space-related things are extremely powerful in any worldview setting. And now Eton has space-related supernatural powers, you can imagine how powerful he is. In the short period of time that followed, Eton, under the guidance of Li Shuanglong, drove all the way to the original base camp of the Chinese psychics in Tokyo. The journey was smooth at the beginning, but halfway through the journey, Li Shuanglong, who was sitting in the back seat, felt something was wrong. Oh my god, there are 2 black explosion-proof vehicles following us. They are obviously plotting something bad, said Li Shuanglong. Oh? There are actually people who dare to follow my car without caring about their lives? Li Shuanglong, I have improved your skills so much before, now it's time for you to show your strength. Go and kill all the people in the 2 cars behind, quickly. Eton said coldly. After saying that, Eton stopped the car. After Eton parked the car, the 2 explosion-proof vehicles behind also stopped and 8 men in black got out of the cars. These men in black are wearing very thin clothes, but they can ignore the severe cold outside. It is obvious that they are all people with special abilities. And under Eton's instructions, Li Shuanglong also got out of the car and faced the 8 psychics. If I had to fight 8 people with special abilities alone before, I would have died for sure. But after God's help, everything is different. Li Shuanglong thought confidently. Originally, Li Shuanglong only had one ability to enhance one's physical fitness, and its strength was not very high. However, after Eton's help, Li Shuanglong gained 3 more superpowers: bone spurs, storm control, and frost control. Moreover, each superpower was enhanced to a very strong level by Eton using the purple-black crystal core. Li Shuanglong, who possesses 4 high-intensity superpowers, can fight 8 people at once without any panic. You are the one who bought Ono Serena and Matsushima Neko at the auction, right? I advise you to hand them over now, otherwise you will bear the consequences, said the leading man in black coldly. What? You couldn't win the auction, so you want to rob it? You guys are really shameless. Li Shuanglong retorted disdainfully. As Li Shuanglong finished speaking, the 8 black-clad supernatural beings couldn't help but frown and become furious. You can tell from Li Shuanglong's accent that he is Chinese. There is also a Chinese person who was cursing the people with special abilities in the country of Sakura? How can this be tolerated? Baga. You are dead today, I said. Brothers, follow me and cut him into pieces, said the leading man in black angrily. The next moment, the 8 black-clad psychics used their respective powers and attacked Li Shuanglong with all their might. Li Shuanglong was not at all panicked when seeing this, and even found it a little funny. The supernatural powers of these 8 people seemed quite impressive to him in the past, but now they are rubbish to him. Next, let me show you the power of a psychic who possesses 4 high-intensity superpowers. Li Shuanglong said with a sneer. The next moment, Li Shuanglong took action. He just waved his hand, and dozens of bone spurs attached with the power of storm and frost shot out rapidly. Soon, the sounds of puff, puff were heard continuously, and the bodies of the 8 little psychics were directly pierced through, and they died. The entire battle was over in less than 10 seconds. Afterwards, Li Shuanglong returned to the back seat of Eton's car. That's right. It's worth it that I spent so many resources to improve your strength. Eton said lightly. Thank you, God. This is what I should do. Li Shuanglong said respectfully. Hearing this, Eton nodded with satisfaction. Then he continued driving, and after a while he finally arrived at Li Shuanglong's previous base. Chapter 126, Conquering the Crowd, Wang Tianping's Provocation. The original base camp of the Chinese forces in Tokyo had been secretly attacked and captured by a small-time psychic. However, after Eton rescued the Chinese psychics led by Li Shuanglong and improved their strength, they fought back, retook the place, and gathered the surviving Chinese. Therefore, after Eton brought Li Shuanglong here, they were quickly invited into a warm room by the Chinese psychic who had been promoted by Eton before. Let me formally introduce you all. Tian Yi is the leader of the Dragon King Society, the most powerful superpower force in the southeastern region of Dragon Country. He came here to establish a branch of the Dragon King Society and conquer the entire Sakura country. And those of us who have been promoted by God and other people who are willing to submit to God will be the first members of the Sakura country branch of the Dragon King Society in the future. We must first take root here and wipe out those small and medium-sized supernatural forces in Sakura country. After the main force of the Dragon King Association headquarters arrives, we will work together to kill the Yamada group and completely rule Sakura country. Li Shuanglong said proudly. Upon hearing this, the others immediately nodded. Most of the psychics sitting in this warm house now have received Eton's favor. Eton gave them supernatural pills and purple-black crystal cores, which helped them increase the types of supernatural powers, improve the strength of their supernatural powers, and increase their strength dramatically. Therefore, these people were convinced by Eton, and they thought that submitting to Eton was the right thing to do. And those few people who have not received Eton's favor also know that Eton has great power. They absolutely cannot afford to offend someone who can easily enhance the strength of several psychics to this level. Not only can they not offend Eton, they also have to frantically try to please Eton. As long as Eton is happy and gives them some supernatural pills and purple-black crystal cores, their strength will surge and they will be able to survive better in this doomsday. Brother Shuanglong is right. We must all submit to God and establish a branch of the Dragon King Society in Sakura country to lay the foundation for God to completely conquer Sakura country in the future. As long as we follow God, Sakura country will be ours sooner or later. Long live God. The other people in the room complimented Eton crazily, and no one dared to say a bad word about Eton. Seeing this, Eton nodded with satisfaction. The original supernatural powers of these people were not very strong, but with the blessing of supernatural pills and purple-black crystal cores, any one of them can now stand on his own and become the leader of a medium-sized supernatural force. And now they have all gathered together to establish a branch of the Dragon King Society here. One can imagine how strong the Dragon King Society's Sakura country branch is. Very good. Since you have all chosen to submit to me, I will hereby officially announce the establishment of the Sakura country branch of the Dragon King Society. From now on, Li Shuanglong will be the branch chief, and you are all senior members of the branch. Before I arrive with the army from the headquarters, everything here will be decided by Li Shuanglong. Under the leadership of Li Shuanglong, you must lay a solid foundation in the Sakura country and expand as much as possible to prepare for my conquest of the Sakura country in the future, understand? Eton said. Yes, God, the others said in unison. Eton nodded with satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, Eton gave some supernatural pills and purple-black crystal cores to those who had not been promoted by him before. After using the things given by Eton, those people generally possessed new superpowers and the strength of their superpowers was greatly improved, and their strength skyrocketed. At this point, everyone in this room has received Eton's favor and has greatly improved in strength. They were all very grateful to Eton and wished they could kneel down in front of him and call him Daddy right now. Afterwards, Eton discussed with these people the detailed plan for establishing the Dragon King Society's Sakura country branch. After a while, the plan was discussed and most people dispersed to implement the plan and recruit troops. Only Eton and Li Shuanglong were left in the room. Thank God for the promotion. Li Shuanglong expressed his gratitude sincerely. There's no need to express my gratitude in words. I just want to know where your nephew Wang Tianping is? When will he be able to come back? Yi Tian asked. It's hard for me to say. Li Shuanglong said awkwardly. Li Shuanglong's nephew Wang Tianping was the strongest psychic among the Chinese psychic forces. He naturally awakened 3 sets of superpowers, and his superpowers were extremely strong. Wang Tianping was originally unruly, and after the end of the world he became such a powerful psychic, which made him even more like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, and no one could control him at all. Therefore, even though Li Shuanglong was Wang Tianping's uncle, he had no way to deal with him and could only let him go. Just when Yi Tian was getting a little impatient and Li Shuanglong was extremely embarrassed, a very familiar voice suddenly came into Li Shuanglong's ears. Uncle, is this the man you are talking about, Tian Yi? He doesn't look that great. He is not much older than me, and he has never shown much strength. Yi Tian and Li Shuanglong looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man wearing black clothes and sunglasses, looking nonchalant. There was an obvious ruffian air about this young man, and one could tell at a glance that he was a delinquent before the end of the world. Wang Tianping. Do you know what nonsense you are talking about? Do you think you can humiliate God? Come here, kneel down, and apologize to God. Li Shuanglong shouted loudly. Facing Li Shuanglong's scolding, Wang Tianping raised the corners of his mouth slightly and sneered with disdain. Then, he walked up to Yi Tian and said arrogantly, Yi Tian, the leader of the Dragon King Society, right? I heard that you are very strong, but I don't believe it. Unless you show off your skills in front of me. Li Shuanglong, who was standing by, was so anxious when he saw Wang Tianping being so rude that he broke out in a cold sweat, fearing that Yi Tian would get angry. However, Yi Tian always appeared calm and composed when facing the ruffian Wang Tianping, and did not care about his words. You are just a 3rd-level psychic now, your strength is too weak, and you are not worthy of me showing off my skills. I think it would be better if I could improve your strength first, increase the types of your superpowers to 6, and by the way, also improve the intensity of your superpowers. How about I show you my abilities after you have acquired 6 extremely powerful abilities? Yi Tian said with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Tianping was stunned. He didn't expect that when he came up to provoke Yi Tian was not angry, but instead wanted to improve his strength? What is going on? Little did he know that Yi Tian didn't take Wang Tianping's strength seriously at all. Even if Wang Tianping possessed 6 types of superpowers in the future and their strength was improved, it would still be just that in Yi Tian's eyes. The reason why he didn't care about Wang Tianping's provocation was, on the one hand, because Wang Tianping was just a child in Yi Tian's eyes, and he didn't have time to haggle with a child. On the other hand, after eating the supernatural pill, Wang Tianping can possess 6 types of supernatural powers. If he can be completely subdued, the Dragon King Society's Sakura Country branch will have a strong man who can take on the responsibility. Chapter 127, Carrot and Stick, Conquering Wang Tianping. Are you telling the truth? Wang Tianping asked in disbelief. Of course what I said is true. Yi Tian said with a smile. As he spoke, Yi Tian took out 3 supernatural pills and some purple-black crystal cores and handed them to Wang Tianping. After taking these things, Wang Tianping looked at his uncle Li Shuanglong. Uncle, how do I use these things? Wang Tianping asked puzzledly. Just take the 3 pills one by one. After you finish eating and digesting them, you will gain 3 new superpowers. As for those purple-black crystal cores, as long as you hold them in your hands for a while, the energy in the crystal cores will automatically flow into your body and help you increase the strength of your superpowers. Li Shuanglong said. After listening to Li Shuanglong's words, Wang Tianping nodded. Immediately afterwards, Wang Tianping began to eat the supernatural pills one by one. Every time he took a supernatural pill and digested it, Wang Tianping could clearly feel the changes in his body. After digesting and absorbing all 3 superpower pills, Wang Tianping's superpowers reached a total of 6. There really is such a magical elixir in this world. It's really amazing. Then I want to be polite about the energy in this purple-black crystal core. Wang Tianping said with a smile. Then, Wang Tianping tightly grasped those purple-black crystal cores. Soon, the energy in the purple-black crystal core poured into Wang Tianping's body and began to increase the strength of his supernatural powers. After Wang Tianping had absorbed all the energy in the crystal cores, 2 rays of light shot out of his eyes. At this moment, Wang Tianping felt that he was stronger than ever before. The feeling of powerful force constantly emerging made Wang Tianping very obsessed, and he felt that he was invincible. Ha ha ha! I won't lose. I will never lose to anyone again. With such powerful strength, I will be the best in the world. I am destined to dominate this world. Wang Tianping said with a wild laugh. Looking at Wang Tianping's arrogance and overestimation of his own capabilities, Li Shuanglong, his uncle, stroked his forehead in embarrassment. This nephew of his is really outrageous. Can't you use your brain to think about it carefully? What does it mean that someone could give him such powerful power without hesitation and so easily? This shows that they are not afraid of him rebelling at all. As long as Wang Tianping dared to rebel, Li Shuanglong felt that Yi Tian could crush him to death with just one hand. Li Shuanglong felt very embarrassed and thought that his nephew was very mentally retarded. But Yi Tian still looked indifferent. What he wanted was Wang Tianping's strength, not Wang Tianping's brain. He was planning to hand over the Dragon King Society's Sakura Country branch to the steady middle-aged man Li Shuanglong, rather than the ruffian Wang Tianping. Wang Tianping's role is to temporarily serve as the strength of the Dragon King Society's Sakura Country branch, and he will just have to charge into battle obediently in the future. As long as Wang Tianping is willing to be obedient and serve as a thug for the Dragon King Society's Sakura Country branch, Yi Tian will not be stingy in giving him benefits. But if Wang Tianping still remains unruly and ruffian after getting the benefits, Yi Tian will make him understand what cruelty is. Wang Tianping, do you feel that your strength has reached its peak and you are invincible now? So you are unwilling to submit to anyone now and want to be the boss yourself, am I right? Yi Tian asked calmly. That's right. I possess 6 extremely powerful superpowers, and I am absolutely invincible in this world. So I will never submit to anyone, on the contrary I will conquer everyone else and make myself the master of this world. Wang Tianping said arrogantly. Oh? What if someone can beat you easily? Will you still think about conquering the world and becoming the boss? Yi Tian asked disdainfully. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With my current strength, I will never be beaten by anyone. Wang Tianping said confidently. Looking at the extremely arrogant Wang Tianping in front of him, Yi Tian couldn't help but sneer. He knew now was the time. Before, he gave Wang Tianping supernatural pills and purple-black crystal cores to improve his strength, which was actually equivalent to giving a rabbit a carrot and letting him taste the sweetness first. However, after tasting the sweetness, Wang Tianping became even more unruly. So next Yi Tian should take out the big stick and teach him a lesson. Wang Tianping, didn't you just want me to show off my skills? Okay. I'll help you. Next I will let you know how ridiculous your words are and how insignificant you are in front of me. Yi Tian said contemptuously. The next moment, Yi Tian stretched out a finger and pointed it at Wang Tianping's chest with lightning speed. With a loud bang, Wang Tianping was sent flying backwards by Yi Tian's pointing, and he broke several walls before he stopped. Ahem. Put. Damn it. You actually attacked me by surprise? Your victory was unfair. After being beaten by Yi Tian with just one finger, Wang Tianping still spoke unconvincingly. Unfair victory? Okay. Then I won't move next time. If you come to hit me, I will see if you can hurt even a hair on me. Yi Tian said disdainfully. After saying that, Yi Tian put down his fingers, stood still, and looked at Wang Tianping with an extremely contemptuous look. Wang Tianping naturally also felt the contempt in Yi Tian's eyes, which made him furious. The next moment, Wang Tianping used his 6 supernatural powers to the extreme. He used all of his physical enhancement, control over wind, thunder, ice and fire, and transformation into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. In an instant, Wang Tianping turned into a gigantic Tyrannosaurus Rex like half-dragon man, with the 4 elements of wind, thunder, ice and fire wrapped around his body. And with the blessing of his physical enhancement and internal powers, his Tyrannosaurus Rex body was much stronger than that of an ordinary Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is my strongest state. If you can die in this state, it can be considered an honorable death. Wang Tianping said arrogantly. The next moment, Wang Tianping rushed towards Yi Tian like a speeding truck. The power was so great that Li Shuanglong, who was standing by, was terrified just by looking at it. If Li Shuanglong were to take this blow, even 10 of them wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, Yi Tian still seemed very disdainful of this. He did not dodge or evade or attack, just stood there, quietly waiting for Wang Tianping's strongest attack. The next moment, there was a loud bang and Wang Tianping's strongest blow hit Yi Tian hard. This is just the result. The attack was clearly launched by Wang Tianping, and Yi Tian did not fight back, but in the end it was Wang Tianping who flew backwards. Eton continued to stand there leisurely, patted his slightly dirty clothes, and looked at Wang Tianping with an extremely disdainful look. What do you think? I didn't win unfairly this time, did I? Yi Tian said playfully. Hearing this, Wang Tianping sighed helplessly. The previous attack from Yi Tian plus the reaction force he received when he collided with Yi Tian this time, the two injuries combined had already caused him to be seriously injured. He just understood in his heart that he could never be Yi Tian's opponent. It can even be said that he is not worthy of being Yi Tian's opponent at all. The two of them are not in the same league at all. I surrender. Wholeheartedly. From now on, I will call you Lord Tian, submit to you completely, and be your subordinate. Wang Tianping said helplessly. Chapter 128. Wang Tianping is convinced and returns to China for a special show on uniforms. After hearing Wang Tianping express his willingness to surrender, a satisfied smile appeared on Yi Tian's lips. He has initially subdued Wang Tianping, the biggest fighter of the Dragon King Society's Sakura Country branch. However, at this point, it is still a little short of completely conquering Wang Tianping and making him truly convinced, rather than just obeying him verbally like he is now. I gave him a carrot and a stick, so the next step is to give him another carrot to make him completely surrender. Yi Tian thought to himself. The next moment, Yi Tian ordered Li Shuanglong to bring over the Sakura Country female star Matsushima Neko, whom Wang Tianping had long coveted. After receiving the order, Li Shuanglong acted quickly and brought Matsushima Neko to Yi Tian and Wang Tianping in less than half a minute. After seeing Matsushima Neko, Wang Tianping was stunned. He just stood there in a daze, stammering, not knowing what to say. Oh my god, is this Matsushima Neko? He is in your hands? Wang Tianping said in shock after coming to his senses. Aren't the facts right in front of us? Matsushima Neko is in my hands. As long as you can completely and truly submit to me wholeheartedly, then this queen-level female star in the Sakura country will be yours. Yi Tian said with a smile. After Yi Tian finished speaking, Wang Tianping couldn't help but widen his eyes and took a breath. Matsushima Neko is the goddess in his heart. Before the end of the world, Wang Tianping had looked at Matsushima Neko's photos countless times. And now the goddess Matsushima Neko is standing in front of Wang Tianping. As long as he is willing to completely submit to Yi Tian, he can get this goddess that he has been drooling over for a long time. How could Wang Tianping refuse this? There's no way to refuse. The next moment, there was a thump sound, and Wang Tianping knelt down directly in front of Yi Tian and began to kowtow continuously. I'm sorry, God. I was blind and offended you before, please forgive me. From now on, I will obey you in everything and be your loyal lackey for the rest of my life. I will never betray you. Wang Tianping said while kowtowing. Hearing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Yi Tian's lips again. That's right. This is the state that Yi Tian wants to see from Wang Tianping. What he wants is a very obedient thug Wang Tianping, not an unruly ruffian Wang Tianping. Wang Tianping, from now on you must put away your rebellious nature, listen to your uncle Li Shuanglong in everything, and assist him in expanding the influence of the Dragon King Society's Sakura Country branch. You just need to be a good thug for the Dragon King Club's Sakura Country branch, don't think too much, understand? Yi Tian said lightly. Hearing this, Wang Tianping immediately nodded heavily. I understand, God. From now on, as long as you are not around, I will listen to my uncle and never refute him, said Wang Tianping. Well, that's it. This Matsushima Neko is yours. Next you can take her downstairs and play with her in any position you want. Yi Tian said. Thank God. Wang Tianping said excitedly. After saying that, Wang Tianping stood up and carried Matsushima Neko out in a princess hug. Wang Tianping was so excited to be able to enjoy Matsushima Neko, the goddess of the Sakura country before the end of the world, that he wanted to start right there and then. And Matsushima Neko did not resist at all, she had completely accepted her fate. No matter how high Matsushima Neko's status was in the Sakura country entertainment industry before the apocalypse, after the apocalypse, she was just a piece of trash. As a slut who has accepted her fate, serving a man is no problem at all. After Wang Tianping left with Matsushima Neko, Yi Tian and Li Shuanglong were the only ones left in the small room. Yi Tian patted Li Shuanglong on the shoulder and said, from now on, you should lead the Dragon King Club's Sakura country branch well. If anyone disobeys you, then let your nephew take action. He should be the strongest psychic in the entire branch now. Hearing this, Li Shuanglong nodded heavily. I understand, God. I will definitely manage the Sakura Country branch of the Dragon King Association well, said Li Shuanglong. Well, you don't have to be too hasty in expanding in Sakura Country. Laying a solid foundation is the top priority. I hope that when I bring the Dragon King Club headquarters to the headquarters, I will see a Dragon King Club branch with a solid foundation and most of the people are elite, rather than a branch that has a large size but is actually very corrupt, understand? Eton said. I understand, God. I will definitely do as you say, said Li Shuanglong. Eton nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, Eton and Li Shuanglong exchanged a few more words and left. He signed in all the times he was supposed to, rescued all the Chinese people he was supposed to save, and established all the branches he was supposed to set up in the land of Sakura. Therefore, it makes no sense for Eton to stay in Sakura Country at this time. Ha! I have done so many things in just one day in Sakura Country. Now it's time to go back and have some good time with my maids. Eton said with a smile. After saying that, Eton used superflight and flew towards Jinlin City at the fastest speed. The speed of superflight is very fast, so it didn't take long for Eton to return to Jinlin and walk into his own shelter. Well, I'm finally back. How should I play with the maids this time? Why not have a special show on uniforms? He. Yi Tianxie laughed. After thinking about this, Eton gathered all the maids and asked them to wear clothes that matched their occupations before the end of the world. After they changed their clothes, Eton took a glance at them and couldn't help but feel excited. Master, come on. I can't wait any longer, Master. Please love me well, Master. Listening to the maid's seductive words, Eton's smile became extremely evil. TSK. I want to be polite next time. Yi Tianxie said with a smile. The next moment, Eton pounced towards the maids, and a special uniform exchange meeting officially began. On the 40th day of the apocalypse, Eton first went to the Sakura Country to sign in and established a branch of the Dragon King Society. At night, Eton had a special show with the maids, which was extremely lewd. It can be said that Eton was busy all day long. Those people at the Dragon King Society headquarters are also equally busy. Under the leadership of Lin Wanxiang and Wang Huaiyan, the Dragon King Society will attack cities and seize territories on a large scale and expand at an extremely fast speed. It took less than a day to control the entire Jinlin City. And after taking control of Jinlin City, Lin Wanxiang and Wang Huaiyan decided to divide their troops into 12 groups early tomorrow morning and march into the entire Su province. Chapter 129. The Dragon King will expand and conquer the southeast region. The morning of the 41st day of the last days. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physical strength increased a little bit. Ha! Xiaolin and the others will handle the Dragon King's expansion themselves. Normally, there's no need for me to intervene. I had already done some ridiculous things with the maids last night. They are probably still sleeping now, so it is not advisable to do it again. In this case, I will just play games today. When the maids wake up, I will let them massage my shoulders and legs, and play with them at the same time. Eton said after letting out a long sigh. Now that Eton's subordinates have become powerful, there are many things that he doesn't need to do personally. He can just leave them to his subordinates. Therefore, Eton suddenly seemed to be free. He went to his game room, turned on the best gaming equipment, and played 8K film-level stand-alone games with the highest configuration, feeling very leisurely. While Eton was playing games leisurely, Lin Wanxiang, Wang Huaiyan and others were already extremely busy. They arranged the manpower, divided the troops into 12 groups, and began to march towards the other 12 cities in Su province. Among them, the two cities with the largest populations, Su City and Chang City, were led by Lin Wanxiang and Wang Huaiyan respectively, while the other cities were led by other senior officials of the Dragon King Society. Because all the purple-black fruits and crystal cores in the entire Su province have been basically plundered by Eton, the psychics in other places in Su province except the Dragon King Society cannot use the purple-black fruits and crystal cores to improve their strength. The people of the Dragon King Society had already greatly increased their strength thanks to the supernatural pills and purple-black crystal cores. As one side gains strength while the other loses, the difference in strength between the two sides is like heaven and earth. Therefore, even though the Dragon King has divided his troops into 12 groups, each group does not have many people, but they are still able to crush the psychics in those 12 cities in terms of strength. In the end, it only took the Dragon King Society one day to conquer the entire Su province and bring it under its rule. The Dragon King's action to conquer Su province on the 41st day of the apocalypse was just the beginning. On the 42nd day of the end of the world, the Dragon King will once again divide his forces into several groups and march into the entire Zhejiang province. The purple-black crystal cores and fruits in Zhejiang province had long been plundered by Eton, resulting in the psychics there being far less powerful than those of the Dragon King Society. Therefore, the fate of Zhejiang province was the same as that of Jiangsu province. The army of supernatural beings of the Dragon King Society conquered the entire province in just one day. On the 43rd day of the end of the world, the army of the Dragon King Society gathered in the Magic City and successfully killed the two major supernatural forces in the Magic City, dominating the Magic City. On the 44th day of the apocalypse, the Dragon King's army once again split into several groups and marched into Anhui province, sweeping away all the supernatural forces here and completing the conquest. At this point, the entire southeastern coast of Dragon Country, including Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Shanghai, and Anhui regions were all under the control of the Dragon King Society. However, the entire southeast region is still too large. After conquering this place, the Dragon King Society's forces are too dispersed, and they are unable to expand again for a while. According to Lin Wanxiang's idea, they had to rest for a while and digest the newly conquered territory, further strengthen the strength of the Dragon King Society, and increase the number of people in the Dragon King Society. Once the number and quality of the Dragon King Society's superpowers increase dramatically, there will be no problem in further expanding domestically or conquering countries like Sakura and Kimchi overseas. During these 4 days, Yi Tian, who had been staying in the shelter, lived as comfortably as he could. If he wants to play games, he plays games. If he wants to play with a maid, he plays with a maid. If he wants to taste delicious food, he tastes delicious food. This life is more comfortable than that of a large number of rich and powerful people before the end of the world. And during these 4 days, Yi Tian did not forget to sign in continuously to improve the development progress of his Superman Steelman. By the 44th night of the apocalypse, Yi Tian's development progress of Superman's Steelman had reached 50%. This means that Yi Tian now possesses half the strength of Superman, making him even more invincible. Ha! I've signed in 44 times in a row. The system should refresh the one-time sign in location tomorrow morning, right? I wonder where it will be refreshed this time. I am really looking forward to it. Yi Tian said with a smile. Just now, Yi Tian had a pool party with all his maids. Therefore, at this time, the maids had fallen into a deep sleep due to exhaustion, leaving Yi Tian with only other things to think about. Just when Yi Tian was thinking about tomorrow's check-in location, his satellite phone suddenly rang. After the call was connected, Lin Wanxiang's voice was heard from the other end of the phone. Brother Tian, I have good news for you. The entire southeastern coastal area of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Shanghai and Anhui has been conquered by our Dragon King Club and is under our control. Lin Wanxiang said excitedly. Hearing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Yi Tian's lips. In just 4 days, the first step of his plan to conquer the world was successfully completed. Shaolin, you did a great job. But the Dragon King Association will have to suspend its expansion, rest and digest the occupied territories. As the saying goes, you can't become fat in one bite. We have to take it slow to conquer the world. Yi Tian said. I understand, Brother Tian. I have already ordered the Dragon King Society's army of superpowers to rest up. Next, the number of people in our Dragon King Society will increase greatly, and correspondingly, the number of people with special abilities will also surge, and our strength will greatly increase. When I think the Dragon King Society has developed to a certain extent, I will fight wherever you tell me to fight. Lin Wanxiang said. Well, Xiaolin, in addition to external expansion, the Dragon King Society cannot stop its internal research on those two things. You must report to me immediately if there is any progress in the research. Do you understand? Yi Tian said. Don't worry, Brother Tian. I have ordered all the surviving scientific researchers in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Shanghai, and Anhui to gather at the Dragon King Association headquarters. With their participation, I believe that our Dragon King Association's research progress on those two things will be greatly accelerated, and perhaps there will be new research progress in the near future. Lin Wanxiang said. Hearing this, Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. Now everything is moving in the right direction. If things can continue to develop smoothly like this, then it will only be a matter of time before the Dragon King conquers the world. Afterwards, Yi Tian gave Lin Wanxiang some instructions and encouragement and then hung up the phone. Since things are developing on the right track and going very smoothly, Eton doesn't need to intervene too much. Just let your subordinates play freely. What Eton himself needs to pay attention to is tomorrow's one-time sign-in location. After tomorrow's one-time sign-in location is refreshed, Eton will have to go out no matter how reluctant he is to leave the maid character in the shelter. Chapter 130 Plan to establish a branch in Kimchi country. The morning of the 45th day of the end of the world. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 45th times, refreshing the one-time sign-in location Latte World Tower in Kimchi country. As the system finished speaking, Eton's physique became stronger a little bit. But this is not the key. The key is the newly refreshed one-time check-in location. TSK. The new sign-in location this time is pretty good. Latte World Tower is very famous in Korea. I don't even need to research where this place is. I can just go and sign in directly. But since we are going to Seoul, the capital of Kimchi country, it would be a shame if we don't do something there. Eton said with a smile. It's very easy to sign in at Latte World Tower. Eton just needs to fly there directly. But Eton didn't want to just sign a contract when he went to Korea this time. He also wanted to establish a branch of the Dragon King Society in Korea with all the senior members being Chinese psychics. After all, we've gone there, so it can't be for nothing, right? After making up his mind, Eton said goodbye to the maids in the shelter, left the shelter, and flew towards Seoul, the country of Korea. He used super flight and flew at an extremely fast speed. Soon he arrived over Seoul. Supervision. Eton maximized his vision and began to observe the entire city of Seoul. Soon, the sign of the Latte World Tower came into Eton's sight, and Eton locked his eyes on that place. Well, I found the Latte World Tower, so I don't have to worry about signing in at the one-time location. Then I will go find some Chinese people who are still alive in this city. Only Chinese people are worthy of being the foundation for me to establish the Dragon King Association's Korean branch. Eton said. Afterwards, Eton turned on his supervision and superhearing and began to frantically search for traces of Chinese people in Seoul. The search method is also very simple, mainly relying on hearing. As long as Eton heard someone speaking Chinese without a foreign accent, he would immediately lock onto the source of the voice and immediately look over with his supervision. After listening for a while, Eton basically listened to all the sounds in the entire city of Seoul and locked on 5 places where there were still Chinese people. Well, there are not many Chinese people still alive in Seoul. If they are scattered in 5 places, it will not be enough. It is better to gather them all together first. Eton decided. After making up his mind, Eton flew to one of the places where there were Chinese people as quickly as possible. There were a total of 4 Chinese people still alive in this place, but at this moment they all looked haggard and looked as if they had lost all desire to live. After seeing Eton, their eyes were still numb and it was impossible to tell whether they were happy or sad. Let me ask you, do you want to eat the best food and drink the best drinks in Kimchi country, become the superior person in Kimchi country, and step on all the people of Kimchi country under your feet? Eton asked. After hearing Eton's words, the 4 Chinese couldn't help but turn their heads and look at him again. You speak Chinese, and it seems you are Chinese. Do you really have a way to make us the superior people in Korea? Are you kidding us? Said one of the Chinese. After this Chinese man spoke, the other 3 Chinese people also started talking. Of course, what they wish in their hearts is to become the superior people in Kimchi country and trample all the people of Kimchi country under their feet. But is this realistic? It's so unrealistic. Ha ha. I know you all think this is unrealistic, but you will soon understand that this is not only realistic, but it can also be realized soon. Eton said confidently. As he said this, the next day he took out 12 supernatural pills and a large number of purple-black crystal cores and gave them to the 4 Chinese. After receiving the pills and crystal cores, the 4 Chinese were stunned and looked confused. What are these things? What's the use of giving them to us? Said a young Chinese man who looked only 18 or 19 years old. What I give you are all good things. After you eat those 3 pills, you will gain 3 new superpowers. As long as you hold the purple-black crystal core tightly in your hands, it won't take long for the energy in the crystal core to flow into your body, greatly enhancing the strength of your supernatural power. Eton said with a smile. Hearing this, the 4 Chinese were all shocked. The four of them only have one superpower, and their strength is at the bottom among those with superpowers. It is precisely because their strength is at the bottom among those with special abilities that they are doing so miserably. As people with special abilities, they have almost starved to death. But if we add 3 more superpowers to them and greatly increase their strength, then everything will be different. In the end times, strength is the guarantee of everything. Once they are strong enough, they will never go hungry again. I'm almost starving to death anyway, so it doesn't matter if I die sooner or later. Even if you lie to me, I'll accept it. I'll take this pill, said a young Chinese man of 18 or 19. After saying that, he swallowed the 3 superpower pills one by one. Soon, he felt the changes in his body, and he actually gained 3 new superpowers. Then, he did as Eton had said before and held the purple-black crystal core tightly in his hand. Soon, all the energy of the purple-black crystal core poured into his body, making him clearly feel the surge in the strength of his supernatural powers. Hiss. Everything you said is true. I really have 3 new superpowers, and the strength of my superpowers has increased dramatically, the young man said after taking a breath. Upon hearing this, the 3 Chinese around him immediately took action, swallowed 3 pills, and held the purple-black crystal core tightly in their hands. Soon, the 3 of them also gained 3 new superpowers, and the strength of their superpowers increased greatly. Feeling the powerful force surging in their bodies, the 4 of them couldn't help but smile. Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Lu Haoyu. I came to Korea from Long Country to study before the end of the world. What is your name, brother? Asked the young man Lu Haoyu. My name is Eton, and I am the leader of the Dragon King Society, the most powerful supernatural power in the southeastern region of Dragon Country. From now on, you must call me Lord Tion. I came to Kimchi Country this time to establish a branch of the Dragon King Society. So I want to gather all the Chinese here, improve their supernatural powers, and let all Chinese supernatural people join the Dragon King Association's Korean branch, paving the way for the Dragon King Association to conquer the entire Korean country in the future. Yi Tian said. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoyu and the other 3 were shocked again. Good job. He came up and said that he would lead the Chinese in Korea to conquer the entire country. What a big tone. However, Lu Haoyu likes this plan to conquer the Korean country very much. He really wants to trample all those Korean people under his feet. Chapter 131 Chinese people gather to establish the Korean branch of the Dragon King Society. After encouraging Lu Haoyu and others, Eton asked them to wait there for a while. He himself flew to the other 4 places where there were Chinese people. Whenever he arrived at a place where there were Chinese people, Eton would give those Chinese people supernatural pills and purple-black crystal cores to enhance the strength of their supernatural powers, increase the types of their supernatural powers, and greatly enhance their strength. Generally speaking, after using the supernatural pills and purple-black crystal cores given by Eton, those Chinese would be grateful to Eton and obey his orders. But there are also a few people who don't know how to be grateful and like to talk nonsense. Eton had no intention of being polite to such people. He simply slapped them to death to prevent future troubles. A few hours later, the Chinese in the 5 places with Chinese people in the entire Seoul city had their strength greatly improved by Eton, and gathered in the unnamed building where Lu Haoyu and others were previously. Looking at the more than 30, nearly 40 Chinese people in front of him, Eton showed a satisfied smile. These 30-odd Chinese may not seem like a large number, but I have given each of them a lot of supernatural pills and purple-black crystal cores, which has greatly enhanced their supernatural strength. After the strength is improved to that level, even if there are only more than 30 people, it should be enough to take root in Seoul as a member of the Dragon King Association's Korean branch. Eton thought to himself. Just as Eton was thinking this, Lu Haoyu asked a question. God, you have improved our strength to this level and gathered us together. Are you going to officially announce the establishment of the Korean branch of the Dragon King Association? Lu Haoyu asked. Hearing this, Eton nodded slightly. That's right. Although there are few of you, with my help, each of you is strong enough to be the initial members of the Dragon Kingdom's Kimchi Kingdom branch and take root in Seoul. So I hereby announce that the Dragon King Club's Korean branch is officially established. Lu Haoyu will temporarily serve as the director of the branch. Eton said. After Eton finished speaking, more than 30 Chinese people cheered. Many of them had been on the brink of death. However, only a few hours have passed and there has been a sudden turn of events. After meeting Eton, their strength increased rapidly. In addition, Eton also gathered a group of Chinese people with considerable strength together to form a branch of a super-large psychic organization. This means that these Chinese people no longer have to fight alone. With a powerful force backing them up, many things will become much easier to do. Lu Haoyu, who was appointed by Eton as the director of the Dragon King Association's Korean branch, was even more excited. He is just an ordinary international student from Long Country who went to Korea to study. Whether before or after the apocalypse, Lu Haoyu had never been a leader or anything like that and had always been very ordinary. But now Lu Haoyu has become the director of the Dragon King Society branch, and is in charge of more than 30 powerful psychics. And as the power of the Dragon King branch expands in the future, Lu Haoyu will have more people under him and even greater power. How could this not excite him? After watching them cheer, Eton wanted to go to Lotte World Tower to sign in and then leave the Korean country. Now the Korean branch of the Dragon King Club has been established, and the initial members are quite strong and are fully capable of taking root in Seoul. And being able to take root in Seoul is enough for Eton. Eton never expected that these 30-something people alone could conquer the entire Korean country. If you want to truly conquer the Korean country, you have to wait until the Dragon King Association headquarters sends a large army of superpowers, and then cooperate with the superpowers of the Dragon King Association's Korean country branch to accomplish the goal in one battle. However, just when Eton was about to say goodbye to Lu Haoyu and others and leave, Lu Haoyu's words made Eton stunned. My God, I wonder if you are interested in the beauties from the Kimchi country? I know there is a very, very beautiful Kimchi country beauty with special abilities in the Lotte World Tower. I have seen that beautiful supernatural woman before the end of the world. She seems to be the daughter of a chaebol family in Kimchi country. She is pretty and relatively clean. Lu Haoyu said to Eton. After listening to Lu Haoyu's words, Eton couldn't help but look stern, and then a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A relatively clean beautiful girl with superpowers from the country of Kimchi? The daughter of a chaebol in the Korean country before the end of the world? Eton is very interested in this kind of woman. At this time, the apocalypse has arrived on the 45th day. The world is in chaos, with dead bodies everywhere, even beautiful women are no exception. At this moment, it is much more difficult for Eton to receive a relatively clean beauty than at the beginning of the apocalypse. All the beauties Eton met in recent days were sluts who had already been played with by men from all walks of life, so he couldn't muster up any interest in them at all. But now Lu Haoyu told him that the daughter of a chaebol in the Korean country had become a powerful psychic, and she was also good-looking and relatively clean. This is great for Eton. He felt that his shelter could add a new person. Haoyu, are you serious? Is there really such a woman in Lotte World Tower? Do you know her name? Eton asked. My God, I don't know the name of that chaebol daughter, but I can assure you that there is indeed such a woman in Lotte World Tower. As long as you are strong enough, you can conquer that woman. By the way, let us move into Lotte World Tower and make Lotte World Tower the base of the Dragon King Association's Korean branch. Lu Haoyu said. After Lu Haoyu finished speaking, Eton nodded lightly with a wicked smile on his lips. Very good. Haoyu, go and gather people immediately. I will take you to attack the Lotte World Tower and kill all the Korean psychics who dare to disobey us. Eton said. Yes, God. However, God, I have an unreasonable request. I wonder if you can fulfill it. Lu Haoyu asked somewhat embarrassedly. If you have any other ideas, just tell me. I won't blame you. Eton said. Hearing this, Lu Haoyu took a deep breath and then said, there is also a girl group called Mature Women's Era in Lotte World Tower. There is a member named Hwang Meiying in this girl group who really makes my heart beat. I wonder if I can monopolize her after conquering Lotte World Tower. After listening to Lu Haoyu's request, Eton nodded with a helpless look and agreed to his request. Chapter 132, Explosive Killing of a Korean Psychic, the elegant and beautiful daughter of a rich family. Haoyu, let me tell you this, among all the women in the country of Kimchi, except for the ones I like, as long as you have the ability, you can take all the other women. It's the end of the world now, why do we still have so many rules? With your current status and strength as the head of the Dragon King Association's Korean branch, it would not be a big deal even if you took over the entire Mature Women's Era girl group, let alone Hwang Meiying. Eton said with a smile. Eton had heard of the girl group Mature Women's Era long before the end of the world. The members of this girl group are a mess, and there are a lot of negative news about them. For example, their faces may look good, but in fact they are all plastic surgery faces. As for their appearance before plastic surgery, someone has exposed it, and it was so horrible. For example, this is Korea after all, and girl groups are completely the playthings of chaebol, and have long been played out by various chaebols. Can this girl group called Mature Women's Era be an exception? What can they do? How can a girl group that was ruined by various chaebols before the end of the world be any better after the end of the world? Unless the members of this girl group collectively awaken powerful superpowers, as long as they want to survive, they will still be playthings of the strong and be toyed around by all kinds of strong people. As for women who have been played with too much, Eton would never have the slightest interest in them, no matter how pretty they are. Therefore, Eton didn't care at all about the life or death of the members of the girl group Mature Women's Era. If the men in the Korean branch of the Dragon King Society are not interested in this girl group, then Eton will order them to be killed without any hesitation. But if the men in the branch are interested in the girl group, Eton will let them play freely until they have fun. Eton's words made Lu Haoyu feel relieved, but also further stimulated Lu Haoyu's ambition. Before, Lu Haoyu only wanted to monopolize Huang Meiying, but now he finds that he seems to be able to want more. It seems that I was too conservative before. I have to be more greedy in the future. I will show those beauties from the Korean country to God first when I catch them. If God likes it, I will send it to you. If God doesn't like it, I will keep it for myself. But if I don't like it, then leave it to other men in the organization to play with. Huang Haoyu said. Hearing Huang Haoyu say this, Eton nodded with satisfaction. That's right. The Dragon King Society is not a charity organization, but a complete underworld organization, a villain organization that wants to conquer the world. To be a branch director in such an organization, you must be ambitious and cannot be a good guy. After you capture the enemy's beauty, you have to have fun with her instead of just treating her as a sacrifice. In the end times, all beauties are to be fucked, not licked. Well, you are a teachable kid. This is how you should be as the head of our Dragon King Association branch. After we conquer the Latte World Tower, you can play with all the women except the relatively clean chaebol daughter. There is no need to have any sympathy for them, because the world is so cruel now. Eton said. I understand, God. Lu Haoyu said solemnly. Afterwards, Eton and Lu Haoyu chatted for a few more minutes and gathered the more than 30 Chinese psychics together, took them out of the Nameless building, and headed towards the Latte World Tower. Along the way, they also encountered some mutated zombies and ferocious beasts. However, because their strength had been greatly enhanced, the zombies and ferocious beasts could not stop them at all and they were quickly slaughtered. Therefore, not long after, more than 30 Chinese psychics led by Eton arrived at the gate of Latte World Tower. Seeing this, the guard at the door wanted to step forward to stop them from entering. But the result was that he was killed directly by Lu Haoyu, without any disturbance at all. The next moment, more than 30 Chinese psychics swarmed in and officially entered the Latte World Tower. The Korean psychic in the building got furious when he saw so many people rushing in all of a sudden. Asaba! How dare you break in here by force? I think you don't want to live anymore. Don't waste your time talking to them. Let's just kill them all. Shit. Get started. Soon, the Korean psychics in the building appeared one after another and killed more than 30 Chinese psychics. When the more than 30 Chinese psychics led by Lu Haoyu saw these Korean psychics, they couldn't help but smile with contempt. These Korean psychics did seem to be a group of very powerful psychics to them before. But now the strength of Chinese psychics has been greatly improved, and the originally powerful Korean psychics are now no different from rotten fish and shrimp in their eyes. Soon, the Korean and Chinese psychics started fighting each other. As soon as the two sides came into contact, the battle became one-sided. More than 30 Chinese superpowers hung up these Korean superpowers and beat them until they had no power to fight back. Soon there was a pile of Korean corpses on the ground. Well, just leave these Korean psychics to Lu Haoyu and the others to slaughter. I'm going to go look for that chaebol daughter. Eton said with a smile. As he spoke, Eton activated his supervision and superhearing and began to observe the entire building carefully. Not long after, Eton discovered a very luxurious suite in the Latte Group building through his supervision. And in this suite sat a very attractive woman. The woman was dressed very gorgeously. She sat on a European-style stool, eating steak and drinking red wine elegantly, making people feel as if the end of the world outside had nothing to do with her. TSK. Not bad, not bad. Lu Haoyu didn't lie to me. Such a beautiful and elegant woman is indeed very likely the daughter of a chaebol in the Korean country before the end of the world. In the end times, a beautiful woman like her can actually live in such a nice place alone, drinking red wine and eating steak, and no one dares to disturb her. This shows that she is indeed a very powerful supernatural being. Eton exclaimed with a smile. After seeing this elegant and beautiful woman, Eton couldn't help but salivate. He wanted to pin this woman down and teach her a lesson. Such elegant and beautiful women were extremely rare even before the end of the world, and were extremely rare. And after the end of the world, such women will be even more of a minority. There are many beauties in Eton's shelter, but the only one who can be as elegant as this Chaeble's daughter is Sun Jingwan, who is also a noble lady. He. I don't know if she can still be elegant when I train her. He. Yi Tianxie laughed. Afterwards, Eton rushed to the luxurious suite in the building as quickly as possible. He couldn't wait to press that woman under him. Chapter 133, Forcibly Occupying the Chaeble's Daughter and Dividing the Beauty of the Korean Country. Li Yakin. Eton was very fast. In less than half a second he arrived at the door of the luxurious suite. He just pushed lightly, and then there was a bang, and the door of the luxury suite was pushed down by him. Then, Eton walked in with a wicked smile and saw the unknown Chaeble's daughter. The tycoon's daughter was stunned when she saw Eton rushing in. She didn't expect that someone would dare to break into her room and disturb her while she was drinking red wine and eating steak, which made her extremely angry. Isn't this simply seeking death? Therefore, this beautiful and elegant Chaeble's daughter cursed Eton in Korean, which Eton could not understand, and then attacked Eton without hesitation. She possesses 4 superpowers in total, including physical enhancement and control over the 3 elements of wind, thunder, and fire, and each of them is very powerful. This is also the reason why no one dares to mess with this tycoon's daughter. She is indeed too strong among all the people with special abilities. However, her strength is only in the eyes of others. In Eton's eyes, this Chaeble's daughter with 4 attributes of supernatural powers is no different from a weakling. But Chaeble's daughter attacked quickly and fiercely. The combination of the elemental powers of wind, thunder, and fire and her physical enhancement powers allowed her to unleash powerful strength. The next moment, only bang 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 sounds were heard. The Chaeble's daughter began to punch and kick Eton with all her might, trying to kill him. What a pity, this is useless. How could a 50.5% Superman's Iron Man be broken by a mere psychic with 4 types of superpowers? The attack of the tycoon's daughter could not cause any harm to Eton at all. It's boring. I'd better subdue her quickly and give her a severe lesson. Eton said. After saying that, Eton directly pressed the Chaeble's daughter onto the bed. Then, he used his superpowers to easily subdue the Chaeble's daughter who had very strong superpowers, making her unable to move no matter how hard she struggled. TSK. Beauty, just bear with it from now on. Eton said with a smile. The next moment, Eton started a communication meeting with the tycoon's daughter, and the discussion at the meeting was very intense. By the end of the exchange meeting, she was exhausted and fainted. After finishing the job, Eton breathed a sigh of relief and was in a very good mood. Ha! I didn't expect that this Chaeble's daughter is not just relatively clean, she is actually a virgin. I really made a fortune this time. I didn't expect that I could conquer such a clean woman on the 45th day of the apocalypse. This feeling is really TSK. Eton said with satisfaction. Afterwards, Eton picked up the Chaeble's daughter, left here, and walked to the lobby of Lotte World Tower. At this moment, the Chinese psychics led by Lu Haoyu have killed all the enemies here. The Mature Women's Era Girl Group has also been assigned. There are a total of 8 people in the entire MILF Era Girl Group. Among them, 3 female group members including Huang Meiying were assigned to Lu Haoyu, the director of the Dragon King Society branch. Lu Haoyu directly fought against 3 people at once, it was so cool. The other members of the MILF era naturally could not escape the fate of becoming playthings. They were occupied by other Chinese psychics in the Dragon King Society branch and were being toyed with. In addition to the good-looking members of the girl group Mature Woman's Generation who are being toyed with, there are also some good-looking Korean girls in the Lotte World Tower. These Korean girls were originally playthings. Now that they have a new owner, they still cannot escape the fate of being playthings. They are occupied by Chinese people with special abilities and are being toyed with. Ha! It seems that most of the Koreans in the Lotte World Tower have been killed, and only a few Korean girls with decent looks are left for their sexual pleasure. In this way, even if the Lotte World Tower is completely occupied by Lu Haoyu and his team, it will be the Korean branch of the Dragon Culture Association in the future. Eton said with satisfaction. Yi Tiankai doesn't care about the feelings or life and death of the Koreans. In his opinion, these sticks are only fit to be trampled under the feet of the Dragon King society. After a while, Lu Haoyu and others finished playing with the Korean girl and stood respectfully in front of Yi Tian. At this moment, all of their hearts were filled with gratitude towards Yi Tian. If it weren't for Yi Tian helping them improve their strength and gathering them together, they would never have been able to break through the Latte World Tower and play with the Korean girls at will. Well, you did a good job this time, you were ruthless enough. This is the style of our Dragon King Club members. How you will take them here and settle down here. When the Dragon King Club headquarters arrives, you must prepare for the reception. Do you understand? Yi Tian said. I understand, God. We will definitely take root here and support the army from the headquarters in the future. Lu Haoyu said respectfully. Hearing this, Yi Tian nodded. Afterwards, Yi Tian encouraged Lu Haoyu a few more words and then turned and left. Yi Tian has already dealt with the affairs of the Dragon King Society's Korean branch, so there is no point in staying here any longer. Of course, before leaving, Yi Tian did not forget something more important. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in to Latte World Tower. The development progress of Superman's Man of Steel has increased by 5%. As the system finished speaking, Yi Tian's physical strength increased a lot. The development progress of Superman's Man of Steel has reached 55.5%, which means it already has more than half of Superman's strength. Everything that should be done has been done. Next, we should go back to the shelter and train this Chable's daughter well and make her my maid. Yi Tian said evilly. After saying that, Yi Tian held the tycoon's daughter and performed super flight. If Yi Tian was holding an ordinary weak woman, he would definitely not dare to use super flight to return. Because an ordinary weak woman cannot withstand such a cold temperature outside, not to mention the cold wind blowing around Yi Tian when he performed super flight. But this Chable daughter is a very powerful psychic, and with her physical fitness she can withstand all of this. Soon, Yi Tian brought the tycoon's daughter into his own shelter. This time, Yi Tian did not call the maid training master Shin Shiyan, but called Park Yuning, who was also a Korean girl. Master, you suddenly called me here. Is it because of the woman in your hand? Park Yuning asked with some confusion. That's right, it's all for this woman. This woman is the daughter of a wealthy tycoon in your country of kimchi, and she's also a very powerful psychic. Wake her up later, give her a bath and brainwash her, and ask her name by the way. Yi Tian said. I understand, master. Park Yuning said respectfully. Afterwards, Park Yuning took the Chable's daughter away to take a bath and brainwash her according to Yi Tian's instructions. The Chable's daughter seemed very obedient when it came to taking a bath. But brainwashing. She resisted very much. In the end, Park Yun-young failed to brainwash her and only asked her name Li Yakin. Ha ha. It seems that I have to personally train this Chable daughter named Li Yakin. Yi Tian said with a sneer. Chapter 134, The Tycoon's Daughter Becomes a Maid. Yuning, go and prepare the training props and send them to my room. I want to train this arrogant Chable daughter well and let her know who is the master here. Yi Tian said coldly. Yes, master. After saying that, Park Yuning went to the warehouse to get the props. Yi Tian looked at Li Yakin with an aggressive look. The next moment, Yi Tian didn't care about anything and just carried Li Yakin away, wanting to take her into his room. Shit. Smite. Shit. Li Yakin kept swearing in Korean Mandarin and angrily scolded Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian didn't understand at all, so he wasn't angry, he just felt that this woman was a bit annoying. So in the next moment, Yi Tian's palm slapped the noisy woman's butt hard. Bang! The palm and Tingxiao collided violently, and a crisp sound was heard. TSK TSK. It feels good. It will be very exciting to train it later. Yi Tianxie said with a smile. Yi Tian felt very good, but Li Yakin screamed in pain and tears began to well up in her eyes. You have to know that before the end of the world, Li Yakin was the daughter of a Chable, possessing a lot of wealth and power, and she lived a life of luxury and supremacy. After the end of the world, Li Yakin was not dominated by those messy men like other daughters of Chables. Because she awakened a very powerful supernatural power. After becoming a powerful psychic, Li Yakin discovered that her status in the apocalypse was higher than before the apocalypse. In the end times, while others were freezing to death or starving to death, Li Yakin still lived a luxurious life. This article recounts her pampered life. However, Lee Yakin now fell into Eton's hands and had no power to fight back. This made her feel really bad. She had seen several chaebol daughters who were dominated by men before, and their endings really made her shudder. Therefore, even though she knew she could not compete with Eton, Lee Yakin did not give up struggling. She was carried on Eton's shoulders, and she kept cursing him in Korean Mandarin, twisting her body wildly, trying to break free from Eton's restraints. Faced with Lee Yakin's crazy struggle, Eton really felt a little impatient, so he decided to give Lee Yakin a little more cruel treatment. "Why are you still not being honest, woman? It seems that I have to make you feel pain," Eton said coldly. The next moment, Eton raised his hand again and slapped Lee Yakin's breasts hard. Bang! The force of this blow was much heavier than the previous one. After the palm and the buttocks collided violently, a loud sound was heard. Ah! Lee Yakin screamed out in pain and struggled less vigorously. Tears flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably, leaving 2 tear marks on her face. When Eton saw Lee Yakin crying because of being beaten, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and there was still no sympathy on his face. After 2 heavy blows, her struggle became much weaker. It seems that this woman is a slut and deserves to be beaten. Only if I hurt her and make her subdue her, will she stop struggling and completely submit to me, Eton said coldly. After saying that, Eton raised his hands again and continued to hit Lee Yakin's 2 perky breasts hard. Pa 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 pa. The palm and the buttocks collided continuously, making loud noises. During the process of hitting hard, Eton felt that the feel was very good and he became more and more addicted. Lee Yakin collapsed. She was really hurt and kept crying, looking pitiful. At the same time, she was gradually subdued by the beating, and the cursing and struggling in her body gradually decreased. In the end, Lee Yakin was beaten by Eton so hard that she could only cry loudly and had no strength to struggle or curse anymore. Seeing that Lee Yakin gave up struggling and cursing, Eton showed a satisfied smile. Very good. The first stage of training is completed, and now we will start the second stage, Eton said with a smile. Then, Eton put Lee Yakin on the bed, and then. The second training session was also very rough, causing Lee Yakin to not only cry but also let out very miserable screams. However, no matter how miserably Lee Yakin screamed, Eton still had no sympathy for her. He just tortured her cruelly and constantly destroyed her mentality. Eton wanted Lee Yakin to be afraid every time she saw him in the future, so that she would obediently serve as his maid. After the second training session came to an end, Eton let Lee Yakin rest for a while. Lee Yakin was seen curled up on the bed, her face full of devastation, sobbing softly, looking very pitiful. This tycoon's daughter before the end of the world and powerful female supernatural being after the end of the world has become a pitiful weak woman after 2 rounds of training by Eton. However, what she didn't know was that this was just the beginning. During Lee Yakin's rest period, Park-Eun sent her a variety of complete training props. After getting these props, Eton looked at Lee Yakin with an aggressive look again. Eun, don't leave yet. You can stay here and watch me train her, and help me translate what she says. After I have trained her, you can help me persuade her to become my maid completely, understand? Eton said. I understand, master, Park-Eun said respectfully. Eton nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, Eton took the props, with a cruel smile on his face, and slowly approached Lee Yakin. Lee Yakin looked at the cruel Eton, then looked at the various props, and the fear in her heart reached its extreme. She began to beg for mercy frantically. She didn't want to go through such painful torture. Park-Eun on the side also translated Lee Yakin's plea for mercy to Eton, but Eton still had no intention of showing any mercy to her. The next moment, the third round of training officially began. This round of training used props, making Lee Yakin even more painful and desperate. At the beginning, Lee Yakin could still make shrill screams, cry loudly, and beg for mercy. But in the end, Lee Yakin completely collapsed both physically and mentally. Her tears dried up, her voice became hoarse, and she could only endure it all in despair. After the third round of training, Lee Yakin was completely conquered. At this moment, there was no arrogance or rebelliousness on her face. Instead, there was deep fear and an indescribable sense of obedience. Ha! The training is over. Eun, go and persuade her, Eton said after letting out a long sigh. Yes, master. Afterwards, Park-Eun communicated with Lee Yakin, the daughter of a chaebol, in Korean. The content of this communication was very simple. Park Yunying was brainwashing Li Yakin as a maid. Unlike the last time when she was very resistant, this time Li Yakin behaved very submissively and listened to all the maid rules that Park Yunying said. Li Yakin agreed to be Yi Tian's maid and vowed to serve Yi Tian well and never betray him. Master, she has completely surrendered and is willing to be your maid. You see, Park Yunying said. Well, then you should take good care of her for a while. From now on, she will officially become one of my maids. Yi Tian said lightly. Yes, master. After saying that, Park Yunying picked up Li Yakin and took her to her room to take care of her. Yi Tian lay on the sofa leisurely, playing games happily, and his life was still comfortable. Chapter 135, in order to please Yi Tian, madly looking for beauties. The morning of the 46th day of the end of the world. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The development progress of Superman Man of Steel has increased by 0.5%. As the system finished speaking, Yi Tian's physical fitness improved a little bit. Ha! I gave that Chable daughter Li Yakin a hard lesson yesterday. She probably hasn't recovered yet. Forget it, I won't argue with her today. Let her have a good rest and recover. I will open an entertainment industry special later, and have fun with those beauties who were in the entertainment industry before the end of the world. Yi Tian said after he let out a long sigh. After that, he called over 4 beauties from the entertainment industry, Su Yaoshu, Xia Yingchen, Hathaway, and Lu Wanqing. 3 of them are actors or singers in the entertainment industry, and only the foreign girl Hathaway is a boss in the entertainment industry. Soon, these 4 beauties from the entertainment industry dressed up beautifully and entered Yi Tian's room. Immediately afterwards, a communication meeting between 1 man and 4 women began in the room. During this exchange meeting, both sides had a heated discussion and pleasant voices continued to be heard from the room. If a conservative person passing by heard it, he would be so embarrassed that his face would blush. On the 46th day of the apocalypse, Yi Tian stayed in the shelter and enjoyed himself, living a happy life. The Dragon King Society's headquarters was extremely busy. Lin Wanxian, Wang Huayan and others were dispatching personnel to consolidate and digest the territory that had been conquered. Although they are busy, they are all very happy. After all, the expansion of their territory means the expansion of their power, and it also means that the strength of the Dragon King Society is expanding. As the second and third in command of the Dragon King Society, how could they not be happy? Everything is on the right track at the Dragon King Society headquarters and is developing extremely rapidly. As long as these newly conquered territories are digested and absorbed, the Dragon King Club headquarters will start a new round of expansion. As for which direction to expand and where to expand, it all depends on Yi Tian. The Korean branch of the Dragon King Society is also very busy at this time. Yesterday they had completely occupied the Lotte World Tower, had their own territory, snatched a lot of supplies, and had a good time playing with the Korean girls. Today, the Korean branch of the Dragon King Club, led by Lu Haoyu, has once again embarked on an expansion journey. Their target this time is the Myeongdong district in Seoul. Myeongdong district was a commercial street before the end of the world, and supplies were very abundant. Therefore, after the end of the world, many people gathered here to grab supplies. There are a total of 4 Korean forces of supernatural beings in the entire Myeongdong area, and each of them has a large number of supernatural beings who are not strong enough. However, this is of no use. Each of the more than 30 Chinese psychics in the Korean branch of the Dragon King Society has at least 3 superpowers, and the strength of their superpowers is quite high. In the face of this force, the several Korean psychic forces in Myeongdong district are simply a piece of cake. Therefore, Lu Haoyu and others took only 1 day to wipe out one of the 4 major supernatural forces in Mingdong district. Ha! We finally got rid of them all. Brothers, this is our territory from now on. Those Korean girls that you don't like will continue to work as laborers, and as for those Korean girls that you like, you can play with them as you like. Lu Haoyu said. After Lu Haoyu finished speaking, the Chinese psychics couldn't help but cheer. This is the moment they have been waiting for. Most of the superpower forces have a group of beautiful women for the sexual pleasure of the top superpowers. The Korean superpower force in Myeongdong district is no exception. There are quite a few beautiful women here. When they captured this place, the Chinese psychics saw those beauties. They were of very good quality and their eyes were fixed on them. However, they really didn't dare to move without the order from Lu Haoyu, the director of the Dragon King Society branch. And now Lu Haoyu has given the order, letting them play as they please. then they naturally won't be polite anymore. Ha ha ha. Beauty, here I come. I have to say, these Korean girls are still quite attractive after plastic surgery. I can't help it anymore, I'm going to fuck them now. Soon, this place became a place of debauchery for Chinese psychics and Korean girls. Lu Haoyu looked at the scene, smiled and shook his head. Many of these Korean girls from Korea have had plastic surgery, and they all look pretty good from a facial perspective. However, even after plastic surgery, their appearance can only be described as okay and does not meet Lu Haoyu's standard of beauty. Therefore, Lu Haoyu was not interested in these Korean girls. He just watched other Chinese superpowers enjoying themselves and kept watch for them. If even I don't like a woman, God will definitely not like her either. The quality of women here is still too low. If I want to please God, I have to find a woman of higher quality and give her to him. Lu Haoyu decided in his heart. Lu Haoyu was very clear that his current status was all given by Eton. Once he leaves Eton and loses Eton's support, he will definitely not be able to keep his position as the director of the Korean branch of the Dragon King Association. His strength was not the strongest in the branch. Before the end of the world, he was just a freshman international student with no qualifications. Therefore, if Lu Haoyu wants to do well in this doomsday, he can only hold on to Eton's thigh tightly and try to please Eton madly. And what is the best way to please Eton? Of course, it is to send a beautiful woman to Eton. When Lu Haoyu told Eton that there was a relatively clean chaebol daughter in Latte World Tower, he clearly felt Eton's eyes light up. After Eton got the tycoon's daughter, he also felt that Eton looked up to him. This incident gave Lu Haoyu a lot of inspiration and made Lu Haoyu determined to do his best to help Eton collect the beauties from the Korean country. God is very picky about women. He doesn't like those who are not good looking, have bad figures, or have been played with. Under such circumstances, it may not be easy for me to give God a woman who will satisfy him. She has to be good looking and have a good figure, and she has to stay relatively clean in this apocalypse. It seems that only those female supernaturals with certain strength can meet this condition. Lu Haoyu thought to himself. After thinking about this, Lu Haoyu made up his mind. He wants to collect as much information as possible about the female supernatural beings in the Korean country. In this world today, there should only be women among the group of female superpowers who can catch Eton's eye. Just when Lu Haoyu, the director of the Dragon King Society's Korean branch, was still struggling to find a woman who could satisfy Eton, Li Shuanglong, the director of the Dragon King Society's Sakura branch, had already found that kind of woman. Chapter 136, Beautiful and Powerful Lady of Sakura Country Misa Suzuki. Suzuki Misa. In the Sakura country, Tokyo, the Dragon King Society branch. Uncle, the leader of the Kawato Society, is not only beautiful, but also has a strong leadership temperament. It would be very exciting to conquer a woman like this. Why don't we defeat the Sichuan Dao Society right now and enjoy that woman, what do you think? Wang Tianping said with a wicked smile. After listening to Wang Tianping's words, Li Shuanglong took a deep breath, and the face of the woman they met yesterday appeared in his mind. The Kawadokai, a Sakura country society that had enjoyed a great reputation before the end of the world, was very powerful in Sakura country. After the end of the world, because several powerful people with special abilities appeared in the society, the Sichuan Rice Society continued its prosperity before the end of the world. However, because the people who awaken their superpowers at the end of the world are uncontrollable, there is a major reshuffle within the Sichuan Rice Association. The biggest lucky person was the beautiful girl Suzuki Misa, who was originally considered a president in the Sakura country but had a low status within the Sichuan Rice Association. She awakened 4 types of superpowers in one breath, and the strength of each power was quite high. In the last days, when strength is emphasized above all else, Suzuki Misa, who has awakened such a powerful supernatural power, naturally has a higher status within the Kawadoka Association. In the end, Suzuki Misa used her powerful strength to kill all those who disobeyed her and officially took the position of president of the Kawadokai. Now Suzuki Misa is not only good looking and has a good figure, but also exudes the temperament of a superior. She is the kind of woman that ambitious men most want to conquer. There are naturally many people who covet such a woman, but due to her powerful strength, no man has been able to successfully get close to her. But other people are afraid of Suzuki Misa's strength, but Wang Tianping is not. After receiving Eton's favor, he now possessed 6 sets of supernatural powers, and the strength of each set of supernatural powers is quite high. Therefore, Wang Tianping now has his eyes on Suzuki Misa, and wants to win this beauty over, and then share her with his uncle Li Shuanglong after having fun with her himself. However, in response to Wang Tianping's proposal, Li Shuanglong took a deep breath and shook his head. Tianping, do you think God would be satisfied with a woman like Suzuki Misa who is beautiful, has a perfect figure, is very elegant, and is relatively clean? Li Shuanglong asked. Hearing this, Wang Tianping was stunned. Yes. Suzuki Nisa is really perfect, and any man would want to conquer her. A woman like this, even Eton, who has a very discerning vision, would definitely want to get her into his pocket. After thinking about this, Wang Tianping couldn't help but feel conflicted. He was drooling over Suzuki Misa, but he was also in awe of Eton. Should he choose to be loyal to his own desires, or to his boss Eton? This was a very difficult decision for Wang Tianping, and a look of hesitation appeared on his face. Uncle, I think God should also be attracted to Suzuki Misa, after all, this woman is so perfect. But I also want to, Wang Tianping said hesitantly. Shut up. You actually want to snatch a woman from Tian Yi? Do you want to die? You know how powerful Tian Yi is. Do you think you can survive if he attacks you? Don't give up a group of women for one woman, do you understand? As long as we give Suzuki Misa to God, show our loyalty to him and further consolidate our position, we will never be short of women in the future. And if God knows that you have taken a perfect woman like Suzuki Misa into your pocket, then you will die. God can always find someone to replace the two of us. Li Shuanglong interrupted Wang Tianping directly, and then cursed him with regret. Why is my nephew so unreasonable? Isn't it obvious who is the boss and who you should listen to, what kind of women you can touch and what kind of women you can't touch? Of course, the clean, beautiful and elegant woman must be given to Eton first. Eton Kai is their real pillar of strength and they must hold on to him tightly. If they offend Eton, they won't even be able to save their lives, so how can they talk about playing with women? After being scolded by Li Shuanglong, Wang Tianping could only lower his head and sigh helplessly. I understand. Then uncle, let's work together to destroy the Kawadokai, capture Suzuki Misa, and offer her to God to please him. Wang Tianping said. After Wang Tianping finished speaking, Li Shuanglong sighed and shook his head helplessly. He looked at Wang Tianping with a look that said, this kid is incorrigible. This nephew is still a little confused. Tian Libra, when you are faced with a woman who arouses your desire to conquer her, do you want to conquer her yourself? Or do you want someone else to do it for you, bring her to you and then conquer her? Li Shuanglong asked. Faced with Li Shuanglong's question, Wang Tianping was stunned, then thought for a few seconds and gave an answer. Of course it would be more meaningful to conquer the woman yourself, and it would satisfy your desire to conquer her better, Wang Tianping replied. Ha ha. That's it. Since Suzuki Misa is a woman who can arouse men's desire to conquer her, and we want to offer this woman to God to please him, then the best way is to let God know and see if he has time to conquer Suzuki Misa himself. If God has time, he will come in person to carry out this conquest to the end and gain great spiritual satisfaction. The effect of our pleasing God will also be the best. But if God doesn't have time, then we can capture Suzuki Misa and give her to him. Li Shuanglong said. After listening to Li Shuanglong's words, Wang Tianping slapped his head hard and admired his uncle very much. This is such a good way to please your superiors. Why can't I think of such a good way to play? No wonder God wanted my uncle to be the head of this branch instead of me, the strongest person. It does make sense. If I were to be the head of this branch, I would probably not be in office for long before God would purge the house and kill me. Wang Tianping thought to himself. Afterwards, Li Shuanglong and Wang Tianping discussed for a few more sentences and then contacted Eton using a satellite phone. They sent the beautiful pictures of Suzuki Misa to Eton, and praised Suzuki Misa's temperament to the utmost in their words. After seeing the beautiful pictures of Suzuki Misa and hearing Li Shuanglong's praises for her, Eton's eyes lit up. TSK. Li Shuanglong was the right subordinate to recruit. He knows that clean beauty should be presented to the boss first. That's good. Eton thought happily. After learning about the existence of Suzuki Misa from Li Shuanglong, Eton decided to go to the Sakura country again to personally conquer this beautiful and elegant woman. Only in this way can Eton satisfy his desire to conquer. Chapter 137 Return to Sakura Country. After receiving the message from Li Shuanglong about Suzuki Misa, Eton made a decision instantly. He has decided to accept this Suzuki Misa. Therefore, Eton quickly said goodbye to the maids and left the shelter alone. He used his super flight skills to fly to Tokyo, the land of Sakura, at the fastest speed and met Li Shuanglong and Wang Tianping. After seeing Eton, Li Shuanglong and Wang Tianping immediately greeted him respectfully and began to report on the situation of the Dragon King Society's Sakura Country branch over the past period of time. My god, our Dragon King Society's Sakura Country branch has been developing very rapidly these days. We have already occupied a lot of territory in Tokyo, plundered a lot of supplies, and expanded a lot of manpower. But just a few days ago, the Sakura Country branch of the Dragon King Society came into conflict with a supernatural organization in Tokyo called the Kawato Society. It would not be difficult to destroy the Sichuan Rice Society with our strength, but by chance I learned that the leader of the Sichuan Rice Society is a great beauty. So I decided to inform you, Lord Tian, and let you decide what to do next. Li Shuanglong said respectfully. After listening to Li Shuanglong's report, Eton turned on his supervision and took a rough look at the situation of the Dragon King Society's Sakura Country branch. He found that the branch's territory had indeed expanded a lot, the population had also increased, and all kinds of supplies were piled up in several warehouses, so the Dragon King Society's Sakura Country branch would not be short of supplies for the time being. After reading it, Eton nodded with satisfaction. Li Shuanglong, you've done a good job. Now everything about the Dragon King Society is on the right track, and you have made an indelible contribution. Keep working hard in the future. As long as you do well, you can keep the position of the head of the Dragon King Club Sakura Country branch. Eton said. Thank God. Li Shuanglong responded respectfully. Well, next you two will take me to the Sichuan Rice Club. We don't have to be polite to those little troublemakers. We can just use the most powerful means to suppress them all. I want Suzuki Misa, the most beautiful woman, and you can divide the rest of the women and materials among yourself to satisfy your own desires and expand the influence of the Sakura Country branch of the Longwang Society. Eton said lightly. Hearing this, Li Shuanglong and Wang Tianping looked at each other and nodded heavily, feeling very excited. You have to know that because the leader of the Sichuan Dao Society is a woman, there are quite a few female psychics in the society, and even more ordinary women. Although there are no female superpowers and ordinary women who can compare with Suzuki Misa in terms of appearance, there are some women who can be called little beauties. Even if they couldn't play with the big beauty Suzuki Misa, being able to play with those little beauties to their heart's content was, in the eyes of Li Shuanglong and Wang Tianping, quite a good thing. I have figured it out. God has very high standards for women. If she is not a relatively clean and beautiful woman, he will not even look at her, let alone take her into his pocket. This is a good thing for my nephew and me. In the end times, most women are either not clean or not pretty. There are very few who are both clean and pretty. Tianyi cares about whether a woman is clean or not in her appearance, which means that Tianyi will only accept the most beautiful and outstanding woman, and since she is his woman, I want to be polite. Li Shuanglong thought happily. Wang Tianping on the side had similar ideas to Li Shuanglong. The two of them don't really care whether a woman is clean or not, and they don't have such high requirements for a woman's appearance. Therefore, since Eton only wants women of extremely high quality, most of the women will actually fall into the hands of these two people. After getting these women, the two of them can set up a harem and have a good time. My god, the Sichuan rice farm is not far from us and we will be there soon. Do you think we should set off now? Li Shuanglong asked. You should go and gather a group of people first. After we conquer the Sichuan Rice Association, we will have to send people to station in the newly expanded territory. Eton said lightly. Yes, God. After saying that, Li Shuanglong and Wang Tianping went back to gather people. Eton stood in place with an evil smile on his lips. TSK. Suzuki Misa is beautiful, strong, and has a great temperament. Such a beauty will soon be under me and conquered. Yi Tianxie said with a smile. Chapter 138 Finale, Conquer the World. Afterwards, Li Shuanglong and Wang Tianping gathered their men and headed towards the Sichuan Rice Association together with Eton. With the strength of Li Shuanglong and Wang Tianping, they naturally killed everything, easily destroyed the Sichuan Rice Association, and took over the supplies and women in the association. Eton went straight to find Suzuki Misa, defeated her easily, and took her over, making her one of his maids. Immediately afterwards, Eton gave Li Shuanglong and Wang Tianping a few instructions and left Sakura country, taking Suzuki Misa back to his shelter. He severely trained Suzuki Misa in the shelter, making Suzuki Misa completely accept her fate of being Eton's maid. After that, some more days passed. After the Dragon King Club headquarters had rested, Eton led the headquarters army to the Sakura country and the Kimchi country. With the support of the Dragon King Society branches in these two countries, the army of the Dragon King Society headquarters was unstoppable and easily killed the superpowers who dared to resist in these two countries, and completely conquered the Sakura country and the Kimchi country. After conquering the Sakura kingdom and the Kimchi kingdom, Eton decisively ordered the selection of a concubine. His men were very active and plundered the entire Sakura country and Kimchi country. In the end, they found 6 beautiful and clean beauties and gave them to Eton. Eton was very satisfied with this. He gave a lot of rewards to his subordinates who found the beauties, and happily accepted those beauties. Afterwards, the Dragon King will absorb the power of the Sakura country and the Kimchi country, and its strength will be further enhanced. Under Eton's leadership, the Dragon King Society began a new round of expansion. The army was divided into 2 parts, one marching north and the other marching south. They swept away almost everything wherever they passed and no one could stop them. Occasionally, when they encounter some particularly powerful psychics, if Lin Wanxiang and Wan Huayan cannot defeat them, Eton will personally take action to solve the problem. Under this model, the entire Dragon Kingdom was soon under the rule of the Dragon King Society. Eton decisively ordered the selection of a concubine in Long Kingdom. His subordinates worked very hard and soon found many beautiful and clean women and sent them to Eton's shelter. This allowed Eton to enjoy another great fortune, and the number of concubines he had suddenly became more than that of ancient emperors. Immediately afterwards, Eton went to Russia alone, where he gathered Chinese people to establish a branch of the Dragon King Society. When the army from the Dragon King Society headquarters arrived, this branch cooperated with them from inside and outside, and finally succeeded in conquering the Russian country. Yi Tianxia ordered the selection of concubines in the Maozi country and successfully harvested many beautiful Mao girls, which caused the proportion of foreign girls among his concubines to increase sharply. Afterwards, Eton established branches of the Dragon King Society in the United States, in-country, the White Flag country and other countries. These branches still follow the old routine, with Chinese as the backbone, and slowly take root and expand in the local area. Eventually, they joined forces with the Dragon King Society headquarters and completely conquered the area. After conquering the beautiful country, the Ying country and other countries in succession, Eton continued to order the selection of concubines, which further increased the number of foreign girls in his shelter. At this point, all the major countries in the world have been conquered by Eton. Eton was not interested in going to other countries in person, so he appointed his 2 subordinates Lin Wanxiang and Wan Huayan to lead troops to conquer them. In the end, the Dragon King Society in Eton's hands completely conquered the world. Eton selected concubines from all over the world, and the supply of maids in the shelter increased greatly, satisfying his desire to spread all over the world. Afterwards, aliens attacked and the superpowers on Earth found it difficult to resist. But at this time Eton already possessed 200% of Superman's strength. Eton killed all the aliens on his own and maintained his rule over the Earth. In the endless years that followed, Yi Tianxing held power in the world, slept drunkenly on the lap of a beauty, and became the master of the entire Earth. He conquered the whole world and also sewed the whole world.